leaning forward and giving Eric a polite kiss on the cheek before standing up. I'm heading over now. Eric, you'll definitely come to the after party, right? Of course. We'll dance together then. Deal. Just as QZ dashed off to get ready, Eric was still focused on his folder. At that moment, the theme segment ended, and Cindy, Linda, and a few others approached to greet him. Hey, Daddy, what are you hiding over here? Linda came over, her first words almost causing Eric to fall off his chair. Though she jokingly used the term Daddy, her tone brimming with teasing energy. Caught off guard, Eric frowned, leading to peals of laughter from Cindy and the other girls surrounding him. In an instant, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, drawing the attention of the invited journalists who raised their cameras. Eric raised the folder, almost playfully tapping the folder above Linda's head, causing her to instinctively guard her meticulously styled hair. He didn't go through with it, and instead just waved the folder, saying, I'm just checking if any of you earn more than I do in a day. Sadly, none of you do. So disappointing. Really? Linda asked, curiosity piqued as she grabbed the folder from Eric's hands, with Cindy and the others leaning in to see. Wow, Cindy made $20 million. I thought so. Emily asked me about these figures recently, so it must be for the ranking. Paulina, you ought to be higher up. I remember you just signed another endorsement deal with Maybelline last month. It shouldn't just be $6 million, right? How can Linda, who's so lazy, earn $15 million? You're lazy. A crowd of beauties surrounded Linda, filled with excitement or disappointment as they weighed in on the rankings. Remembering Eric's earlier comment, Linda asked, Eric, how much did you say you earn in a day? With the face resembling Audrey Hepburn, Paulina Porozkova chimed in. Linda, you shouldn't ask him that. It'll definitely be disheartening. Sitting beside Eric was Helena Christensen, who added, Yeah, I saw in a magazine that his net worth has exceeded $100 billion. My goodness, if I had that much, I wouldn't even know how to spend it. Don't worry. If you ever do have that much money, the rest of us can help you spend it. Stephanie Seymour chimed in with a cheerful smile. Eric, we can help you too. Eric shook his head quickly, feigning the demeanor of a miser. I absolutely won't be responsible for any daughter who's gotten married. Not a dime. Since Stephanie had just married her wealthy boyfriend after a long relationship, Eric's statement sent everyone into another fit of laughter. As they continued joking, Emily rushed over, giving Eric a sharp glare before addressing Linda and the others, saying, Ladies, don't forget what we're here for. Go on and change your outfits or touch up your makeup. The girls clearly felt a bit intimidated by Emily and promptly scattered at her orders. Once the crowd of beautiful girls dispersed, Emily didn't let Eric off easy. Everyone is busy as a bee, and here you are making trouble. If anything goes wrong, it'll be a big mess. Eric shrugged in resignation. Can I say I'm innocent? Nope, Emily said, shaking her head. Have you seen that folder? Eric nodded. Pretty much. What exactly do you want me to say? Chapter 936, 938. You can't eat that, right? It's an interview about the influence of the Victoria's Secret angels, Emily said. When it's broadcast on TV, I plan to insert a segment featuring interviews spanning from executives to the angels themselves based on this list of their income. Eric understood. At the heart of it was the publicity surrounding the angels' annual earnings, aimed at garnering more attention for the Victoria's Secret brand. He pointed to Edward Razek, who had recently been promoted to Chief Marketing Officer of Victoria's Secret, and joked, You guys can say a few words, but do you really want me to come out and praise how much the angels made this year? You think that's appropriate? I reckon the audience will be more curious about how much Eric Williams earned this year. Emily rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I won't let them think about that. You're the founder of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and you have the most authority on this topic. Just think about what to say while I call in the photographer. Is it really that urgent? Who knows where you'll run off to in the next few days? Emily shot back, quickly walking away. As Eric pondered on what to say, Emily returned with a photographer, signaling for him to follow her to a quieter office nearby. Sitting on the office sofa, with the photographer setting up the camera, Emily noticed that Eric still didn't seem ready. Realizing the topic came up unexpectedly, she guided him by saying, So, why don't you tell the fundamental reason behind the income growth of the Angels? By asking this, Emily hoped Eric would shift the discussion to the brand's support for the supermodels. All she needed was for him to say a few relevant things, and then she could choose some appropriate quotes to insert into the interview excerpts. However, this time Eric didn't catch on to Emily's intention. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "The fundamental reason, I think, should be the actual manifestation of the attention economy." Attention economy? Emily asked with a hint of confusion. Sensing her confusion, Eric recognized that the term attention economy probably became popular only after the rise of the internet. He explained, the attention economy refers to economic activities where economic benefits are derived from capturing public attention. Traditionally, it's about TV ratings or newspaper circulation. At the end of the day, you need sufficient eyeballs to reach a certain level. The Victoria's Secret Angels are no different. Thousands of girls work as models worldwide. Yet this group has drawn most of the public's attention to modeling. Emily seemed to be confused by Eric's explanation and countered, just because their visibility increases doesn't mean their personal income should dramatically rise. That doesn't seem logical. Of course, in many news events, some ordinary people suddenly garner significant attention, yet that doesn't translate into actual economic benefits for them, Eric agreed. It also involves the issue of monetization channels. The Angels gained more visibility through Victoria's Secret fashion shows, and they have a complete management team behind them to help monetize that attention. Those fashion brands are willing to pay higher than ever to hire supermodels who have come from Victoria's Secret as their brand ambassadors. Ultimately, their income has increased substantially. I remember Linda once said she wouldn't get out of bed for less than $10,000 a day. But now, attempting to book her for a show could cost upwards of $100,000. This is because she generates much more attention than before. Emily rested her chin on her hand, contemplated, and nodded. You're right. I didn't think you had so many interesting theories. This attention economy seems quite fitting for today's internet industry. Indeed, whether it's a portal website or e-commerce, one needs to gain enough attention to succeed. If you're following Amazon's half-year results utilizing Firefly's hunger marketing, you'd grasp this better. Wall Street valued Amazon at only $2 billion earlier this year, but now it has surged to $4.5 billion. You could say that the economic impact of the attention generated through hunger marketing brought Amazon a staggering $2.5 billion in book revenue. Yahoo has to maintain its rapid development, and their future marketing strategies must also firmly grasp the concept of the attention economy. I actually wrote a memo to the upper management at Yahoo regarding this matter. If you're interested, I can let you take a look. Emily nodded, intrigued, then realized the photographer next to them wore an interested expression. She shot Eric a playful glare and stated, "You totally derailed the topic. We're supposed to be discussing the Victoria's Secret Angels." The fashion show continued outside, and Emily didn't want to risk missing any sudden events. So, instead of asking vague questions, she straightforwardly prompted Eric to say some nice things about the Angels, thus ending the recording. Although it was the fourth show, both the LTD executives and the participating supermodels remained quite nervous before each event. While management worried about unexpected occurrences during the show, the Angels fretted about possibly tripping on the runway. Years earlier, Diane Kruger unexpectedly gained fame for her Cinderella moment when she mishandled a shoe during the inaugural Victoria's Secret show. Yet, in the years since, no supermodel dared to do anything similar intentionally. All the Angels hoped for was to complete their runway appearances without a hitch. Fortunately, after a tense and hectic 60 minutes, the show concluded successfully. After the bows, guests in the front row began to leave, while the 43 Victoria's Secret Angels congregated backstage once more. Once the promotional group photo was done, they would head to a nearby Gramercy Park hotel for an after-party. Eric ignored the commotion from a group of excited girls taking pictures and chatted with Elton John, the evening's guest performer. He attempted to persuade the legendary British singer to join the Yahoo Music store when Cindy and Linda dashed over from the crowd, dragging Eric away for the group photo. Looking at their thigh-high strapped heels, Eric shook his head resolutely. "No way. I'm not taking a photo with you fairies. It would ruin my ruggedly handsome image." The average height of the Angels was already nearly 6 feet, And on that day, most were wearing various styles of high heels. Although Eric wasn't short, standing among this group would undoubtedly look out of place. Linda, unhappy, tugged at Eric's hand. You can sit. We'll get you a chair. Eric playfully patted the love seat he shared with Elton John. If you move this over there, I'll do it. Huh, you think we can't manage that? Cindy yelled to the nearby crowd, and without hesitation, a group of ecstatic girls from the runway rushed over to help. Elton John chuckled and quickly stood up while Eric got to his feet. All right, no need to move it. I'll come over. The delighted angels ignored Eric's protests. Amid laughter from their teasing, 7 or 8 girls effortlessly moved the love seat toward the photo area. Linda watched as her friends placed the love seat in front of the backdrop, glancing triumphantly at Eric before pulling him over. She promptly pushed him into the center of the love seat and sat beside him without leaving. With Linda taking the lead, the other angels joined in. Cindy easily snagged a spot on Eric's right, while the armrests of the love seat were swiftly occupied. Eric felt a waft of perfume from behind, and he could sense a few hands, whether intentional or not, trying to inch toward him. Russell James, the Victoria's Secret photographer, seemed eager to make the scene even livelier. He waved his hand. Mr. Williams, can you kick up a leg? And can someone come to the front? Since they'd already pulled him in, Eric obliged and propped up a leg, all the while thinking that this photo absolutely couldn't see the light of day. Otherwise, countless males would sketch little circles around him. Being a newcomer, Cusie Goff, squeezed to the edge, heard Russell's call and swiftly made her way to the front of the love seat. As a top model, striking poses came as second nature to Cusie Goff. She seamlessly nestled next to Eric, curling her long legs slightly, with her arm casually draped over his knee. On the other side, Helena Christensen, still in her sexy angel getup, leaned gently against Eric's leg. Russell directed a few supermodels to change poses, and all 43 beauties formed a tight circle around Eric. Finally, he raised his camera and called out, "Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah." In the banquet hall of the Gramercy Garden Hotel, all the angels had changed into stunning gowns. After dancing a number with Cindy, Eric had just stepped out of the dance floor when he was intercepted by Stephanie Seymour, who was with her husband, Peter Grant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Stephanie entered the topic directly. Eric, I heard MGM is producing a TV series you conceived for the newly acquired Bravo channel. Do you think I could try out for a role? The TV series Stephanie referred to was Desperate Housewives, and casting was already underway, with plans to air in the spring. Eric knew this would be Stephanie's last Victoria's Secret show despite her being under 30. Her husband, publishing mogul Peter Grant, clearly didn't want his wife gracing the Victoria's Secret runway anymore. He even alerted Emily about it privately. Eric wouldn't reveal these behind-the-scenes moves. After all, he would probably do the same. Glancing at Peter Grant, who maintained a forced smile but looked resigned, Eric expressed regret. Sorry, Stephanie, among the 4 lead roles in the plan, 3 are aged around 40. Although the 4th one may match your age, I'd prefer a Latina for that role. You know, we need to have some minority representation. After all, Stephanie Seymour was only 29, fitting perfectly for the character based on Eva Longoria's retired model in the original Desperate Housewives. If it weren't for the politically correct angle, she would have been a prime candidate. Eric didn't care about Peter Grant's opinions. Despite the setting of the idyllic suburban community where the story took place, predominantly a wealthy, middle-class white neighborhood, if ABC cast all 4 lead roles as white, in the event the series became successful, it would likely face accusations of racial discrimination. Having a Latina character in the mix at least quelled some potential criticism. Stephanie didn't seem discouraged and looked like she might say something more. Peter Grant, standing beside her, finally couldn't hold back. Honey, let's not pressure Eric. I think it's best you focus on the kids for these next few years. Now nearing retirement, Stephanie Seymour, over the last few years, had been eager to marry Peter Grant. However, the past few Victoria's Secret shows unexpectedly revitalized her career. As an ambitious woman, she now felt a twinge of regret. Next year, she would be stepping away from the Victoria's Secret stage, and she knew if she didn't act soon, her recently revived career would fade back into Obscurity. That's why she sought an opportunity from Eric for a role in his TV series. Given that the main cast of the show was making waves in the fashion industry, Stephanie wasn't too skeptical about how landing a role could help her career maintain longevity. However, upon hearing her husband, Stephanie understood she couldn't humiliate him in front of Eric and Cindy. She reluctantly nodded and chatted a bit longer with Eric before leaving with Peter Grant. Cindy watched as Stephanie and Peter drifted away, smirking with a hint of schadenfreude. See? Stephanie must be regretting her choice deeply. Marriage isn't just the grave of love. It's the grave of careers as well. Eric chuckled. If it weren't for Victoria's Secret, I think you would be in that grave too. Right. Yeah, I guess so. I might marry a guy who's a little less accomplished than me, but not too far behind. That way, I can live freely without being shackled by family ties. Unlike Stephanie. Noticing Emily a short distance away, Eric walked over with Cindy and asked, "What about now?" "Right now?" Cindy's gaze turned a bit uncertain, and she shook her head. "Right now, the kind of man I wanted is hard to find. If he's too far beneath me, it won't work. If he's at my level or a bit above, they might think I'm too domineering, which probably wouldn't work out. Either. Then why not date a woman? I think Linda would be a good match." "Haha, then you could adopt a child together," Eric jokingly suggested, not realizing the expression on Cindy's face shifted. He approached Emily, bringing up the earlier group photo moment. "Just make sure that picture doesn't get out. I really don't want to walk down the street getting eggs thrown at me." Out of envy, Emily shot Eric a look. "I thought you'd be proud of it." "What's there to be proud of? You can only look but not eat." Emily glanced at Cindy, saying with a smirk, "I think it's not that you can't indulge. You just can't handle it, right? That's 43 of them, after all." Eric instantly felt offended. "Hey, are you looking down on me? All right, I'm done arguing with you. I won't let anyone else see that picture, so don't worry," Emily reassured. She exchanged friendly words with the still contemplative Cindy before laughing and heading towards a guest not far away. Chapter 939, A Frantic Start. After several years of operation, the Victoria's Secret fashion show firmly established itself as the Super Bowl of the fashion world. The day after the show, countless media outlets began reporting on the event, building anticipation for its television airing just a week later. A newspaper under the Forbes Group also timely released its 1997 supermodel income ranking, which sparked significant discussion, even causing LTD's stock price to rise. In the aftermath of the Victoria's Secret show, Eric turned his attention to the upcoming IPO of Amazon. On December 1st, Amazon officially made its debut on the Nasdaq. With an issue price of $15 for 30 million shares, the opening price soared to $20.55, a 37% increase. By the close of that trading day, Amazon stock still held strong at $20.13, bringing its market value to $6.65 billion right from its IPO. Firefly Investment, which held 90 million shares of Amazon, saw its investment grow to over $1.8 billion on IPO day, more than 6 times the original investment in Amazon. With Amazon's IPO price on its listing day, the company recorded a P/E ratio exceeding 60. While the recent years had seen a bubble in Nasdaq causing inflated stock P/E ratios across the board, Amazon's P/E was still double the market average, inevitably reigniting media concerns over stock market bubbles. However, Eric recalled that at the height of the Nasdaq tech bubble, some companies had P/E ratios exceeding 1,000. Amazon's P/E of just over 60 was merely the beginning. The next 2 years would witness the most frenzied period of the Nasdaq markets. As December rolled around and Thanksgiving passed, even with 3 weeks left until Christmas, the festive spirit across the United States began to strengthen. Following Amazon's IPO, Eric couldn't rush to Long Island to spend Christmas with his women and children. Instead, he quickly flew back to Los Angeles to dive into his end-of-year work. While Eric was in New York, MGM's production of Night at the Museum 2 was released on November 28. The film grossed $54.17 million over its opening weekend and $79.8 million in its first week, falling short of MGM's forecast of $85 to $90 million for the opening week. As a special effects blockbuster with a production cost that soared to $120 million, the disappointing opening weekend suggested that the film's North American total box office was likely to be confined between $150 million and $200 million, far below the original film's $250 million earnings. And overseas box office numbers likely wouldn't fare well either. In comparison, Monsters Incorporated performed exceptionally at the box office. Following a first weekend haul of $76.59 million, the film's second weekend saw a minor drop of only 24%, bringing in another $57.02 million. After 2 weeks, the total box office reached $133 million. Given the box office performance and positive reception, Monsters Incorporated was projected to exceed $250 million in North America. As the inaugural film from Disney's new animation studio, its production costs were relatively low, ensuring substantial profits for Firefly Group from the North American market. At MGM's Century City headquarters, Eric sifted through audition materials for Desperate Housewives while discussing the box office results of Night at the Museum 2 with Amy Pascal. The original Night at the Museum had a production cost of $70 million and grossed nearly $600 million worldwide. The sequel's production costs had now ballooned to $120 million, with global box office expectations hovering around $400 million. Even then, MGM's profitability was still secure, but caution was advised for a potential third installment. So, Amy, with the actual first-week box office $10 million short of predictions and reviews not matching the first film, where do you think the problem lies? Amy Pascal glanced at Eric, who was casually flipping through the actor profiles. Unsure if he had already formed his own judgment, she replied seriously, "I think it's because the Night at the Museum series isn't a traditional blockbuster. It leans more toward being a comedy. Comedy sequels have always had very unpredictable box office returns, as audiences have a hard time judging their taste. A comedy can sometimes spawn numerous successful sequels, while in some cases, viewers lose interest after just one sequel." Eric nodded in agreement. The lead character in Night at the Museum was Ben Stiller. Although the notoriety of the Brat Pack hadn't fully formed yet, a group of comedic stars, including Ben Stiller, had begun to gather. Referring to Night at the Museum as a Brat Pack comedy wasn't too far off, as such comedies tended to exhibit a pattern of weak sequels. After a moment's thought, Eric instructed, "Let's hold off on a third film for the next 2 years. We need to spend more time polishing the script." Additionally, Ben Stiller's participation fee definitely cannot go up. Amy Pascal nodded in agreement. Just then, there were a few knocks at the office door, and Amy's assistant entered, saying, "Mr. Williams, Ms. Pascal, it's time for the auditions." Eric and Amy Pascal tidied up their materials and made their way to the audition room. Following MGM's preliminary work, the 4 lead actresses for Desperate Housewives had largely been determined. Apart from Terry Hatcher, who played Susan, Eric had selected different actresses for the other 3 housewives, intending to personally observe their live audition performances. Terry Hatcher had previously made a cameo in the film Tomorrow Never Dies. While the global success of Tomorrow Never Dies had given Terry some fame, she was now 33, past the golden years for actresses, making it unlikely she would see much growth in her film career. However, with Desperate Housewives being Eric's personal creation, she quickly accepted the role when MGM extended the invitation. Yet, Eric's choice of Terry Hatcher to play Susan involved additional considerations. Historically, after Desperate Housewives became a hit, the 4 housewives intended to emulate the 6 friends from Friends and band together to demand multi-million-dollar salaries from ABC. However, during the salary negotiations, Terry Hatcher sidelined the other 3 actresses and signed a contract with ABC on her own, causing their coalition to fall apart. Eric was unaware of the detailed internal conflicts, but the tensions within the Desperate Housewives cast were common knowledge. Terry Hatcher's nonconformity could be a safeguard against a similar alliance regaining strength within the Housewives group. Entering the audition room, the 4 actresses waiting inside stood up. Terry Hatcher, who was somewhat familiar with Eric, approached first and warmly embraced him. As Eric hugged Terry Hatcher, he felt her fingers lightly brushing against his back. He only chuckled in response. Though he didn't have much on her in his memory, he knew she was undoubtedly a challenging woman, and he had no intentions of attracting that kind of trouble. Releasing Terry Hatcher, Eric then turned to the other three actresses. Among the remaining three women, he only recognized Elizabeth Perkins. The other two had left little impression, having been chosen solely by MGM's television department. Elizabeth Perkins was also an actress Eric had specifically insisted on. He had seen her performance in About Last Night and felt that she was perfect for the role of Brie Van de Kamp in Desperate Housewives, marked by her perfectionist tendencies. Elizabeth exuded an elegant, yet housewife vibe. With roles virtually secured, Eric had already seen the taped auditions of the actresses and had no concerns, making the audition feel more like a casual table read. However, perhaps only Eric held such a relaxed attitude. The four actresses were quite cautious in their approach. Since it was Desperate Housewives, Eric had intentionally set the ages of the housewives younger, hoping to avoid a situation where they would all resort to Botox to maintain their appearances, as had happened in the past. But aside from the 27-year-old Latina actress named Vanessa Crown, the other three were all over 30. This TV series could very likely serve as their last opportunity for a comeback. The relaxed audition lasted for an hour and a half. Eric still needed to rush to Firefly Studios for an end-of-year meeting, so he only briefly watched a couple of performances and chatted with a few actresses about the show before leaving in haste. Before departing, Eric casually handed a card to Amy's assistant, instructing her to pass it along to Elizabeth Perkins. During their exchange, Eric suddenly felt drawn to Elizabeth Perkins, a mature woman with a beautiful face and undeniable presence. Without hesitation, he made his move. With his considerable achievements in Hollywood, Eric naturally regarded the realm as his hunting ground and never intended to pass up on an enticing prospect. Having made it through the audition, Elizabeth Perkins finally exhaled in relief. Originally, she had thought that the successful Eric Williams would come off as somewhat arrogant, but throughout the auditions, he had displayed a very gentle demeanor. Just as she prepared to leave, Amy Pascal's assistant called her back and handed her a card, whispering, "Miss Perkins, this is from Mr. Williams for you." Elizabeth Perkins froze for a moment and noticed Terry Hatcher beside her, obviously pretending to rummage through her purse, casting a jealous yet disdainful glance her way. She quickly nodded to the assistant, slid the card into her coat pocket, and hurriedly made her exit. Arriving at the parking lot, once she settled into her car, Elizabeth's nerves returned as she uneasily pulled out the card. While she had anticipated some form of invitation, she was still taken aback to see a dinner invitation along with a phone number. She wasn't naive. She knew what such an invitation implied. As she drove away from MGM headquarters, she aimlessly turned down Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Without realizing it, her car stopped in front of a women's boutique. After a moment of hesitation, Elizabeth decided to get out and entered the store, picking out a stylish new outfit, thinking to herself it would be a reward for landing the role. After purchasing her clothes, she suddenly felt a bit self-destructive and decided to splurge on a pair of Manolo heels, a brand that had become even more popular since Sex and the City aired. In the past, she would have hesitated on such a purchase. Though she had enjoyed a period of fame a decade ago with Tom Hanks and Big, she had found little success in more recent years, and now she was mostly limited to television roles. Wandering the streets of Los Angeles until nightfall, she watched. As the lights began to illuminate the streets, she paused at a payphone and dialed the number from the card. However, it wasn't Eric Williams who answered the phone. The caller merely asked her location and stated that a car would come to pick her up. After hanging up, Elizabeth considered jumping straight into the car, but thought better of it and decided to wait on the sidewalk instead. After about 20 minutes, a black sedan pulled up and the driver got out to open the door for her. Elizabeth realized this was her ride. As she climbed into the car, she discovered Eric was also seated in the back. Eric looked at Elizabeth as she took a seat beside him, smiling. "I was starting to think you wouldn't call me." Elizabeth Perkins, still feeling a bit reluctant, retorted with a hint of accusation. "If I hadn't made that call, would I have lost the role?" Eric shrugged, a playful glint in his eye. "Perhaps. You should know, someone like me usually finds it hard to handle rejection." Elizabeth sensed the teasing tone in Eric's voice and couldn't help but add, "And you're just terrible at flattering women." At her comment, Eric smiled even more. It seems like the entirety of Hollywood knows I have a taste for more mature women. Elizabeth opened her mouth to respond, but decided against it and shot Eric an eye roll instead. As Eric assessed the woman next to him, he suddenly asked, I just remembered something else. Are you married? Elizabeth turned her head. Do you care? Of course, Eric nodded, adding, I do have a bit of a principle. If you're married, I'll just drop you off right now. Elizabeth fixed her gaze on Eric for several seconds, and seeing his serious expression, finally shook her head. I was married once, but that was a long time ago. Oh, sounds like there's a story there. Maybe we could discuss it later. Elizabeth felt Eric's teasing tone return, but simply rolled her eyes once more. She had not heard that saying about life being like what it is. You either endure or enjoy it. But she soon realized that Eric was quite adept at charming and pleasing women. After dinner, she felt that her experience that evening wasn't half bad, and everything began to feel natural. Chapter 940, Bringing Out the Big Guns. In December, most of the northern hemisphere had already begun to see snow, while Los Angeles remained warm as spring. At the Liberty City mansion, it was just past 9 a.m. In the circular master bedroom of the Shell Villa, all the curtains were drawn back, allowing the brilliant morning sun to flood in from all directions. Elizabeth Perkins lazily lay on the large bed, not minding how the blanket beside her had been pulled completely away by the man next to her. She simply enjoyed the gentle touch of a somewhat rough hand gliding over her smooth back. Reflecting on the events of last night and the moments that had just passed, she felt a mix of embarrassment and pride, delighted that her mature body could attract the younger man beside her. Eric lay beside her, propped up on one elbow, his expression distant as he stroked her body, questioning whether he truly had a certain inclination. Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone broke the tranquility of the bedroom. Curious, Elizabeth turned her head to look out the window at the blue sky filled with birds, only to see Eric's face contort into a strange expression as he answered the phone. Just as she opened her mouth to ask what was wrong, Eric reached over and placed a hand over her lips. Jen, I'm upstairs, just finished working out, getting dressed. Can you help me with breakfast? Moi. After hanging up, Eric's expression remained tense, almost anxious. It had already been years, and the girl's gifted skills showed no signs of waning. It seemed like only a few days had passed since she last pulled off something like this. Gratefully, Eric realized this mansion was big enough to hide in, but he didn't hesitate to toss his clothes on and get dressed. Elizabeth watched Eric fumble around and couldn't help but chuckle, especially when she caught the mention of Jen from him, her languid and husky voice tinged with a bit of schadenfreude. Your girlfriend? Eric glanced at the still lazing woman soaking up the sunlight on the bed and nodded. He slipped on a t-shirt, quickly, collected Elizabeth's clothes and shoes, tossing them onto the bed before rolling the bedspread up to wrap her in it. He then lifted her up and headed toward the bathroom. Elizabeth didn't resist Eric's actions, merely grabbing her high heels as she laughed, asking, Eric, if she finds out, will I get killed? You won't. I will. Eric joked lightheartedly as he pushed the bathroom door open and set her down in the big bathtub. Sorry, Liz, you'll have to hide in here for a bit. I'll call you when Jen leaves. Changing her position comfortably in the bathtub, Elizabeth looked at Eric as he was about to leave. I don't really mind, but don't you know? Women have a sixth sense, you know? Eric paused, suddenly realizing the implications. He had been entangled with Elizabeth all night and hadn't showered after a morning of passion. It would be odd if Jennifer couldn't smell another woman on him. Thinking about it, Eric rummaged through the bathroom, looking for men's cologne but finding none. He wasn't in the habit of using it. He only remembered that the girl had bought him a bottle once, but had no idea where it ended up. Not finding any cologne, Eric decided to strip down again and shower. Since it was Saturday, Eric allowed himself to indulge. Little did he know, he almost got caught. After showering, he checked for any traces left in the bedroom. He grabbed a laptop from the study and made his way downstairs. In the kitchen, he gave Jennifer a kiss as she prepared breakfast, relieved she couldn't smell anything suspicious on him. He set the laptop down at the dining table, planning to check his work emails for the day. The IBM laptop had just achieved wireless Wi-Fi connectivity, courtesy of a wireless router sample sent in by the Firefly Electronics Research Department last week. However, the laptop itself still lacked a built-in Wi-Fi module, so he had to use an external receiver. Today was December 13th, the week before the Christmas release window, so there weren't any heavyweight new films hitting the theaters. Firefly's Monsters Incorporated and MGM's Night at the Museum 2 still led the box office. Having been in theaters for 3 weeks, Monsters Incorporated racked up a total gross of $168 million, a commendable achievement. In contrast, Night at the Museum 2 saw a drop of 58% in its second week, barely breaking $100 million with a total of $112 million. Seeing the figures for Night at the Museum 2 put Eric on edge regarding the upcoming release of Rush Hour 2. This action comedy film starring Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker had a production cost of $33 million, yet grossed close to $250 million worldwide. Even though Eric had instructed New Line to sign the 2 male leads for the trilogy contract earlier, the success of the first film meant their salaries jumped to $15 million each for the sequel. Therefore, just for their salaries alone, the 2 leads secured $30 million, and the overall production costs rose significantly, pushing the budget for Rush Hour 2 to $70 million. Despite record-breaking production costs over the past 2 years, $70 million still represented big-budget filmmaking. Eric had watched the original Rush Hour trilogy but hadn't paid much attention to their production budgets or box office results. He wasn't sure how much profit the $70 million production budget would yield for Firefly. Moreover, the film's release window didn't seem too optimistic. Apart from Jurassic Park 3, which was set to release a week after Rush Hour 2, Sony Pictures was also launching the sci-fi blockbuster Starship Troopers simultaneously. Eric remembered that the film had been criticized for being overly laden with political metaphors. However, in recent years, special effects films had gained immense popularity. Ordinary audiences clearly wouldn't be much concerned about political aspects. After the summer disaster that was Godzilla, Sony still threw down a marketing budget of $40 million for this $110 million production, making Starship Troopers a major threat to Rush Hour 2. The packed summer slate included Con Air, Finding Nemo, Casino Royale, Bad Boys 2. The end-of-year lineup boasted Monsters Incorporated, Night at the Museum 2, Rush Hour 2, and Jurassic Park 3. Even merely considering the Firefly system, Eric noted that the North American release schedule was growing increasingly crowded. He recalled in the future, blockbuster films would be released in May, June, July, August, and even September, effectively stretching the summer season from the traditionally concentrated June and July to 5 months. Additionally, Easter and early November would gradually see the release of more significant films. Perhaps the time had come to either extend popular release windows or develop new ones. Otherwise, the North American film schedule would only lead to increasing internal strife. As Eric pondered over these matters, he inadvertently clicked open another email in his inbox. Jennifer had already had breakfast, but made an additional 2 servings intending to eat with Eric. After bringing the breakfast to the table, she peered curiously at Eric's laptop screen from behind him and emitted a gasp of surprise, hugging his neck as she drew in closer, a look of disbelief on her face. "What's wrong?" Eric asked, planting a kiss on her cheek as he turned to see the screen himself. The email turned out to be the global box office statistics for Casino Royale. With the year coming to a close, the global release for Casino Royale was nearly finished. Although there were still a few small markets yet to debut, they wouldn't affect the overall figures significantly, with future increases at most only in the millions. Jennifer pointed at the eye-catching box office number on the screen. $1.135 billion? Is this Casino Royale's global box office? Eric quickly skimmed through the email. Casino Royale wrapped up with a North American gross of $372 million, while its overseas earnings reached $763 million, making its global total $1.135 billion. Given the average revenue split of 55% from North America and 35% internationally, MGM stood to rake in $471 million from Casino Royale's box office returns. The film's total production and distribution costs were $160 million, meaning MGM would net a profit of $310 million from just box office receipts. Compared to summer flops like Godzilla or Batman and Robin, Casino Royale's performance was outstanding. I didn't expect $1.135 billion. Eric nodded at Jennifer, smiling back. But it still can't compare to Jim's Titanic. Jennifer kissed Eric on the cheek, saying, if you add up the box office of all your films, it would definitely be higher than his. Hearing Jennifer say that, Eric couldn't help but reflect on the topic. He wondered how much the cumulative box office of all the films he had been part of since his debut in 1988 had reached. Just adding up the three more recent films, Twister, Jurassic Park, and Casino Royale, he presumed that it may roughly match Cameron's total box office. If he included his earlier films like Home Alone or Pretty Woman, easily surpassing Cameron wouldn't be an issue. After reading the email, Eric temporarily closed the browser, picking up utensils and looking over at Jennifer, who had sat down beside him. Christmas is next week. Do you want to come with me to New York? Although she never brought it up, Jennifer was curiously intrigued by Eric's two kids and thought for a moment before asking, is Drew going? Eric nodded. She usually does. It's way more fun to celebrate Christmas together. I called Vicky a couple of days ago, and she mentioned it might snow in New York in a few days, which would definitely enhance the Christmas atmosphere. She seemed visibly tempted but hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I think I'll pass. Just promise to spend Thanksgiving with me in the future. All right then, Eric replied understandingly, shifting the topic appropriately. What do you want to do after breakfast? I don't have any plans for the day, but I made plans for a gathering tonight with Matthew and the others. You'll come with me, right? Matthew was likely Matthew Perry. Though he hadn't acted in Friends, he'd been doing well in the film industry these past few years, albeit not quite as hot as during the Home Alone days. Sure, let's go shopping for a few outfits in the daytime. Eric agreed readily to Jennifer's simple request. He ate a few bites of breakfast, suddenly recalling something. Speaking of Matthew, I happen to have a comedy script that's still looking for a leading man. Maybe he could give it a shot. Of course, the content might be a bit risque. Not sure if he'd be on board. Eric's recent work mainly revolved around several new projects within the Firefly system, with Ted being one of them. The original Mark Wahlberg was just starting his career and wasn't quite right for the role. The casting department had been offering roles that didn't particularly attract him. Now that he thought about it, Matthew Perry, with his somewhat aging yet comedic presence, would fit perfectly. In contrast, Wahlberg would struggle to meet that comedic edge. Jennifer looked genuinely happy as she raised her head. She regarded Matthew Perry as a good buddy. These past few years, his career hadn't been smooth sailing, and she had originally been hoping Eric could help him out, saying, Eric, really? Of course, but I did mention earlier that this film's content might be a bit much. Is it explicit? Eric shook his head. No, it's just, there's plenty of raunchy dialogue. It's the kind of movie loaded with gross humor. I have the script right here if you want to take a look. As Eric spoke, he pulled up the TED script document from the laptop, opened it, and placed it in front of Jennifer. While Jennifer was eating her cereal, she wasn't quite prepared. She took a spoonful while reading the script, but in a few minutes, she almost spat it out, thankfully managing to turn her head just in time to cover her mouth with a paper towel. Once wiping the corner of her mouth clean, she burst into raucous laughter. This is just so vulgar. Writing this script, the guy must be a total jerk. Eric found himself at a loss for words, scratching his nose unsure if he should admit to this. Jennifer, however, was no fool. Noticing Eric's expression, she immediately understood and laughed even harder. So you were that jerk. Just wait to see how many fans of teddy bears come after you for this later. Chapter 941. Unexpected Opening Day Box Office. That night at the party, Eric chatted with Matthew Perry about Ted. He showed no reservations about this utterly shameless movie that ruined childhoods. Instead, he revealed great interest. They quickly hit it off, and after a symbolic audition, the lead role in Ted was secured. With the lead actor for Ted confirmed, Eric's other projects, including The Lord of the Rings, Iron Man, The Fast and the Furious, and Desperate Housewives, were basically all set to go. As he headed to New York to spend Christmas with women and children, the only remaining project without a lead was the female lead in The Ring. While most Western countries were basking in the joys of the approaching Christmas season, Southeast Asia continued to suffer from the ravages of a financial storm. After putting up a fight for half a month, South Korea ultimately gave up defending the won. Within just 2 weeks, The exchange rate of the won against the dollar plummeted, reaching an alarming ratio of 1756 to 1, marking a horrific decline of 73% from its peak just a month prior. In East Hampton, Long Island, Joanna and Virginia stopped moving between East Hampton and Southampton as their two little ones were about to start school. A brand new elementary school was under construction in East Hampton, and by the time Kevin and Hawaii turned 5 next year, this costly private school was expected to be ready for enrollment. Until then, Joanna and Virginia decided to give Kevin and Hawaii home preschooling. It was December 20th, and Eric had just flown in from Los Angeles the previous day. The Chris family had also made a special trip to East Hampton to celebrate Christmas together. After breakfast, Chris came over from their estate to discuss matters regarding Southeast Asia with Eric. The East Coast had just experienced a heavy snowfall, and although it was sunny now, the sun offered little warmth. Rather than retreating to a study, Eric and Chris sat at a round table by the backyard pool, enjoying the winter's feeble sunlight while watching a big girl building a snowman with 3 little ones nearby. That was Ava Pacula with Kevin, Hawaii, and Emma. Mike Tapler from Apollo Fund probably cried his eyes out privately, Chris told him. He shorted currencies like the baht and the Indonesian rupiah, betting that the won wouldn't plunge. They say he lost $1.2 billion, wiping out a significant chunk of his initial profits. Many hedge funds that weren't 100% certain about the won's direction regretted their decisions, but at least they can consider themselves lucky they didn't make a wrong bet. A 73% drop. Virtually no one expected the won to plunge so drastically in such a short time. Many began to cash out when the won hit 1500:1 against the dollar. If it weren't for your insistence, I would have done the same. Thankfully, I didn't. Our accounts are now nearing $800 million. After settling everything, we'll still come away with a profit of at least $450 million. Chris spoke excitedly, while Eric felt a mix of surprise. Initially, he thought that his rebirth memories might not be of much help during this financial crisis, but the outcome surpassed his expectations. Take the won as an example. Had Chris cashed out when the won was at 1500:1 against the dollar, it would have depreciated by about 50%. The $1.1 billion short position established by Firefly Investments would have only recovered around $550 million at that exchange rate, resulting in a profit of just $250 million after deducting the $300 million principal. However, under Eric's insistence, Chris patiently waited until the won fell below 1,700 to begin settling. At this point, the original $1.1 billion short position had already dwindled to $300 million. After the short contracts settled, Firefly Investments' recorded earnings were nearly $800 million, allowing them to make a profit double what it would have been had the won dropped by only 50%. During the entire Southeast Asian financial crisis, Firefly Investments' $700 million of principal appreciated to $1.8 billion, also far exceeding Eric's original expectations. However, a big part of this was because Firefly Investments had small capital, making it easier to pivot. If it had been a large fund like Quantum Fund, which could alter the dynamics of a financial crisis, achieving such high returns would have surely been impossible. While they were talking, the twins brought over a pot of hot coffee, and the two paused their discussion. Eric instinctively glanced at the twins' fair necks and noticed the silver necklace with an Y on it. This must be the younger sister, Eve. Once she left, Chris picked up the coffee that Eve had just poured for them and said, "Eric, don't you think you have a few too many women around you? This is the dream of 2 lifetimes for me." Eric chuckled, lifting his coffee and gesturing toward Ava Pacula not far away. "She doesn't count." Chris looked at Eve's departing figure and said, "So I guess the others do count?" "Yeah." Eric nodded without hiding his acknowledgement. Despite having no intentions of pursuing the twins, he also had no plans to back down. Chris lightly teased, then changed the subject. "By the way, there's a fund manager gathering in Manhattan next weekend. Want to join and check it out? You can go on your own. I don't really have anything in common with them." Eric shook his head, showing no interest in the group. "But Soros is going too," Chris added with a hint of encouragement. "The last time I ran into him, he said he really liked your remarks about him and hoped to chat with you someday." "Remarks? I don't remember meeting him," Eric replied. "It seems like it was something you said." He just mentioned it in passing, and I didn't ask for details. Eric then recalled that it must have been after he read Soros's book, The Alchemy of Finance. He remembered giving that book to Katzenberg while describing Soros's roller coaster influence on the global financial markets, so it made sense that this info got back to Soros through him. Katzenberg, being a New Yorker himself, often returned, and Soros was said to have extensive connections, so their paths intersected more often than not. I almost remember. Eric nodded while feeling curious about Soros. If there's an opportunity next weekend, I'll check it out. As they were chatting, Eric's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile. He just thought of Katzenberg, and he was calling. He raised the phone to signal Chris, leaning back on the chair, pressed the answer button, and exchanged small talk for a bit before asking, "Jeffrey, it must still be around 6 in the morning over there in Los Angeles. Is there something urgent?" Katzenberg said a few things on the other end. Eric shook his head and said, "I checked some reviews in the newspapers this morning. It seems the reception for Rush Hour 2 isn't as good as Starship Troopers, but I haven't seen the box office numbers. They should be out by now, right?" Yesterday, December 19th, was Friday and the start of the Christmas season, with Firefly Group's New Line Cinema's Rush Hour 2 and Sony Pictures' Starship Troopers widely released yesterday. Los Angeles was 3 hours behind New York, and while it was already after 9 a.m. in New York, it had just passed 6 a.m. in Los Angeles, still not quite time for work. Eric wasn't focusing on the box office numbers like he had for Titanic the previous year. Under such circumstances, the Firefly distribution department in Los Angeles would likely send yesterday's single-day box office numbers to Eric's email after business hours started. While having breakfast, Eric had read some reviews on both Rush Hour 2 and Starship Troopers. Generally speaking, the critical reception for Rush Hour 2 could only be considered passable, while Starship Troopers received much better reviews, with an overall rating exceeding 7. When Katzenberg called just to mention Rush Hour 2, Eric thought the film might be underperforming, and he had mentally prepared himself. However, as Katzenberg shared more details, Eric straightened his posture. Opening day earnings of $23.1 million? You must be joking. What was Starship Troopers' opening day box office? Eric listened patiently as Katzenberg reported some figures, nodding along occasionally. After chatting for a while, he finally hung up the phone, his expression a mix of complexity. Sitting next to Chris had surmised a general idea, but still, he asked curiously, "What's this $23.1 million about?" "Rush Hour 2. You must have seen the first one, right?" "Yeah, it was an interesting movie," Chris nodded. However, having been around this long, he was somewhat familiar with Hollywood, and as soon as he finished saying that, he exclaimed, "Are you saying this film's opening day box office was $23.1 million? Chris thought of Rush Hour as a mid-range budget action comedy. The first film did quite well, but the sequel hitting $23.1 million on its opening day was unexpected. According to the opening day box office figures, Rush Hour 2 was guaranteed to earn at least $60 million over its first weekend, possibly exceeding $80 million in its first week. In Hollywood, films usually surpass $80 million in opening week box office if they belong to the top 7 major studios, due to their greater promotional and marketing resources. Firefly's heavy hitter for the Christmas season was supposed to be Jurassic Park 3. Although Rush Hour 2 was also highly anticipated, it absolutely wouldn't command the same level of attention that Jurassic Park 3 received. Had it been foreseen that Rush Hour 2 would perform so well, Firefly would have never scheduled its release alongside Jurassic Park 3, which would obviously create internal competition. Seeing Chris's surprised expression, Eric nodded. No one expected this. New Line predicted that Rush Hour 2 would do best with an opening weekend box office of $30 million, meaning the single-day earnings should hover around $10 million. But the actual number was over double the expectation. In contrast, Sony's Starship Troopers seemed more in line with our expectations for Rush Hour 2. I initially thought this film would overshadow Rush Hour 2, but in reality, its opening day box office was only $8.3 million. Less than half of Rush Hour 2. Chris noted. In that case, next week's Jurassic Park May 3rd feels some effects, huh? There will definitely be an effect, Eric admitted with a wry smile and a nod. Honestly, I was uncertain if Jurassic Park 3 would reach an opening weekend box office of $80 million. After all, this is the third installment. The situation might even be worse now. Initially, the expectation for Rush Hour 2's opening weekend was around $50 million, which would have kept its second weekend box office under $30 million, thus not affecting Jurassic Park 3. But now, if Rush Hour 2 exceeds $80 million in its first week, its second weekend drop, even calculated at a 40% decline, would still see around $50 million, which is about a quarter of North America's total box office for that week. After Christopher absorbed what Eric said, he remarked, "Nevertheless, this is still a good thing. Yeah, as a boss, I naturally hope for Firefly's films to make as much at the box office as possible." Eric could only say that, but he resolved again to develop completely new release schedules, at least to avoid conflicts among Firefly's films. However, discussing it was easier than doing it. Implementation required more complex considerations. Which films should be placed in slightly less crowded schedules, and which films should be moved to better release schedules to maximize box office potential were challenging decisions to make. After all, Eric most of the time could only gauge the general box office outlook for a few films. As the trajectory of Hollywood developed increasingly away from its original path, some boosts from his past life memories would gradually diminish. Chris could sense the frustration etched on Eric's face. He understood that if Firefly had to choose between Rush Hour 2 and Jurassic Park 3, it would undoubtedly lean towards Jurassic Park 3, given that as a special effects blockbuster, Jurassic Park 3's overseas box office potential far surpassed its domestic performance. Even if it performed slightly worse in North America, its global box office would still easily crush most major Hollywood blockbusters. Rush Hour 2, however, was different. This series relied heavily on the North American box office, with overseas performance relative to North America being rather average. Additionally, the earnings from Rush Hour's related merchandise were nowhere near comparable to the Jurassic Park series. Chapter 942, It's Time to Spit It Out. Surprising everyone, after a $23.1 million opening day, the momentum for Rush Hour 2 continued into the weekend. On Saturday, the single-day box office hit a new high of $24.34 million, and Sunday saw only a 19% drop, with another $19.95 million collected. In just 3 days, Rush Hour 2's opening weekend gross reached an impressive $67.4 million. This box office number not only easily surpassed the competition during Thanksgiving, like Monsters Incorporated and Night at the Museum 2, but it also left the concurrently released Starship Troopers far behind. In contrast, Sony Pictures' big-budget special effects production, which cost $110 million, only managed to rake in $22.05 million over its opening weekend, less than Rush Hour 2's first-day earnings. The result baffled everyone. No one expected Rush Hour 2 to become such a massive hit overnight, and even fewer anticipated the dismal box office performance of Starship Troopers, which had received much better reviews than the marginally successful Rush Hour 2. Initially, Sony planned to release Starship Troopers ahead of Firefly's Jurassic Park 3 to compete directly with it. However, from the moment it hit theaters, it felt like a misstep. Unlike Rush Hour 2, which had a slight 19% decline on Sunday, Starship Troopers saw a staggering 34% drop after making $8.3 million on Friday and $8.28 million on Saturday, with only $5.45 million left on Sunday. Entering the work week, Starship Troopers' daily earnings plummeted even further, with a 61% drop to just $2.1 million on Monday. Comparatively, Rush Hour 2 saw a 51% decrease from Sunday, but still garnered an impressive $9.47 million, far exceeding any single-day total from Starship Troopers' opening weekend. To figure out what was going wrong, Eric took the time to watch Starship Troopers. He discovered that while the plot was technically sound and the special effects were exceptional, the combination left audiences with a disconcerting sense. It lacked any enjoyable or uplifting elements and felt heavily preachy instead. Despite media claims that it was a satire on fascism, most people were clearly uninterested. Additionally, during the Christmas season, viewers were more inclined to seek entertainment rather than heavy-handed themes, making Starship Troopers seem even out of place. Despite critic praise, the film suffered at the box office. In contrast, Rush Hour 2, while not featuring a groundbreaking plot compared to its predecessor, resonated greatly with audiences. This comedy action film that blended martial arts and humor was well received. The opening weekend haul of $67.4 million surpassed all expectations, and when the Monday earnings of $9.47 million came in, it became apparent to many that Rush Hour 2 might be on track to become one of the highest-grossing films of the year, potentially even the only film to break the $100 million mark in its first week. While it would be no surprise for the forthcoming Jurassic Park 3 to hit that milestone, considering the first two installments broke $100 million in their openings, it was simply astounding that such recognition would fall upon Rush Hour 2, a film initially expected to gross only slightly over $100 million domestically. In Burbank, Los Angeles, at Firefly's headquarters, Bill Mechanic hesitated to exit the car even after the driver parked. The driver and assistant in the front seat knew better than to rush him. They were aware that Bill's mood had been rather dismal in recent days. As the vice chairman of Sony Pictures and CEO of Columbia Pictures, Bill Mechanic found himself in a position far removed from the carefree days of Peter Guber and John Peters running Columbia. The company's performance was declining even further compared to when Guber was at the helm. From summer through Christmas, Sony had attempted to launch two special effects franchises, Godzilla and Starship Troopers, both of which met with utter failure. Bill had once made a name for himself at Disney, where he had been the head of Disney's home entertainment division. At the time, he proudly held a position among the industry's elite, comparable to Jeffrey Katzenberg at Firefly and Michael Eisner at Universal. However, he now often regretted accepting this job. Had he remained at Disney, he believed he might have been at the vice president level at Firefly by now, and perhaps even contended for the presidency once Frank Wells retired. Being president of Firefly could be seen as no less prestigious than leading Columbia Pictures today. After procrastinating in the car for a while, Mechanic knew he had to get out as his meeting time with Katzenberg approached. The ongoing failures of Godzilla and Starship Troopers had Howard Stringer, Sony's U.S. CEO, feeling the heat. Sony Pictures was on a path of continued losses, and Stringer knew they needed a project that could turn things around quickly. Consequently, the earlier collaborations between Columbia and Firefly like Men in Black, Jumanji, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith became the best options for reversing Sony's fortunes. Especially with Men in Black, which had significant popularity and a solid box office guarantee, it was crucial to pursue. While Sony Pictures produced and released around a dozen films per year, the 80-20 rule was glaringly evident in Hollywood. 80% of profits came from just 20% of the films. If they could get Men in Black 3 off the ground, even if Sony's profits only comprised 40% of the proceeds, this would help ensure that the company's performance during the following year or two wouldn't look too grim. Katzenberg didn't come out to greet his former colleague. Mechanic didn't expect this, knowing Katzenberg's character well. He stood outside Katzenberg's office with his assistant, 5 minutes from their scheduled time. As he waited in the lounge, observing the flurry of activity from Katzenberg's various assistants and secretaries, Mechanic couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, thinking that even if he were to hire 4 or 5 assistants like Katzenberg, Sony Pictures likely wouldn't have that much work for them. Currently, Firefly had grown into a corporate giant far larger than the entire Sony conglomerate. Last year, Wall Street had valued Firefly at $85 billion, with an inevitable substantial increase projected for this year. The overall Sony Group's market value hadn't yet broken the $70 billion mark, while Sony Pictures was considerably less than 1/10 of the entire company's valuation. "Mr. Mechanic, you can go in now." Lost in thought, Mechanic quickly stood up at the sound of an assistant's voice, nodded, and walked into Katzenberg's office. Upon seeing Mechanic enter, Katzenberg, who had been on the phone, put down the receiver and approached to shake his hand. "Sorry about the wait, Bill. It's a busy time of year." "No problem," Mechanic said warmly, shaking his hand before they settled into the sofa in the meeting area. Coffee was promptly served by the secretary, who then quietly stepped out of the office. Understanding Katzenberg's style, Mechanic wasted no time and took a symbolic sip of coffee before diving straight into the matter. So, Jeffrey, what do you think about the proposal I mentioned during our last call? To facilitate the production of Men in Black 3, Sony had promised a $50 million promotional budget and reduced their cut from 15% to 13%, which was merely a starting point. Stringer and Mechanic's private bottom line could even go as low as 10%. By making these concessions, Sony Pictures might not see profits from the box office, but would secure guaranteed income from video sales and broadcast rights later. When it came to the comprehensive operations of the summer release Godzilla and the still-running Starship Troopers, they were uncertain whether they could even recoup the initial costs. However, when Mechanic stated his proposal, Katzenberg just shook his head. Bill, Firefly doesn't care about Sony's concessions on the distribution split. You know we have greater concerns. Mechanic understood that what mattered more to Firefly was controlling the production cost of Men in Black 3. Over the last few years, with the rise of Chris Tucker from the Rush Hour franchise and the other two stars from the Bad Boys series, Will Smith was no longer the hot commodity he used to be. Nonetheless, in terms of Men in Black, Smith showed no sign of backing down on his salary demands, insisting on a $20 million base salary and at least 10% of the box office. Tommy Lee Jones, the other lead actor, likely had similar demands. If not for Firefly's restraint, to push this project through, Sony wouldn't hesitate over the requested salaries for the two stars. After all, Sony Pictures had few better options. Compared to the films like Godzilla and Starship Troopers, projects that could likely flop, Men in Black had a far lesser risk of losses. Mechanic hesitated for a moment, but with a small flicker of hope, said, Jeffrey, if Firefly is concerned about high costs for Men in Black 3 impacting profits, Sony can pay a licensing fee, then take full responsibility for the production. Would that work? Bill, Firefly will not relinquish the rights to produce the Men in Black series. Also, if quality can be assured, Firefly won't skimp on the budget, replied Katzenberg. Ultimately, this boils down to controlling the actors' salaries. Since Jim Carrey earned his first $20 million from Sony with The Cable Guy, Hollywood salaries have gotten out of hand in recent years. A significant part of that issue lies with Sony. Jeffrey, I disagree. The rise in Hollywood actor salaries generally stems from the expansion of the global film market. Companies can't be reaping huge profits while denying actors their fair share. Katzenberg chuckled. Bill, I think your argument is flawed. Moreover, the average income of Hollywood actors hasn't increased significantly in recent years. The major increases go to that tiny pool of top stars. That alone indicates your argument doesn't hold water. In conclusion, while we cannot control what other studios do, within the scope of Firefly, the highest fees for major actors are capped at $20 million, with a fixed salary not exceeding $10 million if they want a percentage and the profit share limited to 10% of worldwide box office revenue. That's the rule. If you can persuade Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones to accept such salary conditions, we can greenlight this project anytime. Mechanic grimaced. Jeffrey, that's impossible. Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones won't budge, not even if you drag out negotiations for 5 years and secure the rights to the Men in Black series. Neither of them is lacking for offers. Not just them, Katzenberg replied, wearing a knowing smile. In the future, this will apply to all top-tier stars. If they continue to demand unreasonable salaries, their opportunities will inevitably diminish. Mechanic initially didn't grasp the deeper implications of Katzenberg's words, instinctively countering. I still don't think that's the case. Even if they don't find work, do you think these people need the money? Hollywood doesn't lack for actors. Even if they walk away, new stars will rise to take their place. Besides, it's not just about money. Take you, for instance. I believe you're not lacking for funds at this point, right? But if you had to abandon everything in Hollywood to live a retired life right now, do you think you could endure that? Mechanic fell silent, unable to respond. But deep down, he knew he couldn't give up all that he had at the moment. Hollywood stars were likely the same. Accustomed to being in the spotlight, adored by fans, and enjoying the accompanying perks, the thought of suddenly surmounting that adversity, having no one to praise you or shower you with attention, and the women who once were drawn to you no longer giving you the time of day, meant they'd most likely go insane, even if they had plenty of money. Shaking his head, Mechanic said, But, Jeffrey, Your ideas just aren't feasible. Hollywood isn't just about Firefly. One step at a time, it is always possible, Katzenberg replied with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Mechanic. And look, Rockefeller Center, which the Japanese bought, has now been sold back, and not to mention Universal Pictures, which they also returned. There are plenty of instances like this. So, with Sony having taken Columbia Pictures, it's about time they should be returning it as well. Chapter 943, Ambition. The car pulled away from the Firefly Group headquarters, and Bill Mechanic still hadn't recovered from the shock of Jeffrey Katzenberg's recent comments. Over the years, Firefly Group had not only continuously merged with New Line Cinema, the Disney Group, and ABC Group, becoming Hollywood's largest media giant, but it also quietly controlled MGM and had complex ties with 20th Century Fox. Bill thought that even the once great MGM during Hollywood's golden age couldn't compare to Firefly's current power. If Firefly were merely focused on reclaiming Columbia Pictures and expelling the Japanese from Hollywood, he wouldn't have been too surprised. To him, given Sony Pictures' current state, if there were no significant changes in the next few years, Sony exiting the film industry seemed inevitable. When that happened, with Firefly's strength, there would be few competitors left to stand against them in Hollywood. However, from Katzenberg's comments about wanting to suppress A-list Hollywood salaries, Bill understood another point. Firefly Group wanted to become the rulemaker in Hollywood. But establishing those rules was not simply a matter of controlling half of Hollywood's major studios. It would be akin to casting only half a fishing net in a river, allowing fish to swim freely through the other side. To set the rules, Firefly would need to hold the entirety of Hollywood in its grasp. Achieving this goal meant that after Sony, Firefly would undoubtedly make moves against the other three major studios. In Bill's view, reclaiming Columbia Pictures seemed somewhat realistic, whereas the other three studios, Universal, Paramount, and Warner Brothers, had already become parts of large media conglomerates that were unlikely to sell their film production assets. In simpler terms, for Firefly to take down these last three studios, the only viable way would be to acquire their parent companies outright. Bill knew Katzenberg well and found it hard to believe he would harbor such unrealistic ambitions. After all, even if such a goal could be achieved, it would likely take 2 to 3 decades. 3 decades? In Hollywood, how many ambitions could endure for 30 years? Even media tycoons like Sumner Redstone or Rupert Murdoch, with Viacom and News Corp so advanced, would eventually reach a limit. Even if they lived for another 30 years and kept grasping their companies firmly, they wouldn't have the energy to expand their existing industries significantly. Yet, Bill couldn't help but picture the young man behind Firefly Group. Suddenly, amidst his mixed thoughts, clarity emerged. Eric Williams was only 27, but Firefly had already reached such a scale. If it continued, providing he maintained this ambition, controlling all of Hollywood might not be entirely impossible. Before he realized it, the vehicle had arrived at Columbia Pictures headquarters in Culver City. Hearing his assistant's soft reminder, Bill finally broke free from his reflection. He thought of Howard Stringer, who was waiting on the outcome of negotiations with Katzenberg. After a short contemplation, he decided not to share Katzenberg's remarks with Howard. Howard was set on becoming Sony's first non-Japanese CEO, but he still needed to remain in Hollywood for the long haul. Bill even considered that he should keep in touch with colleagues from the Disney era, so that if Firefly eventually reclaimed Columbia Pictures, he would still have a good chance of continuing as its CEO, retaining control over the company. Christmas that year fell on a Thursday. Aside from a drop to $6.59 million on Christmas Eve, Rush Hour 2 had daily earnings above $9 million on the other 3 weekdays, bouncing back to $10.75 million on Christmas Day itself. Ultimately, Rush Hour 2 raked in $103.52 million during its opening week, becoming the only film to break the $100 million mark before the end of 1997. Following Rush Hour 2 was Starship Troopers, which only managed $29.15 million in its opening week, with that final workday dropping to under $1 million. With Rush Hour 2 breaking records, it was all but certain that its North American total would surpass $200 million, and Starship Troopers would inevitably be influenced by its success. Since it was unavoidable, Eric decided to enjoy the warmth of Christmas, not bothering with the two lead actors in Los Angeles who wanted to negotiate for an increase in their $20 million contract for the third sequel. After Christmas, Starship Troopers was scheduled for release in North American theaters on December 26th. With the holiday over, Eric began to shift his thoughts back to work. By Saturday morning, he settled into his study for an informal video conference with Yahoo's executives to discuss their development plans for the coming year, while he waited for the daily box office report to come in from Los Angeles. This past year had seen the complete explosion of the internet technology wave, with many emerging companies throwing caution to the wind and ramping up their online advertising efforts. Consequently, as a portal giant holding over 70% of the North American market, Yahoo's performance again saw a massive increase. Compared to the $194 million in revenue last year, while the figures for the last quarter were still being compiled, Yahoo's revenue had already reached $435 million within the first 3 quarters, suggesting that the annual total could approach $600 million. However, alongside the rapid growth of internet users in North America and abroad, Yahoo's operating costs had also skyrocketed. Over the past year, Firefly Investments had injected a total of $500 million into Yahoo. Initial estimates indicated that compared to the previous year, Yahoo's losses would exceed $300 million this year. Since this was not a formal meeting, various Yahoo executives gathered in CEO Ian Gurney's living room. According to statistics from November, global internet users have surpassed 100 million, with North American users accounting for 70%, reaching 70 million. Next year, the number of internet users in North America alone will exceed 100 million. To maintain Yahoo's rapid expansion in North America and abroad, the company will need at least $1 billion in funding next year. Eric, I've received numerous inquiries about whether Yahoo plans to seek external financing. Are you planning to fully inject this $1 billion from Firefly Investments? Initially, according to their agreement, Yahoo had already completed a round of stock allocation. However, after last year's $500 million injection, Firefly Investments had increased its shareholding in Yahoo to 85%. Given Yahoo's current valuation of around $15 billion, if the entire $1 billion funding next year were provided by Firefly, their stake in Yahoo would surpass 90%. I've mentioned before that we won't bring an outside investment until Yahoo goes public, Eric nodded. Regarding financial matters, you can discuss them with Chris. This year, subsidiaries like Nokia, Cisco, and LTD will yield significant profits for Firefly Investments, so supporting Yahoo's expansion shouldn't be an issue. Let's focus on Yahoo's future development plans. Just as Eric was about to continue, the study door opened. He didn't see anyone at first, but then straightened up, noticing that his daughter had run in. Daddy, this is a cookie Mommy just baked. Try it. The little one rushed to Eric's side, her face pure innocence as she offered him half a cookie. Eric smiled at his precious daughter, who was intentionally putting on an expression of being just a clueless child. He lovingly picked her up and placed her on his lap. With the mission achieved, Hawaii promptly shoved the cookie into her father's mouth, her bright eyes already turning curiously towards the computer screen. As she spotted several faces, she looked visibly disappointed. He took the cookie she had shoved into his mouth and set it aside, feeling she was about to scamper off, and gently hugged her, saying, "Elia, remember to be polite. Say hi to everyone." Meanwhile, Ian Gurney, Steve Mitnick, and Tina Brown were all watching the scene with amusement. They had seen Elia at Chris's wedding. Although they hadn't gotten close, they were not now strangers. Later, they heard from Jeff Bezos that Eric's little girl was exceptionally bright. Seeing the young girl on the screen moving with charming energy, Steve couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey, Elia, I heard you're really smart. How about a math problem for you?" Elia glanced at the faces crammed on the computer screen, tilted her head, and replied, "If I get it right, can you all walk out of the screen?" Everyone laughed, and Steve asked, "If we step out, what will you do?" Elia stated, "I'll use Yahoo to search for something." Elia, you might know how to search with Yahoo, but do you know why Yahoo can find things that interest you? I was personally responsible for creating that search engine. If you answer my question correctly, I'll tell you how it works. The little girl's eyes lit up at his challenge, and she nodded lightly. At that moment, Eric noticed Joanna peering in from the door, seemingly ready to take their daughter away. Eric shook his head, signaling her to stay put, then turned back to Steve. Steve, I think you should pose her a trickier problem. Really? Steve glanced at Eric, noting how he nodded in agreement. Okay, let's see if you can solve a math problem I did as a child. Elia, it's this. Add the numbers from 1 to 100. Can you figure out the result? As soon as Steve finished speaking, Tina protested. Steve, that's just unfair to Elia. She isn't even 5 years old yet. Steve raised his hands in defense. But I solved this problem when I was 5. Just as he was about to give Elia a hint, the little girl blinked her beautiful eyes and quickly blurted, 50-50. Everyone froze for a moment, and Steve was the first to look at Eric, asking, You didn't teach her this, did you? Eric shrugged. Although he found it incredible, he smiled and said, No, I doubt her mom would teach her something as boring as a math problem. Hey, this isn't boring at all. Steve countered playfully, turning to Elia, adopting the tone of a candy uncle. Elia, how did you come up with that? The little girl stretched her delicate finger into the air and explained, It's just adding from 1 to 100. Now you need to tell me how Yahoo search works. The adults didn't think the little girl had any reason to lie, and they were even more astonished. They all knew the formula for summing a sequence of numbers from 1 to 100. However, if this little one could arrive at the correct answer in mere seconds without using any shortcuts, it indicated not just simple mental arithmetic, but also a powerful memory and processing speed. Steve had calculated this problem when he was about Elia's age, but he had spent an entire day scribbling on paper before uncovering the formula, which made calculating the result easy for him. Even though he always had a bit of a jaded attitude, he felt a deep pride inside. However, this little girl might just be a bit more of a genius than he was. With a hint of reluctance, Steve grabbed a notepad from the table and quickly drew up a simple magic square to present to the camera. All right, Elia, let's do another math problem. This time it's tougher. Look, here are the numbers from 1 to 9. Can you fit them into these boxes so that every straight line of 3 connected numbers equals the same sum? This time, neither Tina Brown nor Ian Gurney said a word, but turned their attention curiously to the screen. Eric thought for a moment and decided not to give his daughter any hints. Elia appeared driven by interest, and she focused intently on the digits in the notebook across the screen, her little brain visibly buzzing along. Chapter 944. Only losers get mocked. Eric watched his daughter stare at the Sudoku grid in Steve Mitnick's hands for about half a minute. He thought the problem was a bit difficult and was about to hint to the little one that the sum of 3 connected numbers should be 15 when Hawaii pointed to the center of the grid and said, The middle is 5. Far away in Boston, Steve Mitnick, Ian Gurney, and Tina Brown exchanged surprised glances. This problem was much harder than the previous simple addition. Steve Mitnick filled in the number 5 in the center of the grid. Soon, Hawaii filled in the rest of the grid, ensuring that any 3 numbers in a straight line added up accurately to 15. After examining the Sudoku grid and looking at the little one in front of him, it took Steve Mitnick a moment to shake off his surprise. He smiled and said, Eric, remember Men in Black? I never did think of you as some sort of extraterrestrial, but your daughter might just be one. No father could resist taking pride in their child's smarts, and Eric said proudly, Even if she were an extraterrestrial, she's still my daughter, and that's a fact. As they joked, Hawaii interjected seriously. I'm not an extraterrestrial. Mom said that's just a joke from a movie. You should tell me how Yahoo search works. Of course, Steve Mitnick nodded. Seeing Eric had no objections, he began explaining search engine algorithms to the little one in simple terms, while Ian Gurney and Tina Brown chimed in with interest. Having just tackled those 2 questions, Steve Mitnick no longer treated the little one as a child under 5. He detailed how a search engine requires information gathering, data processing, and retrieval capabilities. Under his guidance, Hawaii's mind unexpectedly wandered into the realm of artificial intelligence. After a solid half-hour of discussion, Steve Mitnick summarized, So, Hawaii, if you can create an intelligent algorithm that mimics human thought in the future, then machines with such algorithms can operate like humans, even better. Eric didn't notice that his daughter had turned to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He was unaware of the vast possibilities that Steve Mitnick's words had opened up in her mind. Once Steve Mitnick finished speaking, Eric asked, Steve, Aren't you worried my daughter might create a system that destroys the world? Steve Mitnick eagerly nodded, a hint of madness in his eyes. If Hawaii can actually pull that off, I'd be happy to be killed by a T-800. You might be willing, but I'm not. I don't want my daughter chasing those chaotic goals. She should just enjoy being a little princess. Other rich kids might buy one Hermes bag at a time. My Hawaii would buy a whole shipment. Steve Mitnick rolled his eyes dramatically and looked at Hawaii. Hey, Hawaii, does it feel like your dad is super mundane? Yeah, she said, nodding seriously, but then she immediately turned to Eric and asked, Dad, can I use the computer in the future? Eric replied, Sweetheart, we agreed you'd have to wait until you're at least 6. When Steve Mitnick heard their conversation, he chimed in, Eric, with Hawaii's intelligence, not to mention she's smarter than kids 16 years old. Waiting until 6 is just holding her back. Eric looked at the camera. I don't want Hawaii to resent me for not giving her a childhood. How do you know what kind of childhood she wants? Steve Mitnick countered. Then, addressing Hawaii, he said, Hawaii, don't listen to your dad. You can use the computer sneakily when he's not around. The little girl looked disappointed, but shook her head. No, if Dad doesn't agree, then Mom won't either. If I used it secretly, Mom would be sad, and I don't want to upset her. The 3 men were indifferent, but Tina Brown, already a mother, felt overwhelmed with affection and was almost teary-eyed. She chastised Eric, saying, Eric, listen, could an ordinary 4 or 5-year-old say something so sensible? I suddenly think you're just terrible. Eric, as long as it's done reasonably, letting kids use computers isn't a bad thing. Ian Gurney, often quiet, finally spoke up. Feeling touched, Eric quickly surrendered and told his daughter, All right, but when you use the computer, Mommy has to be with you. Seeing the little girl nod in delight, Steve Mitnick added, Eric, I think we should hire Hawaii a math tutor. Start with middle school math. I think we should stick to business. Eric disregarded Steve Mitnick's suggestion and told Hawaii, Okay, sweetheart, I've promised you. Now you can go out and play. Dad, can I listen here? I'll be very good. The little girl blinked her big eyes and said. Eric felt her expression reminded him of Emma when she was being adorable, but he brushed it off, thinking kids were all like that. He nodded and gently said, Actually, Hawaii, you don't really need to know so many things. The knowledge in this world is endless. Even the smartest person could never acquire even a fraction of all the knowledge out there in a lifetime. Sometimes, you just need to know how to find the information you want when necessary. As Eric spoke, a thought crossed his mind. He looked up at the camera, addressing the 3 people on the other side. Ian, Steve, and Tina, do you know about 10 to the power of 100? There seems to be a special term for that. I remember someone used that term to describe endless data. I've been thinking about spinning off our search engine into a fully independent brand. I believe our search engine should have the ambition to gather and organize all the data in this world. So, let's name this search engine after that term, Google. What do you think? As he spoke, Eric casually wrote Google on a blank section of a document and held it up for the 3 on the other side to see. Tina Brown and Ian Gurney had no objections and were about to nod when Steve Mitnick interrupted. Eric, the pronunciation is correct, but you spelled it wrong. The professional term for 10 to the power of 100 should be Google, not Google. Steve Mitnick quickly wrote down the correct spelling on his notebook. Eric's expression didn't change. He smiled as he showed Ian Gurney and Tina Brown the word in his hands, then gestured towards the word Steve Mitnick had written. Although spelled incorrectly, I think Google looks better than Google, doesn't it? Tina Brown and Ian Gurney both chuckled and nodded. Steve Mitnick compared the 2 words and somewhat agreed with Eric's viewpoint, but still said, But that's too careless. If someone finds out our search engine's name came from your misspelling, they'll surely mock us. Eric dismissed it, saying, Only losers get mocked. Once our Google becomes the biggest search engine in the world, everyone will just see this misspelling as a humorous anecdote. Besides, since I thought of it, the correct domain name Google may have already been taken. So, you'd better have someone secure the Google domain for us today. In the next year, I hope you all can fully develop this search engine sub-brand. I have said before that Yahoo, as I envision it, should not simply be a media company. It should be a tech company that provides internet users with tools to browse the online world rather than just content. Regardless of Yahoo's size, we cannot meet the billions of internet users' diverse content needs. A portal website is destined to be a product of the early stages of the internet. As people's understanding of the internet deepens, they'll want to move away from the media content we provide and seek out what interests them. Therefore, search engines are the future of the internet. Ian Gurney and Steve Mitnick nodded in agreement, but they couldn't help glancing at Tina Brown. Tina Brown had always been in charge of Yahoo's media content division. If Eric planned to downplay Yahoo's image as an internet media company, Tina would likely find herself increasingly sidelined. Although she agreed with Eric's viewpoint, she couldn't help but feel a bit let down. Eric understood the thoughts of the three facing him and smiled. Tina, don't worry, you won't be sidelined. I remember talking to you about Yahoo's other business focus. I wonder if you still remember it. Tina Brown considered for a moment and replied, You mean social networks? Eric nodded. Correct, social networks. The reason I believe Yahoo can't satisfy all internet users' content needs, regardless of its size, is that our staff is limited and can't provide what every user desires. Additionally, as the internet grows, other media companies will create their own media content platforms. However, there is a group of users strong enough in content production to rival any media company wanting to develop an internet content platform. This is the vast user base of the internet. Just like with search engines, if we build a robust social network, we can capture this massive user base. Eventually, our social network will become the largest media platform in the world. So while ensuring the portals are well managed, I hope you place more emphasis on managing Yahoo personal pages. Though I don't think this is the ultimate form of a social network, managing Yahoo personal pages will help us gather experience for further developing the social network in the future. Tina Brown no longer appeared as disappointed as before. After listening to Eric, she pondered and said, In that case, Eric, why don't we treat the Yahoo personal page like the search engine and establish it as a separate subsidiary? I've thought about that, but the timing isn't quite right yet. Eric shook his head. The speed of internet development is much faster than I imagined. Now is an excellent time to invest in the search engine business, but I still prefer to wait until people can access the internet anytime, anywhere before promoting social networking. Ian Gurney suddenly interjected, Eric, that's probably the reason you're having us develop that mobile client operating system, along with Firefly Electronics' Yahoo Pad project? Since Ian Gurney saw through his intentions, Eric had no reason to hide it and nodded. Yes, actually, the Yahoo Pad is just the first step. This device still lacks convenience for connecting to the internet anytime and anywhere. It relies only on existing Wi-Fi hotspots to connect. So, our first step to promote this kind of device is to ensure Wi-Fi hotspots are widespread across the country. In the future, I hope the major telecom companies' mobile networks will support such constant connections to the internet. In fact, some of the current mobile networks can already connect to the internet, but the high costs are simply not affordable for ordinary people. Given Yahoo's close connection with Firefly Electronics, Ian Gurney recalled some Wi-Fi technology information he had seen. Hearing Eric's plan to lay out Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide, he couldn't help but exclaim, Eric, laying out Wi-Fi hotspots across the country is like building a brand new mobile communication network. Even the three major telecom companies might not go for it that easily. Keep in mind, even building just a regional mobile communication network can cost billions, let alone a nationwide one. Eric thought about the ubiquitous McDonald's, KFC, and Starbucks chains, smiled, and said, I'm not talking about building a comprehensive mobile communication network like the telecom companies. Just focus on your own tasks, and you'll see. Chapter 945, Eyes Made for Horror Films. After discussing Yahoo's development plans for the following year all morning, as noon approached, everyone signed off for the day. Eric finally got the chance to check the box office data for the opening day of Jurassic Park 3. The opening day revenue for Jurassic Park 3 was $19.02 million. While it couldn't compare to the $23.1 million opening of Rush Hour 2 from the previous week, it did align with the projections from Firefly Films' distribution department. According to an analysis report from Los Angeles, based on the opening of $19.02 million, and the early reception, Jurassic Park 3's first-week box office should be around $80 million, with North America expected to easily surpass $200 million in total gross. Feedback from some international markets that opened simultaneously indicated that the film could also reach about $400 million in overseas box office. The original Jurassic Park series had faltered due to Spielberg's missteps with the second film, resulting in a decline in both critical reception and box office performance. However, under Firefly Group's careful guidance, the new Jurassic Park trilogy maintained a strong reputation and commercial potential. Although the anticipated global box office of $600 million could not be compared to the first two films, it still surpassed over 90% of big-budget films in North America. However, after the third installment, the series would be put on indefinite hiatus, awaiting the right moment for a reboot in the future. Eric had arranged to meet Chris that evening in Manhattan for a fund manager meeting. At 4 o'clock, he left East Hampton with Chris. The gathering was hosted by J.P. Morgan and took place at the Plaza Hotel. Winter days were short, and by the time Eric and Chris arrived in Manhattan, night had nearly fallen. After choosing a restaurant for dinner, they headed to the Plaza. Recently, after wreaking havoc across Southeast Asia, many in the U.S. held critical views towards the actions of hedge funds. Therefore, this meeting was quite confidential. There was no red carpet, no reporters, not even any indication that a group of financial moguls was in secret conference within the hotel. Following Chris to the entrance of a banquet hall, Eric only understood they had arrived at their destination when Chris presented an invitation. Walking into the banquet hall, Eric spotted a few middle-aged men in suits approaching, smiling and asking Chris, "I remember hearing that Soros enjoys attending various gatherings of artists, writers, and musicians, but he usually avoids these types of circles. Do you think he'll show up tonight?" Chris nodded. "Of course. I specifically called him and mentioned you'd be here, and he said he would come." Suddenly recalling Chris's earlier teasing words, Eric thought of a joke. "You know, I'm beginning to think you're quite cunning." Chris clearly didn't grasp Eric's improvised compliment. "Oh, is that meant as a compliment?" "It counts," Eric confirmed with a nod. As Chris introduced Eric to a few fund managers, they all unexpectedly turned to look behind him and Chris. Turning around, Eric saw an older gentleman with graying hair and a rounded face step inside the entrance. It was George Soros. Soros nodded at the people who acknowledged him but walked directly up to Eric, extending his hand. "Hey, Eric, nice to meet you." Given his familiarity, Eric responded amiably, shaking his hand and saying, "Hello, George." Soros appeared uninterested in interacting with anyone else, briefly greeting the people in the hall before finding a seat with Eric and initiating small talk. "Eric, I've wanted to meet you for a while. I ran into Jeffrey at a party the other night, and he mentioned you shared a few thoughts in response to my book. It was very interesting." Listening with a smile, Eric replied, "What I shared with Jeffrey was mostly about nature's survival rules." Nodding, Soros said, "I see. Eric, there's one thing I'm still puzzled about. In light of the Southeast Asian situation, why did you jump from the Thai baht and Indonesian rupiah directly to betting on the Korean won, skipping over currencies of other countries? To be honest, while your investment volume is small, your returns outpace those of most hedge funds during this crisis. Many are reluctant to give up their chances this past half year, yet they hardly gained anything." Eric wasn't surprised that Soros was aware of Firefly Investments' various strategies during the Southeast Asian economic crisis. He couldn't give Soros an explanation, nor did he wish to fabricate a response, so he deflected, "George, I think you might want to ask Chris about that. I only understand some basic theoretical knowledge." "I already asked Chris. Hansen said it was your decision," Soros stated, fixing his gaze intently on Eric. Eric glanced at Chris, who was nearby chatting amiably with others, then shrugged. "If you absolutely need an answer, I'd say it's because I'm an outsider. While everyone else was scrambling to destroy the currencies of Southeast Asia, I didn't go that route. I'm not that greedy either. Instead of diversifying my focus, I concentrated all my efforts on one pivotal point. Given that South Korea is the most economically developed country in Southeast Asia aside from Japan, I believe the ultimate showdown in this crisis would be against the won. The potential for profit is maximized there, and it allows for ample planning time." Soros carefully considered Eric's words. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he hesitated and shook his head. No, South Korea won't be the final stand in this financial crisis. Eric countered. The profit margin for a second wave of attacks on Southeast Asia is already slim. Many will certainly go for it next year, but I think it's unnecessary. Beyond that, I can't think of any other valuable targets. Soros gently urged. Think a bit further north, toward that polar bear. Eric felt as if Soros were a wolf trying to coax a sheep into a trap. He sensed no malice from the older man, yet he couldn't help but want to tease a little. George, if I remember correctly, Russia pulled in about $10 billion this year from foreign investments via treasury bonds and stocks, which is more than the total of the previous 5 years combined. Quantum Fund must have a substantial piece of that pie. Do you really want Russia to face an economic crisis? In memory, 1998 saw Russia inevitably plunged into a financial crisis. However, Soros's stance leaned toward preserving the ruble's exchange rate. The previous year, based on a positive outlook for Russia's economic recovery, he had channeled the substantial profits made from Southeast Asian currencies into Russian treasury bonds and stocks. Then, with the ruble's significant devaluation, both stocks and bonds plummeted, costing Soros nearly $3 billion. Soros stared at Eric with a questioning gaze, genuinely surprised. Eric, it seems you don't have much faith in Russia's economy. Eric shrugged. Your book, The Alchemy of Finance, greatly benefited me. You describe the influence of human factors on economic activity as reflexivity. The less human intervention there is in economic activities, the more they conform to theoretical economic laws. But look at Russia. While it outwardly appears as a capitalist nation, capital does not play any decisive role in its economy. It's the people who truly determine Russia's economic trajectory. But people are selfish. They have their own agendas and interests. Ultimately, very few are willing to make any concessions for a country or a nation. Yeltsin dragged the entire Soviet Union into the abyss for his political ambitions, leading to the collapse of what could have rivaled the U.S. He remains president of Russia. Who can guarantee he won't do so again? Who can assure that another Yeltsin won't emerge? So, I hold a pessimistic view of Russia's future. Mark my words, George. Once a financial crisis hits Russia, the first thing those people will consider is how to protect their own interests. When all is said and done, it's the common people who suffer the most from the depreciation of the ruble, and they will try to shift those damages onto the civilians as much as possible. Soros suddenly felt he couldn't quite grasp this young man before him. Still, he found Eric's arguments quite reasonable. Soros was all too familiar with the current Russian president's character. He suddenly regretted putting substantial funds into Russia, but at that moment, it was simply unrealistic to withdraw those billions in the near term. Setting that thought aside, Soros remarked, Eric, I find you to be a thorough pessimist. Eric, with a smile, said, Yes, many around me say I'm a pessimist, but I don't see anything wrong with it. Pessimism can also be a driving force. I feel I still have many things to accomplish, so it's better not to be overly optimistic. Speaking of which, Eric, it seems you are overly infatuated with investments in new technology. In my view, the portfolio of Firefly Investment is mostly a collection of bubbles. The Nasdaq market is bound to collapse eventually. If I were you, I would invest all funds in the development of the Firefly Group instead. Eric realized Soros was genuinely giving him advice, but he still disagreed. George, you seem overly pessimistic in this regard. It is true that tech stocks are beginning to show signs of bubble formation. However, even if that trillion-dollar bubble bursts, the fragments left behind will still represent significant wealth. With Eric raising this topic, they began discussing the wave of new technology and the third technological revolution. As the two engaged in fervent discussion, would-be interlopers found their advances thwarted. Only Chris passed by to deliver 2 drinks and exchanged a few pleasantries before subtly stepping away. By the time they exited the gathering, it was well past 10 o'clock at night. As Eric was leaving, he exchanged business cards with Soros, but neither mentioned plans to meet again. After a night of conversation, they both realized they shared a tendency for maintaining distance in relationships. Having spent several hours possibly drinking too much, Eric returned to his apartment on 6th Avenue. After a shower, he found his buzz slightly stronger. Wearing a bathrobe and drying his hair, he collapsed onto the couch, reluctant to move. He picked up the remote and turned on the television. Fox was airing a historical drama. Eric couldn't discern the era, but the characters' costumes bore some resemblance to those he encountered in fantasy games like The Elder Scrolls. He glanced a few times, realizing the show was likely a rerun. He held no interest in period dramas. Just as he was about to change the channel, he was captivated by a female archer on screen. It wasn't solely due to the actress's beauty, it was more about her eyes. The actress's eyes weren't particularly large and could not be described as beautiful or alluring. Yet, whether it was because of their pale hue, her pupils appeared strikingly dark and vivid, exuding a peculiar witch-like quality. However, her entire demeanor reflected that of a cat, one who was easily startled, appearing timid and fragile, almost neurotic. During this time, Eric had been seeking the lead actress for Ring, and upon seeing this performer named Vera Farmiga on screen, he suddenly believed that her eyes were perfectly suited for a horror film. She seemed tailor-made for the role of the lead in Ring. Chapter 946, Gore Verbinski. The Tempest was a fantastical play by Shakespeare and is said to be his last script. The script tells the story of a duke from the Italian city-state of Milan who was usurped by his brother and ended up on a deserted island. He tamed the spirits and monsters of the island and then sought vengeance to reclaim his title. The entire tale bore a resemblance to the Count of Monte Cristo. Eric discovered Vera Farmiga in a costume drama on Fox last night. After a brief phone call, he managed to secure tickets to a production of The Tempest at a Broadway theater in Manhattan for the very next morning. The costume drama featuring Vera Farmiga was called Roar, but due to poor ratings, it was canceled after just 13 episodes. She was primarily a stage actress, and her attempt to transition to television had not gone well. Consequently, she returned to Broadway to continue her craft, and The Tempest was the play she was currently involved in. Eric hadn't reached out to Vera Farmiga personally yet, although he thought she had a pair of eyes that were perfect for horror films. He planned to observe her in the show before making any decisions. The director chosen for the American version of The Ring happened to be in New York. Eric specifically called him to invite him to the play, considering it a chance to audition the lead actress. Interestingly, the director of The Ring was quite renowned in its original timeline. His name was Gore Verbinski, known for directing the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. Gore Verbinski, like Michael Bay and David Fincher, had made a name for himself as a director of commercials and music videos before transitioning to film direction. When Eric found Gore Verbinski, he had just completed a short film, which he intended to use as a stepping stone into Hollywood. Consequently, Firefly easily signed him for 3 film deals. The August Theater, where Vera Farmiga performed, was located on West 52nd Street in Midtown, close to Broadway. With Christmas just behind them and New Year on the horizon, Manhattan streets seemed even more lively after nightfall. The performance started at 8 o'clock, and Eric and Gore Verbinski entered the theater at 7:30. A staff member who recognized Eric eagerly guided them to a box seat on the second floor overlooking the entire stage. After briefly chatting with the theater owner, they finally settled into their seats. It was actually Gore Verbinski's first time seeing Eric after signing with Firefly, although he already knew that Eric had personally designated him for the director's role in The Ring. While he wasn't sure why this young Hollywood mogul had taken notice of him, Gore Verbinski was confident in his abilities. His advertising resume was as impressive as Michael Bay's. He had previously won a Cannes Silver Lion and the Clio Awards, often referred to as the Oscars of advertising. However, when it came to taking on a horror film, Gore Verbinski felt somewhat disappointed. Although horror films comprised a massive genre in Hollywood, they ultimately couldn't compare to mainstream blockbusters. The Ring is a psychological thriller, so I believe having a lead actress who can draw the audience in is particularly important, Eric explained. You should pay attention to the actress playing the second lead, a sprite named Ariel, played by Vera Farmiga. She has an inherently tense demeanor that's almost neurotic. Her strikingly unique eyes make people instinctively want to soften their movements, as if afraid of startling her. An actress like that is just perfect for the lead in The Ring. Gore Verbinski nodded seriously. After Eric finished speaking and noticing that the performance hadn't yet begun, he said, "Eric, I've reviewed all the project materials. If you have high hopes for this film, The $20 million budget seems a bit low. Eric asked, what do you propose? Since both Vera and I are newcomers, we should cast a leading man with significant box office appeal to ensure the film gains wider recognition after a positive reception. That way, we can safeguard the box office. As Eric fiddled with a refined mini binoculars, he thought of The Sixth Sense. The blockbuster horror film grossed $600 million globally, and a large part of that success was attributable to Bruce Willis's star power. While Bruce Willis wasn't exactly an esteemed actor, his fame was undeniably a vital component of The Sixth Sense's box office hit status. The original American version of The Ring had been filmed after the Japanese version gained widespread acclaim, easily resulting in substantial box office success. However, now that Eric had swooped in and secured The Ring, it lacked the built-in popularity of its predecessor. Gore Verbinski's proposal seemed like a sound approach to remedy this issue. After contemplating for some time, Eric said, "You can discuss this with Kenneth and the others. If we can secure a leading star, the budget can be adjusted, but I must insist that no profit-sharing agreements are made." In recent years, more and more leading stars have demanded box office cuts, especially in low-budget commercial films. These stars often entered signed agreements hoping to gain more than they initially invested. Gore Verbinski had also considered this route, promising a cut could lower stars' basic salaries, reducing production costs while increasing the likelihood of securing a big name. Upon hearing Eric's stipulation against profit sharing, Gore Verbinski's lips moved as if to respond, but he ultimately held back. He was aware of the salary dispute that had recently occurred between Pierce Brosnan and MGM. The two men chatted a bit more until the performance finally began. Although the August Theater was not one of the top-tier Broadway venues, the quality of this play was still very high. Even Eric, who wasn't overly keen on Shakespeare's works, found himself captivated throughout the 2-hour performance. Both he and Gore Verbinski were very pleased with Vera Farmiga's performance. When the show finished, as Eric and Gore Verbinski were about to leave, the theater owner, Andrew Wiggins, approached them with enthusiasm. "Mr. Williams, did you enjoy our performance?" With a respectful demeanor, Eric replied amicably, "Absolutely. It was fantastic. I'll definitely come back next time I can." "Oh, it's our honor," Andrew Wiggins said, quickly handing over a business card and giving one to Gore Verbinski as well. "If you ever need anything, please feel free to call me, and I'll reserve the best box seats for you both." Eric nodded and tucked the card into his suit pocket. Just as he was about to take his leave, Andrew Wiggins added, "Mr. Williams, our actors know you watched the performance tonight. They are backstage hoping to say hello." Initially, Eric had planned to contact Vera Farmiga the next day, but after hearing Andrew Wiggins's invitation, he hesitated for a moment before nodding and following him backstage. Most theater performances only had one show each day, and after the curtain fell at the August Theater, it was usually the moment when everyone relaxed the most. However, today, after the performance, everyone hurriedly changed costumes and removed makeup. They had just received exhilarating news. Eric Williams had attended their show tonight. Since the August Theater wasn't a prestigious Broadway venue, those with a keen sense realized that Eric would not solely be there to watch the performance. Though they couldn't guess Eric's real reason for attending, everyone understood this was a golden opportunity. No Broadway actor didn't dream of Hollywood, and securing even a fleeting impression from Eric Williams might change their lives forever. As a result, all the actors put forth their utmost effort during this performance. Even seasoned regular guests noticed that tonight's show was far superior to countless others. Andrew Wiggins guided Eric backstage, and he couldn't help but probe, "Mr. Williams, did you come to see The Tempest with plans to film a Shakespeare play?" Eric smiled and shook his head, gesturing toward Gore Verbinski next to him. "He's the one planning to make a movie. But truthfully, I'm actually interested in one of the actresses in your company, so you might need to find a replacement." "Oh, what a lucky fellow," Andrew Wiggins said, showing no sign of disappointment and instead appearing thrilled. In Broadway, finding actors for Shakespeare plays wasn't a significant issue, so replacing one wouldn't be overly difficult. Moreover, Andrew Wiggins didn't believe Eric would take the actress away overnight. Filming a movie would require time for prep work. During that interim, any actress Eric took note of would still be around to perform. He could leverage this news as a marketing angle to boost ticket sales for the theater. At the same time, Andrew Wiggins also grew curious about which fortunate soul had caught Eric Williams's eye. He was very familiar with the members of his theater troupe. Most of the main actors had experience in film or television, but none had achieved considerable success. Otherwise, they wouldn't have considered returning to Broadway. As Eric stepped backstage, he immediately spotted Vera Farmiga. Vera Farmiga, only 24 at the time, was in the prime of young womanhood, with fair skin and golden hair, dressed in a white turtleneck sweater among the crowd. Her uniquely captivating eyes projected an air of innocence. With Andrew Wiggins's introduction, Eric greeted several of the main cast members and posed for a group photo before finally turning his attention to Vera Farmiga. During their brief exchanges, many people noticed where Eric's and Gore Verbinski's focus lay. As Eric looked toward Vera Farmiga, all eyes turned with varied emotions. Vera could intuit something was amiss, feeling a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Eric felt the collective gaze and, after pondering a moment, directly asked, "Miss Farmiga, can we have a word alone?" Sure. Okay," Vera Farmiga nodded, her fingers twisting together in a display of nervousness. "If there's nothing else pressing," Eric suggested, looking toward Andrew Wiggins, "maybe I can give Miss Farmiga a ride home." Andrew Wiggins had the intention of hosting an after-party, but, since Eric had made that offer, he didn't decline. It was already late at night, so he readily agreed. "Of course, that's fine." As Eric chatted with Andrew Wiggins, Vera Farmiga also snapped back to reality, glancing at her bulky black puffer jacket hanging on a nearby rack. She didn't want to wear that in front of Eric, so she looked to a close friend nearby, whose long pink puffer coat was quite lovely. Their sizes were similar. However, noticing the hint of jealousy gleaming in her friend's eyes, Vera Farmiga decided against asking to borrow that coat. She picked up her own jacket and purse and left the theater with Eric and Gore Verbinski. Once outside the theater, Gore Verbinski took the hint and excused himself. On this late December night in New York, the temperatures had dropped below freezing, and fewer pedestrians were on the street than earlier in the evening. Eric's car was parked not far from the theater, but he didn't immediately get in. He accepted a trench coat from a waiting bodyguard, and, noticing Vera Farmiga still clutching her puffer jacket with her face flushed from the cold, he laughed and inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Vera Farmiga shook her head. I'm all right, I guess. You should put it on. I feel cold just watching you," Eric suggested, taking the puffer jacket from her hands and carefully helping her put it on. After she slipped her arms into the sleeves, Eric chuckled at how the once slim woman appeared bulked up now. "What made you choose a black puffer jacket? Do you like black?" "Not really. I just bought it on a whim," Vera replied, shaking her head. In reality, it was because this jacket was on sale. Though she had acted in the Fox drama Roar earlier that year, she hadn't earned much as a newcomer. Instead, her time had been spent rather unprofitably, leaving her finances a little tight. Chapter 947, Trouble. The streets of Manhattan could create a remarkable sense of time and space distortion. Walking down the street, one moment you could pass an old, crumbling red brick building with perhaps a century of history, and with the next step, a modern skyscraper of 70 or 80 stories would pop up in front of you. Vera Farmiga walked beside Eric, following his gaze at the scattered lights in the late-night streets. Noticing that Eric hadn't spoken for a while, she took the initiative to ask, "Eric, what are you thinking about? This is Hell's Kitchen, right?" Eric mused aloud without waiting for Vera to respond. He turned to glance at the woman beside him and added with a smile, "I was going to ask you where you live since I planned to take you home." The two had left the August Theater and had walked quite a ways along West 52nd Street. Vera, feeling a bit anxious about where Eric Williams was taking her, quickly replied, "I live on West 55th Street. Just go north from the 10th Avenue." Eric nodded, his hands in the pockets of his overcoat. He noticed the mix of confusion and hope in Vera's eyes, and he smiled as he said, "I almost forgot to mention something important. There's a movie I want you to audition for." Feeling Eric's casual tone, Vera suddenly lost some of her initial excitement and asked, "Eric, is it a movie you're directing?" "No." Eric shook his head. "The director is Gore, the guy you just saw." Vera nodded. mimicking Eric's casual posture as she put her hands in her puffer jacket pockets. Her steps lightened a bit as she hesitated before asking, "So, Eric, why did you come by tonight?" Eric explained, "Even though I'm not directing it myself, this is a very important project for Firefly. I wanted to see your performance since I plan on having you play the lead. My performance is okay, right?" Vera's eyes lit up for a moment, but then she asked a bit uncertainly. Eric chuckled and nodded. "If it wasn't, I would have left early. Someone will contact you about the next steps." Vera replied with an hum as they reached the corner of 10th Avenue and turned north. Glancing casually, she noticed a black car shadowing them on the street. Understanding it was Eric's bodyguard, she suddenly said, "Eric, now that you came personally, my upcoming days are going to be troublesome." Eric laughed and asked, "What trouble?" Vera replied, "I don't know yet, but the competition on Broadway can be fierce." Upon hearing Vera's hint, Eric quickly realized. Vera had suddenly found a great opportunity, but jealous colleagues at the theater would likely make things difficult for her. "Well, in that case, why don't you quit your job tomorrow?" "I can't do that. I at least need to wait for Andrew to find a replacement for me. And besides," she glanced at Eric and said, "I still don't know if I can actually handle this role. I definitely still need to audition, right?" "Of course, but your acting skills are fine, and you've got the right look. Unless you ask for an exorbitant fee, that role will likely be yours." "Huh, I don't have the standing to demand a high price. In the last TV series I was in, I only earned $2,000 per episode. That was for Roar, right? I just saw you in that show yesterday. Weren't you the lead? Why was the pay so low?" "It was more of an ensemble piece, and I was just one of the 2 female leads. Also, since I'm a newcomer, $2,000 isn't bad at all," Vera explained, then added with a smile, "But from what you just said, this TV show brought me good luck. I would have been willing to do it even without any pay." As they were chatting casually, they had unknowingly arrived outside a red brick apartment on West 55th Street. "This is where I live," Vera pointed at the apartment. She lightly kicked the ground with her platform boots and, with a twinkle in her eye, asked, "Eric, would you like to come up for a bit?" With a smile on his face, Eric responded, "Aren't you afraid I might stay longer than you want?" Vera's face flushed. Slightly, avoiding Eric's eyes, she replied softly, "Well, with what we talked about today, you're only allowed to stay for a bit. As much as I want to pretend I didn't understand, okay, it's a pity." Vera shyly lowered her head and said, "In a few days, it will be the new year. If you have time, you can give me a call." "Huh, let's talk about it then," Eric chuckled. He planned to leave Manhattan for East Hampton the next day and would definitely spend the new year with his kids. "Well, I should head back now. You go on up." "Okay, goodbye," Vera nodded. Just as she went up the stairs to her apartment, she turned back, rummaged through her bag, and handed Eric a business card, saying, "I almost forgot. This has my cell number on it." Eric took the card and tucked it away, watching Vera enter her apartment before turning to get back into his car. The opening week of Jurassic Park 3 crossed into the new year, ultimately grossing $86.61 million in its first week, slightly higher than the Thanksgiving release of Night at the Museum 2, yet showing a noticeable drop compared to its 2 predecessors. Impacted by several new releases, including Jurassic Park 3, Rush Hour 2's second week box office plummeted 55%, earning just $45.22 million. However, due to a strong opening, the $70 million budget film had amassed $149 million in just 2 weeks, meaning Firefly had already recouped the film's entire cost due to their tiered ticket sales agreement. Additionally, Firefly's Thanksgiving release of Monsters Incorporated was in its 6th week, and while its weekly gross had dipped to $8.04 million, it successfully crossed $200 million in total, becoming the 3rd film in 1997 to achieve box office earnings exceeding $200 million. Both Rush Hour 2 and Jurassic Park 3 had the potential to surpass the $200 million mark, but as of December 31, 1997, neither film had yet crossed that milestone. MGM's Night at the Museum 2 had been in theaters for 5 weeks, with its weekly earnings also falling into the $10 million range, bringing its total to $159 million. Given the current trend, chances of breaking the $200 million ceiling appeared slim. As the new year began and the newest weekly box office figures came in, the media also began tallying the total box office for 1997, leading to a box office report that caused quite a stir in Hollywood. The entire year of 1997 saw that even by December 31st, the Firefly Group had 3 films, Finding Nemo, Monsters Incorporated, and Rush Hour 2, making it into the top 10 box office rankings, not counting Jurassic Park 3, which had expected North American earnings around $200 million. MGM's Casino Royale and Night at the Museum 2 also made the top 10, while Fox's animated film Ice Age and Julia's romantic comedy My Best Friend's Wedding joined the list as well. Thus, by December 31st, 1997, Firefly Group's 3 major film companies claimed an astonishing 7 spots in the North American yearly box office top 10. Movies outside of the Firefly Group included Universal's Air Force One, Paramount's The Lion King 2, and Sony's Godzilla. Warner Bros. Batman and Robin, once highly anticipated by Time Warner, barely crossed $100 million at the North American box office due to behind-the-scenes maneuvers, ranking a disappointing 13th for the year and even falling behind MGM's Scream 2. However, the production cost of Batman and Robin was 5 times that of Scream 2's. In recent years, Hollywood found itself at a pivotal moment in its global rise. Faced with the powerful Firefly Group, other major movie companies began stepping up their expansion efforts. Against Firefly's current position, unconventional competitive tactics revealed little effectiveness, leaving rivals to replicate the Firefly model as best they could. In the remarkable year of 1997, the top 10 box office chart included 4 animated films, prompting an influx of funds from film industries in Europe and Southeast Asia to abandon previous strategies of big stars and huge productions. Instead, they enthusiastically invested in special effects blockbusters. Eric remembered how, in the past timeline, Disney's film business became increasingly dominant following a series of acquisitions of Pixar Animation, Marvel Entertainment, and Lucasfilm. Disney often occupied half of Hollywood's yearly box office ranking but also earned the nickname Toxic Disney due to its extreme commercialization. At one point, the entire Disney Group's market value crossed $300 billion, far surpassing old rivals like Time Warner and Viacom, which barely maintained valuations in the tens of billions. However, given the current situation, it was still the late 90s, and the Firefly Group had already completed the kind of strategic planning that Disney would not finish until many years later. A recent article by Businessweek projected the Firefly Group's valuation at $100 billion, a figure widely accepted by Wall Street. In contrast, companies like Time Warner, benefiting from the technology wave, and Viacom, which had recently acquired CBS Group, maintained their market value below $50 billion, less than half of Firefly Group's worth. As Businessweek disclosed its valuation of the Firefly Group, many media outlets turned their focus back to predictions for Eric's net worth. Eric maintained a stake of 73.7% in the Firefly Group, which meant his shares alone were valued at $73.7 billion, an increase of $10 billion from the previous year. Moreover, under the continued influence of the technology wave, Eric's other major venture, Firefly Investments, had multiple high-tech companies experiencing significant increases in their market values. Yet Eric had no time to dwell on the media stories. After the new year, he quickly returned to Los Angeles. Although media valuations for the Firefly Group soared, Eric's significant investments in the NASDAQ market throughout the year, totaling over $3 billion, substantially pressured the company's profitability. This situation inevitably raised concerns among some shareholders of the Firefly Group. Last year, Eric's investment in technology stocks had already reduced the Firefly Group's annual profits. And this year, although the business was robust, Eric's heavier investments in tech stocks could leave expected profits hardly exceeding a few $100 million. After all, not everyone shared confidence in the NASDAQ's upward trajectory, with several shorts funds actively betting against it on Wall Street. Over 2 years, Eric had invested $5 billion in the NASDAQ market. Although this capital had yielded substantial returns, it remained volatile wealth on paper. If the NASDAQ were to crash, the value of the Clover Fund stocks might plummet to zero within days. Just days after Eric returned to Los Angeles, Warren Buffett arrived as a representative of other shareholders to discuss the Clover Fund's substantial holdings in technology stocks with him. Chapter 948. The Ace Up the Sleeve. In a small conference room within the Firefly Group's administrative district, Warren Buffett furrowed his brow as he quickly read through the investment materials for the Clover Fund. Buffett had initially thought his request to take a look at the Clover Fund's stock portfolio would be met with a refusal from Eric. After all, it was a company's commercial secret. Even as a shareholder of Firefly Group, if Eric insisted, there was a chance he wouldn't be able to see it. However, to Buffett's surprise, Eric agreed readily without even requiring him to sign a confidentiality agreement. As he looked through the pages of information, Buffett realized why Eric was so open with him. The Clover Fund's stock investments were primarily concentrated in three sectors. The first category encompassed internet tech stocks, with major investment targets including Microsoft, Intel, Cisco, AOL, Sun, and Oracle, making up over half of the total investment. The second category consisted of telecommunications stocks, such as AT&T, Sprint, and Verizon, accounting for around 30% of their investments. Lastly, under 20% of their investments were tied up in several large cable companies like Comcast, Time Warner Cable, and others. In simple terms, these stocks largely comprised the very hot tech stocks of the time. In recent years, both large investment funds and small retail investors had been chasing after these types of stocks. Thus, even if the Clover Fund's investment portfolio were disclosed, it wouldn't raise any eyebrows. But in Buffett's eyes, Eric's portfolio seemed haphazard and lacked a solid strategy. Typically, the more complicated a fund's stock portfolio, the stronger its risk resistance. However, that also meant the potential for high returns was typically lower. Diversification in stock investments often aligned a fund's returns with the broader market index. Great investors always managed to outperform the market. Buffett earned the title of the Oracle of Omaha, with Berkshire Hathaway's annual growth rate historically exceeding the Dow Jones by more than 10 percentage points for decades. To Buffett, a fund's investment return aligning with the market performed better than merely following the overall market growth. After all, stock market gains indicated the overall growth of the economy. Stripping away the influences of inflation and rising prices left little change in actual asset value or purchasing power. Of course, Buffett understood that Eric was betting on the imminent arrival of a new bull market in the Nasdaq, aiming to capitalize on stock arbitrage, effectively surpassing the market. Buffett had no issue with stock arbitrage and often engaged in it himself. However, he never held on to high-risk arbitrage stocks for long, nor did he pile into them aimlessly like Eric seemed to be doing. Yet, upon seeing the total value of the Clover Fund stock assets, even though his brow remained furrowed, he couldn't help but be impressed. In just 2 years, the initial investment of $5 billion had appreciated to $9.1 billion. If Eric could liquidate the entire Clover Fund stock, minus taxes, along with Firefly Group's own surplus, the company's net profit for the year would exceed $7 billion. Buffett recalled that in 1996, even General Motors, North America's most profitable company, reported a net profit of only $6.88 billion for the year. As a distinguished investor, Buffett hadn't put down the materials, yet was already contemplating how he would invest if he had that $7 billion. Perhaps he should buy out the national insurance company, which he had been eyeing for a while, and increase his stake in Coca-Cola. Compared to the high-risk stocks with typically 50 to 60 times earnings, companies like the insurance firm and Coca-Cola would offer the best investment targets for long-term, stable returns. When Eric walked into the conference room, he found Buffett deep in thought, or perhaps daydreaming. Noticing someone sitting down opposite him, Buffett came to his senses, put down the documents, and took off his reading glasses, asking, "Eric, I want to know, what exactly are your plans?" This year, Firefly will continue to invest $2 billion in tech stocks. I aim to accumulate capital for the next significant expansion of Firefly Group, which will minimize stock transaction ratios, Eric replied. Buffett slightly shook his head. Eric, you haven't experienced a stock market crash. You don't know just how terrifying that can be. I've seen billionaires face a market crash where they could go bankrupt in just a day. The stocks in the Clover Fund, once a crash occurs, most might fall below your purchase price in a short time. Warren, I'm not a greedy person. I believe I can still gauge the right time to take action. Eric chuckled confidently. Eric's decision to openly reveal the Clover Fund's stock investment portfolio to Buffett stemmed from his belief that this information wouldn't provide Buffett with any significant insights. His most crucial ace in the hole was his foresight for the future. While the ups and downs of the Nasdaq might be influenced to some extent by Eric, resembling a butterfly effect, the overall economic development trend of the country wouldn't change substantially. Eric's influence hadn't yet reached that level. Buffett shook his head again and said, I appreciate a manager's long-term vision for a company, but in my view, you have no need to take such risks right now. I'm not taking risks, Warren. Eric spread his hands. This $5 billion, as well as the planned $2 billion this year, are all surplus funds from Firefly Group itself. Even if I lost it all, it would be a pity but wouldn't harm the fundamentals of Firefly Group. If I were to take risks, I would definitely use investment leverage. Turning $5 billion in principal into $20 or $30 billion in capital would be quite effortless. Though Buffett still deemed Eric's investment too risky, he found himself nodding in agreement with Eric's words. However, even with the promising profit outlook, Buffett didn't fully support Eric's actions. He preferred to hold the funds in his own hands for desired investments. Berkshire Hathaway holds 5% of Firefly. In 1996, Firefly Group's net profit was $1.76 billion, and Berkshire Hathaway received a dividend of $88 million. In the same year, Berkshire Hathaway's net profit was only $725 million. In other words, Berkshire Hathaway's 5% stake in Firefly Group brought an annual income of more than 10% of its annual profit. As a diversified investment company, a 10% profit ratio is still very important. Eric, perceiving Buffett's expression, guessed his thoughts and smiled, saying, Warren, you could sell the Firefly shares held by Berkshire Hathaway to me based on the recent Wall Street valuation of Firefly at $100 billion. For 5% of the shares, that's $5 billion. What do you think? Currently, Firefly Group could hardly come up with $5 billion at once. However, if Buffett or other shareholders were willing to part with their shares, it wouldn't be too difficult for Eric to raise that sum in the short term. Eric, I'm not letting go of my stake in Firefly Group, Buffett said firmly, shaking his head with a smile. He had thoroughly studied Firefly Group's current development status. Although the company was growing larger, it showed no signs of becoming unnecessarily bloated. Now under Firefly Group were Firefly Films, New Line Cinema, Disney Studios, Buena Vista International, ABC, ESPN, Pixar, Disneyland, Digital Domain, and more. This long list of subsidiaries all represented prime assets that brought considerable profits to the parent company. Such a diversified yet cohesive large media group shares were precisely what Buffett had always desired. As long as Eric didn't undertake what Buffett deemed utterly irrational company development strategies, Buffett would never sell his shares in Firefly Group. After all, even without profit dividends from Firefly Group, the value of the company's stock was bound to appreciate steadily over the years. Eric didn't expect Buffett to sell his shares, but still said, Warren, you can also let others know. If they ever want to sell their shares in Firefly Group, I can offer the most generous buyback price. The annual growth rate for Firefly Group is quite low. I believe in the coming years they will definitely be keen on investing in Nasdaq tech stocks, and it will require money to do so. Buffett tapped on the Clover Fund's investment materials, saying, To me, that's just a pile of bubbles. I couldn't disagree more. Eric shook his head. After the Southeast Asian financial crisis, countless hot money will flow into North America. Even if the trillion-dollar bubble bursts, the remnants still represent substantial wealth for us. Buffett maintained a warm smile, yet shook his head. Eric, you can't sway me. My investment principle is never to delve into unfamiliar fields. If I'm interested in a company, I first research it thoroughly before acting. Think about it. This principle applies to you as well. Your holding in Firefly Group and the myriad subsidiaries have developed to a considerable scale. While you have a good handle on these companies now, you'll inevitably start to feel overwhelmed. When that happens, your task is to shed the areas you're unfamiliar with and focus on optimizing what you can manage. Eric nodded. So, among the professional managers in North America, The one I admire most is Jack Welch. If you're interested, I can help introduce you. However, Jack has a particular obsession with diversification, which is not necessarily a good thing. GE's business has become quite bloated. I believe over the next decade, whether actively or passively, GE will gradually shrink its operations. After finishing, Buffett eagerly analyzed. In fact, at the beginning of his tenure, Jack started with streamlining operations. At that time, GE's business structure and employee system were overly bloated. Jack once reduced the management layers from 8 to 3, enabling the company to have a leaner operation, growing into a firm with over 100 subsidiaries and nearly $300 billion in assets. But no management philosophy is flawless. Although Jack ensured rapid development for GE over the past decade, the issues stemming from his management style will inevitably grow more severe over the coming years. For instance, Jack's obsession with diversification led to GE owning more than 100 subsidiaries, including NBC, most of which are unnecessary. If the next management cannot resolve the problems he left behind, GE is bound to face decline. Eric listened intently to Buffett's analysis, and once he finished, he smiled and asked, "What about you, Warren? You've been at the helm of Berkshire Hathaway for over 30 years. It's different. That's a completely different ballgame. GE runs tangible industries, while I deal in equity investments. Over the years, I've never ceased restructuring the investment portfolio. Moreover, Berkshire Hathaway is valued at only over $39 billion, which is nowhere near being bloated." After speaking, Buffett glanced at Eric with a grin. "Truth be told, I'm quite envious of you, kid. In just 10 years, you've surpassed what we older folks achieve in a lifetime. Occasionally, I ponder whether I should place massive bets akin to your stakes amidst the Gulf War, the Southeast Asian crisis, and the current wave of new technology. Unfortunately, I just can't bring myself to take risks as you do. By the way, you made quite a bit from Southeast Asia this past year, didn't you?" $1.1 billion, Eric admitted candidly. "I didn't expect it to be this much. From what I know, Soros's two funds likely gained around $6 billion this time, with his personal earnings amounting to $2 billion. However, your principal must have been far less than what Soros handled," Buffett said while shaking his head in disbelief. Chapter 949, Female Lead Selection. Unlike other minor shareholders who were upset with Eric for diverting profits from Firefly Group for stock investments, Buffett was most concerned that Eric approached this matter with a purely speculative mindset. However, during their conversation, Buffett gradually realized that Eric had a clear vision and specific objectives regarding the operation of Clover Fund. Although he wasn't sure where Eric's strong confidence in the potential profit from this investment stemmed from, he was certain that since Eric wasn't blindly irrational, he would choose to withdraw at the appropriate time. Unlike those stock speculators who clung to their investments like gamblers until the last moment before their stocks collapsed. Additionally, Eric's seemingly casual remarks about the situation made his stance clear. If anyone was dissatisfied with Firefly Group's business strategy, the company could buy back shares at any time. Even though the total value of all shares held by external shareholders of Firefly Group had reached over $26 billion, Buffett didn't doubt Eric's capability to secure enough funds to buy back those shares. With Firefly Group's excellent AAA credit rating and extremely low debt ratio, less than 10% relative to its market value, the company could issue corporate bonds worth tens of billions of dollars for share buybacks. Major banks in America and worldwide would be eager to provide substantial loans to Firefly Group. Moreover, any savvy investment manager on Wall Street would only want to acquire more shares of Firefly Group. Only a fool would consider selling. In short, only companies with severely poor operation or financial conditions would feel pressured to compromise under the strain from smaller shareholders selling their stocks. Firefly Group had no such vulnerabilities, allowing Eric to wield complete control over the company and manage it as he saw fit. Buffett was well aware of this. After talking with Eric, he completely abandoned any thoughts of persuading him and simply shared some advice from his own past experiences, like a wise elder. After sharing dinner with Buffett, Eric accompanied him to the parking lot. After Buffett left, Caroline, who had just returned to Los Angeles from vacation, handed Eric a document. "Eric, here's the annual sales data for Firefly Electronics from last year and the launch plan for Fireflyer 2. They intend to partner with Nokia to release Fireflyer 2 and the Nokia Music Phone M100. The pricing has been set, and the launch event is scheduled for April 6th, kicking off sales over Easter weekend. Also, Miss Foster will be coming by at 2 o'clock. Eric took the folder from Caroline without immediately flipping it open and asked with a smile, "How was your Christmas?" "It was great. Mom asked me to say hi to you when I got back," Caroline said, lifting her face. She quickened her pace to match Eric's. She could feel that Eric always deliberately slowed down when she was around, even though he walked quite fast normally. "Oh, next time give me a heads up and I'll say hi to your parents, too," Eric replied, then feigned a serious expression. "But didn't you forget to bring me a New Year's gift?" Caroline pouted playfully. "You didn't give me a New Year's gift either, not even for Christmas. You were in the UK? How would I have sent you something?" Eric said, reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out a long box like a magician. "Here, I heard that letter necklaces are popular now, so I had someone make this for you. The pendant has your name on it, encrusted with small diamonds. It's quite expensive." Caroline took the gift from Eric, her excited little face suddenly flushing. After a moment of hesitation, she reached into her own pocket and handed Eric a small box. "We traveled to Italy for New Year's and saw this watch there. It's, quite pricey too." Eric tucked the folder under his arm and began to unwrap the packaging. Inside was a silver Gucci watch. After removing the Patek Philippe from his wrist, Eric put on the Gucci watch, shook his wrist, and nodded in satisfaction at Caroline, saying, "Not bad, you pass. You remembered your boss during the holidays." Caroline wrinkled her little nose in mock discontent, her eyes sparkling. However, noticing Eric looking at the necklace box she held, she shyly averted her gaze. She didn't dare put the necklace on in such a public setting. With a childlike demeanor, she hid the box behind her back and continued to follow Eric. Then she asked, "By the way, what about Mel?" Eric took on a mock serious tone and replied, "Miss Melanie Gleason didn't meet the boss's expectations due to work and even played a prank on him, so she doesn't get a New Year's gift." "Oh, come on. She must have something, right?" "Melanie works really hard," Caroline pressed playfully, sensing Eric was joking. Eric quickly pinched her cheek and picked up the pace as they headed toward the studio lot. Caroline gasped, her face reddening from the playful gesture, standing frozen for a moment. Feeling the eyes of several passers-by on them, she hurried to catch up. "Eric, that's just rude." Eric looked at the petite girl scolding him lightly, a mischievous smile forming on his face as he replied, "Are you feeling unfulfilled? Want me to do that again?" Caroline instinctively moved away a bit. "No way. You should apologize to me." Eric nodded. "All right, I apologize." Caroline immediately forgave Eric, but didn't forget the earlier topic. "So what about Melanie's New Year's gift?" Eric wanted to pinch her cheek again, but settled for a serious explanation. "She's different from you. She lives in Los Angeles. I sent her gift during the holidays." As her boss, Eric certainly wouldn't forget such small details related to the people directly working for him during the holidays. Everyone in the assistant's office received a gift. Naturally, due to their special relationship, the gift he prepared for this girl would be a little more special. Having worked in Eric's assistant office for a few years, Caroline was aware that the company sent gifts during the holidays. She had received one in past years when she hadn't returned home for Christmas. Hearing Eric say this made her realize the gift she held was specifically meant for her. She felt delighted and no longer lingered on the earlier topic. Watching Caroline trail closely behind him, her head hanging slightly down, Eric felt a twinge of selfishness. It was difficult for him to convince himself to let her go freely. Perhaps everyone around Caroline would naturally feel the urge to protect her like a princess in a castle, just like Melanie and Rachel, with Caroline's family likely sharing the same sentiment, and Eric found it hard to be any different. Inside the studio lot, one of the film sets had been transformed into the project studio for Gravity. Digital Domain also set up a small team to begin production of the rough space background that needed to be displayed in the lighting box. Over the next 6 months, while Eric participated in filming Iron Man, he would also continue exploring the best filming techniques for Gravity and solving the technical issues necessary for the film. However, while all of this was ongoing, the lead actress for Gravity needed to be confirmed ahead of time due to the film's complexity. Eric hoped the lead actress could prepare several months in advance. After careful consideration, the target age for the lead actress was set between 35 and 40 years, and the casting director provided Eric with a long list of suitable candidates. Holly Hunter, Jodie Foster, Michelle Pfeiffer, Geena Davis, Helen Hunt, Meg Ryan, Juliette Binoche, and others were all popular Hollywood actresses who met the criteria in recent years. Among the candidates, Eric was primarily inclined towards Jodie Foster, a two-time Academy Award winner. He would only consider the others if Jodie was unavailable. After sending out the script, Eric quickly received a response from Jodie Foster, arranging to meet that afternoon to discuss it further. With some time before their 2 p.m. meeting, Eric walked with Caroline into the Gravity set and sat down at the work table. He began going through the materials for Firefly Electronics that Caroline had recently brought. Since its official launch in April last year, the Firefly MP3 player had seen increasing production over the past 8 months. By the end of 1997, it achieved a total shipment of 3.95 million units, with an estimated sales revenue of $1.26 billion. The North American market for portable players was estimated at 30 million units. In just 1 year, Firefly managed to capture a 13% share of the entire portable player market, which was nothing short of a miracle. The combined market share for various manufacturers promoting cassette players, CD players, and MDs had only been about 20% prior to 1997. The detailed financial report for Firefly Electronics was still underway, but having reviewed the sales data briefing for the Firefly player, Eric turned to the release plan for Firefly 2. After discussions, the final retail price for Firefly 2 was increased. The price for the 1 GB version was set at $329, which was the highest price that Firefly Electronics had determined for retailers in light of the tight market conditions during the initial launch of the Firefly. Although the sales price for the Firefly had begun to trend down toward the standard price of $299 in the last few months of the previous year, as production ramped up, confirming the new price for Firefly 2 at $329 led everyone to believe it would be easily accepted by the market. The 2 GB version of Firefly 2 was priced at $379, an increase of $50 over the 1 GB version. Given the overwhelming demand for the Firefly player, Firefly Electronics had no intention of halting its capacity expansion. They anticipated that by April of this year, the monthly production capacity for Firefly 2 would reach 2 million units. Consequently, Firefly 2 would launch simultaneously in North America and Europe. Flipping to the last pages, Eric finally saw the information regarding the Nokia Music Phone M100, which would be released alongside Firefly 2. Looking at the last couple of pages, which seemed quite lackluster, Eric chuckled helplessly. Even with the success of the Firefly player, Nokia's management remained stubbornly skeptical about the sales prospects for music phones. For the same 1 GB and 2 GB capacities, Nokia ultimately set prices at $659 and $759, respectively. In Eric's view, this pricing still seemed a bit high. He also understood why Nokia took this approach. A brand new electronic product required the establishment of a new production line and supply chain, and only by reaching a certain monthly sales volume could the production company achieve financial balance. Nokia's prior reports indicated that to turn a profit on this music phone, it would need to sell over 100,000 units a month at a base price of $600. Now, by raising the sale price, Nokia could reach the break-even point sooner. Phones priced over $600 were viewed as high-end in both North America and Europe. Nokia's management likely subscribed to the notion that those willing to spend $600 on a phone won't mind paying an extra $60, hence their decision. Because Eric hadn't informed anyone about the work scheduled for the afternoon, other members of the Gravity team hadn't arrived. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the quiet studio, and Eric looked up to see Caroline walking in with Jodie Foster and another middle-aged white man. As soon as Jodie Foster stepped into the studio, she was captivated by the large lighting box and the 2 high-precision robots. Eric stood up, noticing Jodie's gaze. He explained, "If you take this job, you might be performing in this lighting box for at least 3 months, wearing a heavy spacesuit. So, Jodie, you really need to think it over. It will be exhausting." While saying this, Eric moved to the control table and turned on several devices. Over the months, he had become proficient in operating them. The lighting box soon lit up, and the robots emitted faint sounds, seeming to be auto-calibrating. Watching Eric deftly maneuver a mechanical arm with a remote-controlled PDA brought a smile to Jody's face. "Eric, are you trying to scare me off?" "Oh, certainly not," Eric replied, shaking his head as he realized. Then smiling, he put down the PDA and extended his hand to her. "Good afternoon, Miss Foster." "Hello, Mr. Williams." Jody beamed even more, shaking Eric's hand. "You can call me Jody." Eric nodded with a smile. "And you can call me Eric." The middle-aged man next to Jody suppressed a chuckle and extended his hand to Eric. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Jody's agent, Joey Funicello." Eric shook hands with the man and gestured to Caroline. "This is my assistant, Caroline Wilson." Caroline blinked, feeling the situation was quite strange as she quickly shook hands with Jody Foster and scurried off under the pretext of fetching coffee. Chapter 950. Write it down. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jody Foster's agent, Joey Funicello, discreetly moved to a nearby reception area, giving Eric and Jody space to chat. Eric also suggested that Caroline return to her office at the studio. Once again, Eric introduced Jody to the use of the lightbox and the robotic arm. He opened the computer in the studio and showed her sample clips created using the lightbox and robotic arm. From a technical standpoint, that's about it. Additionally, this film will be the first almost entirely CG live-action movie. In the future, it'll also be the first movie released simultaneously in 2D, 3D, IMAX, and 3D, IMAX formats. I plan to revolutionize the traditional movie screening model, and I hope you can be a part of it. Jody sat beside Eric at the computer desk, listening to him explain these concepts, feeling a strange sense of discomfort. In her past experiences, Hollywood directors or producers either treated her with false disdain or were overly eager and obsequious when discussing a role. Only this young man, after talking about a heap of technical issues, casually said, "I hope you can be involved," in a tone that felt both confident and indifferent, as if her role as the leading lady was insignificant. Moreover, she noticed that he was clearly appraising her refined appearance while speaking, but surprisingly found it difficult to feel offended by his appreciative gaze. After Eric finished speaking, a faint smile lingered on his lips, and his gaze became more relaxed. Jody found herself instinctively avoiding his eyes. She scanned the studio and soon noticed an LED screen the size of a backdrop off to the left and another angled panel nearby. Curiously, she pointed. "Eric, what's that?" "Oh, that? It's used to capture facial expressions," Eric replied. Eric got up and gestured for Jody to follow him toward the screen. While he was busy turning on the LED screen, Jody noticed that one side of the angled panel was green, which she assumed to be a green screen, though she had no idea how it would be used. Eric activated the LED screen, directing Jody to step onto the panel, reclining against it. He handed her an astronaut helmet, saying, "The film contains many close-up shots of facial expressions. In this case, using traditional filming techniques might lead to issues regarding the actor's eyes and the reflection in the helmet visor." As Eric spoke, he switched on the LED screen, on which a space-themed background began to play. It works similarly to the lightbox. To reflect the cosmic backdrop in your eyes and the visor, you'll need to perform in front of this screen. Jody put on the helmet and gazed at the space scene documentary playing on the LED screen. Although she admired Eric's attention to detail, she couldn't help but ask, "Eric, didn't you consider the budget?" Eric first seemed puzzled, then noticed Jody's eyes were fixed on the documentary, shaking his head with a smile. "This high-definition footage is merely for testing shot effects. It doesn't require too high resolution since the reflections don't need to be detailed, so we can create very simple imagery and it won't cost too much." Jody took off the helmet, flipping her light blonde hair. Realizing Eric still eyed her, she suddenly felt somewhat passive today. She instinctively wanted to regain some control, saying, "Eric, from your description, it seems this movie focuses more on visual effects, and the female lead won't have much room to showcase her abilities. If you'd read the script attentively, you'd notice that's not the case. This film has only two clear characters. Most of it is a one-woman show with the lead. To make this movie excellent, we need to explore every detail, every breath the lead takes, Every glance she makes occasionally has to convey emotions to the audience. Therefore, on the contrary, the lead has significant room to express herself, and the film demands a high level of acting skill. As Eric said this, he flashed another slight smile, adding, "So, if your acting skills don't meet my requirements, even if you have a pair of beautiful blue eyes, I won't extend an invitation." Jody sensed that Eric might have recognized her earlier jab, feeling slightly embarrassed. However, recalling the last line in the script she had read, she looked up and blurted out, "But I do have beautiful blue eyes." Once those words escaped her, Jody immediately felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet this time, she did not look away, meeting Eric's gaze with confidence. Eric shrugged, replying, "That certainly is an issue. I'll revise that line." Jody chimed in, "Eric, I didn't say I agreed to take this role yet. Is there any other issue?" "Of course," Jody nodded, lifting her chin slightly, saying, "I plan to take a year off from acting to have a child with my girlfriend." It was quite disheartening to hear a beautiful woman claiming she wanted to have a baby with another woman. Haha. Watching Eric's bewildered expression, Jody finally burst into laughter. After a moment, she continued, "However, my agent wants me not to pass on this opportunity, and I'm genuinely interested in the script. So, director, what should I do next?" With an exasperated shake of his head and a smile, Eric replied, "For the next 6 months, all you'll need to do regarding this movie is to work on your fitness to ensure you're physically ready for the intense shooting schedule." Jody nodded. "I've always worked out regularly." "That's great, but the crew will still arrange specialized training for you. Additionally, you should immerse yourself in understanding this character. The deeper your understanding, the more comfortable you will be performing." Jody watched as Eric extended his hand to take back the helmet from her, stepping off the panel. "That's also what I wanted to consult you about today. The information about the character Ryan Stone in the script is quite limited, so I hope you can share more details." Eric led Jody to a workbench where he poured 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee for them, considering for a moment before saying, "Perhaps it's best to start from the very beginning of the story." Jody cradled her coffee cup, observing Eric's serious expression as she joked, "Long, long ago." "Aha." Eric chuckled and nodded. "Once upon a time, a girl named Ryan was born into the Stone family, but Mr. Stone wanted a boy. So, he gave her a boy's name, Ryan. Because of his obsession with having a son, Mr. Stone remained aloof toward his daughter during her upbringing. This had a profound impact on Ryan, making her self-doubting yet desperate to prove herself. Consequently, she struggled to communicate and had no friends, but she excelled academically and eventually became a medical doctor. Due to her upbringing, Ryan grew up with a high IQ, high education, and high income. However, lacking emotional intelligence made her socially awkward, leading to an unhappy life filled with divorce and raising a child alone. After her daughter died in an accident, she lost her most vital emotional support, gradually succumbing to apathy, becoming withdrawn, and channeling all her energy into monotonous work. Journeying into space to repair the Hubble Space Telescope became the biggest change in her monotonous life. Accepting the job was merely to ensure her research funding remained intact, also driven by her fear of change. On the last day of the space mission, disaster struck. The death of her companion forced Ryan to once again confront the fragility of life, yet she still was not a strong person. In the face of danger, she screamed in terror like a little girl, and when confronted with crisis, she'd close her eyes and resignedly wait for death. As Eric hypnotically narrated this, Jody could not help but begin constructing the character of Ryan Stone in her mind. By the time Eric finished, Jody had unconsciously slipped into the role. She felt an aversion to noise, a dislike for loud speech, and preferred solitude or distance to a lab, performing an emotionless experiment over and over until night fell and returning home. Mechanically dealing with dinner, she curled up on the couch, enduring cheesy soap operas she didn't even know the plot of. Later, she took a shower and lay on her bed, dazed until sleep overtook her. Despite realizing a person shouldn't be like this, she felt she ought to have some hobbies, maybe even wear a revealing outfit to a club to seek a one-night stand. However, she noticed, due to dissatisfaction in her life, she had unconsciously lost interest in all things. In her mind occasionally appeared a youthful face, and reaching out to touch it, there was no warmth, which brought tears to her eyes. No, these weren't her tears. She wouldn't live such a soulless existence. Two conflicting personalities clashed, bringing her back to reality. Noticing Eric beside her, unwaveringly observing her with seriousness, she suddenly felt angry. Wiping away her tears, she complained, "Eric, do you enjoy watching women cry?" Eric shook his head. Of course not. When women cry, they look terrible, especially if they're wearing makeup. It's even worse. At that, Jody panicked a little, reminding herself that she hadn't worn makeup that day, which eased her mind. However, she couldn't help but shoot Eric an annoyed glance. "Did you deliberately lead me into the role?" "Yeah," Eric nodded, pulling a pack of tissues from his pocket and handing it to her while complimenting her. "You're a fantastic actress." Jody took the tissues Eric offered and wiped her tear-stained face, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. "You must not compliment people often." Eric lifted the coffee pot to refill their cups, smiling. "Isn't it rather an honor? It pales in comparison to winning an Oscar." And after cleaning up her face, Jody returned from Ryan Stone's emotional state, adding, "Eric, continue telling me about Matt Kowalski." Eric nodded, responding, "Matt Kowalski is quite the opposite of Ryan Stone. His life isn't complete, yet he never abandoned his love for life. He adored antique cars, enjoyed old songs, and relished sharing stories about his past mishaps during spacewalks. In fact, throughout the story, Kowalski doesn't change Ryan's character. Rather, he continuously triggers her survival instincts. Kowalski is a much simpler character compared to Ryan. But I like that character more," Jody remarked. "Eric, I suddenly think if it were written down, it'd surely make an outstanding novel. So why not write it? I'm also curious about what happens to Ryan after she survives. Does she continue living in misery or reignite her passion for life?" Eric remarked, "However, I can't spare that much time for it right now. How about this? You write it?" "Me? Yeah. As a talented woman in Hollywood, how can you not have written at least one novel? So why not give it a shot? When it's published, I won't take any royalties from you." "Haha." Jody laughed, clearly intrigued. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Then, can I write it however I want? I want to focus on the story leading up to space travel. Plus, Kowalski's tale is just as fascinating." Eric nodded, "Of course. You can write it however you feel. I only have one condition. The novel must be published after the movie's release." "That's a given. Now for the last point. Since you've agreed, let's talk about your compensation. While it's something more suited for your agent and my producer to discuss privately, I don't want any issues regarding it to complicate this project. So, what do you think would be fair?" Jody didn't expect Eric to bring up this topic, and she wasn't particularly prepared for it. Reflecting for a moment, she cleverly turned the question back to him. "Eric, how much are you willing to offer?" "Your pay for Contact was $9 million. Let's make it $10 million this time. How does that sound?" Jody nodded. Though she'd won 2 Oscars, she wasn't necessarily a box office star. Eric's offer was still quite generous. However, she couldn't resist teasing. "Eric, they weren't kidding. You really aren't generous at all." Eric winced as if in pain and decisively stated, "How about I add another dinner to sweeten the deal?" Jody found her time with Eric enjoyable. After some thought, she nodded, saying, "Sure, but I want to bring Joey along." "Why bring another guy? If it's too much to ask, you can bring your, girlfriend instead." "How about that?" Jody shot Eric a playful look, smiling. "You know, Joey occasionally moonlights as my bodyguard. I still remember the time he punched that unscrupulous producer trying to take advantage of me." Eric glanced at the muscled middle-aged man sitting not far away, reading the newspaper, and asked worriedly in a hushed tone, "Does he dare punch a director?" Jody's smile grew wider as she mirrored Eric's guilty expression and whispered back, "I dare." Chapter 951, You're the Boss. After spending the entire afternoon discussing films and then enjoying dinner together, Eric gradually realized that, despite her striking and attractive appearance, Jodie Foster was essentially a tough girl, and a pretty straightforward one at that. During their casual dinner chat, Jodie's knowledge of Eric far exceeded his understanding of her. Many insights she shared were definitely not the kind that could be found in the media. After some probing, Eric learned that following the filming of The Silence of the Lambs, Jodie Foster had maintained a strong friendship with Julia Roberts and several other actresses. It was obvious what kind of conversations a group of women would have in private. After dinner, the woman bluntly stated that as long as Eric wasn't up to anything inappropriate, she would treat him as a friend. The contract signing between Firefly and Jodie Foster went smoothly. Afterward, she took a pile of materials about Gravity from Eric and began preparing for both the film and its spin-off novel. For the male lead in Gravity, Eric still opted for George Clooney. Before participating in Batman and Robin the previous year, Clooney had already declared his intention to move away from the popular ABC drama ER and focus on his film career. Then, almost nothing happened next. However, the ever-dapper Clooney had a certain charm that many in the industry envied. Before Eric could even extend an invitation to him, others had started making introductions on his behalf. Even Jodie Foster, who had just announced their budding friendship, called to express her belief that George Clooney was perfect for the role of Matt Kowalski. Eric happily took the hint, scoring some social capital in the process. At Los Angeles International Airport, it was mid-January before anyone knew it. Eric was at the airport with several high-ranking members of Firefly Group to send off the crew of The Lord of the Rings. After 30 years of dreaming about making The Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson finally seemed radiant and full of energy as the film was set to start shooting. After shaking hands with Eric, Katzenberg, and others and making solemn promises, Jackson boarded a charter flight to New Zealand with nearly 100 team members, determined that he wouldn't return to Hollywood unless he got the film right. Of course, considering the massive budget of $300 million for the entire trilogy, if the project failed, he certainly wouldn't be seeing Hollywood again anytime soon. By this time, aside from Eric, who fully supported the three-part Lord of the Rings shooting plan, most of Firefly's management still held a lingering sense of worry. The media seemed relentless in questioning the viability of such a grand project. It wasn't until the sky blew. Boeing 747 took to the clouds that Eric clapped Karenberg on the shoulder and said, "Jeffrey, everyone, let's head back. I think you all should have a bit more faith in a guy who has held on to a dream for 30 years. Besides, Firefly can afford to lose $300 million right now." As Eric and Katzenberg walked toward the tarmac exit, Katzenberg sighed and said, "Eric, you know this is more than just a $300 million deal." The release date for the first installment of The Lord of the Rings was set for the end of next year. Now that the project was locked in, for the next 2 years, Firefly needed to allocate substantial marketing resources to promote it beyond just the filmmaking budget. Those marketing resources and the potential time costs indeed indicated that it was far more than just the dollars at stake. Eric understood all these complexities, but he didn't feel inclined to coddle a bunch of grown men with reassurances. He changed the subject and asked, "Have we made any progress on the lead for The Ring?" Katzenberg shook his head. Kenneth Horne at New Line and Gore Verbinski both want Johnny Depp to audition. However, Depp has been pulled into Tim Burton's pending project. He's good friends with Burton and isn't interested in this horror film. He said he wouldn't participate unless Firefly could invest in Burton's new film. Eric squinted. If he hadn't heard Tim Burton's name, he would have scoffed at Johnny Depp's demands. Right now, the 3 major talent agencies had no clout to impose conditions on Firefly Group, let alone any individual actor. "What's Tim Burton's new movie?" he asked. Katzenberg paused to think, then said, "It's a film adaptation of an old horror novel called Sleepy Hollow." Just as he suspected. Eric thought to himself and continued, "I've heard of that novel too. The subject matter fits well with Burton's quirky and eccentric style. How could there be no one willing to invest in it?" At that point, they had already arrived at the parking lot outside Los Angeles International Airport. Katzenberg got into a car beside Eric, who said, "You remember his last movie, right?" Eric didn't recall much. He only remembered that Burton had directed Batman Returns back in 1992. In the years since, he hadn't heard much about any successful films from Burton. Seeing Eric shake his head, Katzenberg said, "Exactly. Ever since Batman Returns in 1992, Burton's films over the last few years haven't seen much success, especially his last movie with Jack Nicholson, Mars Attacks. It cost $70 million and only grossed $37 million in North America. After that flop, Warner Brothers completely severed ties with him. I haven't seen the project details for Sleepy Hollow, but I've heard in casual conversation that this film's budget might approach $100 million, which everyone is trying to avoid. Tim Burton was indeed a unique talent in Hollywood. His eccentricity made the box office prospects of his films quite unpredictable. However, Sleepy Hollow was undoubtedly one of Burton's most classic works, so it had good potential to perform well at the box office. Eric contemplated for a moment, tapping his knee, then said, "Jeffrey, have someone find me the script and budget information for Sleepy Hollow." Katzenberg replied with concern, "Eric, aside from the Batman franchise, Burton's highest-grossing film, Beetlejuice, only made around $70 million. You can't seriously be interested in Sleepy Hollow, can you?" Eric smiled and retorted, "Wasn't Beetlejuice produced by Disney back then? Do you remember the production budget for that movie?" Katzenberg nodded. "About $15 million. So, if we calculate that, it was incredibly profitable." Beetlejuice was a bizarre horror story, which is exactly what Burton excels at. He could create a fantastic film and receive market recognition. Just listen to the title Mars Attacks. I haven't seen that film, but from the title alone, we can surmise it's a comedy. Would you say it's likely for a horror genius to succeed at directing a comedy? And now, Sleepy Hollow is a return to Burton's element. But, Eric, that film has a budget of $100 million, and it's still a horror movie. Here's the plan, Jeffrey. Once we return to the studio, have someone bring me the materials for Sleepy Hollow, and then call Johnny Depp directly. Just let him know I can help Tim Burton out, and he can sign on with the Ring crew. Once I read the script and like it, we'll shoot it ourselves. If it doesn't work out, we'll leak the news that Eric Williams has high expectations for the project, and others will rush to take it on." Katzenberg sighed in resignation. "I get the impression you've already made up your mind to proceed. Do you doubt my judgment?" "Of course I believe in you. The key is, you haven't seen the script yet. Do you doubt my instincts?" Katzenberg raised his hand in surrender. "All right, you're the boss." When they returned to the studio office, it was just past 9 a.m. January was the busiest time for Firefly Group, with a lot of financial reports, summaries, and personnel changes crowding the agenda. Eric had recently settled into a routine of taking care of company matters in the morning and managing several films in the afternoon. As Eric stepped into his office, Caroline followed him in with a stack of documents in tow. She set a folder down in front of Eric and said, "Eric, we just received news from Europe that the Seagram Group and Philips have reached an acquisition agreement for Polygram Records, with a transaction value of $10.6 billion. The negotiations for Seagram Group's acquisition of Polygram Records had been public for nearly half a year, so Eric wasn't particularly surprised. He picked up the folder Caroline had just set down and asked, "Anything else?" "Not for now. Philips just held a very brief press conference before closing today in the Netherlands." Eric nodded, recalling his conversation with Katzenberg on the way back. He had initially planned to have Caroline gather information on Sleepy Hollow, but since he had already instructed Katzenberg, he decided not to repeat himself. After Caroline left, having perused through a list of 16 films that New Line planned to produce or distribute this year, Katzenberg entered the office himself. "Eric, here's the script and budget proposal for Sleepy Hollow, along with Tim Burton's contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to call him." He handed Eric an envelope and pulled up a chair across from him, saying, "I just heard about Seagram's acquisition of Polygram. Caroline already informed me." Eric nodded, smiling. "So? Barry Weiss and I have talked several times about the Spice Girls group you created in Europe. The single Wannabe has already sold over 1 million copies just in the UK. Even though the Spice Girls' focus isn't on North America, thanks to you being their songwriter, the single sold over 1.6 million copies here. However, because Firefly Records' distribution channels aren't fully developed, the sales figures in other European countries and Southeast Asia are not ideal. So, Barry Weiss mentioned that even if we're not actively expanding the global market, we should still acquire a record company that has a complete distribution channel in Europe, which would allow our record business to fully cover Europe and North America. To create a teen pop music group, Eric had previously recruited Barry Weiss, a music producer who had successfully launched luminaries like the Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears from a small subsidiary of Sony. In the past few years, Weiss's work results had indeed been satisfactory, and Firefly Records currently hosted several stars who were at the forefront of the pop music scene. Now in 1998, with further increases in global internet users, this year was expected to mark a watershed moment for the music industry, from prosperity to decline. Even without the early emergence of MP3 players, the rampant spread of music piracy online would lead to a noticeable decline in the physical music industry within the next few years. Eric's positioning for Firefly Records had always centered on promoting the MP3 player as a supporting facility. However, since Barry Weiss also had brought this up multiple times, Eric realized that if Firefly wanted to retain this talent, they needed to take action in the music business. Despite last year's impressive sales in North America, Firefly was still in the early stage of its promotion. Without Firefly Records continuously producing outstanding albums, Firefly Electronics would be in a disadvantaged position during the promotion process. Eric didn't want Barry Weiss to leave Firefly Records at this critical juncture. Most likely, what Barry Weiss desired most was the recently acquired Polygram Records by Seagram. If they could acquire this industry giant, Firefly Group would instantly possess a global record distribution network. But, of course, that was impossible. Eric wouldn't spend over $10 billion buying a company that was destined for decline. After considering for a while, Eric asked, "Did Barry Weiss have any suitable acquisition targets in mind?" Katzenberg replied, "Virgin Records. Have you heard of it?" Eric nodded. He had asked his team to collect information on various record companies last year. "If I remember correctly, Virgin Records is a subsidiary of EMI, am I right?" "Exactly. Barry actually wants us to acquire EMI directly." Eric shook his head, chuckling. "Well, that's just wishful thinking. I told him the same thing," Katzenberg laughed. "So, as a secondary option, Barry has set his sights on Virgin Records. EMI acquired this company for $1 billion in 1992. However, since the acquisition, Virgin Records hasn't produced any major pop stars, and its performance has been mediocre. It's now become a burden for EMI. Barry has been in contact with one of the company's directors, who said if Firefly is interested, he could help coordinate and facilitate this acquisition." Chapter 952, Virgin Records. Eric felt somewhat puzzled. Why would Virgin's executives help us facilitate the acquisition of their own record company? Katzenberg replied, "Barry mentioned that there are people in high positions at Virgin Records who are also part of the Virgin Group. Before EMI acquired Virgin in 1992, the label was doing quite well. However, since the acquisition by EMI, Virgin has been on a downward trend. They likely want to break free from EMI and find better growth opportunities. Barry should have a clearer understanding of the specifics." Eric thought for a moment and said, "Let's have Barry come over for lunch. We can discuss this in detail." After sending Katzenberg off, Eric continued with his work until he finally left the office at noon. Barry Weiss had come over from the Burbank headquarters of Firefly Group. Since they had serious business to discuss, Eric led him and Katzenberg to the restaurant at the Titanic Exhibition Center, where he specifically reserved a private booth. Barry Weiss seemed to have prepared extensively. Shortly after sitting down, he started explaining the ins and outs of the situation to Eric. Originally, Virgin Records was a subsidiary of Richard Branson's Virgin Group. In 1992, when Virgin Atlantic faced financial difficulties, Richard Branson had to sell Virgin Records to raise funds to save the airline. This means that from the start, EMI did not proactively push for this acquisition. They simply believed they could expand their power after purchasing Virgin Records. However, reality did not match their expectations. Although Virgin couldn't compare to the major record labels in the world, it had a very comprehensive music production and distribution network and catered to a wide range of artists and music genres. It was essentially a mini EMI. Therefore, EMI couldn't simply integrate Virgin into their own corporate system without causing disruptions. Stuck in this situation, EMI could only let Virgin maintain its independent operation. However, most of Virgin's business overlapped with EMI's, which meant EMI would lean towards its own core operations for development. Not only did this limit the support given to Virgin, but it also meant the siphoning of resources that should have belonged to Virgin. Consequently, over these years, Virgin Records not only failed to grow but fell into decline. Once Barry Weiss finished, Eric asked, "What popular artists are currently under Virgin Records?" "If you're talking about mainstays, You could say the Rolling Stones are about the only ones left. The other artists aren't too prominent. Barry Weiss shook his head. Although the Rolling Stones have been one of the most popular bands in the world since forming in 1962, they've long passed their peak in terms of popularity and creativity. Moreover, they signed with Virgin only after the 1992 acquisition. Since their inception, the Rolling Stones have released 40 albums, but Virgin only owns the rights to the 5 albums released after they signed. The rest, including many of their classics, are held by other record labels. Eric felt a surge of excitement at the mention of the Rolling Stones, but his enthusiasm deflated as he listened to Barry Weiss's following remarks. The Rolling Stones' status in music history was unquestionable. If Virgin Records held substantial licensing rights for their albums, acquiring the company would greatly enhance Yahoo Music's catalog of classic content. However, Eric felt relieved that Barry Weiss had not hidden the band's status in order to close the deal. With that realization, he had mostly come to agree with the transaction. As Firefly Group continued to grow, Eric found himself increasingly unable to manage everything, making it essential for department heads to prioritize ethics over mere capabilities. Barry Weiss couldn't guess Eric's inner thoughts, but upon noticing Eric's disappointment, he became anxious and hurried to add, "Eric, I believe Virgin's greatest asset to us is its music distribution network. Aside from the headquarters in the UK, Virgin has subsidiaries in Germany, France, the Netherlands, Italy, Belgium, Luxembourg, Spain, and other countries. This creates a perfectly covered distribution system across Europe. Moreover, they also have branches in North America and Japan. Acquiring Virgin Records, combined with Firefly's media resources, could potentially allow Firefly Records to compete with the major labels." Eric sensed Barry Weiss's ambitious tone and exchanged a glance with Katzenberg, both nodding in agreement before turning back to Barry Weiss. "Barry, how much do you think it would take to buy Virgin?" Realizing Eric had already agreed to the acquisition, Barry Weiss suppressed his excitement and replied, $1 billion. Although Virgin is a disposable burden for EMI now, having been losing ground for years, they recognize the underlying value remains. EMI isn't likely ignorant of our intent to acquire Virgin, either. So while we might aim low during negotiations, I believe the final price will be at least $1 billion or possibly even higher. Eric humorously sighed. He understood Barry Weiss was speaking the truth. Compared to other media giants, Firefly Group's recent rapid growth had made them the envy of many, akin to a wealthy tycoon looking to acquire another company. It would be a missed opportunity not to make the most out of such a powerful player. While Eric pondered these thoughts, Katzenberg interjected, "Eric, after we settle our maturing debt this year, Firefly's debt level will drop to $7.5 billion. I believe we can fund the acquisition of Virgin Records through bond issuance." $7.5 billion in debt was still relatively low compared to other major media companies. With Firefly's estimated value at $100 billion, having a 7.5% debt ratio put them in a very advantageous position. Since bond interest could offset taxes, utilizing bond issuance for this acquisition would essentially be like borrowing with no interest. Nodding in agreement, Eric said, "Contact EMI as soon as possible. It would be great if we could finalize the deal before the Spice Girls release their first album in April. Even if negotiations were settled before April, Firefly Group would still need enough time for a complete transition into Master Virgin Records. Nonetheless, once the agreement was in place, it would allow Virgin to distribute the Spice Girls' debut album, a far more efficient option than if Firefly took on the endeavor themselves." Eric spent a few days carefully reviewing the script and budget for Sleepy Hollow. The plan involved building numerous real sets in the UK, including a complete Gothic-style Sleepy Hollow town. In addition, a considerable amount of CG effects would be necessary, contributing to this film's budget reaching $100 million. Since this money would go toward filming rather than merely inviting overpriced celebrities, Eric agreed, without any intention to cut the budget. The Sleepy Hollow project had circulated among various Hollywood studios before Firefly Group suddenly took it over. Naturally, other studios couldn't remain indifferent. Paramount, which had been negotiating with Tim Burton and was nearly set to acquire the project, immediately raised their offer upon hearing the news. However, Johnny Depp had already signed up with Firefly for 2 films to help Tim Burton find a production home. If Burton were to back out now, he would have to replace his lead actor. Given his close friend had just gone the extra mile for him, it was unthinkable for Burton to betray Depp. Thus, Paramount's efforts ultimately led nowhere. After the project was established, it necessitated significant pre-production work, meaning filming wouldn't start until the second half of the year. During this time, Depp was expected to complete filming for The Ring. The production cycle for The Ring was relatively short, and it was already scheduled to be released in July. On the record label side, EMI responded quickly to Firefly Group's proposal to acquire Virgin Records. Firefly had offered $700 million, while EMI exorbitantly countered with $1.5 billion. To take over Virgin Records, extra costs were almost unavoidable. After discussing with Katzenberg and Barry Weiss several times, they confirmed that Firefly Group's ceiling bid was $1.2 billion, leaving the negotiations in Barry Weiss's capable hands. After being dragged around by EMI for years, Virgin Records' actual value was around $700 to $800 million. A $1.2 billion premium was the maximum amount Eric could handle. If it exceeded that price, Eric would rather consolidate smaller record labels across Europe, even though it would take longer. The cost would surely remain under $700 million. The premium offered by Firefly was essentially just for more time to develop. Amidst the busy work schedule, January 18th came, marking the arrival of the important awards season and the date for the Golden Globe Awards. None of the film companies under Firefly Groups had significant contenders this year. New Line's collaboration with UK's working title on the film Elizabeth had only just completed filming by the end of last year and was still in post-production. New Line planned to release Elizabeth as an awards contender by the end of the year. Nonetheless, New Line did have one film, Event Horizon, directed by Paul Anderson, which had received positive reviews from critics and film people alike. Yet, the film only garnered 2 nominations for Best Supporting Actor at the Golden Globes. New Line had also conducted Oscar nomination PR for this movie, hoping to secure a few more nominations, but winning seemed highly unlikely. This year, Miramax had 2 hot contenders for the awards, The English Patient and Good Will Hunting. Initially, Miramax planned to focus their awards campaigning on The English Patient. The Weinstein brothers had high hopes for Good Will Hunting, a film with a more commercial distribution model. However, the results turned out to be quite surprising. Good Will Hunting premiered on November 7th of last year, and after 2 weeks of limited screenings, it garnered a strong reputation, leading to rapid expansion to over 1,700 theaters. Subsequently, despite facing commercial films such as Night at the Museum and Monsters Incorporated during the holiday season, Good Will Hunting maintained weekly box office earnings around $10 million, with peak weeks reaching over $14 million. As of the Golden Globes, this $10 million production film had grossed over $81 million, maintaining a weekly earning of around $7 million. These box office figures vastly exceeded Miramax's expectations for Good Will Hunting, so the Weinstein brothers were not oblivious to the unexpected. If an art film continued to perform for 10 weeks with weekly earnings still above $7 million, securing an Oscar would likely lead to even greater box office returns, surpassing the $100 million mark in total, with even more profits from future VHS sales. In contrast, The English Patient followed the traditional awards film release strategy, starting its run in early December and remaining steady with around 500 theaters. Though it received widespread acclaim and became a frontrunner during awards season, The English Patient's box office lagged behind Good Will Hunting significantly. After 6 weeks, it had only grossed around $25 million. At this rate, even if it secured multiple Oscars, The English Patient's North American box office would struggle to break the $100 million mark, with $80 million being optimistic. Its production cost was $27 million, nearly 3 times that of Good Will Hunting. Despite earning accolades, neither Good Will Hunting nor The English Patient could compare with the commercial achievements of several holiday season blockbusters. A week before the Golden Globes, Firefly Group's recently released Jurassic Park 3 had achieved box office earnings of $173 million, with international earnings surpassing $150 million, leading to a global total of $323 million. Even with international box office returns underwhelming, Rush Hour 2 had still broken the $200 million mark in its fifth week in North America, reaching $207 million. Going further back, the two films released during the Thanksgiving period were also doing well. Monsters Incorporated had grossed $251 million, while Night at the Museum 2 reached $175 million in North America, falling short of expectations but soaring past $200 million internationally. It was projected to approach a global box office of $500 million. None of these figures could even begin to rival those of art films. Chapter 953, The Reason. On January 18th, the Golden Globe Awards dinner was held on a Sunday. Eric still did not attend the ceremony. Instead, he rushed to a mansion in Beverly Hills after the awards had finished to join the celebration party, hosted by Miramax. It's already 9:30. Why did you just arrive? As Eric got out of the car, Elizabeth and Julia came over to greet him. Elizabeth pulled Julia aside, who was trying to get too close to Eric, expressing her annoyance. I had dinner plans with Tim Burton, Eric replied, glancing at Julia, who looked wrong being pushed aside by Elizabeth, adding, You shouldn't always pick on her. I'm not picking on her. Do you really want to see her clinging to you in front of all these people? Elizabeth tilted her chin towards a crowd gathering on the lawn, then added, Is Tim Burton involved with that film Sleepy Hollow? Eric nodded. Yeah, we're discussing some film preparations. I can't believe you snagged another great film. I've read that script myself, and it really is impressive. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Who knows how things will turn out before the movie hits theaters? Then you should let Fox have it. No way. Jerk. Elizabeth instinctively raised her hand to jab at him. Eric laughed and edged away a bit. When Elizabeth pulled back her hand, he asked, So how did it go? How many awards did you guys snag? The English Patient won Best Motion Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Score. Elizabeth proudly rattled off a long list of awards, adding, And Good Will Hunting got Best Adapted Screenplay. Over in the TV category, Dark Angel got several nominations but came up empty, while The Sopranos received 4 awards. After hearing all this, Eric looked puzzled. I thought Harvey would be focusing on promoting Good Will Hunting. Why the focus on The English Patient? What's up with Harvey and his team? Harvey is negotiating a film with Robert Redford, Elizabeth explained with a mixture of regret on her face. We actually wanted to drop The English Patient and put all our efforts into Good Will Hunting. However, from the beginning, Miramax had already invested a lot of PR resources into The English Patient, so it was impossible to change course on a dime. Besides, you know As Good as It Gets, right? Eric nodded. As Good as It Gets was a drama released by Sony Pictures at the end of the year starring Jack Nicholson and Helen Hunt. The story revolved around a reclusive, cantankerous writer whose attitude toward people and life changes through the influence of those around him. Both Jack Nicholson and Helen Hunt delivered remarkable performances in the film. The box office trajectory of As Good as It Gets was quite similar to Good Will Hunting. Both had high critical acclaim and long-lasting box office performance. Since its release in December, it had raked in over $87 million, maintaining a weekly box office around $10 million, which made it appear stronger than Good Will Hunting. In fact, its total North American box office could even soar to $150 million. However, with a production cost of $50 million, it was considered a big-budget project, and its return on investment couldn't be compared to that of Good Will Hunting. Elizabeth continued, The box office and word of mouth for As Good as It Gets are better than those of Good Will Hunting, but it can't compete with the art. Film status of The English Patient. Sony Pictures has bombed spectacularly with commercial films this year, and they finally had a highlight like this, so they are all in on marketing it for awards. If Miramax supports Good Will Hunting for the Oscars or tries to split efforts between both films, we might end up with nothing. So now we just have to keep putting all our support behind The English Patient to ensure it beats As Good as It Gets. And as for Good Will Hunting, we'll just have to leave it to fate. As they spoke, the three of them had already stepped onto the bustling lawn. Eric smiled and greeted the arriving guests. Harvey Weinstein and renowned director and actor Robert Redford also emerged from the villa, with a man in his 30s that Eric thought he recognized trailing behind them. After a moment of thought, He recalled it was Richard Lovett, the current president of CAA. Eric embraced Harvey, then turned to shake hands with Robert Redford and Richard Lovett. Robert Redford seemed a bit reserved, but Richard Lovett was very warm, eagerly shaking Eric's hand and slipping him a business card discreetly. After exchanging pleasantries with the gathered guests, Eric, prompted by Elizabeth's glance, went with Harvey and the others into the villa. They arrived at a reception room where Eric noticed Elizabeth joyfully ushering Julia out, who looked eager to join them. With a helpless smile, Eric sat down on the sofa and turned to Harvey, Robert Redford, and Richard Lovett, asking, "Liz just said you were talking about a film?" Harvey and the others nodded. When Elizabeth returned with a tray of champagne to serve everyone and sat down beside Eric, Harvey said, "Eric, it's the film The Horse Whisperer. Robert wants to adapt it into a movie, and that's what we're discussing." The Horse Whisperer was a novel by British author Nicholas Evans. The story followed a mother, Annie, who takes her daughter, Grace, who lost a leg in an accident, and a seriously injured horse on a journey to find someone who could communicate with horses in hopes of healing them. While the novel's ending was not entirely satisfying, it was overall a very heartwarming and uplifting story. Since its publication in 1995, the book had been translated into over 30 languages and had sold over 10 million copies worldwide. Eric was familiar with this information partly due to his experiences and his avid following of the bestseller lists to snap up valuable book rights. The other half came from his past life, as the original version of The Horse Whisperer featured Scarlett Johansson playing the role of Grace. Hearing Harvey mention this, Eric shot a glance at CAA's president, Richard Lovett. Given The Horse Whisperer's status as a bestseller and Richard Lovett's presence here, it was clear this was likely a bundled project from CAA. This was the first time Richard Lovett had seen Eric since the incident with Pierce Brosnan's pay. Following that drama, Brosnan had come to terms with everything, and although he couldn't blame Sink due to the murky way Richard Lovett had presented things, he quickly terminated his contract with CAA and had since signed on with WMA. The whole incident had left a significant psychological mark on Richard Lovett, and now the originator of that whole mess was sitting right across from him. However, Lovett showed no signs of resentment, being a very pragmatic person. Noting that Eric had glanced in his direction, he merely smiled and added, "Mr. Williams, The Horse Whisperer already has a world-class impact, both artistically and commercially. This is a very promising project." Eric nodded. "Although I haven't read it in detail, I have a general idea of the content, and it truly is a remarkable novel. But adapting it into a film could be quite challenging. Overall, the narrative has a warm, subdued approach. So Bob, what are you planning to do?" Robert Redford felt somewhat strange being asked by this young man. At 61, Robert Redford was already an established figure in Hollywood, having achieved significant success and holding a prestigious position. He had won an Oscar for Best Director and was the founder of the increasingly influential Sundance Film Festival in recent years. However, considering the box office wonders Eric had created, Robert Redford quickly dismissed his initial discomfort. Eric's film last year, Casino Royale, had grossed more money than all of Redford's films combined throughout his career. After gathering his thoughts, Robert Redford said, "Eric, telling this story is indeed not easy. I plan to focus the script's character development on the transformation of the relationship between the male lead, Tom Booker, and Annie and Grace. This approach can help avoid the movie becoming too bland. Tom is a wild character. At first, Annie contacts him by phone, hoping to get some help, but he refuses her without hesitation. Out of compassion for the girl and a deeper appreciation for Annie's strength, Tom eventually agrees to help heal the injured horse after Annie makes the long journey to his farm. In the end, the horse stands up again, and the little girl resolves her inner turmoil. But sadly, Tom and Annie cannot be together." Eric noticed approval on Harvey's and Elizabeth's faces and nodded in agreement, asking, "So, Bob, how much are you planning to spend to make this movie?" Robert Redford hesitated and glanced at Richard Lovett beside him. Richard Lovett replied, "Mr. Williams, the author of The Horse Whisperer, Mr. Evans, insists that the project's budget must be no less than $50 million. $50 million, huh?" Eric repeated, rubbing the glass in his hand. He could tell that Lovett's comment was still somewhat reserved. The film's final production cost might be even higher. Although The Horse Whisperer was a recent bestseller, some media had indeed compared it to classic novels like The Bridges of Madison County and The Thorn Birds. In reality, it had not yet reached that level of iconic status. However, the book's appeal was evident. It had only been published for 3 years and was at its peak popularity. With Robert Redford as a top director in Hollywood, the likelihood of him botching this film was slim. If the movie's budget could be kept under $30 million, it would definitely be a worthwhile project. However, costs exceeding $50 million could get risky for an artsy drama. The earning potential for art films was limited. Blockbuster exceptions like Dances with Wolves and Forrest Gump were rare in Hollywood. Eric did not recall any connection between The Horse Whisperer and the Oscars in the past. Even though the Weinstein brothers would be managing it, their advantage at future Oscars would be minimal, with a cost surpassing $50 million. Elizabeth, Harvey, Richard Lovett, and Robert Redford all looked to Eric for his insight into the project's viability. Seeing Eric ponder without saying anything, their hearts began to race with apprehension. Noticing the eager gazes from all 4 of them, Eric thought for a moment, but didn't directly express his inner thoughts. Instead, he casually changed the subject by mentioning he had yet to read the script. After the celebration party concluded, Eric and Elizabeth headed back to their Beverly Hills mansion with Julia. As Elizabeth started the car, she glanced at the back seat where Julia had leaned against Eric, pouting in discontent. Eric rarely drove. Julia's behavior around him didn't exactly make for a suitable driving environment, so it fell to Elizabeth to take the wheel. Once the car was smoothly navigating Beverly Hills Drive, Elizabeth couldn't hold back any longer. "Eric, what do you really think of The Horse Whisperer?" Eric wrapped his arms around Julia's slender waist, feeling her cat-like movements against him. "Whether we go through with it or not is fine. Its costs are too high, so while we won't lose, we shouldn't expect huge profits either." Elizabeth replied. "Harvey said the global box office potential is at least $200 million. If we snag an Oscar, the subsequent VHS and TV broadcast rights income could also be significant. You guys need to recognize the reality, Liz. The audience for art films is limited. From my perspective, a $50 million production budget is already the upper limit for art films. Any higher than that, and the chances of recouping costs drop significantly, let alone making a profit." Elizabeth hesitated, but Harvey's been performing well the past few years. Fox can't keep him limited to low-budget art films. The issue lies with Harvey. I don't doubt his abilities, but he might be influenced by the success of big-budget blockbusters in recent years, thinking that only big investments yield high returns. But that rule simply doesn't apply to art films. I remember discussing this with you before. If Harvey starts leaning towards big-budget productions aiming for awards, that might be the time Fox and Miramax part ways. Chapter 954, Issues of Power. Miramax had consistently performed exceptionally well in recent years, and Fox was absolutely reluctant to part ways with the Weinstein brothers. Elizabeth frowned, considering for a moment, and then said to Eric in the back seat, "I think Fox could support Harvey in developing big-budget films, as long as they are commercial, right?" Harvey's business mindset has already been confined to art films. Without even discussing whether he would succeed in the big-budget commercial film realm, how do you intend to balance the relationship between 20th Century Fox and Miramax if he does succeed? Elizabeth countered, "Isn't New Line also starting to produce high-budget films? How did you handle that?" Firefly Group has always been very clear about New Line's positioning, focusing primarily on mid to low-budget genre films, which can be either commercial or artistic. New Line's average production cost for films has remained below $20 million over the years. The high-budget films you mentioned are undoubtedly the Bad Boys series and the Rush Hour series, each of which had a budget of around $20 to $30 million for their first installments. The increase in costs for sequels due to commercial success is inevitable, but merely an exception that has not altered New Line's strategic direction. Since Harvey harbors such ambitions, doesn't Kenneth Horn, who oversees New Line, also have an interest in directly participating in big productions? Eric shook his head and replied, "New Line's global box office exceeded $1 billion 2 years ago, and it reached the same figure last year. The combined global box office for all films released by various labels under Sony Pictures was just $1.27 billion this year. Comparatively, Simply New Line's box office performance is already nearly catching up with one of the major 7 studios in Hollywood. Moreover, Kenneth Horne manages the entire production and distribution system at New Line, which grants him more power than the heads of departments at either Firefly or Buena Vista International. So why would he have any grievances? At the end of the day, it's a matter of power. Firefly can offer Kenneth Horne a big pond, whereas Fox can only provide Harvey a swimming pool. Although Elizabeth knew Eric spoke the truth, she still shot him an unhappy glance. All Eric could offer her were suggestions. The choices ultimately remained with them. When he initially placed the control of FFM television firmly in the hands of Firefly Group, he largely considered the possibility of Fox splitting from Miramax. If such a scenario unfolded, the collaboration between FFM and the Weinsteins would likely remain unaffected. Ignoring the faint look of annoyance on Elizabeth's face, Eric casually asked, "I haven't seen your old man in a while. In this kind of setting, he should really make an appearance, right?" "My dad is in Asia," Elizabeth answered, not bothering to modify how Eric referred to her father. "The headquarters for Star Entertainment is in Hong Kong. After the handover last year, my dad intended to build good relations with China and see if he could expand the business there." For some reason, when Eric heard this, a woman's image immediately surfaced in his mind. He wondered if Murdoch would still face challenges this time around. Elizabeth shot a glance in the rearview mirror, noticing Eric's strange, half-amused expression, and skeptically asked, "What kind of twisted thoughts are you having? Your expression is so weird. I'm such an innocent person. How could I?" "Ah, come on." Eric exaggeratedly sighed, bending down to look at Julia, who was fervently playing with the button on his shirt, repeatedly unbuttoning and rebuttoning it. "Sweetheart, do you think I'm a good person?" "No." Julia honestly shook her head, then looked up at Eric with eager anticipation. Eric cleverly continued, "Well, only liars get punished, you know." "Okay." Julia quickly changed her stance without any shame. Eric playfully patted Julia on the buttocks and said, "Good girl. I can't take this anymore," Elizabeth remarked disdainfully as she glanced in the rearview mirror. "Eric, I think you really should hire a psychologist for Julia." Before Eric could respond, Julia quickly restored her usual tone and retorted, "I don't want a psychologist." Elizabeth was about to say more when she noticed Julia burying her head in Eric's chest, plugging her ears as if playing ostrich. With a glare at Eric through the rearview mirror, Elizabeth decided to drop the topic. Back at the Liberty City mansion, Elizabeth parked the car, and Eric tapped Julia, who still had her head buried in his embrace. "We're home. Get out. We'll continue punishing your little lie from earlier." Julia lifted her head and wrapped her arms around Eric's waist, saying, "Eric, carry me inside." "Liz will get jealous," Eric chuckled. "Choose another route. How about I piggyback you?" "Okay." The front passenger, Elizabeth, grabbed her and Julia's bags before stepping out of the car. Watching Julia drop her high heels and jump onto Eric's back like a little girl, she curiously asked, "Why do you think it's okay for you to carry her, and I won't get jealous?" Eric carried Julia's lightweight frame toward the villa without answering, saying only, "As long as you don't have a reason to be jealous, it's all good." Elizabeth pouted as she playfully swatted Julia's backside. However, Julia wasn't upset at all. She leaned closer to Eric and whispered something in his ear. With a smile, Eric turned his head and kissed her cheek, while warning, "You absolutely can't call me that in front of others." Julia laughed softly. "I wouldn't. I'm not stupid." Seeing the two converse in whispers, Elizabeth suddenly realized something and scoffed, "You two are perverts." "Hee hee." Julia chuckled and glanced up at Elizabeth. "Liz, how about we play role-playing later?" Elizabeth blushed slightly, declaring, "I've decided to sleep by myself tonight, far away from you two." "Then you go sleep," Julia said, resting her chin on Eric's shoulder. "Eric, I'm hungry. You have to make me a late-night snack." "Sure. How about I make you crock? It's my specialty, something most people can't get." Who eats that kind of thing in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" Elizabeth asked. "Also, Eric, I remember your dad used to be an Italian chef. Why are you making French food?" Eric touched Julia's smooth cheek and said, "Sweetheart, give her a reason." Immediately, Julia stubbornly shot back, "Mind your own business. I'm telling you off." This time, Elizabeth directly raised her hand and lightly slapped Julia's behind. Early the next morning, after working out, Eric took a shower and walked into the dining room, where a stack of newspapers awaited him. Elizabeth and Julia were busy in the kitchen. As Eric picked up a copy of the Los Angeles Times and opened it, the two women came in bearing breakfast. Glancing at the vegetable salad in front of him, Eric quipped, "Come on, I'm a man. Only eating this will starve me." Elizabeth poured a glass of juice and placed it before Eric, saying, "We had such high-calorie food last night. Of course, we need to diet today. You too. If someday you balloon up, neither Julia nor I will let you through the door." Eric sipped his juice and remarked, "That's discrimination against fat people." "Absolutely, it is discrimination." Elizabeth unabashedly shot him a glare as she pulled out a chair and sat down. "Eric, I've been thinking. I plan to have an open conversation with Harvey regarding the project, The Horse Whisperer. Fox will back it, but the budget absolutely cannot exceed $50 million. Moving forward, Miramax's budget for films will need to stick to this standard." "That's great. Much better than letting the pressure build up until it explodes." Eric nodded with a smile. "But wait, we were busy all night last night. When did you even consider this?" Remembering that the three of them had eaten the late-night meal Eric made and didn't sleep until around 1 in the morning, Elizabeth shot Eric a bashful look. "Just now." "Of course," Eric said matter-of-factly. Elizabeth grabbed her fork and began eating her salad, soon adding, "By the way, I just remembered something else. If Fox and Harvey really do part ways, what happens to FFM Television?" The reason I originally placed FFM Television under Firefly Group was largely due to this consideration. Even if Harvey leaves Fox to go solo, as long as you all don't reach a point of no return, his position at FFM won't be affected. Elizabeth was aware that the Weinsteins were pragmatic individuals. Hearing Eric say so, she let go of her concerns. Eric observed Julia, who was taking small bites of her salad, and asked, "What about you? Have you settled on your next film?" Julia looked up and responded, "I had almost finalized a script with working title in the UK, planning for Fox to handle global distribution. However, working title is a film company under Polygram. Recently, Seagram asked working title to hand over the distribution rights for all its films to Universal, so I pulled out." Eric, momentarily recalling something, asked, "What's the film called?" "Notting Hill," Julia replied. "It's a romantic comedy set in London, with Hugh Grant confirmed as the male lead. After I decided not to audition, they seem to be contacting Meg Ryan and Claudia Schiffer. Skipping it is for the best. You should try out different types of films." Eric nodded when he realized it was that absurd film. However, Elizabeth, hearing Eric say that, let out a playful hum of discontent. Mentioning Hugh Grant brought to mind his previous girlfriend, Elizabeth Hurley. 2 years ago, Eric had cast Elizabeth Hurley in Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, when she was still going out with Hugh Grant. Elizabeth didn't believe for a second that Eric had no connection with Hurley. Confused, Eric asked, "What's with the humming?" "I suddenly regret my previous decision." "It's okay. Regretting every now and then can motivate someone to keep pushing forward." Elizabeth playfully waved her fork at Eric and said, "You jerk. I mean, that initial offer for Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, you swapped it for Final Destination. Now Final Destination has had 2 releases, each grossing over $100 million worldwide. The first Austin Powers hardly brought in the same at the North American box office, both around $50 million, but it only made $13 million overseas. There's just no market. Now Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, is practically done. I've seen the previews, and it's not much different from the first, yet the budget is up to $30 million. I'm starting to worry if it can break even." Despite Elizabeth explaining, Eric understood what she was thinking earlier. He had wanted Elizabeth Hurley to play a role in Sex and the City, but due to Candace Bushnell's objections, the original cast remained intact, so he had pushed Hurley into the Austin Powers set for the lead role. When Elizabeth heard Julia mention Hugh Grant, she clearly recalled this matter. With Elizabeth bringing up Austin Powers, Eric smiled. "How about we make a trade?" Back just moments prior, Elizabeth had been worried about Austin Powers' box office, but now she instinctively felt defensive. "No trade." "Then never mind." Eric shrugged. Elizabeth blinked. then switched her stance. All right, I'll trade. You give me the production budget for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and the rights to Final Destination, and that almost finished project is yours. I'm having second thoughts. Eric shook his head, popping a piece of salad into his mouth leisurely. So you see, opportunities are fleeting. Julia immediately burst into giggles at his misfortune. Elizabeth clenched her fists and playfully punched Eric's shoulder. You jerk. I'll bite you. Liz, Eric said with a smirk. Let's have a proper discussion about this tonight. Chapter 955, Explosive Growth. The filming date for Iron Man was finally set for March 2nd. As per usual, with only about a month left until shooting began, the crew had started to gather. However, as the leading man, Eric knew he wouldn't be able to fully focus on the film. With Yahoo's full-year financial report for 1997 released, Eric found himself having to leave Los Angeles once again to fly to Boston for Yahoo's annual meeting. This meeting would not only discuss Firefly's continued investment into Yahoo, but it would also initiate preliminary talks with Morgan Stanley about Yahoo's potential initial public offering, IPO. To build momentum for Yahoo's IPO scheduled for early next year, the financial report was immediately announced on the front page of Yahoo's portal. The highlights in this annual report caused a media frenzy and once again energized the capital circles. For the entire 1997, Yahoo's total global registered users reached 70.9 million, commanding 70% of the global internet user base. Among these, North American users numbered 51.7 million. This figure was more than twice the combined total of all other similar portals in the United States. Additionally, Yahoo's online payment tool, Yahoo Pay, promoted heavily in 1997, saw its active user count surpass the 10 million mark, reaching 11.35 million. Since its launch in April, Yahoo Music Store had increased its song catalog from an initial 200,000 to now 700,000, with 55.3 million songs sold throughout the year. While this number was insignificant compared to the total value of the global recording industry, the rise of online music sales posed a substantial threat to traditional record companies. Of course, the most dazzling figure from the annual report was Yahoo's explosive revenue growth for 1997. In contrast to 1990 SIX's annual revenue of $194 million, Yahoo's total annual income skyrocketed by 327% to reach $636 million. Although the $636 million revenue was still far from competing against the leading internet giants to come later, it nonetheless captured the industry's attention. Although Yahoo's financial figures still reflected a substantial loss of $359 million for the year, the revenue of $636 million indicated a clear profit outlook after 6 long years of investment, dating back to 1992. Previously, due to the trend of internet services becoming increasingly free and shared, countless industry analysts and media had questioned whether portals like Yahoo could ever achieve stable revenue and profits comparable to traditional media. In any industry, if there's nothing but investment without return, it could never develop or grow. Now, with over $600 million in annual revenue, Yahoo had finally demonstrated the vast potential for internet-only businesses. Eric recognized that the new Yahoo had surpassed the old one from a bygone era, making them almost incomparable. However, in Eric's view, this was only natural. The new Yahoo not only became established 2 years earlier than its counterpart in the original timeline, capitalizing on the rising tech wave, but also managed to consolidate a range of popular internet products and services under one roof. Graphic browsers, email, portals, instant messaging, search engines, online payment solutions, and many others that were not originally invented by a single company. It could be said that unlike the previous Yahoo, which seemed to have never quite found its way in both rise and fall, the new Yahoo had been traveling down the correct fast track from its inception, pooling the essence of the entire internet age into its offerings. The diverse range of internet product services created a powerful synergy, allowing Yahoo to gain an early advantage that could potentially monopolize the internet industry. Against the backdrop of an explosive growth in internet users, the massive user base of Yahoo's multiple popular products propelled its advertising business, based on the long-tail theory, towards a clear ability to generate profits. Of the $636 million in revenue for 1997, advertising income reached $527 million, accounting for an impressive 82.7% of total revenue. From February 3rd to February 6th, Yahoo's annual meeting took place continuously over 4 days. It was finally decided that based on a valuation of $15 billion, Firefly would again inject $1 billion into Yahoo for 14.5 million shares. Initially, due to Jeff Locke and others opting out of stock rewards upon their early departure, Yahoo had issued a total of 17.3% of its total shares, which amounted to 17.3 million at that time. After subsequent investments from Firefly, the shareholding proportion of Yahoo's management and employees had begun to gradually decline. Following this new $1 billion investment, which provided an additional 6.7% ownership of Yahoo, the total shares increased to 216.5 million, and Firefly's ownership percentage rose to 91.7%. At the same time, with Yahoo's stock price nearing $70 based on current valuations and shares, in order to ensure a smooth IPO early. Next year, Yahoo planned to undergo a stock split by the end of the year, dividing each share into 3 to reach a total of 649.5 million shares. This way, after an IPO aimed at increasing shares by 30%, Yahoo's total shares would approach 1 billion, keeping the stock price around $15, a figure likely to attract investors, with 1 billion shares providing a perfect balance. At the start of next year, with the Nasdaq index poised to surge to new highs, Eric knew Yahoo's valuation would soar yet again. So, according to this stock split plan, the stock price could hardly remain around $15. However, he did not voice any objections to the plan discussed with Yahoo's management and Morgan Stanley. Plans often adapt to change, which could be amended later. After the 4-day meeting, the internet company partners who had arrived for Yahoo's annual meeting started to leave, with the Morgan Stanley team returning to New York in high spirits. Eric, however, did not rush back to Los Angeles. On February 7th, despite it being Saturday, Eric, along with Chris, Yahoo's Ian Gurney, Steve Mitnick, Tina Brown, and Firefly Electronics' Victor McNally and Bill Olson, along with Jorma Alala from Nokia, headed to a highly secure laboratory at Yahoo headquarters. Just days prior, after Eric had just arrived in Boston, Steve Mitnick had informed him that using the existing R&D results from Yahoo and Firefly Electronics, they had successfully built a prototype of a tablet computer. The 8 men were there to view Steve's demonstration of the prototype. Inside the lab, Steve Mitnick sat at a control panel, holding a 10-inch thick tablet prototype. As he demonstrated various functions to the 7 others gathered around him, he explained, "The operating system core is entirely based on the latest ARM 32-bit chip architecture. We have completed drivers for the micro hard drive, processor, and display, and we're now working on the network connectivity module. By the end of the year, we'll develop specific applications based on several of Yahoo's internet products." Eric watched as Steve used his finger on the color touchscreen to demonstrate simple text input, image browsing, and audio playback. After patiently listening to some professional exchanges, he eventually took the prototype from Steve. Although the screen's pixel quality was low and grainy, Eric was highly satisfied with the results given the technology both companies had amassed. After typing in some text and playing around with it for a bit, Eric flipped the prototype over but felt a tinge of disappointment at the flat casing. He asked, "Steve, is there no camera installed?" Steve Mitnick replied, "Eric, the lab at Firefly Electronics didn't provide me with a camera module that could fit into this machine. I've checked the related lab materials from Nokia, and their development is also moving slowly." Eric pondered, what about Japan? Their expertise in digital camera technology should surpass ours significantly. "That, I'm not sure about," Steve replied, glancing at the Firefly Electronics guys, including Victor McNally. Victor explained, "Eric, we lack the technology and patents for digital cameras. Our team can only develop on the foundation of other companies' technology, making it difficult to produce our own microcamera module. As for Japan, major electronic giants like Toshiba, Sony, and Sharp should be engaged in related R&D, but to get detailed information, I would need to personally go to Japan." Eric responded decisively, "Victor, you should go to Japan as soon as possible. If you can secure the related patents for the technology, that would be ideal. If not, we should consider employing a model similar to how we commissioned Seagate to develop micro hard drives. Still, I want our tablet to have camera functionality at launch. Victor said. Eric, based on your original vision, I believe even without camera capabilities, this tablet should still be appealing. Based on our plans, the screen size is set at 7 inches, and a 100,000 pixel micro-digital camera would hardly be able to capture decent photos. Right now it is 100,000 pixels, but 2 or 3 years down the road, there will definitely be 300,000 and 500,000 pixel cameras developed. We need to preemptively plan, Eric remarked, noticing Victor's facial expression still showed some hesitation. If it only has a touchscreen and basic features like reading, listening to music, or browsing the internet, traditional PDAs could achieve that after a few more years. What we need to do is enhance the entertainment and interactive features of this tablet to make the product more accessible to the general public. People have a strong desire to express themselves, and adding a camera function will perfectly satisfy that need. I also discussed with Ian and the others recently that now may not be the right time for developing an internet social network, but if this tablet with camera capabilities launches, the timing would probably be right. Just think if anyone could use this tablet to capture little moments from their work and life and instantly share them with friends and family over the internet. Don't you think they would be even more tempted by this product? Steve Mitnick said. Eric, I'm actually curious. How would you enable instant sharing without a mobile communication network? Eric mysteriously shook his head with a smile. Using mobile communication networks is our further goal for smartphones. As for the internet connectivity issue for tablets, I will find a way to solve that when the time comes. For now, you all just focus on delivering the product I want. Faced with Eric's persistence, even with the imminent launch of the second-generation Fireflyer, Victor McNally decided to take the time to go to Japan. After watching the demonstration of their mobile operating systems development results, Eric and the group also toured several other significant laboratories at Yahoo, and by the time they finished dinner together that evening, Eric finally left Yahoo headquarters. The following day, Eric would depart from Boston, and as he bid farewell to the others in the parking lot, Chris leaned against Eric's black luxury car, smiling and asked, "So, you really plan to act as Tony Stark personally?" So far, Firefly Group had not made this publicly known. Due to the prolonged absence of news about the male lead for Iron Man, some media even speculated that the project had fallen through due to the impact of Warner's Batman and Robin from the previous year. Chris had only found out about Eric's schedule for the upcoming months a few days ago when he inquired. Eric hadn't deliberately concealed this from Chris. It just hadn't come up until now. Eric nodded and replied, "I've signed the contract. My salary is $3 million. The movie is about to start filming, and breaking the contract now would require compensation." Chris had seen Eric's previous film, 17 Again, and imagined how Eric would portray Tony Stark, shaking his head with a smile. "You really do seem quite fitting. It's just natural casting." "That's exactly what everyone is counting on," Eric chuckled back. "Otherwise, after all this time without appearing on screen, who would feel comfortable casting me? I should make a cameo, maybe as your driver or something." Upon hearing this, Eric's smile broadened. "That position doesn't belong to you. Someone else has already snagged it." Chris thought for a moment, without any clue, and asked, "Who's so bored to take that role?" "Larry Ellison." Chris was shocked again. "No way. That guy is so arrogant." Eric reminded him. "Last time, he tried to sidestep us and secretly acquire Apple." "Oh, I get it. He wants to make up for that. But that's pretty simplistic." "Not just that." Eric shook his head and laughed. "Oracle decided to sponsor the Iron Man crew with $5 million, just as a cameo driver." Chris pieced together the entire situation and burst out laughing, clearly seeing how Larry Ellison fell into Eric's trap. After chatting for a while, Eric said, "I'm heading back tomorrow. Iron Man has plenty of exterior scenes to film. I'll be busy during the first half of the year. Pay close attention to what's unfolding with Yahoo, and don't forget America Online. If Steve still insists on transforming America Online into an internet media company, we might need to consider taking control." Chris nodded seriously. "Of course, I'll take care of it. Don't worry." Chapter 956, 1.5%. Playa Vista. In one of the studios of Firefly Films, it had been transformed into Tony Stark's workshop. Eric had just returned to Los Angeles from Boston, where the entire creative team of the Iron Man movie had chosen this place for their first pre-production gathering. While Eric had originally expressed his intention to take on the role of producer personally, in reality, most of the initial preparations for the film had been completed by Marvel Entertainment CEO Avi Arad, along with director Joss Whedon. Because of this, Eric had ended up with a role similar to that of Stan Lee as an executive producer. Even though Eric had little time to be deeply involved in the set design, props, and other pre-production details, he still made the final decisions regarding the film's key characters. Besides himself and Bridget Fonda, who played Pepper Potts, he largely stuck with the original team for the other supporting roles. The primary antagonist, Obadiah Stane, was played by Jeff Bridges. Eric did not consider Terrence Howard, who had a mediocre performance in the first Iron Man, for the role of Colonel Rhodes, and instead, the character went to Don Cheadle. For Agent Phil Coulson, who had significant scenes in the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe's first phase and would be essential for the planned S.H.I.E.L.D. series, Eric once again chose Clark Gregg. In the original timeline, both Don Cheadle and Clark Gregg would rise to fame in the Marvel Cinematic Universe series over a decade later. However, they had both debuted in the 1980s and possessed a wealth of acting experience. Their ages were also perfectly fine. Don Cheadle was born in 1964 and was 34 this year, while Clark Gregg was 2 years older. Interestingly, during the casting for the original Iron Man and the Avengers, both actors would have been seen as somewhat too old for their roles. Eric believed they were chosen because Marvel wanted to save money while still hiring talented actors. The only source of indecision for Eric was who to choose for the role of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the cinematic universe, Nick Fury remained a black character. However, the original Samuel L. Jackson had already taken part in the Star Wars prequels. The first of the Star Wars prequels would be released later that year, and Samuel L. Jackson's role as Mace Windu closely resembled that of Nick Fury. The release schedule of the prequel trilogy overlapped significantly with the first phase of the Marvel Universe, making it impossible to separate the two. Samuel L. Jackson was thus no longer suitable to portray a similar character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I finally told him, "Denzel, you've made so many movies that nobody's watched. Don't you want to be part of a real blockbuster?" In the studio, Avi Arad shared his failed attempt to invite Denzel Washington for the Nick Fury role, laughing softly. Then I got kicked out. Around him, Eric, Bridget Fonda, and Joss Whedon all chuckled. Eric's top candidate for Nick Fury was unavailable, so Avi Arad quickly thought of Denzel Washington. Although Nick Fury would be a recurring character throughout the first phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he was essentially a supporting role, often just a cameo in some films. Denzel Washington, however, was Hollywood's only major black star who primarily played lead roles, earning a salary on par with leading white male stars. Eric did not have high hopes of being able to convince Denzel Washington to play the role of Nick Fury, so he let Avi Arad take the lead on that front. The outcome was predictable. If only Morgan Freeman could be 20 years younger, or even just 10 years younger, perhaps he could try for this role. Eric shook his head and asked the others, "Do you guys have any other suggestions?" Eric, "Actually, I think there's someone who's very suitable," Joss Whedon replied hesitantly before stating, "It's the actor who played Morpheus in The Matrix, Lawrence Fishburne." After Joss Whedon finished speaking, everyone around went silent, looking at Eric, eager to see his reaction. 2 years earlier, Firefly had sold the rights for the 2 Matrix sequels to Amblin Entertainment under the guise of being pressured by fans. However, the details surrounding that decision remained largely unknown. Nobody thought that Eric had actively decided to sell the Matrix rights. Overjoyed, Eric slapped the desk beside him and exclaimed, "Lawrence Fishburne. How did I forget about him?" He realized that his earlier recommendations didn't include Fishburne's name. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Eric understood why Joss Whedon had waited until now to suggest Fishburne. It seemed they believed he would never hire any actors from the Matrix series, considering Eric had been the one to relinquish those rights. With The Matrix 2 already scheduled for release that summer, and with Amblin yet to announce the release date for the 3rd installment, Inviting Lawrence Fishburne for the role of Nick Fury would perfectly align with the publicity he had gained from The Matrix. That's it. Eric nodded and told Avi Arad. Contact Lawrence immediately and secure him for the role. Avi Arad, surprised by Eric's swift agreement, asked, Eric, are you sure? Of course. If you guys had brought this up earlier, I wouldn't have had to ponder for so long, Eric replied, chuckling and saying, Aren't you disappointed I didn't blow up or get angry about any of this? They all laughed again, and the atmosphere lightened back to normal. After some more discussion, Avi Arad asked, Eric, when are you planning on announcing that you're taking on the role of Iron Man yourself? Eric thought for a moment before replying, I'm sure the news has already leaked out. So let's not announce anything, and just start filming. Let the media gradually discover this news. It may even boost the film's publicity. After today's meeting, the news would surely be impossible to hide. However, as long as Firefly Group did not make an official announcement, skepticism would certainly follow this report. The fact that Eric Williams would portray Tony Stark sounded too much like a hoax at first glance. By the time the media uncovered the accurate details, the hype surrounding Iron Man would be substantial enough to save a considerable amount on marketing. As the workday came to an end, and just before leaving, Caroline deliberately arrived to hand Eric two documents. One was Nokia's annual financial report for 1997, and the other was from Forbes magazine. Drew had called during lunch, asking Eric to come to her house in Thousand Oaks tonight to help look at the sample footage for the Beverly Girls reality show. E! Entertainment had confirmed it would officially air the long-prepared reality show on February 17th. After Eric got into the car, he instructed the driver to head to Thousand Oaks, then opened Nokia's financial report as he settled back into the seat. The financial report from Nokia was quite uplifting. In the 1997 fiscal year, Nokia sold 31.2 million phones globally, capturing 32% of the global mobile market share, formally breaking away from Ericsson and Motorola to become the largest mobile phone manufacturer in the world. At the same time, Nokia's market value had soared to 163.4 billion Finnish marks, equivalent to about $30.5 billion. The company reported annual revenues of $13.8 billion, with a net profit after tax of $1.135 billion. As the holding entity with a direct 51% stake in Nokia, the Hawaii Fund would also receive around $580 million in profit dividends for the very first time. While companies like Cisco and LTD under the Firefly investment umbrella had begun generating profits, the detailed financial reports for those companies had yet to be released. However, the cumulative profits from these companies would still be enough to support Firefly Investments' expansion in the current year. In addition to the $1 billion investment into Yahoo and continued support for Firefly Electronics' growth, Steve Case was increasingly inclined to distance himself from Eric's original Cisco Information Industry Alliance plan. This year, the dispute between Firefly Investment and Steve Case's management over the control of AOL had become almost unavoidable. To gain control of AOL, Firefly Investment would definitely have to increase its stake in the company. Currently, AOL's market value had exceeded $23 billion, and the available circulated shares had almost been exhausted by major investment institutions. To increase their stake, they would have to pay a premium to purchase shares from existing investors. To ensure control, Firefly Investment needed to push its holding in AOL as close to 40% as possible, requiring a massive influx of capital. Juggling these thoughts about AOL while flipping through the 80-plus pages of Nokia's financial report, the car had already arrived at Drew's mansion in Thousand Oaks. After Eric handed over the folder to Natasha behind him, the girl affectionately linked her arm with Eric's as they walked into the villa. Eric, do you want to take a shower first? Maybe later. Eric shook his head and asked, I haven't really kept up with the Fast and Furious lately. Is the filming going smoothly? As they sat down together on the couch in the living room, she nodded and said, Of course. Amy and I just visited the set this morning. The filming for Mission Impossible 3 is also going well. Both films should be able to hit theaters by the end of this year. Desperate Housewives has also started filming, and we've scheduled the airing date for February 26th on Thursday night. Eric took the coffee that Eve handed him, relaxed as he took a sip, and nodded. That sounds good. It's a bit earlier than most shows in the spring lineup, so we can capture more attention. You and Amy must have seen the sample footage for the Beverly Girls already. What did you think? It's interesting, but I still want you to take a look and let me know if there's anything that needs changing. The girl nodded. Then seeing Eric glance at the two documents on the coffee table, she took them and asked, Eric, what's this? It's Nokia's financial report, and this one is from Forbes magazine. He replied, I haven't looked at it yet. It should be this year's list. As he spoke, Eric noted that Forbes had finally wised up this year. Last year's billionaire list special had completely ignored him, directly using the sensitive topic of oligarch as a headline, leading Firefly Group to cut its advertising budget for the Forbes Group media by half. Hearing it was this year's billionaire list, the girl instantly became excited, tossing aside the Nokia report to eagerly open the material sent by Forbes. After glancing at the headline, her brow furrowed slightly. Eric, they're using 1.5% as their headline. What does that even mean? It's so strange. For a moment, Eric couldn't recall what it suggested either. Then he looked at the content of the document alongside her and felt a sense of exasperation. Forbes still wasn't content, always trying to concoct a juicy story to grab public attention. In 1937, when John D. Rockefeller, the head of the Rockefeller family, passed away, his personal wealth was valued by the media at $1.4 billion when the GDP of the United States was $92 billion. In other words, Rockefeller's wealth alone accounted for 1.5% of the nation's GDP. After reading the introductory part of the article, Eric began piecing together what was going on. Beneath the introduction was a striking table showing the asset data for Firefly Investment Company up to December 31st of last year. Cisco market value $63.5 billion, holding 26%, $16.51 billion. Sprint market value $30.2 billion, holding 10%, $3.02 billion. Nokia market value $30.5 billion, holding 51%, $15.55 billion. AOL market value $23.3 billion, holding 30%, $6.99 billion. LTD market value $11.7 billion, holding 35%, $4.095 billion. Qualcomm market value $5.76 billion, holding 41%, $2.36 billion. Amazon market value $5.6 billion, holding 27%, $1.51 billion. Apple market value $3.3 billion, holding 12%, $396 million. Yahoo Network Incorporated estimated $15 billion, holding 85%, $12.75 billion. Firefly Electronics estimated $3 billion, holding 100%, $3 billion. Simultaneously, according to each company's holding proportion and Eric's personal stake in Firefly Investment at 97%, his individual asset level had reached $63.18 billion. Chris's 3% shares in Firefly Investment also brought his personal wealth to $2 billion. Due to Eric's other significant asset, Firefly Group, being a privately held entity, Forbes didn't provide detailed statistics on the values of Firefly Group's subsidiaries, simply giving an overall valuation of the group at $100 billion, consistent with the majority of Wall Street institutions' assessments. With Eric holding 73.7% of Firefly Group, his personal wealth had surged further by $73.7 billion. Ultimately, Eric's total net worth had reached $136.88 billion, while the publicly reported GDP figure for the United States in 1997 was $8.58 trillion. Eric's wealth accounted for 1.59% of the U.S. GDP, perfectly matching Rockefeller family's wealth peak. Chapter 957. The Reaction. After reading the draft of the feature article from Forbes magazine word for word, a slightly dazed Drew turned her head and stared at Eric for quite some time, as if searching for something unique about him. Finally, she blurted out, Eric, how about we buy another plane? Eric playfully tapped her on the forehead and laughed. So, you're planning to start an airline? Drew just blinked and replied, it's $136.88 billion. I suddenly think maybe we should hire a few more bodyguards. No need. Eric shook his head. We can just have Natasha and the others put up a sign outside the gate that says, "Tonight, Miss Drew Barrymore personally guards the money with a Gatling gun." I bet nobody would dare to come near. Ha ha. She chuckled, then became serious and said, "That's a good idea. I'll get someone to buy a Gatling gun and keep it at home tomorrow. Maybe two, one for each of the twins." While ordinary people couldn't typically purchase heavy weaponry like Gatling guns, it was no issue for top-tier billionaires. Among the people Eric knew, many had a fondness for collecting military hardware like tanks and cannons. "Be careful, those things are not to be taken lightly," he advised before getting up. "I'm going to make a few phone calls." Drew nodded and watched as Eric walked upstairs. She immediately jumped up, grabbed the cordless phone from the table, and started dialing. Once connected, she began mumbling about buying a house guardian charm. Having experienced 2 lifetimes and accumulated all those years of wealth, Eric knew that having over $100 billion meant he could leverage a vast array of social resources, along with enhanced personal influence. Yet, he felt remarkably composed. Moreover, he had abandoned the notion of hiding his wealth and didn't plan to keep doing so. After all, with assets exceeding billions, his legend would become mere folklore. As his fortune continued to grow, the general public would become numb to such numbers. Most found it hard to even grasp what $100 billion truly represented. Of course, there were still things that needed to be done. In his upstairs office, Eric discussed potential issues with Chris and Buffett over the phone and instructed Kelly, who managed his assistant office, to keep an eye on media sentiment in the coming weeks and to intervene when necessary. Eric certainly didn't want to end up with a reputation like the Rockefeller family had back in the day. Even in the age of information overload, media outlets were increasingly consolidated in the hands of a few large media conglomerates, making media management more straightforward. With the media resources that Firefly had, Eric could easily shape whatever media image he desired. Despite many rumors circulating about him in the industry, his media exposure remained low, leading to a public image that was quite understated and even a bit mysterious. While paparazzi were more eager to dig into the personal lives of celebrities who preferred to stay out of the limelight, very few daring enough to track someone as wealthy as Eric did so. In the end, news-hungry paparazzi faced substantial risks. Many affluent Silicon Valley titans had spent years taking a gossip site that exposed their homosexuality to bankruptcy. Firefly Group could certainly take down a gossip rag without needing nearly that long. As night fell, Natasha came and knocked on the door. Eric wrapped up his call with Chris and went downstairs with her. However, just as they reached the staircase and saw a black Gatling gun set up right in the middle of the living room, with Drew proudly posing atop a pile of ammunition boxes, Eric almost stumbled. "Wow, that's a quick turnaround," he thought. "Ha ha." Drew laughed, delighted at Eric's surprise, and patted the dark gun barrel enthusiastically. "Eric, this is an M134. Same model as Arnold's in Terminator. I just had it delivered. But that place only had this one in stock, so we have to wait if we want more." Eric noticed the shiny rows of 7.62mm rounds inside the open ammo box on the coffee table, feeling his scalp tingle. It certainly looked real. With a machine gun that could shoot 6,000 rounds per minute, one stray bullet could turn anything into Swiss cheese. Seeing Drew innocently attempt to load the bullet into the chamber, Eric quickly shook himself out of his daze. He rushed over, scooped her petite body up, set her on the sofa, and playfully spanked her 3 times, listening as she protested with a huffy pout that showed no remorse. He raised his hand for 3 more. "Ow, that hurts," she exclaimed once he let her go. Flopping over on the sofa, she turned her face toward him with hopeful eyes and said, "Eric, we can take this Gatling gun to Palm Valley for some hunting this weekend, right? There are plenty of wild boars. You want to hunt? With a 6-barrel machine gun? Genius." He pressed her down again. Smack, smack, smack. Finally, she went quiet. Eric plopped down on the sofa, looking at the twins standing by the kitchen door, confused. He pointed toward the Gatling in the living room and instructed, "Whoever brought this, tell them to take it back." Drew, who had buried her face in the cushions, immediately mumbled, "Eric, we already paid for it. It's ours." Eric instinctively raised his hand, but then dropped it again. He got up and walked toward the gun, telling the twins, "Move it to the gym for now." As Drew watched Eric and Natasha lift the gun together and head toward the gym, her cheeks flushed, and she got up from the sofa, clutching a pillow and trailing behind them. Eric, I thought you would love this. Don't all men like guns? Eric looked at her helplessly and scowled. Do you even know how dangerous this thing is? You want to keep it in the living room. Drew made a face. Eric, I'm 23 now. I'm not a little girl anymore. Just as he set the machine gun on the rack that Eve had brought in, Eric paused, looked at Drew's youthful face, which hadn't changed much, and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been 10 years already, unexpectedly. After spending a decade together, Drew naturally sensed the shifts in Eric's emotions. Feeling sentimental, she dropped the pillow and cautiously wrapped her arms around his, confessing, Eric, you've spoiled me so much that I haven't grown up. You need to discipline me every now and then. Why don't you hit me a bit more? All right, fine, it's my fault. Eric smiled lightly, leaned down, and kissed her smooth cheek. Let's go have dinner. You are absolutely not touching these dangerous things again. She nodded. What about this one? Confiscated. I'll take it back to Liberty City Manor as a collectible tomorrow. Haha, I knew it. You love guns. What man doesn't like guns? After tidying up the stack of ammo boxes in the living room, they finally sat down for dinner. Even though there are only 8 episodes, this reality show filmed for a full 2 months, gathering over 100 hours of footage. Chris spent all of the $5 million budget, Drew said as they finished dinner, bringing Eric up to the living room upstairs to watch a preview of Beverly Girls. She inserted the tape into the projector, turned off the lights, and snuggled into the sofa beside Eric. Suddenly, she mysteriously said, In the first episode, we even used a little plot you once mentioned. It worked out really well. What plot? Eric asked curiously. Drew kept him in suspense. You'll find out soon enough. Eric turned his attention to the television screen. The narrative began on a bright morning. With rapid montage cuts and a soothing background explanation, the 4 girls living in different neighborhoods of Beverly Hills, Deborah Hall, Carly Vitrock, Kristen Heyman, and Sophia Carter, were starting a new day. Deborah Hall, like Drew, resided in the luxurious Truesdale estate in Beverly Hills. Through the voiceover introducing herself, it revealed that Deborah's father was a very successful real estate mogul, with a family fortune around $1 billion. Her mother was a typical housewife, and influenced by her mother, Deborah planned to find a good husband and eventually live the life of a pampered housewife. However, she also added bluntly, but that's only after I've had my fun. Carly Vitrock, with her signature blonde hair and blue eyes, came from New York, the daughter of 2 lawyers, and grew up in the Upper East Side. She entered acting school at 16, aspiring to become an actress like Jodie Foster. Currently, she was chasing her dreams alone in Hollywood, living in her family's vacation home in Beverly Hills while her parents only visited in the winter. The camera captured Carly rushing to get ready after waking up, as she had an audition. Kristen Heyman sported a short haircut and favored oversized men's t-shirts and ripped jeans, looking like a tomboy mistaken for a lesbian, but she wasn't. At 23, she ran a bar at the foot of Beverly Hills. The energetic, slender girl appeared sociable and talkative, not shy about her colorful past. She had no idea who her mother was, and her father lived in Chicago, with whom she had little contact. Relying on a trust fund left by her grandparents, she had led a rebellious youth, dropping out at 15, having an unwed child at 17, getting married, fighting, using drugs, and spending time in jail. She was well acquainted with the local rehab centers, and at 20 had a revelation, beginning to travel the world. 2 years later, she returned to Los Angeles and opened a bar in Beverly Hills while in a stable relationship, hoping to regain visitation rights to her 6-year-old son. Lastly, there was Sophia Carter, a typical elite offspring among American rich kids, who graduated from Stanford Law School and temporarily lived with her parents, who owned a chain of restaurants in Los Angeles. She was interning at a well-known law firm in L.A. Although they had vastly different personalities and backgrounds, the 4 girls shared one obvious trait. They were all child prodigies living in Beverly Hills. With smooth narrative shots, their distinct lives unfolded on the television screen, and even though Eric already knew the script, he was thoroughly engaged. The greatest appeal of reality shows was satisfying the audience's voyeuristic desires. Given America's overall conservative style, Many men and women, even in their teens or 20s, likely had never stepped outside their hometowns. It left them intensely curious about the glamorous lives of Beverly Hills. The first episode of Beverly Girls quickly catered to young viewers' fantasies of life in Beverly Hills. After a day spent filming, the four main girls gathered at Kristen's bar, with more and more handsome men and beautiful women showing up. Following a series of flashy, colorful scenes, the four girls and their companions ended up in the bar game room, playing pool and getting to know one another. Eric quickly caught on to what Drew had meant when she said she used a little plot he had mentioned before. On screen, in a revealing mini dress, Deborah Hall was playing pool with some boys and girls. Due to being behind in the score, she complained that her hair was blocking her vision. Amid a chorus of whistles and cheers from the group, Deborah elegantly lifted her skirt, slipped off her red lace panties, and used them to tie her hair up into a ponytail. Eric couldn't help but laugh at the obviously orchestrated classic panty ponytail scene on the TV screen. Eric couldn't remember when he told the girl about this absolutely seductive move, but the girl confidently applied it to the reality show. Previously, to promote Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Kris Jenner had directly let her daughter post a video online. While Eric certainly wouldn't resort to such a lowly tactic now, watching the television footage, he suggested, "Hey, Drew, have someone turn that clip into a GIF and upload it online. I guarantee Beverly Girls will be even more popular." Haha, we're already planning to do that, Drew nodded with a smile. Chapter 958, The Rising Popularity. Entertainment, formerly co-owned by several cable television operators including Warner Cable, Comcast, and Telecommunications Incorporated, boasted a subscriber base nearing 50 million, surpassing even Lifetime TV's initial viewership figures. However, the major stakeholders mainly relied on channel advantages to bundle entertainment into their cable packages. Consequently, the management, being under the control of the original shareholders, had always neglected the development of original programming. Entertainment had very few original shows to offer, with the only notable series being the documentary series True Hollywood Story, which chronicled the rise and various scandals of Hollywood legends. Beyond that, the original Entertainment barely had a budget to buy external programming for airing. Given these circumstances, it was unsurprising that Entertainment had little presence in viewers' minds. Before being acquired by MGM, the network had received a meager 7-cent subscriber share per user from operators, much lower than the industry standard average of 15 cents earned by basic cable channels. Such long-standing disadvantages could not be turned around overnight. After MGM took over Entertainment, neither Eric nor the MGM management had any intentions of forcing rapid growth. Instead, they planned to pursue steady, methodical development. Hence, the budget for Beverly Girls was a mere $5 million, which paled in comparison to the earlier successes of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. Marketing efforts largely relied on the newly emerging internet media. On February 17th, after 2 months of ongoing small-scale promotion since the end of the previous year, Beverly Girls officially debuted at 8 p.m. during prime time on Entertainment. Ultimately, the first episode of Beverly Girls averaged 1.12 million viewers, with a peak of 1.37 million, achieving a rating of 0.7. These results aligned with expectations. As long as the average viewership for the first season hovered around 1 million, the reality show would continue to be produced. However, soon after its debut, the buzz and word of mouth surrounding Beverly Girls exploded. Much like previous shows such as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Survivor, which kicked off the competitive reality show trend, Beverly Girls, which fully showcased the personal lives of its lead stars, also represented a significant innovation. After the show aired, many media outlets criticized the apparent flaunting of wealth depicted in this reality series. Some reviewers suggested that the show contained excessive performance elements. Nonetheless, combined with the recently rising internet media platforms, the fashionable and trendy Beverly Girls quickly became a hot topic among young people. On the Yahoo forums dedicated to Beverly Girls, viewers expressed admiration for Deborah Hall's bold sexiness, praised Kristen Hayman's cool vibe, critiqued Sophia Carter for being too pretentious, and found Carly Whitlock's morning shout of "Good morning, LA" from the peak of Beverly Hills inspiring. The image of the panty ponytail originated from the Czech film Men in Hope. The formerly obscure Eastern European actress Vika Karakas achieved internet fame simply from that one shot. In America's thriving entertainment culture, the influence of that previously borrowed image vastly exceeded its original impact. In just a few days, a dynamic gif of Deborah Hall sporting an underwear ponytail at Kristen Heyman's bar became one of the most viral images online. It even sparked discussions about Beverly Girls. Did you see that panty ponytail picture from Beverly Girls? Due to the vast array of discussions generated by these elements, even though only one episode aired, every detail within the 45 minutes became a hot topic for online users. Given the severe lack of programming on entertainment, MGM had little chance of quickly introducing suitable shows. So, since Beverly Girls gained traction, Entertainment reran the first episode 3 times over the following week during daytime and late-night slots, accumulating an impressive combined viewership of over 2.7 million for the 3 re-airings. When the second episode aired, the average viewership for Beverly Girls jumped to 2.63 million, peaking at 2.95 million, with a rating of 2.1. Compared to the first episode, all statistics more than doubled. The second episode of Beverly Girls aired on February 24th, followed closely by Desperate Housewives, which premiered on the Bravo channel under Rainbow Media on February 26th. Though Desperate Housewives was placed on Bravo, a channel with far less popularity than public television, Eric didn't feel it was a loss and was nonetheless very optimistic about the show's prospects. After all, even paid cable shows could climb the ratings charts, and the potential audience on basic cable couldn't possibly be overlooked. Historically, The Walking Dead had surged on AMC, a basic cable channel not significantly stronger than Bravo, leading it to achieve massive viewership success. Thus, under Eric's guidance, the production and marketing budgets for Desperate Housewives far exceeded those of Beverly Girls. Although it only produced 13 episodes in the first season, the overall budget reached $26 million. 2 months before the show aired, MGM launched numerous print ads across major women's magazines, and as the premiere date approached, the various Housewives actors appeared on popular talk shows like The Late Show with David Letterman to promote the series. By the time it aired, Desperate Housewives had already garnered considerable buzz. Simultaneously, Desperate Housewives also employed the twin-episode format often used for new shows. Under Eric's influence, and with the original screenwriters at the helm, the show's striking suspense created by Mary Alice Young's suicide and the vivid character portrayals of the housewives in Wisteria Lane captured audiences' attention. Once it premiered, the series received overwhelmingly positive reviews. Many media outlets noted that placing such an outstanding show on a basic cable channel like Bravo was a waste, arguing it could easily land on any of the Big Four networks. Such sentiment only increased the curiosity around Desperate Housewives. In stark contrast to Beverly Girls, which had a conventional launch, Desperate Housewives kicked off with an average viewership of 4.16 million and a peak audience of 4.73 million, achieving a rating score of 3.4. These figures surpassed many public cable shows that were considered moderately successful. Though it could never replicate the widespread influence and rich profits seen on the Big Four networks, based on the current viewership ratings, Desperate Housewives could recover its costs and yield considerable profit. Moreover, with its expanding renown and influence, Eric remained confident that this show could create a viewing phenomenon for cable. Also, with the encouragement of Desperate Housewives, Bravo would successfully establish itself as a dedicated women's channel, which was Eric's primary focus and the ultimate goal of placing Desperate Housewives on Bravo, creating a basic cable channel specifically targeting housewives. Through Clinton's National Information Superhighway Initiative, the past few years marked a crucial period in the widespread penetration of American cable television. However, most cable channel operators had yet to realize that a brand new era was dawning. Bravo had already gained a competitive edge with audience recognition and corresponding market share, ensuring its future position in basic cable would be unshakable. Nearly 6 months had passed since MGM acquired 2 television channels. During this time, Amy Pascal and the MGM management team continually adjusted and rectified various issues at both channels. The successive successes of Beverly Girls and Desperate Housewives were closely tied to the management's efforts. Now, with the triumphs of Beverly Girls and Desperate Housewives, the operations of both channels officially opened up. MGM successfully crossed its first step into the television industry, and celebrations were certainly in order. The celebratory party was arranged at Drew's mansion in Truesdale. Even though it was a Saturday and Eric had much work to do with Iron Man about to start production, he managed to leave the office at Playa Vista Firefly Film City around dusk. By the time he arrived in Beverly Hills, it was already 7:40 p.m., and the party had long begun. Recently, the news that Eric would star as Tony Stark in Iron Man spread gradually, thanks to intentional and unintentional hints dropped by Firefly Group. Iron Man was set to officially start production the following Monday, and at the press conference held on Friday, Eric neither attended nor did Firefly announce the lead role definitively. As a media group, Firefly internally knew the accurate news, but clearly was not poised to leak details. Additionally, the attention-seeking Larry Ellison specifically claimed he would have a significant role in Iron Man, using vague phrasing that seemed to imply he was the main character, in the process promoting his Oracle group. These ambiguous statements only fueled media speculation. Coupled with recent discussions about Eric's wealth, Iron Man became a hot topic. As the latest edition of Forbes was preparing to release a new list of wealthy individuals, the discussions surrounding Eric's financial situation increased significantly. Several major financial media outlets preemptively published their own billionaire lists, similar to the parade of precursors seen before the Oscars. Though the data from different media varied, they all shared a clear consensus. Eric Williams was poised to be at the top in the United States and possibly the world, with a net worth surpassing $100 billion. The gap between a regular billionaire and a multi-billionaire with $100 billion was unknown to many, especially since Eric was the first and only one to reach that mark. Nevertheless, it didn't stop many media outlets from drawing comparisons to America's most influential families of the early 20th century, Morgan and Rockefeller. At their peak, the Morgan and Rockefeller families controlled nearly every aspect of America, and this isn't an exaggeration. In Hollywood, during the early 20th century, the major film studios were fundamentally subsidiaries of the Morgan and Rockefeller conglomerates. Today's General Electric, General Motors, and any company with General as a prefix trace back to the initial enterprises under the Morgan Group. J.P. Morgan Chase and Morgan Stanley still remain financial giants on Wall Street. Comparatively, while the Morgans dominated the finance sector, the Rockefellers held a vast majority of the energy and mining industries, effectively controlling the economic lifeblood of America. ExxonMobil, established by the Rockefeller family, remains the largest oil company worldwide, facing no direct competitors in the U.S. Many countries with liberalized energy sectors see ExxonMobil's influence behind their oil industries. Few would deny that with the dawn of the information age, the world is undergoing a technological revolution. In this transformation, the rise of the information industry stands out as the most remarkable, being the most accessible and widely disseminated of foundational industries compared to high-tech fields like genetic or nuclear technologies. Though Eric Williams emerged from Hollywood, he, unbeknownst to many, had invested heavily in numerous companies within the information technology realm. Under the Firefly banner, companies such as Cisco, Yahoo, and America Online, alongside Qualcomm and Sprint in the communications sector, hold crucial positions across the industry. Although these industries had yet to develop to the extent of becoming the primary economic lifeline, it was evident that at the current growth rate, once humanity fully transitioned into the information age, the companies under Eric Williams' purview would significantly influence the development of information industries in America and globally. Indeed, Eric Williams could become the John Rockefeller of the information era, perhaps even more daunting. This time there was no J.P. Morgan to contend with, not even Bill Gates, who became the second richest globally by wielding Microsoft, could compare to Firefly Investments' influence across the entire information industry. As discussions continued, some media even called for federal intervention to curb the further expansion of Firefly Investments to prevent the emergence of a monopoly. However, such actions would hardly impact Firefly's growth. At Drew's mansion in Truesdale, as Eric's car entered the driveway, a group of people gathered to welcome him. Eric shared a quick embrace with Drew before greeting Amy Pascal and her husband, along with a few unfamiliar faces who Drew introduced one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, Drew, affectionately linking her arm with Eric's, walked towards the courtyard amidst the crowd, playfully saying, "Eric, I thought you weren't coming." Hearing the laughter in agreement from those around, Eric chuckled. "You know I've been really busy lately." Kris Jenner, eagerly approaching Eric, asked, "Eric, we've heard some rumors. Are you really going to play Tony Stark?" "That's a secret for now. Feel free to guess boldly." Eric replied with a smile, shaking his head. Admitting it publicly in front of so many would inevitably let the cat out of the bag. "I doubt it's likely. Isn't Eric directing his new movie later this year?" said John Calley, the president of MGM. "But Eric, why is Firefly keeping silent about the lead in Iron Man? Is it possible that Oracle's Larry Ellison is taking on that role?" Eric remained silent, while others immediately chimed in, laughing. "That's even less believable." As everyone chatted casually, they soon arrived at the party set up on the lawn in the backyard. Drew had a penchant for hosting lively, large-scale parties, and the gathering had already amassed 100 to 200 people. Upon Eric's arrival, a buzz echoed through the crowd. Chapter 959, The Grand Celebration. Although the celebration party was initiated by Drew hoping for a lively affair, the atmosphere today felt different due to the overwhelming presence of executives from MGM and 2 television networks. The party, while featuring music and people dancing in the designated area, had attendees gathered in small groups, quietly chatting over champagne. The rise of cable television has become a major trend. While Entertainment and Bravo have lagged a bit in comparison to Lifetime, we still have plenty of time compared to many cable operators who haven't yet caught on. What you need to do is ramp up your investment in original content and enhance the marketing efforts of the network before other channels awaken to the potential. Eric addressed the group from a balcony overlooking Los Angeles, where he and Amy Pascal had taken a prime vantage point to discuss their network's future development. "Eric, with the success of Desperate Housewives, didn't you mention there was another reality show concept that would be perfect for Bravo?" asked Kris Jenner, the producer of Beverly Girls, eager to interject as soon as Eric finished speaking. Although Amy Pascal and the others thought Kris was a bit too eager, they were keenly waiting to hear about Eric's other reality show idea. In Hollywood, creativity was never in short supply, but both studios and networks often held a superstitious reverence for authority. Once a project achieved success, future ideas would garner widespread attention. If you were a newcomer without credentials, even the wildest concepts struggled to gain recognition in Hollywood. Eric nodded. "This reality show concept is similar to Beverly Girls and is also focused on lifestyle. The participants and target audience would both be housewives. If you start filming in Beverly Hills, you could call it Beverly Housewives. However, unlike Beverly Girls, this series could expand significantly. Just within Greater Los Angeles, you could have Beverly Housewives, Orange County Housewives, Malibu Housewives, all the way up to New York, San Francisco, and Chicago, and even extend overseas to London or Paris." After listening to Eric, Amy Pascal and the others exchanged glances. They realized that if Eric's idea could indeed grow into a massive Housewives franchise, it could be the backbone of Bravo's original content. However, reality shows typically had a life cycle, and they remained skeptical about the longevity of such a series. Amy Pascal recalled something and asked, "Eric, you mentioned this Housewives series could expand significantly, unlike Beverly Girls. Why is that?" "Young people love novelty," Eric explained. "After Beverly Girls, we might be able to develop several shows like Manhattan Girls or Chicago Girls, but these would likely bore young audiences quickly." He understood the allure of reality shows in gaining high ratings, yet they could just as easily cause audiences to lose interest. However, the Housewives series is different. It targets a demographic, housewives, whose daily lives are very routine. Many housewives lead nearly identical lives for decades. Once they become accustomed to a show, they'll keep watching out of habit. So, I believe the Housewives series will have a much longer lifespan compared to Beverly Girls. Plus, this type of reality show is low cost and could see multiple versions in various regions airing at different times. With that, Eric added with a smile, "Of course, This is just my speculation. Reality will ultimately determine the outcome. In his original timeline, the Housewives franchise grew immensely, and Eric's reverse reasoning based on results was becoming a fact. Kris Jenner, feeling particularly excited, said, "Eric, if this comes true, as a producer, this one series could secure my position in the television industry." For over 10 years, as Eric listened to Kris's veiled compliment, he shook his head and laughed. That's definitely not the case. A hit television show might temporarily boost a network's visibility and ratings, but it won't be enough for substantial growth. Great television programs are like sparks. If you want to keep the fire burning, you must keep adding fuel. In recent years, shows like Sex and the City, Project Runway, and America's Next Top Model became the cornerstones for Lifetime. The network consistently invested in developing new shows and acquiring programming rights. This led to a sustained rise in its overall ratings and revenue, even allowing Lifetime to launch 2 sister networks. This cycle of continuous content investment, viewership growth, and rising revenue formed a beneficial loop. As long as the management team avoided making foolish decisions, Lifetime would continue to thrive in this steady state. Eric hoped Entertainment and Bravo would also develop into a similar model of stable growth. The 3 networks catered to different demographics. One aimed at urban elite women, another at housewives, and the last attracted teenagers interested in entertainment and gossip. Thus, the chances for internal competition among the networks were minimal, allowing them to complement one another. Since it was a celebration, discussing business felt a bit out of place. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, everyone soon dispersed to chat with other guests of interest. Eric lingered on the patio for a bit with the girl before preparing to leave. Just then, Kris Jenner and her 3 daughters approached, saying, "Eric, let me introduce you. These are my daughters, Kourtney, Khloe, and of course, you've met Kim." It was Eric's first time encountering the Kardashian sisters in person. All 3 girls were under 20, their appearances youthful with seemingly minimal cosmetic enhancements. Eric had changed many things. The success of Beverly Girls and the future Housewives series would be enough to satisfy Kris Jenner's ambitions. She would clearly have little time to focus on her 3 daughters. A savvy woman like her understood that elevating her 3 comparatively average daughters to stardom would be quite challenging. It's likely that reality shows like Keeping Up with the Kardashians wouldn't exist in the future. After exchanging polite hugs with each sister, Eric turned to the familiar Kim Kardashian and asked with a smile, "So, what have you been up to recently?" "School," Kim replied, glancing at Drew and her mother and stepfather, who were cheerfully walking away. In a somewhat playful tone, she continued, "I'll be graduating high school this year, and my mom plans to send me to USC's film school." "Oh." Eric motioned to a passing waiter and took a glass of champagne from the tray. Leaning comfortably against the patio railing, he teased, "Do you think you'll get in?" While USC's film school was known for catering to the wealthy, those without connections or financial resources rarely set foot there. Yet, if someone's academic performance was too poor, it was likely that USC would still have some standards to uphold. "Eric, that's so hurtful." Kim feigned hurt, waving her hand, though she didn't dare hit him. She admitted, "But I don't have much confidence. I really want to study fashion design instead." "That seems more realistic." Eric agreed with a nod, glancing over at the other 2 sisters. Among them, the youngest, Khloe, was the tallest, naturally drawing Eric's attention. He asked, "Are you Khloe?" Khloe had just seen her second sister chatting animatedly with Eric, feeling a bit envious. She eagerly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Williams, I really like your movies." "Oh, which one?" Khloe smartly replied. "I love them all, starting from Home Alone." Feeling slighted, the eldest sister, Kourtney, chimed in. "Khloe, you got it wrong. Mr. Williams's first movie was 17 Again." "I know that." Khloe rolled her eyes at her sister. "But I was only 4 when that came out. I later watched 17 Again." Seeing her sisters bickering in front of Eric made Kim a bit embarrassed. She quickly turned to Eric, asking, "Eric, may I invite you to dance?" "Oh, of course." Eric glanced at Kris Jenner and her husband nearby, engaged in conversation with Entertainment's president. They seemed unconcerned about him, and he wondered what she was thinking in introducing her daughters to him. Although he had little interest in the 3 ordinary-looking girls, The current situation was amusing and even a bit stimulating. Upon hearing Eric's agreement, Kim Kardashian gleefully shot a glance at her sisters before extending her hand to link arms with Eric as they headed toward the dance floor. Watching Eric walk away with her sister, Courtney and Chloe exchanged glances, each glaring at the other in unison, whispering, "This is all your fault." As soon as that was said, Chloe quickly added, "It's your fault for starting it. Now we've probably left a bad impression on Mr. Williams." Courtney, feeling a bit guilty, turned her gaze to the city lights of Los Angeles below, leaning against the railing. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "I wish I had a villa like that." Chloe shared the same thought, but still held some resentment toward Courtney for calling her out. She sarcastically replied, "Do you have any idea how much that villa costs?" Courtney had just visited Drew's mansion for the first time, yet she'd heard Kim talk about it before. Although the mansion wasn't too large, its location made it exceedingly valuable. The current conservative estimate would be over $15 million, and given Los Angeles's property appreciation rate, it might even increase to $20 or $30 million in the coming years. Despite having wealthy, biological and stepfathers, the sisters knew they couldn't afford such a villa. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Courtney rubbed her hands over the smooth railing, turning her attention back to the dimly lit dance floor. However, she couldn't spot her sister and Eric among the shadows. "I read in a magazine that Mr. Williams might be worth around $150 billion. I wonder what it's like to have that much," Chloe said, rolling her eyes at Courtney. "While it's definitely over $100 billion, there's no way it's $150 billion. Were you reading tabloids again? But, if it's true, then we could buy 100 villas like that without blinking an eye," Courtney retorted. Courtney, feeling a bit dreamy, couldn't help but ask, 100 villas? How much would that cost? Chloe thought for a moment and confidently shook her head. "How would I know? You do the math." Courtney glanced back at the dance floor again and still didn't see her sister and Eric, expressing disappointment. "If I could just be Eric Williams's girlfriend, he could buy me a villa with just a wave of his hand." Chloe recalled what had just happened and said, "He's with Kim now. Just go on dreaming. It's all your fault. I didn't do it on purpose. You were the one who got it wrong." Courtney shot back, "I pointed it out because you made a mistake. You're still my older sister, right?" Chloe retorted. Courtney sighed, "I don't know about that." Chloe perked up like an agitated cat. "You dare say that in front of Mom? Let's see if she doesn't slap you." "I'm too lazy to argue with you," Courtney said, realizing she had gone a bit overboard. Whether biological or step-family members, the sisters weren't afraid. Growing up, they were just wary of their strong and fiery mother. If what Courtney just said reached their mom's ears, they would surely get a slap in return. Noticing Courtney backing down, Chloe smirked. Watch out. I'll tell Mom." "Go ahead," Courtney shrugged, unfazed. It was clearly surprising that she would address such sensitive matters with her mom. Of course, Chloe didn't dare make the threat. Seeing her tactic failed, she turned to the dance floor, her voice now filled with excitement. "Let's head over there. Who knows, we might get to dance with Mr. Williams." Courtney nodded. "Did you hear that?" Kim directly called him by his first name. "What do you think? Should we do the same?" "I have no idea. You say it first." Chloe nudged. Courtney felt a little tempted, but quickly shook her head and found a reason for her hesitation. "Mom said we should be polite." Chapter 960, Method Acting. The day after the celebration party for Beverly Girls and Desperate Housewives, even though it was Sunday, Eric had already begun officially preparing for the filming of Iron Man. The movie was set to start shooting with the scenes in the cave after Tony Stark had been kidnapped. The cave interiors were fully constructed at Firefly Studios, and even for the brief outdoor shots planned, filming was only to take place in the mountains of Eastern California. Aside from the scheduled scenes at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas, it could be said that the entire film wouldn't leave California. This setup maximized Eric's compatibility with his other work commitments. Although everyone hoped Eric could immerse himself completely in the film, they all understood that was unrealistic. At Firefly Studios, the first official day of shooting Iron Man had finally arrived. Inside the massive Stage 7, as it was a scene of Tony Stark trapped in a cave after being kidnapped, there weren't many people involved in the shoot. Director Joss Whedon discussed the upcoming first scene with the cinematographer, lighting technicians, and others before walking over to the two actors rehearsing. The actor playing Dr. Ian's son, who was kidnapped alongside Tony Stark, was Ed Harris, a seasoned veteran in Hollywood. 2 years prior, he had received an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor for Apollo 13. Initially, some top brass at Firefly had encouraged Eric to take on the role of Tony Stark himself. But now that the moment had arrived, Joss Whedon felt immense pressure and even subtly regretted that decision. Compared to Eric, who had achieved a string of box office successes, he was merely an inexperienced director. Joss even sensed that many crew members' attention was focused on Eric. Clearly, in this studio, one word from Eric held more weight than 10 from him. This was evident that morning, as many from Firefly Group, aware of Eric's role as Tony Stark, showed up under the pretense of visiting the set to see the excitement. Everyone who came was significant in their own right, and Joss thought he couldn't offend even one of them, but Eric managed to send everyone away with a mere word. "Joss, are we ready to shoot?" Upon seeing Joss approach, Eric got up from his folding chair and asked. Eric was well aware of the pressure Joss felt, but didn't try to alleviate it verbally. He simply made subtle gestures to show his respect for Joss's role as director. During the film's pre-production, Eric had accepted Joss's directorial vision, planning to focus on his role as the lead actor and avoid meddling in matters outside his purview unless Joss suddenly changed direction. Eric's small gesture of getting up visibly allowed Joss to relax a bit as he nodded and said, "Yes, Eric, they're ready over there." Eric handed a hardcover notebook to Caroline, saying, "Let's head over." The plan was to film the scene where Dr. Ianson performed surgery on Tony Stark first. Caroline watched as Eric, Joss Whedon, and Ed Harris moved toward the filming area, holding onto the hardcover notebook that Eric had just given her and staying put instead of following. Melanie carefully carried a coffee pot inside and, noticing the bustling crowd, quickly approached Caroline to set down the pot. Glancing towards the group with curiosity, she asked, "Are they about to start?" "Yeah." Caroline nodded but stayed standing for a moment before sitting back down, her eyes still fixed on Eric's figure not far away. Melanie, sitting beside Caroline, noticed Eric had removed his jacket, laying bare-chested on the operating table, and couldn't help but say, "Eric looks amazing. I wish I could touch his abs." Caroline rolled her eyes at Melanie, but her own cheeks were soon flushed. Worried that Melanie might catch her expression, she quickly turned her head away. Melanie didn't notice Caroline's change and continued to watch the busy crowd, saying, "I have to admit, Eric looks way more mature with his black hair." In general, blonde women are often seen as the stereotypical dumb blonde, and similarly, blonde men are ridiculed, leading many naturally blonde men to dye their hair darker. In Hollywood, this was even more prevalent. Male stars like Leonardo DiCaprio, Paul Walker, and Chris Hemsworth were actually blonde, but rarely kept their natural hair color. Eric's hair was also golden, which made him appear youthful, yet he had never considered dyeing it. In earlier years, some media outlets would occasionally joke about his hair color, yet now that everyone was accustomed to Eric's personal image, the topic had died down. To play Tony Stark, Eric finally changed his hair color. The standard facial hairstyle for Tony Stark was fake, and due to his obsessive cleanliness, Eric typically didn't sport any facial hair, just some light stubble at most. Thus, after the makeup was done, Eric's appearance was markedly different from his usual look, making him almost unrecognizable. While most could still identify him at a glance, the stark contrast in his appearance meant he wouldn't disrupt the audience's immersion by being too recognizable in the role of Tony Stark. Caroline noticed a prop master applying fake blood to Eric's chest and couldn't help but squeeze her notebook, thinking about how someone so meticulous and clean would surely find this discomforting. A hand waved in front of her, and Caroline snapped back to the moment. "Mel, what's up?" "I'm just starstruck here. Didn't you hear what I said?" Caroline blinked, responding, "Yeah, I heard, but Eric said he thinks blonde is nice too." Melanie burst out laughing, wrapping an arm around Caroline and pinching her chin gently. "Silly girl, he likes women with blonde hair." "Not really. They probably aren't all blonde," Caroline said. After Caroline spoke, Melanie noticed the disappointment on her face and sighed. She grabbed the notebook Eric had just handed Caroline and said, "Let me see what Eric has written." This notebook served as Eric's method acting tool. During these days, Whenever he had free time, he jotted down details of Tony Stark's personality, behavior, and dialogue in the notebook, occasionally constructing a dialogue out of thin air in the first person or writing a diary entry. As Eric's close personal assistants, Caroline and Melanie knew this notebook wasn't much of a secret, and Melanie eagerly read through the snippets Eric brainstormed. Just as she opened the notebook, they heard Joss Whedon's commanding voice announcing the start of filming. Both girls instinctively stood up and leaned in closer to see. A production assistant clapped the clapperboard and quickly stepped away from the camera. The few square meters surrounding the operating table were crowded with 5 or 6 actors and crew members, making it difficult for the two women to catch sight of Eric, who could barely be seen struggling on the makeshift operating table through gaps in the crowd. Melanie and Caroline had rehearsed lines with Eric and naturally read the entire script, and having been in Hollywood long enough, it wasn't their first time watching actors perform. In this scene, Eric was supposed to cry out in pain, but Melanie heard no sound coming from him, leading her to think, poor boss probably isn't able to let loose in front of so many people after so many years away from acting. Though she often joked about her boss, in truth, Melanie had a soft heart and genuinely worried that Eric would flop. She expected to hear Joss Whedon shout, "Cut," quickly, but instead, she was startled by Eric's agonizing and guttural cries that erupted, sounding like a captured wolf howling in desperation against its cage, trying to break free. Ah! Caroline felt her heart tighten and instinctively took a step forward, nearly rushing into action, while Melanie, surprised as well, kept her head clear and grabbed Caroline's arm. Inside, several temporary actors playing the terrorists noticed Eric's outburst and began to struggle violently, frozen in place for a moment. Ed Harris's experience kicked in, and he quickly shouted, "Hold him down." Only then did the temporary actors realize they needed to restrain Eric, who was squirming intensely. Not far from the director's monitor, Joss Whedon's mood had fluctuated multiple times in under a minute. Initially, Eric was performing silently on the operating table. While his body language was exceptional, the lack of sound made Joss think, like Melanie, that Eric hadn't acted in years and was somewhat hamstrung. If that were true, it would be a major issue. To be a great actor, the foundation is unleashing one's true nature. Even if the character is a dog, the actor must bark freely. If Eric was restricted from even groaning in pain, it would mean he had closed off his actor's nature. Now that filming had begun, the crew had no time to allow Eric months to free himself. If it had been another actor, paired with a more accommodating director, they might have been forced into performing better through reprimanding or intimidating tactics. But seriously, who in Hollywood would dare pull that with Eric Williams? Soon, Eric exploded, resembling a wounded beast in a trap, and Joss Whedon's almost sinking spirits soared high as he fixated on the monitor, relief washing over his face. Upon reflecting, it made sense. Tony Stark was unconscious on the operating table, his body involuntarily reacting to stimuli during the surgical pain and fear. Eric's understanding of these details was arguably more thorough than Joss's as the director. Ultimately, Joss had to acknowledge his subtle prejudices. He assumed that since Eric had reached the pinnacle of directing, he would likely struggle with acting. Therefore, when the scene deviated slightly from his expectations, he feared there was a huge problem. Realizing this, Joss felt somewhat ashamed, watching the temporary actors fumble in confusion while Eric unleashed his performance. He furiously cursed them in his mind. A beautifully perfect shot ruined. When Ed Harris shouted, "Hold him down," in English, Joss had to immediately call cut. Although Ed Harris reacted quickly, he overlooked that the actors around him were Afghan and could not communicate in English. Hearing Joss call cut, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as the scene had been entirely unexpected. Joss approached Eric, who was sitting up, and asked, "Eric, how are you feeling?" Eric noticed a prop master bringing over a towel to help wipe the fake blood off his chest, and quickly took it, doing it himself. He didn't feel comfortable having a male prop master assist him in wiping off the blood. As the crowd dispersed, Caroline and Melanie walked over, and Eric naturally handed the towel to Melanie, who took it and carefully helped Eric clean the blood that had dripped down his back. Letting Melanie clean off the fake blood, Eric nodded and asked, "Not bad. How about you? How's it looking?" Joss nodded, saying, "Very well, but you might want to tone it down a bit. Everyone got a bit spooked. Hearing Joss's bluntness, everyone laughed. Eric grinned and replied, "All right, I'll try. This is just the first shot. We can try again a few times." As one of Hollywood's finest directors, Joss wasn't blind to where the earlier issues had popped up. However, Eric exhibited no intention of blaming the temp actors for the mistakes, which relieved Joss, as that was actually within the director's purview. Gradually beginning to ease his worries, Joss patiently explained to several extras what to pay attention to next, also having a language expert teach Ed Harris a few phrases in Afghan before shooting continued. Chapter 961. The question of who is richer. After a week of adjustments, the entire crew of Iron Man gradually set aside their concerns, thanks in no small part to Eric Williams' professional demeanor, which he never let mix with his personal identity. The efficiency of the production team soared, and what was expected to take 2 weeks to shoot in the cave was nearly 70% complete just 1 week in. Meanwhile, media speculation and discussion regarding the lead actor of Iron Man grew increasingly lively. Although the crew employed strict confidentiality measures, it became clear that more and more hints were being unearthed by the press. All signs seemed to point to an incredible truth. Eric Williams was indeed set to star as Tony Stark in Iron Man. It wasn't until Eric showed up, sporting his full head of dark hair, at the premiere of a film titled The Big Lebowski that media outlets confirmed Eric's role as Tony Stark. Directed by the Coen brothers, The Big Lebowski was produced by Polygram and distributed in North America by New Line due to Eric's prior deal with them when he intended to invite Jeff Bridges to star in Iron Man. Though Universal took over Polygram's film operations after Seagram's acquisition, films that had existing contracts, like The Big Lebowski, couldn't be reclaimed. The film received positive reviews, but this news paled in comparison to Eric's involvement in Iron Man, especially as Forbes magazine released their annual list of North America's wealthiest individuals shortly after, revealing Eric's stunning net worth of $136.8 billion. Bill Gates saw his fortune surge to $51 billion as the value of Microsoft soared past $200 billion. But much like last year, Eric's wealth continued to outstrip Gates by more than half. With Firefly Investments holding a vast range of enterprises across the information sector, Forbes even dubbed Eric the Rockefeller of the information age in their feature on him. The media's mixed reviews on Eric's decision to play Iron Man varied. Some viewed it as a frivolous gamble that might ruin the comic adaptation series, while others believed it would lead to more resources being allocated to the project, promising audiences an unprecedented special effects spectacle. As discussions expanded, one topic captured public fascination more than any other. Who was wealthier, Eric Williams or Tony Stark? The question prompted little debate since the answer was evident. Stark Industries had a prototype easily identified as the well-known Lockheed Martin, the largest defense contractor in the world. However, despite Lockheed Martin's prominence in the defense sector, its current market value was only $22.5 billion. By analogy, Stark Industries' value couldn't exceed about $20 billion, meaning Tony Stark couldn't possibly have a net worth over $10 billion, even as a major shareholder. At Firefly Studios, inside Soundstage Number 7, the cave scene was coming to a close. They were filming the moment Tony Stark donned the Mark I armor, and once the remaining battle scenes were completed, the cave shooting would wrap up entirely. The Mark I armor, crafted over several months by Stan Winston, felt just like real armor and allowed for agile movement despite its weight of 45 kilograms, so Eric opted not to use a stuntman. Behind the monitors, Joss Whedon replayed the footage to confirm everything was perfect before giving the crew an okay gesture. All right, that's a wrap for today. Applause erupted throughout the soundstage as several crew members quickly approached to help Eric take off the Mark I armor. Joss Whedon, holding the director's script, approached Eric. "Eric, we only have 5 scenes left. I think we could pull an all-nighter tomorrow. That way, we can head to Las Vegas for shooting next week." California's labor laws for the film industry were quite strict. Today was Friday, and without special arrangements, the crew traditionally had weekends off. Of course, working overtime wasn't out of the question. However, workers usually earned several times their usual wages, making overtime an uncommon choice. Once the helmet was removed, Eric stretched his neck and raised his arm for the chest piece to be taken off. Joss, if you think it's suitable, go ahead and arrange it. I don't have anything special planned for the weekend. Joss nodded and instructed one of the crew members to notify everyone about the additional shooting day. After chatting with Joss for a moment and completely removing the armor, Eric bid him farewell and decided to head home. He had been juggling the complexities of Firefly's business affairs with shooting Iron Man, and he was feeling worn out. Caroline and Melanie approached him, with Melanie handing Eric a bottle of water. Caroline opened her folder and pulled out an invitation. Eric, this is from Ms. Madonna Ciccone. She wants to invite you to her new album launch party. Eric glanced at the invitation, but thoughts of Victoria Adams, the girl he'd placed next to Madonna, crossed his mind. Wondering how she was doing, he noticed the event was tomorrow night, which led him to shake his head. I can't. I have to work tomorrow. But when did her new album come out? Caroline replied, March 3rd. It sold 760,000 copies in its first week, which is Madonna's best performance since 1990. Eric simply nodded, more concerned about when he could get Madonna's album onto Yahoo Music Store, but did not ask further. Caroline closed her folder and added, And Eric, Miss Kerr is waiting for you outside. As they stepped out of the cave set, Miranda Kerr rushed over from the waiting area, beaming. Eric, you're finally off work. After sporting the heavy Mark I armor for the entire afternoon, Eric felt as if he had been lifting weights all day. As Miranda confidently leaned against him, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her with ease before setting her down. All right, there are too many people here. No need to act spoiled. Am I getting lighter? Miranda joked, breaking into laughter as she turned to wave at Caroline and Melanie, keen on forging good rapport with Eric's two female assistants, knowing how much he valued them. Hey, Carly Mel. Caroline felt a pang of jealousy, but maintained her politeness. Hello, Miranda. Melanie, however, wasn't as friendly. She remembered when this girl had acted entitled. She simply nodded before pulling Caroline away. Eric, we'll head out now. Watching Melanie storm off with Caroline, Miranda kept her bright smile intact. She linked her arm through Eric's. Eric, I really want to see you film. They won't let me in. Can't I come in just for a little while? Getting into this soundstage is quite a feat. Do you think just anyone can stroll in? Eric laughed, shaking his head. He was always kind to the women around him, but he drew the line when it came to maintaining the secrecy around Iron Man's production. Everyone who entered the cave set had signed a non-disclosure agreement. Understanding the situation, Miranda pivoted. Then how about we go to Tokyo this weekend? I heard the cherry blossoms there are beautiful right now. Eric had the impulse to give her a playful smack on the behind. A weekend trip across the Pacific to see cherry blossoms was quite creative. Forget about Tokyo. I have to work tomorrow. Miranda pouted in disappointment, shaking Eric's arm. But tomorrow is Saturday. Plenty of people work on Saturdays too. Not like you, who just plays all day. Or should I let Drew take you to Tokyo? At the mention of Drew's name, Miranda suddenly tensed up. She suspected that Christina Aguilera had said something unfavorable about her in Drew's presence, and from the few encounters they'd had, Drew had never been particularly nice to her. Given how favored Drew was by Eric, she worried that Drew might throw her out of a plane mid-flight over the Pacific. Shaking her head in sadness, Miranda said, Well, never mind. But Eric, next month is my birthday. You can't forget. Eric nodded and smiled. What do you want as a birthday gift? Shouldn't that be something boys think about doing? Eric pretended to ponder the question, hesitating for a moment. How about a big stuffed animal? Miranda perked up, intrigued. How big? Eric recalled the giant bunny Stark had gifted Pepper in Iron Man 3. Like 3 meters tall. Just tell me what type you want, and I'll have someone special order it. Why would I want a stuffed animal that big? I'm not your doll girl, Miranda said, playfully imagining how cool such a massive toy would be, though it wasn't quite what she wanted. Gently bumping against Eric, she continued, Actually, I want to move out, like Giselle and Ale. That won't work. Let's stick to the stuffed animal. Eric immediately shook his head. He wasn't unwilling. After all, even a $10 million mansion wasn't a big deal for him, but Miranda was still too young for independence. Noticing her sulking expression, he added, Let's just wait until next year. Your sweet 16th birthday next year, and you can pick any house in Los Angeles. Miranda's face lit up as if the previous gloom had vanished. That's a deal. But really, I want to choose. Can I pick a place in the Liberty City Manor? Definitely not. Humph. Miranda pouted playfully. The two laughed and chatted as they exited the soundstage. It was the end of the workday, and the area outside was bustling with people. Miranda instinctively let go of Eric's arm. Noticing he didn't head toward the parking lot, but moved in the opposite direction, she questioned, Eric, aren't we going back to Liberty City Manor? We are, but not by car. Eric explained. With the confirmation of his role in Iron Man, he had become a target for paparazzi. While they didn't aggressively intrude on his privacy, they were eager to snap photos of his daily life. Any sighting of Eric became newsworthy, with some publications even offering a high price for behind-the-scenes snapshots from the Iron Man set. Confused, Miranda followed Eric as they walked for over 10 minutes until they reached a lush lawn near the administrative area. There stood a powerful black helicopter, nearly 20 meters long, over twice the size of a typical civilian helicopter. Wow, I've seen that before. It's a Black Hawk. Black means it's a Black Hawk, Eric remarked as he playfully patted Miranda's back, who seemed to pause, pondering the helicopter's grandeur before hurrying up to follow him. Climbing aboard excitedly, Miranda sat down in her seat, curiously exploring her surroundings. This has to be a Black Hawk. Eric shook his head, holding her back to fasten her seatbelt. At that moment, Eric's head of security, Carter Moan, stepped aboard the helicopter. Hearing Miranda's comment, he smiled and explained, Miss Kerr, this is the VH-60N. While it belongs to the Black Hawk family, it's also been nicknamed the White Hawk. Miranda obediently sat still as Eric buckled her in, but quickly chimed in. White Hawk? That doesn't sound cool. It's still black. True, it doesn't sound as intimidating as Black Hawk, Carter said as he took a seat in the back. But it has another nickname, the President's Hawk. Chapter 962. Can't you see us flying so low? Miranda Kerr felt a bit puzzled at Carter Moan's words. She knew about Air Force One, but obviously, she wasn't aware of Marine One and its helicopters. In addition to the famous Air Force One, there was also a dedicated helicopter fleet for the president's travels. This fleet comprised two models of helicopters designed for dignitaries, the VH-3D, modified from the Sea King SH-3D, and the VH-60N, modified from the Black Hawk UH-60A. Eric had already begun construction at two private airports, one in Ventura, North Los Angeles, and the other on Long Island in New York. He placed orders for two Boeing 747-402 Gulfstream V business jets as part of his plans. Considering the distance from his estate at Liberty City to Ventura Airport was over 40 kilometers, Eric figured it made sense to acquire two helicopters for more convenient travel between Ventura Airport and either Malibu Liberty City or downtown Los Angeles. Liberty City originally had a Bell civilian helicopter, but Eric was far from confident in the safety of civilian choppers. Of the two VIP helicopters, the VH-3D was produced in 1976, making it quite outdated and thus unworthy of consideration. So, Eric directly ordered two VH-60N helicopters from Sikorsky Aircraft based on that model's configuration. Naturally, some classified electromagnetic pulse protection systems couldn't be installed, and Eric wasn't interested in them anyway. He had always believed that if a nuclear war really did break out, human civilization would inevitably be doomed. What he called nuclear protection was merely a form of self-deception. Additionally, the federal government did not prohibit civilians from purchasing military helicopters, and the military frequently sold soon-to-be-retired military aircraft at low prices to enthusiasts of military gear. Larry Ellison, for instance, had collected two fighter jets. As for the VH-60N, it had also been removed from the list of items banned for sale. The primary reason no one else had purchased them was simply that these helicopters were far too expensive. A regular civilian helicopter could be bought for $200,000 to $300,000, and even the most expensive variant of the Black Hawk series didn't cost more than $10 million. Meanwhile, Eric's two VH-60Ns, even without the secret military equipment installation, still had a price tag of $33 million each, nearing the cost of a Gulfstream V ultra-long-range business jet. And this was just the beginning. The annual maintenance costs and expenses for hiring pilots would also add up to a significant amount. To say that in all of America, apart from the paid-for president, very few wealthy individuals could use a VH-60N as a personal vehicle without batting an eye was an understatement. Even the federal president could only enjoy such a luxury for a limited budget during their trips each year. As the VH-60N started up, Miranda immediately felt its difference. In movies or television, all appearances of helicopters came with loud roaring sounds. Pilots needed to shout to communicate with one another. But this helicopter's rotor generated an airflow that stirred up dust around it. While inside the cabin, only a gentle humming sound could be heard, barely affecting conversations. Once the helicopter stabilized in flight, Miranda Kerr eagerly unbuckled her seatbelt and knelt on her seat to gaze out the window. The entire Los Angeles coastline formed a curved bay. Leaving Firefly Studios near Mariandel Bay, the helicopter flew towards Point Dume, skimming the ocean's surface the whole way. Feeling the helicopter gusting over the sea at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, Miranda even thought she could hear the wind whistling outside the cabin. The girl felt quite proud and pointed disdainfully through the window, saying, "Eric, look. Those houses by Malibu Beach look like little boxes. They're so ugly. Wow, I can already see the shell villa. That's a real house to live in." Eric, flipping through a book he received from Lockheed Martin, had been reading up to get into character for Tony Stark. Without looking up, he chuckled at her comment. "I seem to recall someone just said she wanted a little box." Carter Moan and his crew were seated in the back. Miranda, a bit embarrassed by Eric's teasing, replied, "I don't want that at all anymore." The drive from Firefly Studios to Liberty City would take over 40 kilometers, and even without traffic, it would take about 40 minutes by car. The VH-60N, traveling in a straight line at nearly 350 kilometers per hour, landed on the helipad at Liberty City in under 15 minutes. Miranda seemed a bit reluctant to leave. As they entered the villa, she affectionately wrapped her arm around Eric and asked, "Eric, if you can't join me tomorrow, can I take this helicopter to Santa Cruz Island with some classmates?" Santa Cruz Island was just over 60 kilometers off the coast from Malibu, the largest island in California, part of a group of islands that included Santa Rosa and San Miguel. The islands had well-preserved natural environments, with nearly no residents left, making them excellent tourist spots. Eric had visited a few times. Shedding his jacket, Eric planned to head upstairs for a shower. Seeing Miranda eagerly following him, he nodded, "Sure, but you absolutely must come back before dark." Miranda laughed as she followed him up the stairs, saying, "I know. I'm just going with a few of my girlfriends. I wouldn't bring any crazy boys." Eric nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Good girl. I love smart girls. Don't follow me. I'm going to take a shower." "Eric, can I join you for a shower?" "No." Eric shook his head immediately. "You're such a coward." Miranda continuously complained again, without knowing how many times she had expressed this. "I'll sort you out sooner or later, little imp." Eric dismissed her teasing. From the time he had spent with Drew, he had always refrained from engaging intimately with girls under 16. Even with frequent close contact, this boundary had never shifted. Eric didn't do this out of fear of rules or laws. He simply believed that someone who reached the pinnacle of wealth and power should maintain certain standards. "Let's go check the kitchen and see what we have for dinner," he suggested. "You still have to cook? You're the world's first semi-billionaire." Miranda protested. She clearly didn't share Eric's desire for experiences. If possible, she preferred being surrounded by a group of servants, doing nothing but enjoying life. Even a trillionaire needs to live. "Do you think I should build myself a golden bed and pile thick stacks of bills on top to lay on all day doing nothing?" Eric laughed, shaking his head, then playfully slapped her on her backside, saying, "Now go on." "I wouldn't mind having such a bed," Miranda mused, her imagination kindling as she turned to head downstairs. After dinner, Miranda, now clearly a night owl, dragged Eric to the screening room to watch a movie. They watched some of Terminator 2, and by midway through, Eric could barely keep his eyes open. Waking up in the morning, Eric rose, washed up, and prepared breakfast. He had intended to wake the girl who was still in bed, but to his surprise, Miranda appeared radiant in the dining room, holding the morning newspaper. Spending time together had given her the knowledge of Eric's morning newspaper habits. "Eric, look at this photo. It's fantastic," she exclaimed, smiling as she unfolded a section of the Los Angeles Times, displaying a picture of the black VH-60N helicopter soaring past the waves. The headline read, "Williams Marine One," boasting quite the sensational flair, or perhaps sour grapes. For several consecutive days, Eric had given only the image of the boastful modified Black Hawk helicopter to reporters waiting outside Firefly Studios. Unlike the common camouflage Black Hawks or the more municipal-looking dark green Marine One, Eric's 2VH-60NS sported a striking piano black appearance. Even printed in the low resolution of a newspaper, they still stood out beautifully. Taking the paper, Eric pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Let's eat. Didn't you say you were going to the Santa Cruz Island with your classmates today? We'll go to the studio first, and you can call them from there to join you. You'll all be back in the early evening, just as I return home from work." Miranda sat beside Eric and eagerly poured some boxed juice into his cup. "I just saw 2 helicopters down at the hangar. You want to fly one out too?" he asked. Miranda shook her head. "No, but that would be so cool." Eric replied, "Don't even think about it. You need to keep a low profile." She pointed at the open newspaper, her cheeks displaying her charming dimples again. "Is this still called keeping a low profile?" "Of course, didn't you see us flying so low?" he joked. Haha. After breakfast, they hurried to Firefly Studios. Eric briefed Carter Moan on Miranda's plan to go to Santa Cruz Island and dashed into the filming studio to kick off the days. Shoot. The cave scenes only required Tony Stark to put on the Mark I armor and burst forth from the cave. Besides saying goodbye to the dying Dr. Ensign, the rest didn't need lines, making it relatively simple. As for the action outside the cave, which showcased Tony Stark destroying Stark Industries weaponry, that would be filmed on location in the Eastern California mountains. While Eric shot in the studio, several crew members discreetly headed to Las Vegas to prepare for the filming scheduled for Monday. As Las Vegas required some outdoor scenes, the crew was extra cautious to avoid being crowded, ensuring strict confidentiality. The morning shoot went smoothly, and as lunchtime approached, Eric finished filming the dialogue scene between Tony Stark and Dr. Ensign. However, in the afternoon, the Mark I armor would be using a flamethrower. For safety's sake, the crew decided Eric wouldn't be allowed to perform the stunts, so a stunt double took his place. Stan Winston designed the flamethrower apparatus, consisting of 2 hoses connected to a high-pressure oil pump, with the nozzle mounted on the armor arm. The stunt double would carry these long hoses while walking and spraying fire, which posed some danger but unlikely to threaten the stunt double's life, just risky for minor injuries. The crew had purchased insurance for the stunt double and signed strict contracts to hold parties accountable in case of an accident, ensuring no stoppage for the production team. Near the monitors, Eric was still in his lower body armor, patiently watching Joss Whedon direct the stunt double, who was only half in costume, preparing for his last scene. The stunt double's performance went off without a hitch, and after wrapping up, a group rushed in with fire extinguishers to spray down the still-burning props. Others darted in to take the armor off the stunt double and put it on Eric. Everyone's mood was light. Once the remaining scenes were finished, they would enjoy a day off tomorrow and head to the dreamland of Las Vegas the day after that. The Vegas shoot was scheduled for 3 days, which would certainly allow plenty of entertainment time. Eric just needed to take down 2 terrorists rushing at him, then walk to the cave entrance to complete all his scenes. "Eric, just a heads up, after filming wraps, can I keep the Mark I armor?" Joss Whedon, holding the director's script and looking quite relaxed, asked brightly. "That won't work. We'll definitely need it for promotional purposes when the movie releases," Eric replied, shaking his head as he gestured for a crew member to help him with his helmet. Seeing Joss's disappointment, he smiled and added, "But once the movie comes out, you can take it home." "Sounds good." Joss grinned, clapping his hands. He then called out to everyone, "Okay, everyone, get ready. Final shot, and once it's done, you're all off work." Listening to Joss's excited tone, Eric smiled and started to move into position, getting ready for the scene. Chapter 963, Developing the Easter Release Window. The final set of shots posed no challenges at all. Over 10 minutes later, as everyone on set cheered and celebrated, The scene in the cave from Iron Man was officially wrapped. Once a second unit director was assigned to handle the wrap-up, Joss Whedon approached Eric, who had just removed his Mark I armor. He asked, "Eric, I'm going to review all the footage from this period tomorrow. Do you want to join me?" When production for Iron Man first began, Joss had worried that Eric might interfere too much with the filmmaking process. However, over the past couple of weeks, those concerns had completely vanished. In fact, Eric's occasional insights during filming had greatly benefited Joss, who was a rookie director handling a major production for the first time. Joss genuinely hoped to gain more advice from Eric. After the cave scenes were completed, the set would soon be dismantled to make way for other films. Therefore, if any additional shooting was required for this segment, it would become quite complicated. Naturally, Eric wanted to ensure everything was perfect, and although tomorrow was Sunday, upon hearing Joss's invitation, he readily agreed. The core creative team of the movie gathered to discuss next week's shooting schedule before Eric left the studio. Noticing that he hadn't seen Miranda Kerr all day, he asked Caroline, who was beside him, "Has she not returned yet?" Caroline shook her head. "Not yet. I called about 10 minutes ago, and Carter said they were on their way back. They should be taking off now." Today's shoot had wrapped up early, and it was still not even 5 o'clock. Eric wasn't in a rush. He nodded and headed to his office in the administrative area to tackle some work. As soon as Eric entered his office and switched on his computer, Caroline knocked quickly and came in, handing him a folder. "Eric, this is the film list for the Easter release that you requested on Friday. It includes detailed information and marketing plans for films from Firefly, MGM, and Fox." Faced with an increasingly crowded summer and New Year's release schedule, Eric had begun to consider developing a brand new popular release window since last year. Besides gradually extending the summer and New Year release periods, he initially focused on Easter. In the planned promotion for 3D and IMAX films, the Real D and 4,200 initiatives would be implemented by the end of next year. At that point, there would be no shortage of 3D and IMAX films for the New Year's slate. So far, confirmed titles included Gravity and the first installment of The Lord of the Rings. However, just those few 3D and IMAX films for the new year would clearly be insufficient to carry through to the summer. Therefore, the Firefly system needed to release at least 2 additional 3D and IMAX films between the new year and summer to ensure that the 4,000 3D screens and 200 IMAX screens wouldn't face a shortage of content. The Easter release window was undoubtedly the best time to launch new films in the 6-month gap between the new year and summer. Easter coincided with students' spring break, and teenagers were precisely the demographic most receptive to new film presentation formats. Interestingly, the Easter window had always existed, with Hollywood routinely releasing several films during this period. However, previously, the film companies had viewed Easter merely as a chance to capitalize on students' vacations to earn a little more than during the quieter film off-season. If they could strike a surprise hit or two, that'd be even better. Since Easter had never been taken too seriously, major productions almost never launched during this time. Yet, once the Real D and 4,200 initiatives were in full swing, things would change. Currently, still in the film era, the production cost for a film print copy ranged from $1,000 to $2,000, depending on length. Although the cost of producing a single film print was not exorbitant, multiplying that by 2,000 or 3,000 resulted in a significant expenditure. The cost for a few thousand film prints during distribution could easily reach millions of dollars. For dual projection 3D films, this cost could be doubled. The price of IMAX film prints was 10 times that of regular prints. Distributing films in 3D and IMAX formats could lead to production costs exceeding $10 million just for prints alone. Therefore, low to mid-budget films with production budgets under $50 million were unnecessary for Eric's plan for the 4,200 cinemas. To fill the Easter window 2 years later in 2000 with 3D and IMAX films following Gravity and The Lord of the Rings, only the big productions would qualify. To ensure that Easter films did not flop, Eric planned to vigorously cultivate the concept of the Easter release window starting this year. The process was akin to later creating shopping festivals like Black Friday. It wasn't particularly complicated. In essence, it meant improving the quality of films released during Easter and increasing marketing efforts to draw in more audiences who might not have otherwise gone to the movies during this period. According to the information in his hand, MGM planned to feature Species during the Easter period, with a production budget of $35 million, placing it as a mid-budget production. Interestingly, the film's lead role was originally supposed to be Natasha Henstridge, who began her modeling career at 14 and was also part of the Victoria's Secret ranks. Eric remembered hearing Drew mention auditions for this film last year, but did not get involved, resulting in the lead role going to the stunning Heather Graham. Heather also had an outstanding performance in New Lines, last year's film, Boogie Nights. During casting for Iron Man, Eric had directly placed the role of journalist Christine Everhart from Vanity Fair in the hands of the Victoria's Secret team. Linda Evangelista, displeased with Eric's prohibition against Victoria's Secret angels dating young Leo, had privately nicknamed him Jealous Daddy, a rather fitting label. Since he had personally built the Victoria's Secret brand, Eric did not mind elevating his lovely models in popularity. Indeed, it had its advantages. The more prestigious he made Victoria's Secret, the greater his influence in the fashion world. After Natasha Henstridge lost the role in Species, when Eric released the quota, he saw Natasha Henstridge participated in the audition and gave the role to her. Perhaps with a bit of motivation, Elizabeth, not very optimistic about the prospects of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, pushed this wacky comedy to become Fox's main Easter feature. However, with a production budget of $30 million, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me ranked among the highest for Easter releases. Although there were not high expectations for the comedy, as long as it could maintain roughly the $60 million North American box office of its predecessor, it could not be considered a flop. Finally, New Line prepared a romantic comedy titled The Wedding Singer, starring Adam Sandler. In terms of budget, New Line's The Wedding Singer had the lowest of the three films, with production costs at only $18 million, about half of Species' budget. Similarly not able to compare to Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me's $30 million. Nevertheless, of the three films, Eric was most optimistic about The Wedding Singer. He remembered that in the original timeline, the lead role was played by Drew Barrymore. Although he wasn't sure about the specific box office for The Wedding Singer, Eric knew that it held significance for Adam Sandler, similar to Jim Carrey's breakout film, Dumb and Dumber. This time, Drew would definitely not get involved with this low-budget romantic comedy, but Jennifer Aniston stepped in to take the lead role, which was a result of Eric's influence. After making up with Aniston last year, Eric noticed that New Line was casting for the romantic comedy and encouraged her to audition. Friends had already reached its final stages, making it the perfect time for Aniston to shift her focus to the film industry. As for the male lead, Adam Sandler had been a writer and performer on Saturday Night Live since the early 90s. As one of the longest-serving cast members on North America's top entertainment variety show, Adam Sandler was quite a household name in the U.S. Many people often confused Adam Sandler with the so-called frat pack, led by Ben Stiller. Yet, Adam Sandler did not align with that group. Instead, he carved out a distinct identity characterized by a specific style in his films. While the members of the frat pack focused on outlandish, raunchy comedies, Adam Sandler preferred heartwarming, absurd romantic comedies. Of course, as someone who often topped Hollywood's low return rate charts, Eric's views about Adam Sandler were somewhat akin to his earlier thoughts on Jim Carrey, if anything, slightly more negative. While Jim Carrey carried international box office appeal, Adam Sandler's comedies frequently, like the frat pack's works, attracted audiences mainly in North America. Therefore, if the costs of collaborating on films with Adam Sandler exceeded what Firefly could accommodate, Eric was hesitant to continue the partnership. After all, Firefly had no shortage of projects. Plus, the risks associated with comedy films could be substantial. If the salaries of the creative team inflated the budget into a big production scale, the chances of heavy losses increased significantly. This was a significant reason Adam Sandler often topped the low return rate charts. Even if box office numbers looked good, profits usually ended up primarily in the hands of stars like Adam Sandler, leaving the film companies with only a meager return. Between the three films, Species, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and The Wedding Singer, although they had not yet met Eric's expectations, they were already enough to support this Easter release window. Eric hoped to slot in a major production, But on one hand, after several explosive years, Fireflies, high-profile projects were in development. They were going through a downturn, and even the earliest such a film could happen would be next year. On the other hand, while both MGM and Fox had a few heavyweight films suitable for the Easter window, considering their current production scales, they couldn't even fill the summer and New Year's blocks, leaving Eric no room to ask them to sacrifice popular seasons to make way for Easter. After reviewing the materials in hand, Eric picked up the phone to discuss various matters with Elizabeth and the others. It wasn't until Caroline knocked again, informing Eric that the helicopter had returned, that he began to gather his things to head home. Leaving the office building, Eric made his way to the helicopter landing pad, but spotted a group of 7 or 8 girls gathered around Miranda Kerr, apparently just off the plane and still lingering about. These girls were probably around the same age as Miranda, and, being from the affluent Beverly Hills High School, all wore casual outfits perfect for a spring outing. Simple shirts and jeans, many sporting ponytails, radiating youthful energy. Noticing Eric's arrival, the girls immediately erupted in excited screams, unreservedly gathering around him. Wow, it really is Eric. I thought Miranda was joking. Eric, can we get your autograph, please? Chattering continued, and Eric felt a bit overwhelmed. While he never minded being surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, he least enjoyed the ones who were too loud. Sensing Eric's discomfort, the girls gradually quieted down but still boldly hung around him, even asking if he could invite them to see the Shell Villa at the Liberty City. As Eric was trying to manage the situation, Miranda approached with another girl at her side. Eric, feeling discontent with this girl's presumptuousness, was taken aback when he saw the girl accompanying Miranda. The girl wasn't particularly tall, only slightly taller than Miranda, who had reached 5'7". With long, golden hair and a face that wasn't conventionally beautiful yet exuded a youthful innocence, she even had a little mole on the right side of her cheek. Upon noticing Eric's gaze, the girl showed a slight nervousness and unease but quickly walked over to introduce herself. Mr. Williams, hello, I'm Miranda's classmate. My name's Scarlett Johansson. Eric didn't expect to run into the future Black Widow here, though it didn't strike him as odd. Scarlett Johansson had already made her debut years earlier, and he had seen her in several films, just never paid much attention. After all, in previous years, Eric had come across countless actors who would later rise to fame, but were obscure at the moment. Unless these actors had any interaction with him, Eric typically wouldn't give them much thought. Chapter 964, Directors. Privilege. Eric smiled playfully as he gently held Scarlett Johansson's small hand. Based on some recent details, it seemed likely that meeting Scarlett here was no coincidence. However, Eric didn't dwell on any of those tangled thoughts. There were just too many people in Hollywood trying to get close to him. He merely said to the girl in front of him, who still bore a rather youthful face, I know you. You played Sean Connery's daughter in that film, Just Cause. The 14 or 15-year-old girl, ultimately still a child, had little depth of thought. Originally trying to maintain her composure, Scarlett's face lit up with astonishment upon hearing Eric's words. She stammered a bit. Really? Really, Mr. Williams? How did I do? Very well, Eric responded with a smile, offering his praise. In reality, Scarlett had only a handful of very simple scenes in Just Cause, barely showcasing any acting skills. However, landing the role of Sean Connery's daughter in that film indicated the depth of her family's connections in Hollywood. Just Cause was a crime thriller from Warner Brothers, with a budget of $50 million, making it a big production. Sean Connery, of course, was the film's leader. The lead actress, Kate Capshaw, also had impressive connections. She was Spielberg's wife. Scarlett, having just turned 10, was already cast as their daughter, a starting point that made 99% of actors in Hollywood envious. Most actors in Hollywood would never get the opportunity to work alongside top stars even at the end of their careers. When the other girls heard Eric praise Scarlett, they quickly realized and scrambled to introduce themselves. Eric patiently listened to the group of girls chatting for a while before pointing at his watch and laughing. All right, girls, since you're back, I need to head home for the day. A collective sigh of disappointment filled the air. Feeling somewhat smug, Miranda stepped forward, intending to leave with him. Eric subtly loosened her grip and shook his head. Not today. Go play with your friends, but remember to be home early. I'll call Weissman tonight to check if you made it back on time. Miranda had hoped to showcase her closeness with Eric, but now rejected in front of her friends, she immediately pouted and batted her eyelashes at him. Eric, I don't want to go back to Beverly. Be good. Don't be difficult, Eric replied, unmoved. Looking around at the other girls, he realized he had been too lenient with Miranda. She wasn't as smart as he had thought. After emphasizing this to Miranda, he smiled at the other girls and stepped onto the helicopter with his bodyguard. Watching the black helicopter soar away, Scarlett felt a wave of excitement. Her mother had advised her to get close to Miranda, which she found puzzling at the time. Experiencing everything today, especially meeting Eric Williams, made her understand her mother's intentions completely. Furthermore, Eric Williams actually knew her. That was surely the biggest surprise of the day. Since 1988, Eric had directed films that propelled many originally unknown actors into stardom. Even considering his massive wealth, the two movies he had directed that recently crossed $1 billion in global box office sales elevated his status in Hollywood to a level that was nearly unattainable. Though Scarlett was still young, she had entered the Hollywood rat race early on and was much more savvy than Miranda regarding personal connections. She understood that Eric merely knew her name, but that fact alone represented a significant opportunity for her. Thinking back to her recent audition for a film adapted from a best-selling Miramax novel, if Eric Williams could help advocate for her, she would undoubtedly secure the role with ease. That role carried much more weight than her smaller part in Just Cause. It was equivalent to the second female lead, and her mother did not have enough connections in Hollywood to help her get it. However, after this encounter, she wondered how long it would be before she could see Eric Williams again. Well, maybe she could ask Miranda for Eric Williams' contact information. Miranda, what's the Shell Villa like? Is Eric really that great in bed? When can you take us to the Liberty City to look around? The chattering sounds interrupted Scarlett's thoughts. Although Eric hadn't taken Miranda away, it didn't affect how the other girls felt about her. These girls were very precocious. None of Miranda's friends was an innocent little lamb. They weren't sensitive about age-related issues. They were simply envious that Miranda had managed to become Eric Williams' little girlfriend. Therefore, as soon as Eric left, Miranda was quickly surrounded by her friends, bombarding her with questions. Emboldened by her friends, Miranda soon shed her earlier disappointment and transformed into a proud figure again. Scarlett was resolute in her intentions and cheerfully joined the gathering. Iron Man didn't have many scenes set in Las Vegas, but being one of the hottest hotels in the gambling city, Caesar's Palace certainly couldn't close down for the filming. After some coordination, the crew planned to shoot the related scenes over 3 days. Early Monday morning, Eric departed LA with the crew's convoy for Las Vegas. He had considered flying in his VH-60N helicopter. That way, it would only take about an hour and a half from Liberty City in Malibu. However, following the crew meant a drive that lasted all morning. The crew had reserved a floor of middle-tier suites at Caesars for everyone to stay, so Eric naturally wouldn't choose the villa-style apartments he had once occupied. He found it hard to tolerate hotel living. However, staying in his own house posed no problem. Eric's assistant had already prepared a villa in Las Vegas for him in advance. Once they arrived in Las Vegas, there were no significant scenes scheduled for the afternoon. They merely needed to set up for a party scene where Colonel Rhodes presented the MVP award to Tony Stark. Although this scene would take place at night, filming indoors during the day was perfectly feasible. Just half a month prior, during the cave scene, it had mainly been Eric acting opposite Ed Harris, who played Dr. Eanson. This time, Jeff Bridges, Don Cheadle, Natasha Henstridge, and Larry Ellison, who Eric had roped in for a cameo, would join the crew. At a buffet restaurant in Caesar's Palace, the crew, weary from their journey of several hundred miles, sat down to dinner. Though most of them felt slightly fatigued after traveling, the atmosphere in the restaurant was lively. Eric, however, was tucked away in a corner of the restaurant, discussing the acquisition negotiations for Virgin Records with Barry Weiss, the president of Firefly Records, who had just returned from Europe. They had been in contact with the parent company of Virgin, EMI, for 2 months now. For the last week, EMI hasn't budged at all. They've held firm at a price of $1.3 billion, $100 million higher than our previous agreement. I've spoken with EMI's executives several times, but there's been no progress, so I flew back to let you decide. Barry explained the current situation in one breath, glancing at the food he had just gotten from the buffet, but struggling to find his appetite. He just took a sip of the bottled water beside him and looked expectantly at Eric, waiting for him to make a decision. Eric showed no intent to start eating. He lightly drummed his fingers on the table and, after a moment, said, "If we walk away from acquiring Virgin Records, do you think EMI will find another buyer for this burden?" Barry hesitated before answering honestly. If the price exceeds $1 billion, it's basically unlikely. The actual value of Virgin Records is at most $800 million. Aside from us, no other buyer would want to take it on at a high price. Well, that's no problem then. Virgin has struggled for a few years, but the foundation is still there, which is one of the reasons we're willing to take it on. If we delay for a few more years, Virgin might completely collapse. By then, not even $500 million would interest anyone. So, even though Firefly desperately needs Virgin, if EMI's management just showed a little rationality, they wouldn't miss this opportunity to unload the burden. Eric shrugged and continued. So, you should call them later and tell them our maximum offer, $1.2 billion. Let EMI give us a definitive answer tomorrow. If they refuse, then there's no reason for us to keep discussing this. Barry looked worried. Eric, I think $1.3 billion is not an unreasonable offer. $1.2 billion or $1.3 billion really doesn't make much difference for the Firefly Group, Eric explained. However, Barry, since we initially set the maximum offer at $1.2 billion, we have to stand firm. If we concede this time, we're likely to concede further down the line. Eventually, you'll find there's nothing left to concede. Virgin Records is our best option, but it's certainly not the only choice. If this deal falls through, I can still allocate a budget of $1.2 billion for the expansion of Firefly's record division if you want. So, think carefully. I need to chat with Joss and the others for a bit. After expressing himself seriously, Eric picked up his plate and headed over to join Joss Whedon and the others, ignoring the pensive Barry Weiss. Although Eric appreciated Barry's talent in managing the record company, he wouldn't feel regret if Barry couldn't even make this decisive call. Upon reaching the table of Joss Whedon, Jeff Bridges, Larry Ellison, and others, Eric overheard Larry, who had just shaved off his facial hair, asking Joss for advice on how to portray Happy Hogan, his character in the film, as if he were determined to steal some of Eric's thunder. Eric could tell what Larry was trying to do, but felt no concern and was, in fact, quite pleased. The character Happy Hogan barely had a few lines of dialogue, and Larry lacked the natural commanding presence of Hollywood stalwarts like Jack Nicholson. It was nearly impossible for him to steal the spotlight from the lead. Eric was more worried that Larry might half-heartedly approach it. If so, he would rather replace him at the last minute. Noticing Eric's arrival, Natasha Henstridge, who had earlier been actively listening to the conversation among the men, patted the empty seat beside her and flashed an attractive smile. "Eric, sit here." As Eric nodded, Larry protested in discontent. "Hey, Natasha, that's not right. Beautiful women should be coy and wait for men to approach them, not the other way around." Natasha Henstridge paid no attention to Larry's teasing and replied graciously, "Mr. Ellison, I've been waiting for you to make a move, but unfortunately, your eyes are only on the director." Her comeback was noticeably sharper than Larry's, prompting laughter around the table. Eric chuckled as he set down his plate and took a seat beside Natasha, enjoying the pleasant scent of her perfume. He asked, "So, Larry, what were you discussing with Joss?" "Eric, I've been rereading the Iron Man comics lately. Happy Hogan is a really important character. Don't you think my screen time in this movie is way too little?" "Larry, since you signed on for just $1, perhaps you shouldn't be so greedy and try to take on work worth more than $1. Before Eric could say more, Larry made a mock sad face and complained, "Actually, I ended up losing $4,999,999. Eric corrected him seriously. "That was a sponsorship, not a loss. We have a contract. It's all very legitimate." Laughter erupted anew. After lunch, Barry Weiss was resolute and spent a little more time discussing matters with Eric before leaving Caesar's Palace and planning to head back to Los Angeles right away. The afternoon set and rehearsal didn't require Eric's involvement. He intended to return to his residence in Las Vegas to rest for a while when Natasha Henstridge approached him. Eric, you don't have any work this afternoon, right? Can you help me go over our scenes together? As everyone gradually departed the restaurant, Eric walked outside with Natasha, laughing as he said, giving instructions to a pretty actress. Isn't that the director's privilege? Joss would probably hate me if he found out. Natasha Henstridge shot him a playful glare, her expression somewhat alluring. I just want to go over lines with you. What you men think about it is beyond me. Eric chuckled. Then come with me. I recently bought a villa at Las Vegas Country Club, and I'll be staying there for these days. Natasha's expression turned a little worried, uncertain about the truth of his statement. You're not trying to take me out for something more, are you? Would you resist? Do you want me to resist? The more forceful, the better. All right, stop rolling your eyes. My assistant will be with us, along with a bodyguard. Chapter 965. Maybe I'll end up refusing to leave. Eric took Natasha Henstridge away from the Caesars Palace Hotel. They drove north along the Las Vegas Strip for about 4 kilometers, then turned east through the Las Vegas Convention Center, arriving at a golf country club. Las Vegas was nestled in the heart of the desert, known for its arid climate and lack of greenery, which gave the city a rather barren feel. However, once the car entered the country club, it felt like stepping into another world. Though it was still chilly in March, the club was filled with evergreen trees and lush lawns, creating the impression of an oasis in the desert. As Natasha gazed out the car window, she seemed puzzled. Eric, isn't this a golf course? Why are you living here? There are residential areas inside, Eric replied, having glanced at some documents but looking out the window at her words. He smiled and added, but this is my first time here too. You'll see soon enough. After just a few exchanges, the car rolled along the paved road for several meters. Natasha soon spotted rows of villas surrounded by the golf course and couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking that her earlier question must have seemed foolish. While most major cities featured residential areas adjoining golf courses, this was the first time she saw villas built within a golf course. Reflecting on it, in a city like Las Vegas, surrounded by desert, constructing villas on a golf course that resembled an oasis truly seemed like the best choice. A few hundred meters later, the car arrived at a luxurious mansion. Eric and Natasha got out, and they were greeted by Caroline and Melanie, who had come ahead. Caroline's smile quickly faded upon seeing Natasha, replaced by a hint of insecurity on her pretty face. As Natasha approached alongside Eric, Caroline instinctively shuffled her feet, feeling dwarfed by the woman who stood a good 30 centimeters taller in her heels. Natasha, this is my assistant, Melanie Gleason, and Caroline Wilson, Eric introduced, noticing Caroline blinking rapidly, clearly feeling intimidated by Natasha's presence. Natasha smiled as she shook hands with Melanie and introduced herself before reaching out to the petite girl in a white hoodie and distressed jeans. Even without considering Caroline's outfit, Natasha found it hard to believe that Caroline could be Eric's assistant. The adorable girl reminded her so much of a doll that she felt an urge to pinch her cheek. She couldn't think that Caroline was actually a few years older than herself. Hello, Miss Henstridge, Caroline said, her upbringing and etiquette kicking in as she reflexively shook Natasha's hand. It's nice to meet you. Well, let's go take a look at the house, Eric suggested after the introductions, noting a lock of Caroline's hair falling across her shoulder, seemingly caught in the drawstring of her hoodie. He naturally reached out to help her fix it, adding with a grin, I always said, little Carly, you look best in this outfit. Feeling the caring gesture from Eric, Caroline couldn't help but glance at Natasha, murmuring discontentedly, Eric, you can't call me that. Eric nodded. I know. Just drop the little part, right? Caroline's cheeks flushed a crimson red, and though Melanie wanted to tease Eric for bullying Caroline, she thought better of it with Natasha around. So, she merely rolled her eyes at him as they entered the mansion, losing any desire to give Eric a detailed rundown on the luxury home. Instead, she simply said, Eric, due to time constraints, we had the furniture replaced with new ones in the original styles. The decorations in the house remain unchanged. If you don't like them, I can have someone come and remove them. Eric casually surveyed the villa, which was designed quite differently from traditional homes. The layout appeared rather eclectic. The living room wasn't large, with marble flooring, and just ahead was a corridor leading to a spiral staircase. Glancing up, one could see the second floor's terrace. The overall decor leaned towards a Euro-inspired style, dominated by white hues, with abstract paintings on the walls and some potted plants in the corners. Pulling his gaze away, Eric noticed Melanie's silence and looked at her. Melanie broke the quietness. The security team has finished installing a brand new security system. They are staying at the hotel, across from the club. If anything happens, Carter and the others can reach you in 2 minutes, and the neighborhood security will also get an alert. That's all, Eric. If there's nothing else, Caroline and I will head back to Caesar's palace. Eric understood that Melanie was once again standing up for Caroline in a passive-aggressive way. He felt no anger and simply nodded. All right, you two can head back. You should take Caroline around. There are plenty of fun places in Las Vegas. Melanie smiled formally and nodded, linking her arm with Caroline as they headed out. As they left the villa, Caroline couldn't help but turn back for a last look. Mel, this isn't right. Melanie opened the car door prepared for them by the company, slid into the driver's seat, and glanced at Caroline in the passenger seat. Silly girl, I'm doing this for you. Caroline bit her lip, feeling guilty, and muttered, I'm just too short. You're too timid, Melanie said as she drove away from the country club, her tone tinged with exasperation. I've never met a 27-year-old virgin before. If I were you, I would have found an opportunity long ago to jump into his bed. With a boss like him, he certainly wouldn't be ignoring you anymore. At Melanie's bold suggestion, Caroline immediately turned as red as an apple, avoiding eye contact as she looked out the window, quietly defending, he doesn't ignore me. Melanie sighed, taking a moment to ponder, then gently patted Caroline's shoulder. Honestly, that guy isn't as great as you think. You just haven't been in love before. Girls can give their first time to someone they like too. If you're willing, I can help you. Get closer to him and look at him more. You might slowly come to your senses. Caroline blinked rapidly, her voice trembling. Mel, what do you mean by help me? Melanie smacked the steering wheel. I mean helping you not become a 28-year-old virgin. Caroline finally broke free of her well-practiced ladylike etiquette, exclaiming like a startled kitten, That's impossible. Melanie shot Caroline an amused glance, saying nothing more as she continued to drive. After a long while, Caroline finally loosened her grip on the door handle, giving up on the idea of jumping out. She curled up in her seat, her legs drawn close against her. As they neared Caesar's palace, Melanie spoke up again. Let me ask you one more time. If you don't want to, just shake your head. If you do wanna, you don't have to show anything. I'll help you find an opportunity. Caroline tilted her chin against her knees, lost in thought for a moment before slowly dropping her head. Melanie parked in Caesar's palace's lot without opening her own door. Instead, she leaned over to hug Caroline lightly, gently patting her. So it's settled. If you end up sad, you can come to me to cry, but don't do anything silly. I wouldn't. Do anything silly, Caroline murmured softly. That's hard to promise. You're so naive. Back in the luxury home at the country club, after the two women left, Eric took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack. He watched as Natasha Henstridge curiously explored her surroundings, hands behind her back. Would you like something to drink? Red tea would be nice, or anything is fine. Natasha quickly blurted out her preference, then caught herself. Eric chuckled. Let me check if they have red tea prepared. Thanks. Do you need any help? She asked. No, you're the guest. Eric shook his head. If you're interested, feel free to explore. Natasha accepted the invitation and watched as Eric headed toward the kitchen. She removed her light gray women's short coat, revealing a fitted knit top and white casual pants as she confidently walked to the spiral staircase in her heels. Eric, normally not a tea drinker, found that Caroline and the others had prepared some tea. After boiling the water and brewing the tea, he left the kitchen and, calling out to the unseen woman, followed her voice as he made his way up the spiral staircase to the second floor. When he arrived, he saw a sunny living area with a row of floor-to-ceiling windows. Natasha had gotten up from the sofa and walked over, taking the tray from Eric's hands as they both settled onto the sofa by the window. Though the second floor wasn't particularly high, sitting by the window offered a sweeping view of the golf course. Natasha poured tea for both her and Eric, comfortably leaning back into the sofa. Her long legs curled lazily. Looking outside, she remarked, "This place is really nice." Eric held his teacup. "Should I say that it's worth staying here for a few days?" "Haha. If you dare to say it, I'll dare to stay. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up refusing to leave," she replied with a smile. Chapter 966. So spot on. If he continued like this, it would just be flirting. Eric raised his teacup to his lips, intending to ease the ambiguous atmosphere. Noticing Eric's reaction, Natasha Henstridge's beautiful face lit up with a smile, and she deliberately stretched out her long legs, assuming a more seductive posture. All the angels from Victoria's Secret knew that Eric had a thing for legs. In fact, even if Eric were to come over and pin her on the sofa right now, she wouldn't resist at all. Before landing this role, Natasha's status among the Victoria's Secret angels wasn't particularly prominent. However, she genuinely felt the significant changes that the title of Victoria's Secret angel had brought to her life. She had debuted at 14 and was now 24. In the highly competitive fashion industry, a model's career often began to decline by this age if they hadn't achieved the heights of supermodels like Cindy Crawford or Linda Evangelista. But now, even if they weren't part of the top-tier supermodels that were heavily promoted by Victoria's Secret, the halo of being an angel still allowed them to effortlessly secure various endorsements, gigs, and runway opportunities. Their annual income hardly differed than that of first-tier models from before making waves at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. All of this stemmed from the man casually loafing on the sofa. The influence of a person's power never relied on their existing wealth, but on their impact on a circle, an industry, or even a country. Eric had personally crafted what was dubbed the Super Bowl of fashion, the Victoria's Secret fashion show. With his command over the entire Firefly Group's resources, his influence in this circle was undoubtedly far greater than that of glamorous figures like Anna Wintour or Karl Lagerfeld. Eric's somewhat wicked ban on Victoria's Secret angels dating Leonardo DiCaprio earned him the nickname Jealous Daddy. Yet, to this day, not a single angel dared to challenge this ban. Even the major modeling agencies discreetly reminded their signed models to steer clear of Leo. During the few months leading up to the first Victoria's Secret fashion show, Eric left a deep impression on the first generation of Victoria's Secret angels. Most of them regarded him with a mix of awe and admiration. Faced with a man she could only look up to, even without any ulterior motives, Natasha found herself yearning for some connection with him. Eric remained silent for quite some time, casually resting his leg on the sofa armrest, gazing dreamily out the floor-to-ceiling window at the golf course. The red tea in his hand had gradually grown cold. Natasha, unaware of Eric's tendency to zone out when alone and enjoy those moments of emptiness, sensed that he seemed somewhat isolated from the world, appearing a bit lonely. Instinctively wanting to pull him out of that state, Natasha softly called, "Eric." Interrupted from his reverie, Eric turned to her and replied, "Hmm?" Seeing Eric come back to reality, Natasha suddenly felt a pang of regret for speaking up. Her eyes flickered, and she casually changed the topic, asking, "Why did you want to personally play Tony Stark?" "Other people's auditions were not very good," Eric explained. "The only guy I was satisfied with has been in and out of Los Angeles jails and rehab centers for the last few years, so I wasn't sure if he would get his act together, which left me no choice but to come in person." "But you have so much money now. Is it really necessary for you to do all this?" Natasha Henstridge raised a dismissive hand, portraying a gesture that lacked significance. "My job includes these things, whether as a director or an actor. This is what I'm really good at. Other tasks, I leave to more professional people. Plus, Marvel's superhero films involve a large layout for the Firefly Group, so overseeing it personally isn't a bad thing." As Eric explained, he set down his now-cold tea. "It's about time. Let's run through the script." Natasha straightened up, asking, "Are we really going to rehearse?" "That's what you requested for," Eric said with a smile as he stood up. "So if you don't impress me later, I'll make sure to give you a proper training. How have you memorized your lines?" Following Eric's lead, Natasha stood, saying, "I'm pretty good at it. Like, I don't even need the script." "Eric, where are you going?" "Looking for a DV camera to use as a monitor so I can get a clearer view of your performance. I've seen your audition tape, and it's only average, far from perfect." A sudden sense of dread washed over Natasha. She recalled how, During the rehearsals for the first Victoria's Secret fashion show years ago, Eric had mercilessly made angels cry over their mistakes. The memories were vivid. The first generation of angels had developed a deep-rooted respect for Eric during that time. Of course, many of the angels also picked up another skill, being able to cry at any moment, because when Eric gets angry, their tears are definitely the best fire extinguisher. Whenever tears flowed, Eric's tone would soften immediately. Lost in her thoughts, Natasha realized she'd forgotten to put on her shoes. Watching Eric leave the living room, she instinctively tiptoed after him, all the while simmering her emotions down, blinking her eyes to feel the moisture and finally feeling at ease. Fortunately, the skill was still there. His assistant had just thrown a little fit and left without giving Eric a quick tour of the villa's layout. This lavish villa, covering 1,500 square meters, boasted 4 living rooms, 2 kitchens, 6 bedrooms, and 9 bathrooms. Including a study, a gym, a screening room, a pantry, and other amenities, there were a total of 33 rooms. Eric could only fumble around to find the study, where the assistants Caroline and Melanie would typically place things he needed. After a fair bit of time, Eric finally emerged from the study carrying a photography tripod. Behind him, Natasha held a laptop and DV camera, along with a complete script for Iron Man. Once back in the previously mentioned living room, he set up the tripod, connected the DV camera to the laptop, and sat down on the sofa, gesturing to Natasha. "Okay, tell me what you understand about this role." Natasha Henstridge thought for a moment and, lacking confidence, gestured, "I think Christine Everhart is somewhat, well, sharp-tongued." As soon as Natasha began speaking, Eric couldn't help but shake his head. "No, not at all. She isn't sharp-tongued. She doesn't have a midlife crisis. If you turn her into a bitter, acerbic middle-aged woman, I will immediately send you back to New York." Natasha Henstridge recoiled slightly, even though she had memorized her lines thoroughly. As a newcomer in Hollywood, she truly didn't know how to delve deeper into the character. If questioned, she could only perform based on her feelings in the moment. Eric noticed Natasha's reaction and realized he might have been too harsh. The role of Christine Everhart, a journalist for Vanity Fair, was quite domineering. If he were overly critical and discouraged Natasha, it would be difficult to revitalize her spirit quickly, especially with her scenes set to shoot the following day. In original timeline, Natasha Henstridge had gained a bit of fame in Hollywood through the Species series. However, despite later working in multiple projects and collaborating with stars like Bruce Willis, she had primarily been steered toward commercial films, so he perhaps shouldn't hold too high expectations of her foundation. Taking a moment to calm down, Eric spoke in a gentler tone. "Let's take it slow. First, you need to build this character from the ground up in your mind. Christine Everhart, a Vanity Fair journalist, Ivy League graduate from Brown University, the cream of the crop, a social elite. Due to her background, she's confident, competitive, energetic, enjoys questioning everything, boldly challenges authority, and is accustomed to being confrontational. Every plot point and line in the script related to her is intricately tied to these character traits." Natasha Henstridge listened intently to Eric's narrative, knowing that such an opportunity was rare and might only come once in her life. However, once Eric finished speaking, she gently raised her right hand. "Don't joke with me," Eric said helplessly, though without a harsh tone, adding encouragement. "Put your hand down and be more confident. From now on, think of yourself as Christine Everhart. If you have any questions, ask directly." Natasha did straighten her back, reporting, "Eric, based on Christine's proud and confident character, I don't think she would sleep with Tony Stark on their first meeting. Your last sentence is great. It's assertive, not a question. This aligns well with Christine's personality." Eric didn't immediately answer Natasha's skepticism, nodding appreciatively first before continuing. "Now, about the bedroom scene. First off, Tony Stark is not only a billionaire, but also a genius inventor. Although he can be arrogant, he is generous, witty, and charming, which are qualities that can strongly attract women. Secondly, even though it's Tony Stark who initiates the flirtation, Christine Everhart does not play the passive role. She's a hunter as well. In bed, she might insist on being on top, claiming the initiative. In that sense, she's also a feminist and doesn't believe ONS, one-night stand, is solely a man's privilege. Throughout their future scenes together, Christine's attitude towards Tony doesn't change, which supports this perspective. Natasha Henstridge nodded. Eric's profound understanding of the script made her feel a bit embarrassed. However, recalling Eric's earlier advice, she tried to maintain her mindset as Christine Everhart, saying, "Eric, I didn't see any description about the bedroom scene in the script. That part will be captured in one shot. Thus, it won't be explicitly described." Eric shook his head. "Do you have any other questions?" "None." "All right, let's give it a try. I want to see how prepared you are for this area." As he spoke, Eric stood and turned on the DV camera, handing Natasha the TV remote to use as a recording device, then clapped his hands, saying, "Okay, let's start with the scene outside the casino. Don't be nervous. We have plenty of time." Having started to build some imagery of Christine Everhart, Natasha felt more relaxed, thanks to Eric's unexpectedly patient demeanor. She let out a soft sigh, walked out of the living room, and, under Eric's gesture, calmly approached to hand the recording device, directly diving into the scene. "Mr. Stark, some people say you are the modern-day Da Vinci. What do you think?" "That's utterly ridiculous. I don't paint." "Isn't it possible to experience insomnia in your line of work? I'd be more than happy to spend a few sleepless nights with you." Watching Natasha Henstridge gradually steal her expression, Eric lightly clapped his hands, signaling the end. During their first real audition together, Natasha didn't stumble over her lines at all, indicating that she had worked hard behind the scenes. Eric was very pleased with this, saying, "Great, let's check the results." They moved to the laptop together, and Eric clicked the playback button, reviewing their earlier performance. Ultimately, as it was their first rehearsal, the outcome was average. Natasha had essentially read her lines in a routine manner. "I can confirm that your lines were spot on," Eric remarked to Natasha after watching the footage. "However, your expressions need to be more dynamic, and there's no need to deliver lines so stiffly. If your delivery is too precise, it means you're not really in character or treating yourself as Christine Everhart. To change this, later, I'll ad-lib some lines, and you'll need to improvise accordingly. Once you can do that, you'll be in character." After giving a succinct analysis, Eric began detailing the adjustments Natasha needed to make. Before long, they moved into their second performance session. The following afternoon, inside the villa at the country club, both worked time and time again on the scenes between Tony Stark and Christine Everhart. Eric later even stepped in as Pepper Potts, running through some of the confrontational dialogues. As dusk settled in, they finally paused rehearsals. Natasha Henstridge eagerly prepared dinner, while Eric took the opportunity to check his work phone for missed calls. Before long, in the villa's pristine dining room, Natasha laid out dinner, and Eric opened a bottle of red wine, pouring it into 2 glasses before handing one to Natasha. He sat down at his place, observing her expression, which still bore signs of fatigue. "Do you feel it's not worth all this effort for such a minor role?" "Of course not," Natasha replied, shaking her head. She had seen the difference in her performance from their initial rehearsal to their last run earlier that afternoon. In the first audition footage, she felt like a complete wooden mannequin, delivering a performance that screamed acting, and it was rather stiff. Her fluent lines appeared to be more like reciting lines from memory than a natural delivery. Yet by the end, through Eric's painstaking guidance, down to every line, every small gesture, the character she played of the Vanity Fair journalist had truly come alive, making the interaction between her and Eric incredibly organic. Natasha felt as if a new persona, Christine Everhart, had settled in her heart. Eric nodded in affirmation. "Since you don't feel that way, let's continue tomorrow." "Ah." Natasha, who had just raised her glass of wine, instantly deflated, looking with a plea towards Eric. After all that effort, she felt her performance had been quite commendable and genuinely didn't want to continue the monotonous repetition. Eric disregarded Natasha's pitiful expression, saying, "Remember what you mentioned to Larry at lunch." Natasha Henstridge nodded, recalling her jab at Larry Ellison. "Look," Eric continued, "Larry Ellison's portrayal of Happy Hogan in this film practically mirrors the nature of your role and amounts to little more than a cameo. But during our lunch gathering, he constantly sought advice from Joss and the others about how to deliver that small role better. And Larry only took a $1 salary, and I even roped him into a $5 million sponsorship deal. He probably won't develop a Hollywood career either, but not once did he dismiss that role. Instead, he was determined to make it shine. Why do you think that is? Natasha genuinely couldn't understand Ellison's mindset, but she wisely opted to surrender, raising her glass of wine towards Eric. All right, Eric, we'll continue tomorrow. Eric raised his glass in response, took a sip of wine, and smiled as he elaborated. There are individuals who instinctively aim to do their best at every turn, which frames them as the successful people in the eyes of ordinary folks. My expectations of you beautiful girls aren't that high. However, the role you have is an incredible opportunity. While your screen time might not be ample, it's very much one that offers a chance to stand out. Leaving a strong impression on the audience could elevate your reputation across the globe and provide you with a key to Hollywood. Such opportunities might be rare for most aspiring actors here. As Natasha Henstridge rubbed the wine glass, her other hand propping her chin while gazing across at Eric, she listened to him intently until he finished, a smile spreading across her face. Eric, why are you so good to us? Because I want to excel in everything I do as well. Eric replied, his words heartfelt. You are all products of my labor, and I want each of you to soar as high as possible. Suddenly, Natasha understood, her smile brightening even more. We stand higher, making us untouchable, right? Exactly. Hee hee. I just realized how spot on Linda's nickname for you really was. I also suddenly feel that when I go to New York next time, I should properly reward Linda for coining that nickname. With a chuckle, Natasha fell silent, deftly bringing the wine back to her lips for another sip, all the while savoring her dinner at a leisurely pace. After dinner, Natasha eagerly cleaned up the dishes while Eric once again headed upstairs to the living room, turning on the television and settling back on a spacious sofa with his laptop to check emails for the day. A little while later, Natasha Henstridge joined him upstairs, heading straight to the floor-to-ceiling windows to draw the light blue curtains closed. She then turned back towards Eric, noticing her long legs swaying in his peripheral vision while he kept his focus on the keyboard. Eric continued typing casually. You can sleep here tonight. It's way more comfortable than a hotel. If you're worried about a nighttime visit from me, just lock the door. Before Eric could finish that sentence, Natasha seized the laptop from his lap and tossed it aside. He looked up just in time to see Natasha leaning over him, pushing Eric down onto the couch, riding on his waist as she reached for his shirt collar with both hands and tugged hard. However, whether it was her lack of strength or the durability of his shirt, she couldn't quite manage to rip it open. Eric gazed at the delicate and stunning face framed by her golden locks, not resisting as he wrapped his arms around her slim waist and chuckled. You're going about unbuttoning this the wrong way. I've seen someone do it with their tongue before. But can we first clarify your current state of mind? Struggling to tear at Eric's collar without awkwardness, Natasha sat upright, yanked off her snug knit top, and, shaking her beautiful golden hair gracefully, looked down at him from above, stating, Mr. Williams, you've been tantalizing me for the whole afternoon. Plus there was that earlier snafu. So I feel I owe you some payback. Eric's hand slid along her soft waist, slipping into her bra's gap, savoring the extraordinary sensation. I thought you were going to rehearse for your second act scene from Iron Man first. Of course, Mr. Stark, Natasha retorted, her face flushed but her demeanor suddenly transforming. With a proud gesture, she extracted Eric's hands from her bra, pressing them against his head before leaning forward to nibble playfully at his neck and declared, So, go ahead and resist. Chapter 967, Surprise. In the dimly lit bedroom, the alarm clock on the nightstand beeped twice before a hand reached out gently to silence it, plunging the room back into tranquility. Turning on the bedside lamp, the beautiful woman retracted her delicate hand and lightly tapped the sleeping man beside her on the shoulder. Eric, it's 2 o'clock. We need to get to the set, she said. Being roused from a deep slumber invariably brought some morning grumpiness. Eric, with a slightly rude touch, pulled Natasha Henstridge closer, nuzzling his face against her chest and inhaling her captivating scent, relishing the moment before finally opening his eyes. You know, I should really throw a diva moment and show up 30 or 40 minutes late, he joked. This marked the third day since the crew had arrived in Las Vegas. The previous day, they completed the banquet scene where Colonel Rhodes presented Tony Stark with the Pinnacle Award. The outdoor scene for a Vanity Fair interview with Tony Stark was scheduled from 2 in the morning to 6 in the morning. Caesar's Palace only allowed the crew to clear and shoot on site for 4 hours during this time frame. Simultaneously, they had been allocated just 3 hours, 6 to 9 in the morning, for interior shots of the casino, as the 24-hour establishment would only be somewhat quiet during these hours. Since they needed to work nonstop from 2 in the morning until 9, Eric had gone to bed early the night before to conserve his energy. Natasha, waiting for Eric to release her, leaned down and kissed him softly on the lips before sitting up, grabbing a bra from the side. You know, maybe everyone would be quite happy if you threw a diva fit. It would give them a few more days in Vegas, she teased. Eric's fingers glided over Natasha's smooth back, tracing the curve slowly until he reached the edge of her underwear and paused. You look so awake. You must not have slept at all, right? Yeah, this is my first movie, and I just couldn't sleep, Natasha replied, slipping on a fitted tank top. She playfully twisted her waist, shaking off Eric's wandering hand before tossing the covers aside and getting out of bed. I'm going to wash up. Hurry and get dressed, too. As he watched her slender legs disappear into the bathroom, Eric stretched his arms and sat up. Outside Caesar's Palace, the small square bustled with activity. Filming had never been an easy task. Seemingly simple seconds of footage could take the crew several days to complete. Some grand scenes required a preparation time of up to 10 days, or even longer. Eric and Natasha's scene together was under 2 minutes long. On their first night in Las Vegas, Joss Whedon had brought his team to the location to repeatedly review the shooting plans, mapping out everything from camera angles to lighting techniques, and arranging the background actors meticulously. In the movie, when Tony Stark was interviewed by Christine, the surrounding vehicles and pedestrians were anything but genuine passers-by. Coordinating those extras was no easy feat. Therefore, Joss Whedon was feeling particularly anxious now, for hours simply did not seem sufficient. The thought of Natasha Henstridge's involvement only added to his stress. He had seen her audition tape. Being a Victoria's Secret angel, her on-screen presence was undoubtedly stellar. However, she was still a novice in the film industry, and if it hadn't been for Eric personally advocating for her, Joss certainly wouldn't have allowed her to take this role. Originally, he hoped to spend the next couple of days doing some rehearsal with her, but given her close relationship with Eric, he felt like it was a far-fetched idea. Unfortunately, she hadn't shown up at all in the 2 days leading up to this, so that plan was out the window. As for her receiving Eric's personal guidance at his place, well, everyone understood the unspoken implications there, and they were just better off not mentioning it. Despite being pessimistic about the shoot ahead, Joss still put in every effort to secure as much filming time as possible. With the time at Caesar's Palace limited from 2 to 6 a.m., the crew had to clear the set and leave promptly before 6. However, starting at 1:30, a few trucks loaded with shooting equipment hovered nearby, and after 2 o'clock they hurried to clear the area and secure the filming zone. By 2:30, Eric and Natasha arrived on set. The square was already lit up with bright spotlights, and crew members were positioning the extras. Noticing Eric, Joss swiftly approached him. Eric, we start shooting at 3. Are you all set on your end? Joss couldn't help but cast a glance at Natasha standing beside Eric, and his meaning was clear. With a smile, Eric nodded. Don't worry, Joss. Little did Eric know that Joss felt nothing but concern. Joss, internally grumbling, realized he had no other choice but to say, Okay, you both go get your makeup done. He instructed his assistant director, who gestured for Eric and Natasha to follow him into a makeup trailer. Larry Ellison was already there at the makeup station, letting the artist style his hair. Upon seeing Eric and Natasha, he enthusiastically called out a greeting, but awkwardly flinched back when he noticed the makeup artist's frantic movements. The makeup needs were limited to Eric, Larry, and Natasha. Eric cheerfully responded and took a seat beside Larry, while Natasha stepped into the back compartment, designated as the ladies' makeup area, since she would have to change outfits later. Larry's styling was simple, while Eric had to deal with gluing on a fake beard, which took a bit more time. Once Larry finished his hair, he left the trailer dressed in a sleek black suit, and shortly after, Natasha emerged in a professional outfit, standing behind Eric with a bright smile as she admired his transformation into Tony Stark. She noted that just a slight hair change and adding a beard gave him a completely different aura. Gazing into the mirror at the woman standing behind him, Eric suddenly spoke. "Miss Everhart, do you think I look even more handsome this time?" After being schooled repeatedly over the past 2 days, Natasha instantly fell into her character, Christine Everhart, upon hearing his familiar tone and address. "Mr. Stark, I've always believed that only shallow men care about their looks," she shot back defiantly. "Well, it seems today is your lucky day, because you've met an exception. Oh, why am I not surprised? You just haven't realized it yet. Let's grab a meal afterward. We can chat more, and you'll see just how profound I really am." The makeup artist beside Eric couldn't help but stifle a laugh at this bizarre exchange, their expressions contorting as they shared a knowing glance, before they resumed their work, pretending not to hear. The banter between Eric and Natasha was cut short when the trailer door swung open, and Caroline and Melanie walked in, carefully holding a suit. Recognizing Natasha behind Eric, Caroline politely greeted her, while Melanie merely nodded her head slightly. Natasha exchanged pleasantries with the two before stepping outside. She sensed Eric had a particular demeanor towards his 2 female assistants, especially the petite Caroline. Though she wished to build a rapport, it was clear the 2 women weren't fond of her, so she opted to avoid any further awkwardness with them. After chatting casually with Caroline and Melanie while the makeup artists finalized their work, Eric took the suit from Caroline and retreated to the back to change. Interestingly, the Italian chiton suit valued at $50,000 was a rental. As a top billionaire, the crew wanted no detail overlooked in Tony Stark's wardrobe. Eric's costumes in the film were all sourced from exclusive luxury brands. This chiton suit was among the more affordable options. Even more amusing was that these suits actually belonged to Eric himself. That meant the crew was spending money to rent suits that were already Eric's, and later, when they shot scenes inside Tony Stark's mansion, the extravagant furniture that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars would likewise be transported from Eric's estate. If the crew was short on funds, Eric would have no qualms lending his own wardrobe props. However, the expense of luxury rentals had already been accounted for in the film's budget. The crew had originally planned to rent high-end costumes and related props, but the thought of wearing someone else's secondhand clothes made Eric uncomfortable, regardless of their price tag. So the situation evolved into what it currently was. Although Eric didn't mind spending money, he cared greatly about maintaining a professional demeanor that kept work and personal life distinct. After changing clothes and leaving the trailer, the setup for shooting was already complete. Joss Whedon held the script in hand, gesturing animatedly as he meticulously guided Natasha on her next set of movements, as if he were teaching a child to walk. Seeing Eric emerge, Joss quickly came over to discuss things with him. Once Eric, Larry Ellison, and the extra bodyguards took their positions, Joss grabbed a walkie-talkie and coordinated with all departments to prepare for filming, then hurried to the monitor. As a series of ready confirmations came through the walkie-talkie, Joss gave an okay sign to his assistant director, who took up a megaphone and announced to the entire square, "All departments ready. Action." As his words echoed, Eric walked toward his vehicle, flanked by the extra bodyguards, and at that moment, Natasha stepped into view next to a sculpture. This was to be a seamless scene. Perhaps some clips would be spliced together later during editing, but for now, Joss had no intention of breaking it down. Once Natasha entered the frame, he immediately focused on another angle. 2 bodyguards blocked Natasha's path, and she leaned forward slightly to introduce herself. Joss nodded subtly. Up to this moment, Natasha Henstridge had been performing reasonably well, showing a lot of potential, far more than he'd anticipated. However, he was acutely aware that the interaction between the 2 leads was the real crux of the scene and would present the true challenge, so he continued to watch closely. When Christine Everhart was intercepted by the bodyguards, Larry Ellison's character, Happy Hogan, raised his eyebrows, whispering to Tony Stark that she was a knockout. Only then did Stark seem to notice her and turned with a practiced smile, gesturing for the guards to allow her through. Joss immediately shifted his gaze to another angle. He had already judged this sequence to be doomed. Larry Ellison's reaction had seemed a bit over the top, and Eric's response, while somewhat in line with Tony Stark's character, was still not flawless. Even from a technical standpoint, there were numerous areas ripe for improvement in these takes. Still, Joss refrained from calling cut. He hadn't expected to capture a perfect take in one go, and he was curious to see how Natasha Henstridge would handle herself. As the monitor showed the action continuing, the crackling chemistry between the two sparked Joss's growing astonishment. From Natasha's current performance, he sensed that it was beyond mere advantage that she had gained from her. Time with Eric in private rehearsals. Chapter 968, Underworld. Due to his astonishment at Natasha Henstridge's sudden burst of acting talent, Joss Whedon forgot to call cut at the end of the scene. Surprisingly, this small mistake of Joss's did not affect Eric and Natasha's performance at all. The two didn't hear the stop signal and naturally began to improvise, continuing their lines seamlessly. It wasn't until Eric and Natasha got into the black Rolls-Royce and the car started that Joss finally snapped back to reality. He quickly stood up, gestured, and shouted, "Okay, cut." As the Rolls-Royce door swung open again, Eric, Natasha, and Larry Ellison stepped out of the vehicle. Eric laughed as he approached Joss, asking, "So, Joss, how did that go?" Joss Whedon glanced at Natasha beside Eric, feeling a bit awkward as he remembered his initial doubts about this stunning woman. However, he generously praised, "Great job, everyone. You all did wonderfully, especially you, Miss Henstridge. It's amazing to think this is your first time in front of a movie camera." "Oh, thank you for the compliment, Joss," Natasha said, feeling reassured after his praise. Glancing at Eric beside her, she added, "It's all thanks to Eric's help." Larry Ellison, seeing Joss's attention was on Natasha, eagerly chimed in. "What about me, Joss?" "That's exactly what I was going to say, Larry. Eric, Natasha, let's head over there to talk. There are many areas from that last take that we could improve on." Joss gestured towards the monitor, leading the three of them over to discuss. After spending about 7 or 8 minutes, Joss analyzed the performance details that needed adjustment based on the previous footage. Then he addressed some technical issues that had arisen during the first shoot. When they resumed filming, it was already half an hour later. However, thanks to Natasha's unexpectedly stellar performance, who was initially considered the potential unstable factor in this shoot, the subsequent filming went extraordinarily smoothly. Just after 5 o'clock, after reviewing several nearly perfect takes, Joss Whedon finally announced that the outdoor scene was complete, visibly relieved. The crew began to quickly clear the set in preparation for the interior scenes at the casino scheduled for 6 o'clock. Initially, they thought they wouldn't have time to eat until after 9, so the crew had provided some chocolates and snacks to keep the actors energized. With the shoot finishing early, everyone eagerly took advantage of the break to grab a quick bite. Being in a constant state of high energy during movie shoots proved to be very taxing. Caesar's Palace was strict about the timing of film shoots, but quite accommodating in other respects. When Eric and the others arrived at a restaurant inside the hotel, although it wasn't even dawn yet, the chef had already prepared a lavish breakfast. For the following casino scenes, Don Cheadle, who had much more acting experience than Natasha Henstridge, was in his element. Therefore, 3 hours later, the team successfully wrapped up all the Las Vegas footage. After finishing her scenes, Natasha waited at the set until 9 o'clock, at which point she returned with Eric to the mansion at the country club. "Eric, didn't I perform great today?" Natasha enthusiastically pushed him against the doorframe as soon as they entered, looking expectantly at him. "Absolutely. You even scared Joss." Eric nodded, feeling her long legs brushing against him gently as she leaned in with a smile. He raised a folder that Caroline had handed him earlier, saying, "Well, you've practically been awake for a whole day and night. You should go take a shower and rest. I need to look over these first." Natasha moved closer to Eric's ear, breathing softly. "Can't we do it together? Can't you work a little later?" Eric gave her a playful slap on the backside and shook his head. "Absolutely not. Someone is waiting in Europe for me to finish this, and it's already yesterday's work." "Then I'll keep you company," Natasha said, releasing Eric and looping her arm through his. Since last night, she had been in an excited state, and even though the Las Vegas scenes were done, she showed no signs of tiredness. The two of them made their way to the spacious living room on the second floor. Eric sat down on the couch, saying, "If you're not tired, can you go to the study and bring me my laptop, then brew a pot of coffee?" "Of course, sir," Natasha replied eagerly, getting up to fetch Eric's laptop from the study and then headed downstairs to make coffee. Eric opened his laptop and placed it on the coffee table before diving into the files. The documents in his hand included the acquisition agreement draft for Firefly Group's purchase of Virgin Records and Virgin's balance sheet. Firefly had offered a final price of $1.2 billion to EMI, and as Eric expected, EMI was willing to sell rather than hold on to Virgin. After 2 long months of negotiations, much of the groundwork had already been laid. Both parties were eager to close the deal. Barry Weiss had rushed back to Europe yesterday, and Eric had received these documents last night. With Virgin Records secured and coupled with Firefly's existing North American distribution channels, Firefly's distribution network was set to encompass the entire European and North American regions. Additionally, as a long-established record label, Virgin had accumulated rights to thousands of songs over its 20-plus years, spanning various genres including mainstream English songs as well as French, German, Italian, and more. While the number of music rights couldn't compare to the major labels boasting millions of copyrights, for the Yahoo Music Store opening alongside the release of Firefly 2, it would serve as a significant content addition. The Spice Girls, who had already captured audiences across Europe with successive hits, were set to leverage Virgin's strong distribution channels for their first album release. Natasha returned with the coffee that she had brewed, setting 2 cups down on the coffee table. She then picked up a magazine from the shelf and comfortably leaned against Eric, who had shown no curiosity about the documents in his hand. Instead, she simply asked, "Eric, are we heading back to Los Angeles with the crew this afternoon?" Eric flipped a page in the file, casually replying, "No need. We'll head back tomorrow morning, and tonight, I'll take you out for some fun. How does that sound?" "Sounds great. Although I've been to Vegas before, it was mostly work, and I didn't really get to enjoy myself," Natasha replied, pausing for a moment before adding, "Eric, next Monday is the Oscars, right? Will you be attending?" "I can't miss it this time. It's the 70th anniversary of the Oscars," Eric said with a grin, glancing at the woman beside him. "Do you want to go too?" Natasha nodded honestly. "Unfortunately, that's not feasible this time. The ceremony is next week, and the guest list has already been finalized. However, attending the Oscars isn't as exciting as it's made out to be. Imagine sitting still in one spot for 4 hours while trying to accommodate cameras and guests," Eric explained. "Maybe the Oscars aren't a big deal for you anymore, Eric," Natasha remarked, a hint of longing in her eyes. "But for us little people, being able to attend the Oscars is a real honor. If you really want to go, next year, I can pull some strings for you to be a presenter or something. But you have to remember to remind me next year, or I'll definitely forget." Natasha tossed the magazine aside, crossing her legs, and turned to look at Eric with a smile. "The way you put that sounds so discouraging, but I've suddenly realized that I should work hard to create these opportunities for myself." Eric marked an unreasonable clause in the document with a pencil, continuing to read, while nodding. "That's great. I like ambitious girls. But Paulina said that with our qualifications, we wouldn't achieve much in Hollywood and would only end up playing the trophy. She's played it several times and hasn't left any mark at all. Recently, a friend asked her to make a cameo, and she turned it down." "Paulina Preskova?" "Yep." "Huh. Her face is simply too perfect. She's destined for ads." "You're different." Natasha lightly nudged Eric's leg with her knee, a bit annoyed. "Are you saying I'm not pretty enough? You girls with those looks don't have to worry about being perfect. There's envy directed at you from so many. Besides, perfection can mean a loss of versatility, which is vital for an actress. When I see Paulina, all I can think of is her for an ad. With you, it's different. I can envision you molded into a character in a movie." "Then," Natasha replied, her tone shifting to a cautiously hopeful one, "Eric, do you think I could be the lead?" "Absolutely. Based on your performance in Iron Man, when the film releases next year, you will undoubtedly gain significant acclaim and recognition. Landing the lead in a high-budget film may not happen overnight, but snagging a few mid- to low-budget leading roles in Hollywood will be quite easy." As Eric spoke, he was reminded of Species, which was set to premiere next month during Easter. Natasha would solidify her standing in Hollywood through her stunning performance in this B-level sci-fi horror series, and while she had never become a massive star, she had made a name for herself as a solid second-tier actress. Speaking of which, in Hollywood, Actresses who are too beautiful often face challenges in maintaining their influence long-term. Having a successful B-movie series can be an excellent choice, similar to Milla Jovovich's Resident Evil franchise or Kate Beckinsale's Underworld series, among others. While Resident Evil had been transformed by Eric into something new, the Underworld series had not yet come to pass. With these thoughts in mind, Eric shot a glance over to Natasha. "Stand up and let me see you." Natasha, unsure but obedient, rose and struck a pose, asking, "What's up?" Eric didn't answer but continued. "Now give me a cold, stoic expression. Look a little worn out." Natasha realized what he was getting at and complied, adopting a weary, indifferent expression. While she might not instantly perform perfectly, these ad-like photography demands were something she could expertly navigate as a supermodel. Eric scrutinized her. She was dressed in a white turtleneck sweater and light blue casual pants. Although her expression was on point, the overall vibe didn't match what he had in mind. He asked, "Do you have a leather jacket?" Natasha replied, "I brought some leather pants, a burgundy pair. Will that work?" "No, it has to be black." Eric shook his head, stating, "How about this? You run out and buy a set while I finish this work, and when you return, I'll have a surprise for you." Even if she had an idea of what was happening, Natasha still asked, "Eric, is it for a movie?" Eric nodded. "Yeah." "Then I'm on my way," Natasha exclaimed excitedly. She slipped into some high heels, leaned in to give Eric a quick kiss near his lips, and headed downstairs. After Natasha left, Eric focused intensely on finishing the documents in his hand. Once he formed all his queries, he composed an email to Barry Weiss in Europe before narrowing his attention back to the bookmarks on his browser, selecting a URL to open. The page immediately displayed a simple Google search interface. Its recognizable logo had been personally designed by Eric to match the original. After the video meeting last year, Yahoo had quickly started to separate its search engine operations. Now, Yahoo had successfully registered the Google trademark worldwide, and its independent search engine system was nearly complete, currently in internal testing, with a projected public launch slated for June of this year. Since the Species series was no longer under consideration, and with Kate Beckinsale unable to reprise her role in Underworld, offering the series to Natasha Henstridge seemed like a solid choice. Natasha's looks and physique were perfectly comparable to Kate's, and as for her acting skills, well, this film didn't seem to require much of that. However, to shoot Underworld, they needed to secure the copyright first. Originally, the screenplay for the Underworld series, claimed by director and writer Len Wiseman, was a collaborative work with some friends, but in reality, it had plagiarized a novel from 1994. The two parties had engaged in a lawsuit but settled out of court in the end. As 10 years passed, Eric's once complete memory began to fade little by little, and he strained to remember the name of the original author, Nancy Collins. Finally, after a moment of thought, he began searching for it. In truth, even if he never recalled the name, Eric felt no significant burden. He planned simply to take it and use it. Worst-case scenario, they'd settle out of court again, as many had done before. Over the years, Eric stopped worrying about his creativity clashing with any original creator, as Hollywood was rife with obscured legal disputes. Renowned directors, from Spielberg to Scorsese, had all faced scripts lawsuits, and Eric had yet to see any Hollywood director go bankrupt or suffer irreparable damage to their reputation due to it. Chapter 969, Easter Movie Package. Eric quickly found a short story collection signed by Nancy Collins on Amazon. After reading the summary, he realized that the concept for Underworld clearly came from a story titled Monsters Love within the collection. Natasha hadn't returned yet, so Eric dialed the girl's phone, asking her to swing by the bookstore and pick up the collection for him. "Eric, is this the book?" After another half hour, Natasha handed him a not-too-thick book, saying, "I found it after checking 3 stores." Eric glanced at the cover and nodded. "That's it. Did you manage to get the leather outfit? Put it on so I can see." Natasha shook several shopping bags in her hand and walked towards the bedroom. After she left, Eric leaned back on the sofa and began reading the 7- or 8-page story, Monsters Love. It was yet another tale akin to Romeo and Juliet, a love story between a werewolf and a vampire. But due to the ancient feud between their two species, their families' objections ultimately kept them apart. leading to a tragic double suicide. As he finished reading the story, Eric was about to write an email instructing the Firefly copyright department to acquire the adaptation rights when he heard the sound of boots thumping against the floor. Looking up, he saw Natasha Henstridge entering in a black leather outfit, completed with matching black hiking boots. The snug leather accentuated her already perfect curves, and the simple ponytail paired with high-topped boots gave her an added air of confidence. But Eric noticed the black leather belt in her hand with a slight sense of apprehension. "What are you planning to do with that?" Natasha held the belt up and playfully smacked it against her palm twice, sporting a cold, queenly demeanor as she approached him, pushing him back against the chair. She then straddled him, leaning in. Feeling a warm tongue slowly slide across his neck, Eric gasped sharply, "Stop!" Natasha Henstridge paused, assessing Eric with playful eyes before bursting into laughter. "I thought you'd like this." Eric shook his head firmly. "No, not at all. If you keep this up, I'll throw you out. Now let's get rid of that ponytail." Natasha remained on Eric, making a silly face before tossing aside the belt and undoing her ponytail. Shaking her head, her golden hair cascaded down, the soft allure instantly dissipating her previously androgynous vibe. "Is this better?" "Yes, perfect." Eric nodded, admiring the beauty so close to him. "I just called the restaurant at the club and made a reservation for lunch. Let's go eat, and I'll tell you about the movie." Excitement lit up Natasha's face as she wrapped her arms around Eric's neck. "So, does this mean I passed the audition?" Eric nodded. "Once you change your hair color, you'll look the part, and your acting skills are good too. As long as you're willing to work hard, this movie is yours." "Why will it be hard? Is it loaded with action, like Charlie's Angels?" "Pretty much. You're the only female lead, so your action scenes will likely exceed those of the three girls combined. I'll need you to undergo a few months of physical training beforehand." "That's no problem," Natasha quickly affirmed, pretending to stand. "I'll go change." Eric smiled, holding her back. "No need. You can wear that to the restaurant." "Hee hee, I thought you didn't like it." "If I didn't like it, would I have let you buy that outfit?" "Well then, no more questions." Oh. After finishing 3 days of work starting Monday, the crew returned to Los Angeles that afternoon. Next, they had nighttime shoots at the Los Angeles Disney studio. Since there was no work scheduled for Thursday during the day, Eric only returned to Los Angeles with Natasha Henstridge the following morning. After a week of work, the crew surprisingly did not have to work overtime that weekend. The following Monday, March 23rd, would be the 70th Academy Awards ceremony. Eric had received a personal invitation call from the president of the Academy 2 months prior, and with the Oscars' 70th anniversary approaching, it was inappropriate for him to miss the event again. So, he agreed to attend and even consented to present the award for Best Original Screenplay. However, while filming Iron Man, Eric's primary focus was on the upcoming Easter release window. It was already late March, and this year Easter fell on April 12th. Typically, films released during Easter would premiere a week earlier, April 3rd. The joint marketing plans by Firefly, MGM, and Fox were in their final stages. At this point, movie posters and trailers for The Wedding Singer, Species, and Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, could be seen frequently on cinema facades and street advertisements, as well as during prime advertising slots on major networks. The three studios were bundling all three films together, investing $50 million solely into marketing. This budget exceeded that of a high-profile blockbuster film with a production cost over $100 million, since most blockbusters involve marketing and distribution budgets of less than $50 million, while the combined budget of the three films amounted to only $83 million. Originally, there was another movie that had a chance to be included in this Easter package, City of Angels, produced by Warner Brothers. This fantasy romance film, starring Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan, had a production budget of $55 million thanks to the involvement of two major stars, and Warner was highly confident it could become an Easter hit. When Firefly proposed a bundled promotion, the Warner management team was interested in collaborating. However, given that City of Angels had both a more substantial cast and budget, they inevitably outlined a series of conditions favoring their film. Due to the internal strife within Warner, their efficiency dropped to worrying levels. Eric thought that if they truly waited for these conditions to be hashed out, Easter might pass them by entirely. So he decided to drop the negotiations and allow both sides to pursue their paths independently. Even among the three companies, there were individual concerns regarding the collaboration. The most significant disagreement revolved around splitting the $50 million marketing budget. Some wanted an equal split, while others felt it should be divided according to the production budgets. Eric didn't want these disputes to interfere with the collaboration, so he took matters into his own hands and firmly declared, "We'll divide based on the final North American box office receipts. The higher the receipts, the larger the share. The lower the receipts, the smaller the share. This way, nobody will feel cheated." The Wedding Singer, Species, and Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, each focused on promoting warm romance, sci-fi thrills, and crude comedy, respectively, and they specifically offered discounted holiday packages. With the $50 million marketing budget splashed out, the fresh buzz and extensive publicity resulted in noticeable effects. Surveys indicated that a majority of the potential audience was aware of the existence of these three films. Over 80% of surveyed moviegoers claimed they would likely choose one or more of the films to watch in theaters based on the situation. In contrast, Warner's City of Angels also invested $25 million in marketing, but its impact could not compare to Firefly's Easter movie package. While Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan were undoubtedly box office draws, the Firefly team boasted stars like Mike Myers from Austin Powers and Ben Stiller from The Wedding Singer, both of whom made their mark on Saturday Night Live and were household names in America. Additionally, Jennifer Aniston, the lead actress in The Wedding Singer, had established her status as America's sweetheart after nearly a decade and 200 episodes of Friends. Even Heather Graham, the star of Species, known as a sexy icon since her debut in the 80s, resonated strongly with audiences. The collective star power of these four far matched that of Cage and Ryan. Moreover, in terms of promotional efforts, their advantages predominantly outshone those of Cage and Ryan. When it came to TV promotion, Cage and Ryan could only participate in a few relatively popular talk shows as per Warner's arrangements. In contrast, the quartet had more leeway to appear on multiple shows. Saturday Night Live was a must, and all four would take turns to be featured. Shows like Late Show with David Letterman or The Jay Leno Show could easily welcome them due to their connections in the television circle, even without Firefly's arrangement. Additionally, since Friends had recently resumed after its winter hiatus, an episode had been specifically scheduled to cross-promote with the films, featuring guest appearances by Mike Myers, Ben Stiller, and Heather Graham. Upon detailed consideration, Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, would release on April 3rd, alongside Warner's City of Angels, while Species and The Wedding Singer would follow on April 10th, Easter week. Thanks to the grand promotional campaign, while none of the three movies were major blockbusters, the North American theater chains were eager to screen them. Each of the three films would premiere on around 3,000 screens, a privilege typically reserved for major productions. Of course, this number was also feasible because Easter was not yet considered a highly competitive release window. Chapter 970. I Forgive You. Most of the Iron Man crew was enjoying their weekend break, but Eric couldn't find a moment to relax. The only blockbuster that Firefly had for the summer was The Day After Tomorrow. Although a teaser had been released during the Super Bowl back in January, the film had only recently completed final editing. It was now set for review and ready to release TV trailers, so Eric made it a point to watch the screening with Jeffrey Katzenberg and the others. Additionally, he checked in on the production progress of several projects, including The Ring, Ted, Sleepy Hollow, and even the filming of the Lord of the Rings trilogy way down in New Zealand. The Ring had already begun shooting and was on track for a summer release. The casting for Ted was wrapped up, and they were testing motion capture technology, which would be heavily used. Sleepy Hollow had just completed its budget plan and was about to enter the casting and location scouting phases. Ever since the success of Monsters Incorporated late last year, Disney's animation department had been busy preparing new story scripts. Some of the old Disney company veterans hoped to continue the tradition of Disney fairy tales. Eric, too, wanted to ensure Disney Animation Studios didn't turn into just another version of Pixar. After all, Disney had already proven in the original timeline that this path worked, so he naturally supported Katzenberg and the others' proposals. Thus, After discussing several ideas provided by the studio management, Eric and Katzenberg selected Tangled. As for the mega-hit Frozen, Eric hoped that the studio would continue refining their projects before officially launching it. The original version of Tangled had its project spiral out of control due to script changes and high-level turbulence, taking a full 6 years to produce and burning through $260 million, which made it the most expensive 3D animated film in history. To avoid making the same mistakes, even though Disney Animation Studios had turned in a thorough story script, Eric insisted on allowing them an extra 3 months to refine the script, ensuring that when the project officially started, they wouldn't face a repeat of past difficulties. For the Lord of the Rings trilogy being filmed in New Zealand, Eric could only watch a batch of sample clips sent over by the crew and held a remote video conference with Peter Jackson. Katzenberg had already flown to New Zealand twice in recent months, and a vice president from Firefly was even on site, serving as one of the producers for the trilogy. With Peter Jackson's dedicated focus on the series, Eric felt very reassured about the project. After putting in 2 grueling days of work, slicing his time down to the minute, Eric began to regret taking on the role of Iron Man himself. Much of this work could have been spread out over the weekdays, but had all fallen onto the weekend instead. And this was all while Eric had taken a hands-off approach to many things. This year, the only movies that Eric personally approved and would be released within the year were The Day After Tomorrow, Ted, and The Ring. The vast film production distribution system of Firefly naturally could not be limited to just these 3 films. Excluding the lengthy production cycles of the animation studios, Firefly Pictures, Disney, and New Line as the main production labels within Firefly were all slated to release more than 20 films this year. While Eric had rarely intervened directly in these projects' production before, he had a good understanding of most of them. Even low-budget films with budgets of $2 or $3 million often had their genre, budget, cast, schedule, and box office predictions well within his knowledge. However, with Iron Man in the first half of the year and Gravity in the second half, both films would consume most of his focus, leaving Eric unable to manage those projects effectively. He had little energy left for other aspects of the company as well. As for films from MGM or Fox, he had even less inclination to oversee them. Regarding investments, Eric had only paid a little attention to Yahoo. Everything else was left fully to Chris. Eric, I just received the first draft of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets from the UK. Caroline entered Firefly's Burbank headquarters on a Sunday afternoon, placing a sample copy on his desk. The HarperCollins publishing house hoped to launch the 2nd volume during the summer. After signing off on a budget document for Firefly's theme park, Eric looked up and took the book, casually glancing at Caroline, who immediately displayed a startled expression, quickly stepping aside. Have you done anything lately that you might regret? Eric asked, as he opened the novel's table of contents without looking up. For some reason, Caroline seemed a bit flustered whenever she saw him these days. Hearing Eric's sudden question, Caroline instinctively took a step back and shook her head. No. It's fine if you have. I forgive you. Just focus on your work, or I might have to dock your pay. Listening to Eric's playful yet gentle tone, Caroline quickly blinked her bright eyes, suppressing the urge to nod in acknowledgement. Seeing Eric still not looking at her, she didn't flee out of embarrassment. After flipping a few pages, Eric closed the book and looked back at Caroline, asking, what were the sales figures for the first book? Without a second thought, Caroline answered accurately. The sales figures from last week showed 13.5 million copies sold worldwide. Satisfied, Eric nodded. The Harry Potter series hadn't yet reached its peak status, but under the push from Firefly, since the first book was released last September, total sales had reached 13.5 million globally. This was undoubtedly remarkable. Let HarperCollins decide when to release the second book. As long as they maintain an annual release pace, that's fine. Eric passed the novel draft back to Caroline. Also, make 3 copies of this book and send them to East Hampton. The little ones really enjoyed the story. Sure, Caroline nodded, picking up the draft and hugging it to her chest. She added, oh, New Line just emailed me. They've finalized the pay with Chris Tucker for Rush Hour 3, $20 million. Jackie Chan is still hoping to negotiate for a share of the profits. Eric waved his hand dismissively. I'll leave that to them. They want a cut. The base salary can't exceed $10 million. That's Firefly's rule. If they can't agree, then don't make the film. Uh-huh. Caroline nodded again, continuing. The rights for the short story Monster Love have been discussed with Nancy Collins' agent, and they are willing to sell. However, we can only acquire the film adaptation rights. They've already sold the game adaptation rights to White Wolf Game Company. The rights department emailed asking if we want to try to buy back the game adaptation rights as well. White Wolf hasn't started development on the game yet, so if the price is right, they should be willing to hand it over. Since 1993, the global video game industry had rivaled that of the film industry in annual sales. Film adaptations of games were increasingly gaining attention from major film studios. Firefly also had an entertainment interactive department that produced video games, but Eric wasn't optimistic about their prospects. The production of video games shared many similarities with films. They thrived on creativity. A brilliant video game would undoubtedly rely on a core team filled with creative minds, much like film directors and producers. Hiring a batch of programmers to develop games without a creative vision was like assigning purely technical staff, such as cinematographers and gaffers, to create a film. The chances of producing something remarkable were quite low. Therefore, before the arrival of online gaming, Eric didn't plan to get too involved in the gaming field. Even when online games emerged in the following years, Eric preferred utilizing Yahoo's massive user base for game distribution. When it came to game development, the studio model remained the best approach. Of course, Yahoo could also invest in or acquire studios to gain actual control of these operations. Thinking over these points, Eric shook his head. No need. Just the film adaptation rights are fine. Is there anything else? Melanie had urged her more than once in recent days to invite Eric out for dinner, but Caroline was well aware of how busy Eric had been, making it clear that this wasn't an appropriate time. Furthermore, Eric already had plans for the evening. Finding a convenient excuse in her mind, Caroline hesitated briefly before shaking her head. No, that's all. Eric looked at his watch. Then you and Melanie should head out early to rest. It's the weekend, and you can enjoy some time tonight. I need to finish up, and then I'll head out too. Tomorrow was the Oscars, and although the filming of Iron Man would continue, Eric didn't have any scenes scheduled, meaning he could still put in some working hours during the day. After leaving the Burbank headquarters, Eric drove along the winding road to Elizabeth and Julia's mansion in Beverly Hills. Julia had gone to Paris to shoot an advertisement and wouldn't be attending the Oscars, so only Elizabeth was there, getting into her gown with the help of two stylists. As Eric stepped into the villa and observed the busy trio in the living room, he simply nodded before comfortably leaning back on the sofa. Eric, how does this gown look? After a while, Elizabeth came over, holding the hem of a big red one-shoulder dress, doing a slight twirl as she asked. Eric had always preferred one-shoulder dresses. He felt they embodied a certain playful sensuality, and it appeared the women around him were starting to notice his preference. After sizing her up, Eric nodded, though he glanced at the nearly floor-length hem and said, "It's beautiful, but since it's a party tonight and not an award ceremony, aren't you worried about tripping over it? I haven't put on high heels yet. When I do, it shouldn't be like this," Elizabeth replied, lifting her hem to reveal her fair little feet before pointing to two large boxes on the coffee table. "By the way, I also ordered a suit for you, along with shoes. Hurry up and try them on. Lisa is here, so if anything doesn't fit, we can adjust it on the spot." 2. Exhausting. I don't want to change. I plan to wear this. Eric leaned back on the sofa. He didn't want to be bothered and added, "And I'm starving. If I don't eat something, I'll pass out from low blood sugar. You figure it out." Seeing Eric act a bit petulant, Elizabeth playfully kicked his leg lightly and bent down to tug off his boots, tossing them aside. "Change quickly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dress this formally." Eric lifted a leg. "How about you help me get dressed?" "Not a chance." Elizabeth shot him an eye roll before returning to the stylists who were trying hard to pretend they weren't watching. Feeling the weight of Elizabeth's steely gaze, Eric reluctantly stood up, grabbing the two boxes with the suit and shoes, and headed upstairs to the bedroom. Once dressed and heading downstairs, he found the stylists had begun working on Elizabeth's hairstyle. It generally took a couple of hours for a woman to get ready, and by 6:30, they finally left the Beverly Hills mansion. Although Elizabeth didn't plan to have dinner, She didn't intend for Eric to go hungry either. They stopped by a restaurant first, where she accompanied him while he ate a little something before they set off at 7 o'clock for the Oscars pre-party. Chapter 971. Have you thought about what you want to do later? The car stopped outside the Hilton Hotel as Eric and Elizabeth quickly made their way inside, dodging the myriad of flashing lights, flanked by bodyguards and hotel security. As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, Eric heard a friendly voice call out, "Eric, I didn't expect to see you here tonight." Looking over, he spotted Nicolas Cage, who was accompanied by Meg Ryan and a tall African-American man. It seemed the three had been chatting just before Eric arrived. As the tall man turned, Eric recognized him as Richard Parsons, one of the rare African-American executives in Hollywood, who at the time served as the vice president of Time Warner and the CEO of Warner Brothers. Seeing the trio approach, Eric greeted them with Elizabeth by his side, saying, "Good evening, Nick, Rich, oh, and Ms. Ryan. You look absolutely stunning tonight." Aside from his close friendship with Cage, Eric and the other two could only be described as acquaintances. Elizabeth exchanged pleasantries with them before Eric asked, "So, what were you all just talking about?" "We just got here too," Cage replied, pausing momentarily before smiling knowingly at Richard Parsons, not elaborating further. Given that Cage, Meg Ryan, and the head of Warner Brothers were congregating at that moment, the topic of their conversation was clearly the upcoming film City of Angels, slated for Easter release. Richard Parsons, however, showed no sign of shying away from the subject. With a hearty laugh, he said, "We were just discussing the company's City of Angels. Eric, it's a shame we couldn't partner with Firefly on the marketing, but you know, in Warner, those decisions aren't just up to me." "That's all right. There will be opportunities to collaborate in the future," Eric replied, wearing a look of regret as he shook his head. After some casual chatter, Eric and Elizabeth made their way towards the elevator. Richard Parsons, citing some unfinished business in the lobby, gave a lingering glance at Eric and Elizabeth as they departed, before turning back to engage with Cage and Meg Ryan once more. As the elevator doors began to close, Elizabeth leaned in curiously. "Eric, do you think Terry Semel will keep his CEO position after his contract ends next year?" Eric, lost in thought, shook his head in response to Elizabeth's question. "I don't think it's very likely." Over the years, internal power struggles at Time Warner had seen factions emerge. One faction led by the old guard from Steve Ross, the group's founder, led by Terry Semel, another from early executive Gerald Levin, the third loyalist to Ted Turner from Turner Broadcasting, and a multitude of heavyweight shareholders who had entered during the group's expansion. The company resembled a battleground for various interests. As one of Steve Ross's designated heirs, Terry Semel had to fight for his position as chairman and CEO. However, with Time Warner's performance languishing and Steve Ross's influence waning, it seemed improbable for Semel to retain control beyond his current term. After seeing Richard Parsons, Eric recalled the numerous times his name appeared in news reports regarding the sensational Time Warner OL merger. Given what Eric knew, Parsons was likely a key player aligned with Levin's faction. Although Eric had met Steve Case a few times, Case remained determined to morph AOL into an internet media empire. Meanwhile, Chris had begun strategizing to capture control of AOL. On the other hand, AOL could not acquire Time Warner single-handedly. It was evident that there were internal forces at Time Warner actively supporting the merger. With this in mind, seeing Richard Parsons provided Eric some clarity about where support for the merger might originate. Once Semel vacated his position, any lingering influence Steve Ross had over Time Warner would dissipate. This meant that Ted Turner's faction, which controlled Time Warner's most profitable cable division, could become the dominant force within the company. Although Turner had stepped back into a semi-retirement, he still had clout to support someone aligned with him as the new chairman and CEO. Conversely, Levin's faction had little chance of seizing control unless they sought an alternate route. Facilitating the merger between AOL and Time Warner would undoubtedly boost their influence within Time Warner in the short term, while simultaneously garnering substantial support from smaller shareholders with voting power. Of course, at that moment, Steve Case was likely still covertly searching for merger candidates. Perhaps he could create some obstacles for them in that regard. The elevator's arrival chime pulled Eric from his contemplation. He smiled at Elizabeth, raising his arm for her to link with, as they made their way toward the banquet hall. This whole situation definitely required further calculation. However, with the upcoming Easter holiday, Eric planned to strategize for potential leverage against Levin's faction within Time Warner. After all, while the missed collaboration with Firefly stemmed from internal strife, the blame would be laid squarely on the shoulders of whoever had the most power. As the head on Warner Brothers' side, Richard Parsons was certainly the prime candidate to take the fall. To achieve this, one crucial factor remained: that Firefly's Easter film package must significantly outperform Time Warner's City of Angels at the box office. As this thought crossed his mind, Eric again felt a twinge of regret. Despite the exhaustive marketing efforts from all three companies, neither Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, Species, nor The Wedding Singer seemed poised for a breakout success, at least not to Eric's recollection of box office figures. It appeared he would have to devise alternative strategies. Declining to step into the media area for photos and interviews, Eric led Elizabeth directly into the banquet hall. They arrived relatively late, and the venue was already bustling with people, leading to some obligatory socializing. However, since they were not the hosts, after exchanging greetings with several guests who approached them, the duo moved toward the Weinsteins. "Eric, let me introduce you to a few people," Harvey Weinstein interjected after a brief exchange of pleasantries, making sure to connect Eric with those around him. These included the creatives behind The English Patient and Good Will Hunting. The English Patient's director Anthony Minghella, lead actor Ralph Fiennes, female leads Kristen Scott Thomas and Juliette Binoche, along with the best friends Matt Damon, Ben Affleck of the creative team behind Good Will Hunting. Eric was naturally well acquainted with these individuals, although he met most for the first time. The group chatted for a while, but as they sensed Eric and Harvey might need to discuss serious matters, they soon dispersed. When the others left, Elizabeth chatted with a friend who had also made an appearance as Eric took a sip of his red wine and refrained from diving into discussions about FFMTV at that moment. Instead, he casually asked, "Harvey, how's the preparation for The Horse Whisperer going?" Upon hearing this subject brought up, Harvey's expression turned slightly peculiar. Elizabeth had already shared with him Fox's strategy to keep Miramax's art film budgets capped at $50 million. Deep down, as a businessman, while he recognized the logic, Harvey still bristled at this decision. After all, Miramax had contributed nearly half of Fox's film profits over the years, and he certainly harbored ambitions to continue growing Miramax. Robert is directing and starring, and the leading lady is already cast. It's Kristen from earlier. Other roles are currently being auditioned, and we expect to start filming in May. With the lead roles unchanged, Eric smiled at the thought of their previous encounter, wondering if the daughter's part would still go to Scarlett Johansson. He had no intentions of interfering in this matter and shifted the conversation to discuss the next steps for FFMTV. Still, while Eric was adamant about not meddling in The Horse Whisperer's casting, circumstances often had a way of coming to him. In the afternoon, at Firefly Studios, amidst filming for Iron Man, Eric diligently continued to prepare for Gravity. He had maintained consistent communication with the film's stars, Jodie Foster and George Clooney. That evening, they would attend the Oscars, where the Academy had invited Jodie and Eric to present the award for Best Screenplay, prompting them to meet earlier that day to discuss filming details at Firefly Studios. George Clooney, focused on this opportunity after the dismal performance of Batman and Robin the previous year, was equally invested. Upon hearing news about the presentation, he quickly arrived at the studio. As the three discussed the techniques for an opening long take, Melanie entered to announce that Miranda Kerr had brought a friend to the studio. After greeting Jodie and George, Eric stepped out of the shooting stage and saw Miranda hurrying towards him, accompanied by Scarlett Johansson. Eric playfully put his hand on the small of Miranda's back, adopting a mock-serious expression. "All right, explain to me. What day is it today? Aren't you supposed to be in school?" "Scarlett is auditioning for a movie today, and I came along with her for support," Miranda said with a cheeky grin, leaning against him, unfazed by Eric's feigned sternness. "And don't think I don't know. Drew used to skip school all the time, and you didn't bat an eye." Eric shook his head in exasperation. He realized he wasn't the most attentive parent in these matters, clearly indifferent to the issue of kids skipping school. Not bringing the girls into the Gravity studio, Eric pointed toward the administrative area. Follow me. We need to discuss why you're interrupting me right now. Miranda glanced at Scarlett, who wore a reserved expression. Then she spoke, clutching Eric's arm. Eric, can you help Scarlett with Harvey Weinstein? She's really hoping for a role in The Horse Whisperer. Eric frowned thoughtfully, looking to Scarlett. He was unsure who'd initiated this idea. Who helped you with the audition, and how did it go? Today's auditions were run by Mr. Weinstein and Robert Redford, and, well, they said my performance was outstanding. Eric probed further. And who else auditioned? There were others, but I don't know them very well, Scarlett replied, shaking her head. But there was Kirsten Dunst. She received a Golden Globe nomination for Best Supporting Actress a few years back. Eric nodded, having grasped the situation. According to Harvey's production strategy, he would naturally lean towards the more established actress, Kirsten Dunst. That would significantly reduce Scarlett's chances of landing the role. Eric chose not to comment further and escorted the two girls to his office. He had his secretary prepare coffee as he leaned back in his chair and studied the two increasingly self-conscious girls. While Eric was generally indulgent with the women in his life, his generosity was not without limits. Among women, he spoiled Drew the most. Though it could come across as improper, he treated her almost like his daughter. Fortunately, she was smart enough to know what was appropriate and what was not. However, Miranda's behavior did not seem mature enough to handle things correctly. Eric was capable of providing everything she desired, but that didn't mean he would tolerate her unrestrained demands. If he weren't already acquainted with Scarlett Johansson, Miranda would have put a complete stranger before him, while he didn't delve into whether she was. Using this to her advantage, he certainly wouldn't allow these developments to continue unchecked. After tapping his fingers on the desk, Eric looked up at Miranda. So, I imagine school isn't interesting to you anymore. Have you thought about what you want to do later? Scarlett had been following Eric's expression, and hearing the question, she stole a glance at Miranda. Miranda sensed Eric's unusual tone, but acted cleverly this time. Eric, I'll do whatever you ask. Chapter 972, Going to New York. Eric thought for a moment and said, Since that's the case, let's have you model and go to New York. I'll have Cindy take you personally. Miranda Kerr was taken aback and quickly shook her head. Eric, I'm not going to New York. I haven't even graduated high school yet. Giselle and Ale started making it on their own at 14, and you're 2 years older than they were. Miranda finally realized that Eric wanted to send her away. She wasn't naive, so it didn't take her long to understand his intentions. With some resentment, she shot a glance at Scarlett Johansson beside her. Then, she got up, walked around the desk, and wanted to jump into Eric's arms to act cute. But Eric blocked her. Eric prevented the girl from throwing herself at him. He gently lifted her by the waist and set her down on his large desk, his demeanor firm. Or you can return to Australia and continue high school. I can send you back right now. Your parents would surely want you home. Having just kicked off her shoes, Miranda had initially intended to playfully tease Eric by elevating her feet for him, hoping he would overlook her small mistake today. But when she heard Eric say that, her heart began to race. If she really went back to Australia, who knew if Eric would care about her again? She might never have a chance to live this kind of life again. Looking at Eric with a pitiful expression for a while, seeing he had no intention of backing down, Miranda finally said, Then I'll go to New York. But, Eric, what about my parents? That's something you have to convince them about. If they don't agree, I'll have to send you back to Australia. Miranda's parents were the soft-hearted kind. Eric didn't believe this would stand in the way of what the girl wanted to do. When Miranda saw that using her parents as a shield wasn't effective, she took advantage of Eric's momentary distraction, jumped off the desk, and implored him like a small kitten. Eric, please forgive me this once. I promise I'll behave and won't randomly bring strangers to you again. Cut it out. I'll have Mel arrange things for you. Once you get to New York, you can stay with Giselle and Ale. Didn't you always love that house? Eric, I just remembered, you're still using that Citibank black card, right? Once you start earning your own money, maybe you won't need it anymore. Hearing this, Miranda stopped her antics and hurriedly said, No, Eric, I'll listen to you. I'll go to New York. Eric patted her on the waist and smiled. That's my little darling. Now put your shoes on, and you can head back. Miranda took her time putting on her shoes and then leaned in to peck Eric on the cheek before walking towards the door, not even glancing at Scarlett again. Although she initially approached Eric to flaunt her close relationship with him, at this moment, she naturally transferred all the blame onto Scarlett. Watching Miranda leave the office, Eric picked up the phone's receiver and explained the situation to Melanie. Then he looked at Scarlett Johansson, who sat across from him, unsure what to do. Scarlett, looking about 14, in stark contrast to the 14-year-old Miranda who had already seemed like a little pixie, was still shy and awkward. At that moment, she was neither childlike enough to be a true child star nor mature enough to be an adult actress. Noticing Eric's gaze on her, Scarlett busied herself with the computer on the desk, unsure if she should leave or stay. After hesitating for a moment, she remained, patiently waiting for Eric's reaction. After the earlier incident, her friendship with Miranda seemed to have completely soured. If she left now, she probably wouldn't get another chance to see this Hollywood mogul again. With thoughts of this 28-year-old man's impressive stature floating in her mind, Scarlett couldn't help but sneak glances at Eric, who was focused on his work. In the midst of her budding teenage fantasies, she thought, how nice would it be to have a boyfriend like him? She recalled hearing that Drew was younger than her when she was with him. He seemed to like younger girls. I checked on it. After some time, Eric switched off a casting packet for the Horse Whisperer sent from Fox, looked up, and noticed Scarlett shyly avoiding his gaze. He smiled and continued. The character of Grace in the Horse Whisperer is supposed to be 13. Kirsten's acting is good, but she's too tall now. She's already close to 170 centimeters, so it wouldn't make sense for her to play a 13-year-old girl. Originally, Harvey really wanted Natalie Portman for the role. Although she's a year older than Kirsten, she's petite enough to play a 13-year-old girl. However, since she has The Phantom Menace coming out at the end of the year, among the remaining younger actresses, your audition experience and performance are the best, so you have a good chance at this role. If Eric wanted Scarlett to land this role, he could simply have a word with Harvey. But he didn't pursue that route, not because he didn't want to owe Harvey a favor. The back and forth of favors usually strengthened relationships, but mainly because Eric didn't want to get too involved with this project. A $50 million art film had a high potential for loss. Miramax had just been shackled by their parent company, limiting their productions to under $50 million, and if Eric intervened in this project and it flopped, he'd likely get blamed, which was something people habitually did. Scarlett nodded obediently. Eric talking to her this much was far beyond her expectations, and she didn't dare hope for anything more. Thinking for a moment, she found a rather interesting topic. Mr. Williams, I heard that Natalie Portman was found by you on the street. Eric nodded jokingly, saying, pretty much. I usually pick girls off the street. It's the first time I've encountered someone who comes to me willingly like you. Scarlett immediately felt shy and lowered her head. Miranda said that you'd be willing to help us, so we came together. Mr. Williams, please don't be mad at Miranda, okay? Sure. Eric responded with a smile, shutting down the computer and standing up. Let's go. I have to get back to work. You just wait home for good news. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Scarlett stood up and followed Eric out of the office. Once outside the building, Scarlett followed obediently beside Eric, watching the occasionally passing studio staff greet him respectfully. She couldn't help feeling a bit envious and yearning. After exiting the administrative area, Eric stopped at the entrance to the film set and turned to the girl beside him. Well, this is where we part ways. Do you want me to have someone take you home? No need. Scarlett shook her head, her toes rolling against the ground. After a moment of hesitation, she looked up at Eric and asked, Mr. Williams, will I still be able to see you in the future? Of course. As long as you're in Hollywood, there'll always be a chance. I mean, Scarlett's gaze flickered, and she went on. Mr. Williams, can I leave you my number so you can call me anytime? Eric was a bit surprised. He studied her a few times and smiled as he took out his phone from his pocket. Here, put your number in. Scarlett hadn't expected Eric to agree and excitedly added her home phone number to his contacts. She then said, Mr. Williams, if I'm not filming, I'm usually home at night, so you can call me then. Sounds good. Eric nodded, took the phone from her hands, and put it back in his pocket. Goodbye for now. Goodbye, Scarlett replied. Although she said that, she took a small step closer, and when she noticed Eric didn't move, she disappointmently waved goodbye and turned towards the exit of the studio. With Firefly Group growing stronger in Hollywood, the Playa Vista area gradually became more prosperous. Scarlett easily hailed a cab outside the studio and instructed the driver to take her to Beverly Hills. She leaned back in her seat, replaying everything that had just happened, and occasionally broke into a small smile. Scarlett Johansson lived in a residential area near the Los Angeles Country Club at the base of Beverly Hills. Although it was an affluent area, it paled in comparison to the truly wealthy who resided up in the hills. Scarlett's father, Karsten Johansson, was a fairly successful architect and was essentially the main breadwinner of the family. Her mother, Melanie Sloan, held the title of producer, but as the saying goes in Los Angeles, even a billboard falling could hit a few producers. Melanie rarely landed significant work and mostly served as a full-time housewife. As soon as Scarlett entered the door, Melanie greeted her eagerly. "Honey, did you see Eric Williams?" Excitedly nodding, Scarlett bit into an apple she had taken from the coffee table in the living room, comfortably hugging a cushion as she sat on the couch. "Yes, Mom. Mr. Williams said I have a good chance of landing this role." Seeing her daughter so thrilled, Melanie initially thought this meant the job was as good as done. However, hearing her daughter's words, she frowned. Scarlett's retelling sounded like a rehearsed formality. Noticing the expression on her mother's face, Scarlett knew exactly what she was thinking. As a girl who had begun valuing her privacy, she wasn't inclined to share every detail of today's encounters with her mother. Nonetheless, she reassured her again, "Don't worry, Mom. Unless something changes, I practically have the job." "Sweetie," Melanie said with a helpless smile as she sat beside her daughter. "Tell me all the details about how your meeting with Mr. Williams went so I can analyze it for you." "Oh no, I'm not telling you," Scarlett said, evading her mother's questions. She picked up the cushion and dashed upstairs to her room. Once inside her room, Scarlett locked the door behind her and flopped onto her bed. After tumbling around for a bit, she paused to glance at the little phone on her desk. She wondered when he might call and what might happen when he did. Lost in thought for a while, she suddenly jumped up and went to the bathroom. She posed in front of the mirror for a second, then finally took off her clothes to examine her figure more closely. Though her body wasn't as good as Miranda's, and she wasn't as tall as her, Scarlett felt quite pleased adjusting her bra. Her chest was definitely larger than that flat-chested girl's. After several hours of lounging in her room, Scarlett remembered that it was Oscars night and hurried downstairs to turn on the TV. The Oscar red carpet ceremony had already begun, but Scarlett wasn't in the mood to admire the glamorous dresses worn by the starlets. Instead, she anxiously awaited the appearance of one particular figure. As the evening unfolded, with her father getting home, her sister Vanessa and younger twin brother Hunter also gradually returned, and the house quickly grew lively. Although Karsten Johansson hadn't chosen a path into Hollywood due to her grandfather and her mother's family ties, their family had numerous connections in the industry. Scarlett was born in New York, but for the sake of their children's careers in Hollywood, the Johnsons had moved to Los Angeles a few years prior. Now, aside from Scarlett, her brother and sister were both working as actors in Hollywood. Thus, as the television screen displayed the lively Oscar red carpet event, the family couldn't help but discuss movies and began asking about Scarlett's audition for The Horse Whisperer. They all knew that landing this role meant Scarlett could establish her footing in Hollywood without relying on family connections. While they had advantages compared to the average person, their connections would hold little weight for a project like The Horse Whisperer. In the end, it all depended on skill and luck. Melanie hadn't told her husband or the other kids about sending their daughter to Firefly Studios. But when Eric appeared on screen just after the red carpet ceremony started winding down, the conversation quickly turned toward him. Listening to her father and siblings speculate and gush about Eric, Scarlett felt like a small fox hiding its prize, her gaze growing more focused on the screen as she eagerly awaited each of Eric's appearances. Chapter 973. Take a Gamble. Although the buzz that Titanic once brought was missing this time, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences definitely put in a significant effort to celebrate its 70th anniversary. For instance, after all these years, the Oscars finally had its own theme song. Eric found himself seated in the second row of the left section, right by the aisle. Despite the presence of several starlets he had previously shared a few ambiguous moments with, His companion for the evening was Judy Foster, his co-presenter for the night. This was a specific request from Eric, as the few women still in his life didn't attend this year for various reasons. Time had moved on for everyone, and they all had their own lives now. At least in public, it wasn't convenient for them to act overly intimate. As the guests on stage and the ever-present cameras came into play, Eric engaged in a few casual conversations with Judy about gravity, making the time pass swiftly. Eric was there to present 2 awards: Best Original Screenplay and Best Adapted Screenplay. Typically, these awards were given by a set of presenters. The awards for Best Screenplay were scheduled towards the end of the ceremony, which started at 6 and continued until about 8:30, when the event staff came to remind Eric and Judy that it was almost their turn. They made their way backstage, picked up 2 envelopes from the accountant at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and waited for the performers on stage to finish singing a song from Good Will Hunting. Listening to the performance, Judy asked, "Eric, do you think this movie has a chance to win?" "If it's the award we hold, it's quite likely," Eric nodded and added, "but the rest, forget about it." By that point in the ceremony, most awards had already been decided. Good Will Hunting, which received 9 nominations, had only seen Robin Williams win Best Supporting Actor so far, with everything else falling short. Miramax's heavily campaigned The English Patient had already scooped up 7 awards. The most crucial ones left, Best Director and Best Picture, were obviously set to be won by The English Patient as well. Miramax had chosen to abandon Good Will Hunting in favor of focusing their campaign efforts on The English Patient, which seemed to please the judges more. However, for the upcoming Best Screenplay award, Good Will Hunting still had a strong chance. If the 2 young screenwriters, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, managed to win, it wouldn't match the prestige of Best Director or Best Picture, but it could significantly boost the attention and buzz around Good Will Hunting, which could translate into actual profits. The Weinstein brothers' ultimate aim for their Oscar campaign was essentially for profit. With thoughts racing through his mind, the performance on stage ended. Following the host's introduction, Eric and Judy stepped up to the microphone. Once the applause died down, Eric cleared his throat, scanned the audience, and smiled. "Now, I can see those eager eyes looking back at me, but this time it won't be pure gold." A soft wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Years ago, when Eric first took the Oscar stage as a presenter, he made this joke. Many in attendance frequently attended the ceremony. Add to that, this year, Eric had risen to become the world's first semi-billionaire. So even if they hadn't seen that Oscars ceremony years ago, everyone easily understood the reference. Once laughter subsided, Eric got straight to the point. "Now, let's see which films are nominated for the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay." As his voice faded, clips from several movies started playing on the big screen. The nominees for the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay are Good Will Hunting by Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, As Good as It Gets by Mark Andrews and James L. Brooks, The Full Monty by Simon Beaufoy, Deconstructing Harry by Woody Allen, and Boogie Nights by Paul Thomas Anderson. Once the big screen finished introducing the films, Eric confidently opened the envelope in his hand, took a quick glance, and showed it to Judy. Without any hesitation, Judy smiled and announced, "The Oscar goes to Good Will Hunting, Matt Damon, and Ben Affleck." As thunderous applause erupted, Matt Damon excitedly embraced his mother, taking his time until he stood up, hugging everyone he could along the way while trying to maintain an air of calmness that Ben felt was somewhat awkward. As they reached the stage, just as Eric was about to hand over the little golden statue to Matt, he got caught up in a hug. Eric, left without much choice, patted Matt on the back resignedly before handing him the award. He then stepped aside with Judy. The duo stood at the microphone, Matt visibly shaken with emotions, giggling and swaying in front of it. Ben stepped up to the mic to give their acceptance speech. While it's disheartening that Matt didn't win Best Actor, if he had, that would have been terrifying, really terrifying. I can't thank everyone in 20 seconds, so let's start with the director. Ben rambled off a series of thank yous while Matt, jiggling with excitement, finally chimed in. "And your brother?" Ben nodded eagerly. "Oh, my brother. Cole Hauser. Oh, Cole Hauser. And Mom." The two started animatedly gesturing toward the audience. "Those 2 beautiful ladies sitting right over there. My dad's in the back. And Boston. Thank you, Boston." As the applause and laughter rolled on, the pair of excited friends finally wrapped up their rambling acceptance speech. Once they disappeared backstage, Eric and Judy returned to the microphone. With his hands behind his back, Eric glanced in the direction of the two who had just left, half-jokingly remarking, "You know, I suddenly feel like saying, being young is fantastic." The laughter from the audience started again. However, looking at the composed Eric on stage and remembering the two excitable youngsters who had just left, many were surprised to realize that Eric and Matt Damon were actually the same age, both born in 1970 and turning 28 that year. Even Ben Affleck was just 2 years younger. Realizing this, many inevitably began reflecting on the various sentiments it incited. While many had gradually caught on to the Weinstein brothers' aggressive PR tactics, Harvey seemed to know the boundaries as well. The following award for Best Adapted Screenplay went to L.A. Confidential, despite The English Patient being nominated. As the last two winning writers walked backstage, Judy looked curiously at Eric and asked, "Eric, why do I get the feeling your earlier remark was sincere?" Not immediately feeling like heading back to the stage, Eric found a seat in the backstage area and sat down next to Judy. "It was sincere," he replied. "But you're only, 28, Judy said, chuckling. "That must be disheartening for a lot of people." "Well, I think it's more about mental age, and you're only, how old? But you started acting at a young age. In front of those actors who might be around your age but are just starting out, don't you feel that sense of being older?" Judy tilted her head slightly, thinking before shaking her head. "Nope, I just see it as a pretty unique growth experience." Is it like those lines in Taxi Driver? Hearing Eric reference her movie from over 20 years ago, Judy pondered for a moment before asking, "What lines?" Eric had thought of the line just suddenly, but, upon hearing Judy's follow-up, threw his hands up. "I can't remember, but you were stunning in that film." Judy leaned back in mock defensiveness, bemusedly glaring at Eric. "I was only 13 then." "So, you people just think too dirty," Eric shot back playfully. Judy rolled her eyes at him. She was just joking and didn't actually harbor any anger. As they spent time together, she felt like she was getting to know Eric better. She sensed that he had a habitual way of seducing the women around him. That was the word she thought was most fitting. However, if a woman didn't reciprocate, Eric didn't push it either. So, with the time spent working on Gravity, Judy found herself unintentionally bringing Eric into her circle of friends. After a brief exchange of jokes, Judy leaned to listen to the commotion in the auditorium. "The Best Actress award is coming up soon. Are you going out?" Eric shook his head. "Nah, we've been sitting out for over 2 hours. Let's rest for a while. How about a bet, though? I bet the Best Actress will go to Helen Hunt." "I think that's unlikely. Helen Hunt has mostly been a television actress, and the Oscars rarely award actresses who come from that background. Besides, I think the other nominees have stronger credentials than Helen Hunt." Judy analyzed her perspective and then added, "And as good as it gets as a Sony film, shouldn't you be betting on Miramax's The English Patient, particularly for Kristen Scott Thomas?" Eric said, "If I bet on Best Actress for The English Patient, would you follow?" "I'm not following you. You bet on Helen Hunt, and I'm sticking to my guns." Judy laughed, shaking her head. "I'm not falling for that." Eric encouraged her. "It's not good for a woman to be so conventional. How about a gamble?" After thinking it over, Judy realized that regarding this round of 5 Best Actress nominations, even without considering the Weinstein supports Kristen Scott Thomas, the likelihood of winning for Helena Bonham Carter, Judi Dench, or Julie Christie seemed much higher than Helen Hunt. In fact, it was clear Helen Hunt was the one with the least chance of winning at this year's Oscars. Seeing Judy being slightly swayed, Eric chimed in again. "The results are about to be announced. Want to bet? Last chance." Judy thought hard and looked at Eric. "You go first. What's the wager?" "The nominees for Best Actress are being introduced, so we'll discuss the bet later." "Oh, who are you betting on?" Judy rolled her eyes at Eric again, not wanting to linger, and said, "Okay, I bet Kristen Scott Thomas." Just as they settled the wager, the music announcing the nominated actresses was playing, and both leaned in to listen. On the other side, last year's Oscar Best Actor winner, Geoffrey Rush, slowly read out a name. "The Oscar goes to The English Patient's Kristen Scott Thomas. Congratulations." As the applause rang out, Eric slightly froze. But Judy burst into a triumphant smile. Eric, you lost. What are you planning to give me? In the earlier race for Best Actor, Ralph Fiennes from The English Patient lost to Jack Nicholson from As Good as It Gets, marking Jack's third Oscar win for Best Actor. His nominations were countless. Thus, Jack's win had completely taken many by surprise. Eric had thought the Best Actress award could still yield a surprise win for Helen Hunt, who had a very low chance. After all, As Good as It Gets was one of the highest-grossing films nominated for Best Picture this year. And as the only highlight after a complete year of disappointments, Sony was clearly not going to go easy on the PR expenses to help As Good as It Gets secure more awards. But the results were surprisingly clear now. Even having lost in the Best Actor category, Sony's PR methods still lagged far behind the Weinstein brothers, resulting in the Best Actress nominations returning to normal, with Helen Hunt not being an unexpected winner like in the past. Their spontaneous bet had come up just in the moment, and looking at Judy's triumphant expression, Eric chuckled. Well, you think up the wager as long as it's not money. That's too cliché. Huh. You know, I actually want you to give me a blank check, she teased. Ugh, such a materialistic woman. Stingy man. Chapter 974. Let's place another bet. After some light banter, Eric heard the announcement of the next Best Cinematography Award in the hall. Following that would be the Best Director and Best Picture awards. He turned to Judy and said, I bet you can't think of a suitable wager tonight. So take your time. We should head outside. Judy Foster nodded. Just as she stood up with Eric, a tall woman walked over from the crowd near the stage exit. It was Brooke Shields, who had just presented the Best Cinematography Award. Since you found your muse, I'll take my leave. Judy winked at Eric and nodded at Brooke Shields before walking away. Truth be told, Judy was just around 5 feet 3 inches tall, and although she didn't mind her height, facing a woman who was already 5 feet 11 inches tall and wearing high heels like Brooke Shields made her feel a bit pressured. She didn't want to linger around any longer. Good evening, Eric, Brooke said, smiling as she gave Eric a light hug. She then looked in the direction of Judy's departure and added, I saw you here and thought I'd come say hello. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Not at all. We were just chatting, Eric replied, shaking his head as he gestured to the sofa beside them, allowing them to sit again. Eric wasn't really the social type, and since their standing had drifted apart over time, he hadn't seen Brooke Shields much since. They wrapped up work on the film running out of time. This chance encounter wasn't just a coincidence. Brooke Shields, who was presenting the Best Cinematography Award tonight, was also promoting her upcoming film, Austin Powers 2, which was set for an Easter release. She was the movie's female lead. At the Oscars, the core guests typically numbered between 200 to 300, most of them award nominees, while a small subset consisted of special or presenting guests. The latter usually didn't attend the Oscars purely for the love of the art. Rather, they often had new films hitting screens that year. Brooke Shields was, therefore, a prime example of this latter group. Ultimately, the Oscars were an event entangled in economic interests. After the success of Running Out of Time, Brooke Shields had landed several films, briefly igniting her career. However, her talent had been somewhat limited, and in recent years, her star had begun to wane. The roles she managed to get were often those of glamorous eye candy. Not long ago, when she had entered backstage for the awards, she had noticed Eric and Judy chatting. After presenting the award, and seeing that they were still there, she felt compelled to greet Eric. Even as she sat across from Eric, who radiated a calm charm, Brooke Shields couldn't shake the recognition that Eric had transformed dramatically since they first met. He was no longer the young director just making a splash in Hollywood. He was now a figure on top of the Hollywood pyramid. Eric admired the exquisite aquamarine evening gown Brooke Shields wore and sensed her initial hesitation about what to say. Being thoughtful, he initiated a topic. You look stunning tonight. Which brand is that gown from? Thanks, Brooke Shields sighed, relieved that the conversation moved forward. It's Givenchy's Haute Couture from the Spring-Summer 1997 collection. Oh, I wouldn't recognize that. I'm not sure how those guests and hosts can name off brands on site. What's the secret? There is one, Brooke Shields replied, loosening up and adding a playful tone. It's all about rehearsing your lines with them in advance. Eric chuckled at the realization of how those presenters seemed to know just what to say. Those lines were all basically advertisements. Eric had moved up too quickly in Hollywood, and as a director, he had long since disengaged from brand collaborations, so it was only now he learned that secret. Haha. Brooke laughed lightly and tried to engage him further. So, Eric, what were you just discussing with Miss Foster? Hearing the announcement of the Best Director award in the hall, Eric decided against going outside and shrugged casually. We had a little bet, which I lost. Brooke Shields looked intrigued. What were you betting on? Well, being here, it was obviously about the Oscar results. No, I meant. Brooke gestured slightly. Her voice dipped with curiosity. What was your, wager? Sensing her curiosity, Eric's expression shifted. Do you really want to know? Noticing the mischievous glint in Eric's smile and feeling her heart race a little, Brooke nodded, a mix of apprehension and excitement in her demeanor. Eric paused dramatically before revealing. The thing is, I forgot to set the stakes with Judy. Thus, right now, I've effectively lost her a blank check. This certainly wasn't what Brooke Shields had expected, but Eric's answer surprised her even more, her eyes widening in envy as she exclaimed, Wow. In the hall, there was no suspense when Anthony Minghella won Best Director for The English Patient, and after he finished his thank you speech, Eric noticed Brooke's envious expression. He added playfully, So, the Best Picture is about to be announced. Want to place a bet of your own? Brooke Shields' eyes sparkled at the suggestion, but she wasn't completely oblivious to the Oscar scene and responded, But it's pretty clear who's winning now. Higher risks lead to higher rewards. Look, I'm betting Best Picture will be The English Patient. Do you want to bet on another film for a surprise win? A blank check, mind you. I rarely make such promises to anyone. When Brooke Shields heard the Best Picture presenter had begun to speak, she hesitated for just 2 seconds before asking, Eric, what if I lose? I'd take a blank check as well. That's fair. That's not fair at all. You have the upper hand, she retorted. Do you think the odds of winning $500 million and $5 on a lottery ticket are remotely equal? Well, after contemplating for a moment and hearing the introduction for Best Picture commencing, Brooke Shields nodded decisively. Okay, I'm in. With those words, the award ceremony was approaching its climax, and while Brooke Shields slightly turned her head to the hall outside, Eric picked up a chocolate from the coffee table and relaxed back against the armchair. While it's unfortunate for 4 films not to win tonight, there's no denying they were all outstanding movies. Now, let's see who the last lucky one of the night will be, Francis Ford Coppola's voice echoed, pausing for a moment before saying again, The Oscar goes to The English Patient, Saul Zaentz. Congratulations. Applause erupted, and with their expectations dashed, Brooke Shields took a glimmering look at Eric, her mind swirling with thoughts. Eric stood up immediately. Come with me. Huh. Brooke Shields jumped, surprised by the abruptness. Not yet clear if she didn't want to refuse, didn't wish to, or was simply too timid to decline. Brooke Shields found herself standing up from the sofa, walking a few steps after Eric before mustering up the courage to ask softly, Eric, are we going to the Vanity Fair party? Eric shook his head. No, I'm tired. I plan to head home early. Countless reporters were waiting outside the Grand Civic Hall, hoping to catch the winners for immediate interviews. It was the liveliest moment of the event. Yet, Eric didn't join in, instead leading Brooke Shields straight out of the hall, where they hopped into a luxury car and departed. The black Rolls-Royce merged into the not-so-crowded traffic of Los Angeles at night. Eric glanced at Brooke Shields, who seemed like a little lamb under the weight of a lion, and joked, All right, I was only teasing you. I just instructed the driver to take a detour by the art center. I can drop you off there. Brooke Shields stared, momentarily confused, glancing out the window. The Rolls-Royce headed north, and tonight's Vanity Fair party was held at Beverly Arts Center, conveniently on that route. If Eric intended to return home to Malibu directly, they should have been headed west on the LA-10 freeway. She had recently thought Eric was going to take her home directly. While she didn't have much resistance towards that idea, she still felt uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she began to feel a hint of uncertainty. Eric, you aren't really planning to head straight home, right? Eric shook his head. No, I genuinely plan to go home early for some rest. Well, still fiddling with her purse, Brooke Shields stammered quietly. Maybe we don't need to take the detour. A little over half an hour later, they arrived at the Shell Villa. As Eric guided Brooke Shields into the vast circular hall, brightly lit, she couldn't help but comment, "This place is enormous, but—" Eric led Brooke to the sitting area by the glass wall, inviting her to sit at her leisure. He then went to the small bar to pour 2 glasses of juice, returning to hand Brooke one and asking, "But what?" "It's just too big and also too empty," Brooke replied after accepting the juice. "Eric, don't you feel that way?" Eric shook his head. "Not at all. I enjoy spacious places. If a space feels cramped, I feel a bit uneasy. Perhaps it's a psychological hang-up from the past." Brooke Shields took a small sip of her juice, but found herself intrigued. "Do you still have psychological hang-ups?" "Well, I believe everyone should have at least a little bit of a psychological hang-up. Don't you?" Brooke pondered for a moment, and though it seemed she was on the brink of recalling something, she simply smiled and shook her head, putting her cup down and adjusting her dress. After looking around hesitantly, she added, "Eric, could you help me find something to change into? I need to return this dress tomorrow. Wearing my clothes should be fine." Eric nodded, standing up. "Follow me." Brooke Shields got up, but noticed Eric wasn't heading upstairs or into any of the other rooms downstairs. Instead, he was moving toward the entrance of the outdoor swimming pool. "Eric, what are we doing here?" Once outside through the side door leading to the pool, Brooke Shields surveyed the area and involuntarily walked to the railing, leaning over to gaze into the dark ocean under the night sky. Eric followed her over, explaining, "There are some of my clothes in the changing room behind, and you can choose whatever you like. Or do you want to swim? There are swimsuits in there too, and I can also heat the water for you." "Haha, sure." Brooke nodded but didn't immediately leave. She pointed at the low cliff under their feet and asked, "Eric, aren't you worried someone might climb up here?" "Sure, I am, and more than once people have tried climbing up," Eric nodded. "But they never succeeded." "Why is that?" Eric didn't reply right away but pointed below. "Take a closer look." Peering down, Brooke Shields couldn't see anything particularly noteworthy due to the lighting. Eric glanced down where she was looking, seeing nothing special either, before offering an explanation. "There are alarm systems and cameras down there. If anyone gets too close, even from underwater, they'll be spotted quickly." "Oh." Brooke nodded, feeling content with his explanation, setting aside any further inquiry on such a private security matter. She wouldn't harbor any ill intentions, but she understood it was wise to avoid any suspicion. "All right, I'll go change then." Watching Brooke Shields walk toward the changing room, Eric suddenly recalled a thought he had long forgotten. Her perfect figure and face made him picture the beauty wearing a mermaid tail, gliding through the pool. Such an image felt stunningly lovely in his mind. March in Los Angeles isn't cold exactly, but it's not particularly warm either. With these thoughts lingering, Eric moved away from the railing and headed toward the pool's smart control panel, starting to adjust the water temperature. Chapter 975. The consequences are serious. After hesitating in the changing room for a moment, Brooke Shields finally changed into a 2-piece bikini and threw on a bathrobe before stepping outside. The temperature of the pool was set just right, with the emerald green water shrouded in a light mist that created a dreamy atmosphere under the surrounding lights. Eric wasn't on the terrace. He must have gone into the villa. Brooke Shields peeked through the glass door a few times, but didn't see Eric's figure. So, she sat down by the pool, tested the water temperature, found it warm, and then loosened her bathrobe, slowly sliding into the water. The pool was huge, and Brooke swam a joyful lap before returning to the spot where she had entered. She popped her head out of the water and saw Eric standing at the edge of the pool, gazing at her with an appreciative look. Next to him on a round table sat a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. In her early 30s, Brooke Shields had long lost the innocence showcased in 10. Her mixed heritage brought her a perfect face, a mature waistline, and long, straight legs that exuded the most enticing allure of femininity. Over the years, Eric had rarely shown urgency with women. He preferred to take his time, savoring the moment. As he watched the wet woman leaning over the pool's edge looking at him, Eric smiled slightly, picked up a wine glass from the table, poured some red wine, squatted down, and handed it to her. "Here, have a taste." "Thank you," Brooke Shields whispered, taking the glass and sipping it, savoring the flavor. Nodding, she said, "It's great." She placed the glass on the side, looked up at the man who had only removed his jacket but was still dressed in a button-down shirt, slacks, and shoes, and gave him a teasing look. "Eric, don't you plan to join me?" Eric gazed into Brooke's pale green eyes, gently traced his finger across her perfect face, and finally lifted her chin. Using his fingertips, he felt the beauty before him and said, "I'd rather enjoy the view from here, and besides, we still have plenty of time tonight, don't we?" Brooke Shields dutifully played along with Eric's actions, slightly raising her chin and locking eyes with him for a moment before her gaze inevitably flickered away. Feeling a bit unwilling to appear too compliant, she leaned back slightly, opened her mouth as if to bite Eric's lightly resting finger. But he didn't pull away, allowing her to grasp his finger. They held that position for less than half a second before Brooke Shields gave in again. Her tongue lightly brushed against his finger in a suggestive manner before she released it. Watching the smile on Eric's face, as if he were in full command of the situation, Brooke Shields' gaze drifted downward and caught sight of Eric's collar. She raised her hand to tease him a bit more, saying provocatively, "Eric, what would happen if I dragged you into the pool right now?" "You could try," Eric said with an encouraging glint in his eyes, smiling. "But, in the spirit of your warning, I'll remind you that the consequences are serious." Brooke Shields stared into Eric's eyes for a few seconds. Like a curious cat, she reached out her hand to see that Eric showed no intention of dodging her, prompting her to grasp his hand once again and pull him in forcefully. Splash! The sound of water erupted, followed by the sound of laughter and shrieks. Then, Brooke Shields realized the consequences were indeed serious. When Brooke Shields woke up again, she had no idea how much time had passed. Eric was already gone from the other side of the king-sized bed. The white light streaming through the curtains hinted that it might be close to noon. Her body was bare under the thin sheets, and she was sprawled across the bed, clutching a pillow. She moved her waist slightly, still able to feel a lingering discomfort beneath her. She bit the pillow out of frustration, unwilling to move. After an indeterminate amount of time, feeling that she couldn't laze about any longer, Brooke Shields wrapped herself in the sheets and got out of bed. Stepping onto the cool floor, she walked to the window and glanced around. Unsure how to open the curtains, she reached out to grab the edge and pulled. This action seemed to trigger a switch, resulting in gentle sounds as the curtains slowly opened, allowing the brilliant sunlight of spring to flood the room. Brooke Shields squinted and retreated a step, and when she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the breathtaking blue scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, where the sky met the sea. She stood there for a while, reluctantly pulling her gaze away, realizing she would likely never own such a magnificent house in her lifetime. In fact, most people in the world wouldn't have that chance either. As she returned to the bed, Brooke Shields noticed a neatly folded set of clothes and a pair of shoes on the nightstand. Although simple, it was complete. A white Victoria's Secret underwear set, a white blouse with the tags carefully cut off, a pair of CK jeans that she had once endorsed, and a popular pair of black Manolo Blahnik heels from Sex and the City. She lifted the Victoria's Secret underwear and checked the size, unable to suppress a smile. That guy certainly knew a thing or two about women's bodies. The digital clock beside the clothes showed it was already 10:55 a.m. She quickly dressed and stepped out of the master bedroom. The villa's lighting was noticeably excellent. The circular corridor on the second floor remained bright even without lights. Exiting the short hallway leading to the master bedroom, she saw two maids carefully dusting the frames of the artwork on the walls. Unlike the Mexican or Filipino maids often employed by wealthy Americans, these two maids were clearly white, appearing to be in their early 20s. Though they looked ordinary, they had nice figures. Brooke Shields even noticed that the two maids seemed to be the same height. Perhaps alerted by the sound of Brooke Shields' heels, the two maids turned to her, and the three exchanged a polite glance. Brooke Shields felt a bit awkward. It was clear they recognized her, but their expressions remained composed as they nodded respectfully. One of them courteously said, "Good morning, Miss Shields." "Hello." Brooke Shields nodded in return, wanting to walk away but stopping short to ask, Is Eric at home?" "Mr. Williams left for work this morning. You can go downstairs. Miss Sokoloff is waiting for you below," one of the maids replied. Brooke Shields nodded, finding the surname Sokoloff a bit peculiar, as it sounded Russian. She didn't inquire further and headed downstairs. It seemed today was the day for a deep cleaning of the villa. Upon reaching downstairs, Brooke Shields saw 5 or 6 maids busily working around the house, confirming her earlier observation that they were indeed all the same height. It seemed their employer had a certain perfectionist streak. She was surprised to find so many people in the estate. Recalling her remarks to Eric about the villa being too empty last night, Brooke couldn't help but chuckle at herself. As she had inquired with a nearby maid, Brooke made her way to the kitchen where she finally found the Miss Sokoloff mentioned earlier, or rather, 2 identical Miss Sokoloffs. The twins wore matching black blazers, one holding a clipboard while the other busied themselves sorting the recently cleaned silverware with a maid. Seeing Brooke Shields enter, the older sister, Natasha, put down her clipboard and walked over. "Miss Shields, you're awake." "Hello," Brooke Shields said, feeling a bit out of place as if she had stumbled into a world where she had no business being. Is Eric around?" Though she already knew Eric was at work, Brooke asked anyway, as if Eric were a comforting presence in her mind. "The master has left for work. He instructed that if you were free around noon, he would love to take you to lunch at Firefly Studios. If you have other plans, the driver can take you wherever you'd like," Natasha said, glancing at her watch and then back at Brooke Shields. "The master will have his midday break at 12 o'clock. What are your thoughts, Miss Shields?" Hearing Natasha casually refer to Eric with a title made Brooke feel even more uneasy. She raised her hand in a vague gesture and said, "I'll go to Firefly Studios." Natasha nodded. "Please follow me, Miss Shields. I'll have the driver take you there." As Brooke Shields followed Natasha for a few steps, she remembered another thing and hurriedly asked, Miss Sokoloff." Natasha paused again. "You can just call me Natasha, Miss Shields. Is there anything else?" Brooke Shields replied, "The dress I wore last night. I need to take it with me." After speaking, Brooke felt a bit embarrassed. If it had been any other ordinary clothing, she probably wouldn't have mentioned it. She wouldn't have cared if someone tossed it away. But that Givenchy haute couture she wore to the Oscars was rented, and a women's couture gown was far more expensive than a men's tailored suit. Haute couture could cost tens of thousands of dollars, and even A-list actresses wouldn't easily purchase them. Natasha nodded slightly. "It's already been arranged for you, and your bag is outside." As noon approached, the road from Malibu to downtown Los Angeles was congested. After leaving the Liberty City, it wasn't until nearly 12 o'clock that Brooke Shields arrived at Firefly Studios in Playa Vista. The lunch venue was chosen in the Titanic Exhibition Hall restaurant inside the studio. Brooke Shields, led by Melanie, found Eric. The lingering emotions she had felt since getting out of bed vanished inexplicably as she saw Eric. His disheveled hair, wearing a black t-shirt and khaki pants with some dust stains, actually made him look a bit amusing. As they walked along the corridor leading to the Titanic Exhibition Hall, feeling Brooke Shields' bemused gaze, Eric smiled and explained, "This is a costume. I didn't have time to change since lunch is so short. But don't worry, there's no dress code for the restaurant on board the ship." With the filming of Tony Stark developing the Iron Man armor underway, Eric's appearance looked quite unkempt. Brooke Shields was well aware that Eric was starring in Iron Man, a fact hardly anyone in the industry didn't know. Not masking her amusement any longer, she said, "I really didn't expect you would still act yourself now." Eric self-deprecatingly replied, "They all say I've saved the film $1 million on marketing costs. Quite a bargain, right?" Brooke Shields tilted her head and asked, "Do you still care about $1 million?" "Of course." Eric nodded and tugged at his t-shirt. "Have you seen how hard I'm working?" "Ha." As they exchanged banter, they entered the exhibition area and boarded the ship, guided by the server to a booth in the restaurant inside. After ordering, and once the server had left, Brooke Shields carefully shifted her position in her seat to find a more comfortable way to sit. Looking up, she noticed Eric smiling at her, which made her recall the wild night they had together. She threw him a playful eye roll. Last night, Eric had said he wanted to punish her, and in the haze, she hadn't really resisted. While he was generally gentle and hadn't hurt her, such experiences usually only stimulated the man. Lifting her glass of soda water, she took a sip, and Eric continued the conversation. "So besides the promotion for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, what else have you been busy with lately?" "Nothing much." Brooke Shields shook her head, then asked with some anticipation, What do you think about the box office potential of the movie? It's hard to say, Eric replied. These kinds of raunchy comedies have unstable sequel box office returns. Some do really well, while others flop entirely. Take Mike Myers' earlier work, for example. His 1992 film Wayne's World earned $120 million in North America and $180 million globally. But the following year's sequel only brought in about $48 million in North America, and Paramount didn't even bother with overseas distribution. Although Brooke Shields was merely the eye candy lead in Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, she wouldn't bear any responsibility if it failed. Still, she felt concerned, asking, "Does that mean you don't have much faith in Austin Powers' sequel?" No one seems overly optimistic, Eric agreed, adding, "However, I've watched the film, and compared to the first one, it's still very funny. Plus, with this round of large-scale promotion, I don't think matching the first's box office should be too much of an issue." Eric and Fox's primary expectation was to achieve a box office performance around $60 million, similar to the first film. That way, Fox would nearly recoup its costs, and future DVD sales and television rights could still generate good profits. As for international markets, they held little hope. Mike Myers' recognition was mainly limited to North America, and such crude comedies were closely tied to local culture, with many jokes falling flat outside the continent. Chapter 976. Watching Movies. For movie executives, maintaining a positive mindset and preparing for the worst in every film project was crucial. If they didn't, after a few films, they might just lose their minds. After all, investments often reach tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars, and losing it all in the blink of an eye could really stress a person's nerves. Whether or not they believed in the success of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, as Easter approached, the final marketing push from the three companies remained intense. The film's television trailers began airing more frequently, and news about Easter movie packages kept flooding in. Even films not associated with the Firefly Group sought to gain attention by associating with the Easter movie package gimmick. However, films like Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, The Wedding Singer, and Species were obviously not likely to please critics. Therefore, none of the three companies held media screening events for these films prior to their official release. With no chance to see the films early, the media began speculating based on their biases. The Wedding Singer and Species featured brand new scripts with no prior installments to draw from, so all eyes turned to Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, which had already released one film and was leading the charge in the Easter release window. While the first Austin Powers film grossed over $60 million, nearly doubling its production cost with North American box office earnings, the film received overwhelmingly negative reviews from the media. Coupled with the usual box office performance of similar spoof films like Hot Shots and Spy Hard, most media outlets weren't optimistic about Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me's box office prospects. Some even stated that Fox's reluctance to host a screening fostered speculation that the film was just too terrible. Thus, the media concluded that the other two films would likely fare poorly as well. It had to be noted that this sentiment received substantial backing among critics. In contrast, the only major production for the Easter release, City of Angels, held a spirited media screening in Los Angeles just a week after the Oscars. Although the subsequent media reviews carried some semblance of Warner's public relations strategies, the overall reception was decent. The media in attendance generally rated it above 7 out of 10, which was not outstanding, but certainly met a standard of being worth watching. With the box office appeal of Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan, Warner Brothers felt quite confident. On April 1st, due to the parody nature of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, Fox chose to host a smaller, yet amusing premiere on April Fool's Day at a theater in Los Angeles, inviting media from the three companies and a select group of lucky audience members. City of Angels premiere was scheduled for the following day at the Chinese Theater, a well-known venue for Hollywood premieres. On April 3rd, the Easter window officially opened, with Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me launching on 3,091 screens across North America. Perhaps out of caution, Warner Brothers only opted for slightly over 2,700 screens for City of Angels. This was understandable. During the age of film, Launching a widely released film involved substantial costs just for prints. City of Angels had a runtime of nearly 2 hours. With an average production cost of around $1,500 per print, 2,700 prints meant an expenditure exceeding $4 million, enough to fund a small indie movie. Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me lasted about 90 minutes, and, while individual prints were somewhat cheaper, producing over 3,000 prints still brought costs to over $3 million. At Firefly Studios, Eric had already constructed Liberty City, which meant Tony Stark's mansion from Iron Man had to be redesigned. The planned Iron Man mansion, situated in Beverly Hills, conveyed a distinctly mechanical vibe in its design, aligning more with Tony Stark's persona as a genius engineer. While overseeing production, Larry Ellison saw the new mansion design concepts and momentarily got excited about making it a reality, eager to outshine Eric's estate in Malibu, a property he had coveted for quite some time. However, calculating the construction cost quickly led Larry to abandon the idea. To recreate the luxurious Iron Man estate in Beverly Hills would require at least $100 million. Though that amount seemed inconsequential next to his multi-billion-dollar fortune, over 90% of Larry's personal wealth was tied up in stocks. Keeping a controlling interest in Oracle meant he could not easily sell any shares, and his other assets mainly comprised real estate, leaving him with just $10 to $20 million in liquid capital. Larry had once splurged on yachts and islands, but that was years later, after Oracle firmly established its dominance in the database software industry and began generating considerable dividends. Right now, Oracle was battling several peers in a tight market position. Even if the company had profits, they were entirely reinvested in growth, leaving no room for shareholder dividends. Therefore, despite not voicing it, Larry, who naturally loved the high life, couldn't help but envy Eric during the shoot. After completing his role as Happy Hogan, he cheekily borrowed a VH-60 helicopter from Eric, flauntingly flying back to San Francisco, showing no intention of returning it. Although the conceptual mansion stood in Beverly Hills, the interior scenes were still being constructively shot in the studio. Today marked the end of the week, and on set, Bridget Fonda and Natasha Henstridge were rehearsing the intense dialogue exchange between Pepper Potts and the Vanity Fair reporter Christine from the original Iron Man. After another successful take, Joss Whedon loudly exclaimed, "Good," before adding, "Great job, everyone. This will be Natasha Henstridge's last scene with us. Let's all thank her for her contributions over this time. Thank you." With that, Joss started clapping, and all crew members paused their work to join in the applause. Initially, there were concerns that Natasha got the role due to Eric's influence. However, her outstanding performance over these shoots earned unanimous recognition. Feeling a mix of excitement and slight melancholy, Natasha stood and gracefully bowed to everyone, saying, "Thank you. Thank you all. I'm so happy to have worked with all of you." With pleasantries exchanged, Natasha was led away by the crew into the dressing room. Wearing just a shirt that draped down past her bottom, she might have unintentionally offered a little too much visual distraction for the men on set. As Natasha left, everyone resumed their busy schedules. With her final scene concluded, the interior shots for Tony Stark's mansion now wrapped up. The crew faced a lengthy and challenging journey ahead with outdoor filming. At this moment, Joss released a sigh of relief, instructing his assistant director to closely oversee a few workers who had come specifically to pack and transport the furniture surrounding the set back to the Malibu estate. Joss couldn't comprehend how a simple coffee table could be valued at $60,000. Still, the crew had secured insurance for these items, and after an evaluation, the insurance company validated their worth. Busy with this, Eric and Jeff Bridges walked in from outside. Their scenes had wrapped up earlier, just before Bridget and Natasha's final scenes, so both had finished their makeup removals and changed into everyday clothes. After discussing next week's filming schedule with Joss, Bridget and Natasha happily approached to greet them. Having wrapped up the formal discussions, Jeff Bridges headed out. Joss had other matters to attend to as well, leaving Bridget and Natasha behind. Finally finding an opportunity, Bridget asked Eric, "Eric, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Noticing Bridget looking quite formal, Eric nodded. "What's up?" "Tomorrow evening, the Coppola family is hosting a party. Sophia, You remember her, right? She's just finished her first directing project, and she mentioned that you were a great encouragement to try out new endeavors. So, if you have the time, she'd love for you to come and check out her work. Eric chuckled. Tomorrow evening, huh? Am I going to a party or a movie? Realizing she hadn't been clear, Bridget clarified. If you're free, then watch the movie tomorrow afternoon and stay for the party at the Coppola estate in the evening. I've planned to review the footage from the recent shooting with Joss tomorrow. Eric regretfully shook his head and said, I'll see if I can make it later in the evening. All right, then, Bridget said, just relaying the invitation and not wanting to appear too eager. She gave Eric a quick hug and greeted Natasha Henstridge before leaving. Eric looked around and suggested to Natasha, Shall we head out? Natasha nodded, following Eric out of the soundstage. By just past 5 in the afternoon, daylight in Los Angeles was gradually stretching longer. The two walked along a pathway bathed in orange sunlight, quickly arriving at a less crowded administrative area. The rights for Underworld have been secured, but the script will take a few months to complete. Filming probably won't start until September, Eric remarked casually, then suddenly recalled, that means you might miss this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. No worries, Natasha shook her head. I've been thinking quite a bit about focusing my career on acting. Eric, what do you think? In recent years, the Victoria's Secret lineup had accelerated its rotation of models. At just 24, even though Natasha was considerably younger than the likes of Cindy and others, she realized she wasn't among the few top models being heavily promoted by Victoria's Secret and wouldn't be able to remain on their runway forever. Moreover, the earnings and career longevity of models simply paled in comparison to those of film stars. Eric nodded, absolutely. With Iron Man set to release next year, you'll have one foot in Hollywood. If Underworld does well, you could find yourself in a solid second-tier position. Ascending to lead Hollywood star status requires a bit of luck, but as long as you secure your spot in the second tier, you won't lack for film offers in the future. I mean, Hollywood's demand for eye candy is still exceptionally strong, especially for someone as stunning as you. Natasha smiled, not at all offended by Eric's joking reference to her as a pretty face. She was aware of her abilities. While Hollywood had beautiful leading ladies like Nicole Kidman, their acting prowess far outstripped hers. As long as she could establish herself in Hollywood, Natasha would be satisfied. Eric, actually, I was hoping to collaborate with you someday. Eric gestured toward the studio area behind him. Are we not working together recently? I meant acting in your movie, Natasha voiced hesitantly, second-guessing herself. Am I being too unrealistic? Of course not. Eric shook his head with a smile. If the opportunity arises, I would definitely invite you. This is no mere flattery. It really depends on finding the right role. Moreover, we have substantial chances for future collaborations. Everyone knows I've been focusing on commercial films, which don't demand extreme skill in acting. Even knowing Eric's words might not translate to many future opportunities, Natasha felt elated. I'll hold you to that. By the way, do you have any plans tonight? I'm watching a movie. I booked a luxury screening room, Eric replied, then looked at Natasha. So, Miss Henstridge, may I have the honor of inviting you to join me? Without even asking what film it was, Natasha readily nodded. Of course. Chapter 977, Opening Day Box Office. Since City of Angels and Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me premiered on the same day, Elizabeth hoped 2 days prior that Eric would accompany her to see the film. Eric arranged for a screening room at a theater in downtown Santa Monica. However, Elizabeth called Eric in the morning and flew to New York without saying anything. Although Elizabeth didn't say it outright, Eric pretty much guessed what happened. Earlier in the year, Murdoch returned from a visit to Asia with a woman, and now it seemed that crisis had struck. Eric wouldn't interfere in such personal matters. Elizabeth went back to New York, but he didn't cancel the reservation for the screening room. Warner Brothers had been subtly promoting City of Angels as another ghost-themed romance like Ghost. Eric hadn't seen the film before, and he wanted to assess its quality himself, so he decided to bring Natasha Henstridge along as a way to relax after a week's work. After leaving the Firefly Theater, the two had dinner nearby at Venice Beach before heading to the cinema. Led by a staff member, Natasha, holding popcorn and drinks, followed Eric into a luxurious screening room with only about 10 seats. Spotting Eric hesitating beside the couch, Natasha asked, Eric, What's wrong? Nothing. Eric shook his head and walked over, sitting down on the couch. Natasha sat down as well, and Eric nodded toward the staff member, saying, "Let's get started." The staff member politely responded and exited the screening room. The lights in the screening room quickly dimmed, and when the Warner Brothers logo appeared on screen, Natasha inquired, "Eric, is this a Warner film?" "Yeah, you don't think I only watch my own movies, do you?" Eric laughed, shaking his head. He explained, "This is City of Angels, starring Cage and Meg." "Oh, I saw the poster for it," Natasha laughed shyly. "I thought you'd take me to see Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me instead." "Why would you think that?" Natasha thought for a moment. She felt like she'd been seeing Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me everywhere on TV and various billboards, and said, it seemed like that movie was much more popular. On the big screen, after the Warner intro, Cage's character, the angel Seth, guided a little girl's soul into heaven. It was followed by a conversation between two angels about touch. Angels cannot sense mortals, just as mortals cannot feel the angel's touch. The two exist in the same space, but seem like two worlds apart. Having spent a long time in Hollywood, Eric found it difficult to simply enjoy a movie as an audience member anymore. While sitting in front of the big screen, he instinctively began to analyze the film's quality. At first, the beginning of City of Angels struck Eric as rather mundane, and the subsequent soundtrack felt rather jarring. Moreover, despite being decent friends with Cage, Eric couldn't help but secretly complain that Cage's portrayal of an angel seemed quite incongruous. The guy had passed his prime. His hairline was receding, completely devoid of the handsome appeal that made girls swoon a decade ago in Moonstruck. As the film's plot and narrative pace appeared somewhat chaotic and rushed, Eric felt relieved after watching just over 20 minutes. At least City of Angels wouldn't pose any threat to the three films from the Firefly group. While Eric and Natasha watched City of Angels, in the Midwest, Michael Wilmington, the resident film critic for the Chicago Tribune, bought a ticket for Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me. Had it not been for his obligation to submit a review to the Chicago Tribune, Michael would have never purchased a ticket for such a parody film. He preferred art films. Today, however, Michael's mood wasn't great. He had watched City of Angels with high hopes earlier in the day, only to be left disappointed. During the initial promotional phase, Warner Brothers aimed to create yet another ghost-like romance. But after viewing City of Angels, Michael could only describe the film with one word: mediocre. Both the bland script and the contrived tragic ending felt very discomforting to him. As for the concept of angels and mortals, after Ghost, such ideas in Hollywood could hardly be considered innovative. Once upon a time, Cage in Ghost and Meg Ryan in When Harry Met Sally were simply stunning. But Michael felt that City of Angels failed to showcase the allure of these two Hollywood A-listers, which he considered a massive waste. He didn't buy popcorn or other snacks and didn't bring a notebook. He casually found a position in the screening room, and with his preconceived bias, he didn't intend to take Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me, seriously. As for the review he had to submit, he thought he would jot something down later. Before the lights went out, Michael looked around. Although he was in the bustling downtown Chicago, he was slightly surprised to see that the theater, which could seat around 200, had over 80% occupancy. Considering the large-scale promotional efforts of Firefly, Fox, and MGM, Michael quickly accepted the situation. As a film critic, he was well aware of the movie industry dynamics. Advertising and marketing had become increasingly vital, leading to shorter release cycles, to the point where most commercial films recouped more than 70% of their North American box office in the first 4 weeks. Given this change, cases where box office miracles were created solely by word of mouth had become quite rare in recent years. The bar for producing films in Hollywood had reached new heights. Many believed that this trend would ultimately stifle the recently rejuvenated film industry. However, such industry trends were not easily shifted by any one person. As he pondered these matters, the screening of Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me, had begun. The first film's sultry lead, Elizabeth Hurley, made a cameo, playing a female robot who kicked Mike Myers out of a hotel room while he was completely naked. The movie continued to employ the humorously playful method of the first film, employing a variety of risque positions that had the audience bursting into laughter. As a seasoned critic, Michael was familiar with the various gags in the film, but his instinctive distaste made it hard for him to feel anything about it. After patiently watching for several minutes, Michael considered whether to leave early. Just then, a segment featuring the female lead pulling a series of gimmicky items from various places on the male lead sparked peals of laughter from the audience. Michael scanned the room, recalling the past several minutes. It seemed the audience erupted in laughter roughly every 2 or 3 minutes. Suddenly, he dismissed the notion of leaving early, settling back into his seat, but his attention shifted from the screen to the surrounding audience. The laughter continued for a solid 90 minutes, and even when the credits rolled, the audience didn't immediately get up, as the bloopers accompanying the end credits kept them in stitches. Huh, that was hilarious. Maybe we should come back and watch it again. Elizabeth Hurley is still so hot. It was definitely a mistake for Peter and the guys not to come see this movie. That naked scene was outrageous. Wonder if they really showed everything in the shoot. Mike Myers is such a genius. As he joined the crowd exiting the screening room, soaking in the frenzied discussions around him, Michael Wilmington seemed contemplative. He still found it difficult to give this film a positive review. Compared to the first installment, this was just another compilation of overused gags. However, being able to make the audience laugh was at least a sign of superiority over the cringeworthy City of Angels. Upon returning home, Michael Wilmington turned on his laptop, ready to write a review for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. Remembering something, he closed the document, opened his browser, and logged onto the Yahoo Movies section. He located the page for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and skimmed through the film's general ratings. Yahoo Movies' evaluation system seemed rather innovative to many, featuring both professional critic scores and average audience scores. Everyone knew that Yahoo was essentially the online media platform for the Firefly Group, which led to ongoing questions about the site's impartiality. The critic score for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, was only 5.1, which Michael Wilmington thought might still be a tad generous. Being a relatively young medium, many well-known critics had yet to join Yahoo Movies. Though he had received an invitation from Yahoo in the past, he had declined like many others. The critics on Yahoo Movies were either part of the Firefly Group or lacked significant renown. In Wilmington's view, there was no way they could rate a film without bias. He glanced next at the audience score, labeled the Popcorn Index by Yahoo, which stood at a staggering 7.6. Even though he had anticipated this somewhat in the screening room, Michael was still taken aback by how high that number was. If he had to score, he would give the film a 3 for professional rating, while for the so-called Popcorn Index, he would only assign a passing score of 6. Looking at City of Angels ratings, its critic score was currently 6.3, barely passing. Meanwhile, its Popcorn Index was even lower than that of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, at only 7.3. Although he also disliked City of Angels, Michael felt that its Popcorn Index should theoretically not be lower than that of such a crass parody film as Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. While he questioned Yahoo's site impartiality, Wilmington didn't think his own bias was out of line. Thus, he searched several other film critique sites. Though the scores varied, the general trends in reviews were markedly consistent. Critics disliked Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, but grudgingly acknowledged City of Angels, while the average audience clearly favored Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and showed little enthusiasm for City of Angels. Since films emerged, the dominance of critics in shaping a movie's reputation in North America had never changed. This lent an air of superiority to Michael Wilmington as he approached Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. However, after browsing several movie sites, he suddenly felt a slight sense of threat. How could regular people lead a film's reputation? That would completely undermine the traditional critics' livelihoods. With this instinctive aversion and vigilance, his initial recognition of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, evaporated. He reopened the document and began typing his review. It seemed that Mike Myers would never escape the shadow of Saturday Night Live. Not to put too fine a point on it, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me is just another compilation of various tired cliches. Neither City of Angels nor Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, was a blockbuster. Although both studios organized premieres to compete or promote, neither produced midnight shows. As a result, the reviews for both films began to spread widely only by Saturday morning. In contrast with the initial ratings above 7, after Friday's large-scale release, the reviews for City of Angels noticeably declined, barely holding above a 6 overall. On the other hand, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me experienced a decisive plunge, where media reviews fell directly to the 5 level of terrible films. Yet, while the North American media largely rejected both films, the opening day box office numbers for both films astounded everyone, particularly the data for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. In Beverly Hills, Joe Roth, the president of 20th Century Fox, was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone early in the morning. When he heard his assistant report the opening day box office for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, he almost thought he was dreaming. After confirming it several times, Joe Roth finally accepted it and quickly spread the news. Chapter 978, Marketing Strategy. The promotional campaign was executed to the standards of a blockbuster film, with an advertising budget set at $50 million. Even by bundling promotions for 3 films, the studios remained quite confident about the opening box office of the movies. No one expected that the first-day box office for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, would turn out to be such a surprise. A first-day gross of $15.37 million solidly landed it at the top of the daily box office chart, even breaking the Easter opening box office record in Hollywood. At this rate, by the end of its first weekend, the box office could reach around $45 million. If the box office trend remained stable, the film could potentially approach $70 million in its opening week. $70 million for the first week was already on par with the opening box office for some of the biggest summer blockbusters. Prior to this, internal expectations at Fox for the first week box office of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, had only been around $30 million. With that $30 million opening, the film would have been expected to reach around $60 million during the entire Easter frame, allowing Fox to recoup its production costs. However, it appeared that they could reach Fox's original target in just 2 days of the weekend. Even if Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me's box office trend flattened out afterward, its remarkable beginning meant that recovering the production costs during the first week was almost a given. In comparison, Warner Brothers' City of Angels garnered just $5.51 million on Friday, less than a third of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me's earnings. Despite the stark contrast in first-day box office numbers, City of Angels wasn't too far off Warner's box office expectations. The first day's take of $5.51 million indicated that the film would likely earn around $15 million during its first 3 days and could total around $25 million in its opening week. As a romance film with a more artistic flair, especially featuring box office draws like Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan, Warner Brothers had initially been optimistic that City of Angels would maintain a decline of only 20 to 30% in subsequent weeks, which could bring its North American total to around $70 million. Combining Cage and Ryan's overseas box office appeal, Warner Brothers anticipated it would recoup costs and make a profit through international distribution. That was also Warner Brothers' internal expectation for City of Angels. However, with Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me's blockbuster opening, Warner's confidence shifted instantly. It was clear that if Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, could pull in such incredible first-day earnings, then along with the simultaneous release of Species and The Wedding Singer the following week, City of Angels wouldn't fare too well amidst the pressure. Moreover, the film faced harsh criticism from the media and film critics, who seemingly united against it, casting a shadow over the Easter movie package launched by the 3 companies involved. Although the 3 companies were media groups in themselves and controlled 2 of the 4 major television networks in North America, they found it challenging to control another traditional channel, newspapers, which played a significant role in determining a movie's reputation. Each city, from a massive metropolis like New York to small towns with populations in the tens of thousands, had its local newspapers. While the media group owned several influential print outlets, it couldn't sway the thousands of newspapers across North America. Each one impacted its local readership. Given that Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, was a raunchy comedy, it would never gain the approval of traditional print critics, leading to predictable negative reviews. Still, with $15.37 million on the first day, neither Fox nor Firefly could allow traditional media's poor reviews to derail the ongoing box office trajectory. Due to family issues, Elizabeth, who had gradually taken over all filming operations under 20th Century Fox, had returned to New York. Joe Roth, the president of the group, was no slouch either. Upon seeing the first-day earnings Saturday morning, he quickly gathered the Fox distribution department executives to discuss the marketing strategy going forward for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. Of course, he wouldn't forget to invite Eric. However, despite it being the weekend, Eric had too much work to manage to fit in that meeting. It was a consensus that without Firefly's initiative in the Easter movie package, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me wouldn't have shone as brightly. Given his position in Hollywood and his relationship with Elizabeth, Joe Roth couldn't afford to overlook Eric. In lieu of the marketing meeting, Roth took a trip from Century City's Fox headquarters to Firefly Cinemas to have lunch and carefully review the upcoming plans. So, beginning Saturday afternoon, the media controlled by the three companies started staging a counterattack against the negative reviews that Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, had received. Of course, both Fox and Firefly had no intention of defending the film against traditional media criticism. Instead, they took a different approach, using the stark contrast of its popular reception among audiences against the harsh treatment from critics to aggressively slam the traditional film reviewers for being overly critical, old-fashioned, and lackluster in their entertainment appreciation. Movies are ultimately a form of entertainment for the masses, not a means to please a few critics. If Hollywood were only about satisfying film critics' preferences, it wouldn't be as strong as it is today. Rather, it would face the same fate as European cinema, growing increasingly niche. Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, took in $15.37 million on the first day, which already proves its popularity with audiences. Most people head to the theater after a busy week not for a lecture or to learn philosophy. They want a chance to forget their troubles and simply enjoy a good laugh. Firefly and Fox's defense of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, naturally stirred a backlash from traditional media and critics. However, in contrast to the initially one-sided negative reviews, through a coordinated effort across print, television, and major websites, the three companies quickly regained the upper hand. Suddenly, with the rhetoric of movies are just entertainment, audiences shouldn't be swayed by critics, spreading rapidly, the emerging internet media platforms received a renewed surge of attention. Everyone has a tendency to follow trends, especially with rhetoric that challenges conventional thinking. Driven by this narrative, many individuals felt compelled to jump into the fray and create a stir online, scoring Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, on movie review platforms. Of course, there were negative consequences as well. Some well-known traditional film critics who had previously made their mark on sites like Yahoo Movies and IMDb protested against the marketing strategies of the three companies by withdrawing from the online platforms. However, in the grand scheme, their actions didn't have much of a substantial impact. Following this wave of marketing momentum, the box office trend for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, remained unaffected by the overwhelmingly negative media reviews. In fact, these critiques appeared to backfire somewhat. After earning $15.37 million on Friday, the movie grossed $17.65 million and $13.97 million on Saturday and Sunday, respectively. Ultimately, the film's three-day opening weekend box office totaled $46.99 million. In stark contrast to the rising momentum of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, City of Angels seemed to fade into near obscurity, ending its opening weekend with a mere $15.16 million, less than a third of what Austin Powers brought in. Despite having Natasha Henstridge, who had just finished filming for Iron Man alongside him, Eric remained incredibly busy over the weekend. On Saturday, he watched recent footage from Iron Man with Joss Whedon and took part in determining the follow-up promotional strategies for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. On Saturday night, Eric attended a party hosted by the Coppola family and caught some scenes from Sofia Coppola's directorial debut, The Virgin Suicides. And Sunday was just as hectic. As the new week rolled in, Eric's first order of business was to tackle the releases of the second-generation Firefly MP3 player from Firefly Electronics and Nokia's first music phone, the M100. The launch events for both products were scheduled for 2 p.m. in San Francisco, but filming for Iron Man wouldn't pause for that. After completing morning shoots, Eric hurried off to San Francisco for the product launch. After a significant 6-month ramp-up in production capacity, Firefly Electronics had boosted its output for the Firefly series music players to 2 million units each month. This event was essentially the global launch for the Firefly 2 and Nokia's M100 music phone. The upcoming Easter weekend would see the Firefly 2 hitting both the North American and major European markets simultaneously. Additionally, the Yahoo Music Store would open across several major European countries, while the Nokia M100 music phone would first test the waters in North America, establishing a connection with Yahoo Music Store there. The venue for the product launch remained at the Marriott Hotel in San Francisco. Eric took off from Los Angeles at noon, arriving at the Marriott about half an hour before the launch event began. This time, Eric planned to just attend as an audience member to show his support for the product launch. Thanks to the detailed preparations from the high-level executives at Firefly Electronics, there was certainty that this event wouldn't encounter any mishaps, like a performer being unable to attend. As the event drew near, the main ballroom was packed with guests and media from various outlets. The scale of this press event for Firefly Electronics was significantly larger than when the first-generation Firefly was launched. In addition to invited media, many uninvited reporters had gathered outside the Marriott, eager to cover the event but unable to gain entry, a situation that hadn't occurred during the initial Firefly launch. Inside the Marriott, Eric felt relaxed as he sat in a large conference room that was specifically allocated by the hotel for the event. He had been in regular contact with several high-ranking executives from Firefly Electronics lately and was well aware of the event's preparation progress, and therefore had no worries about any unexpected issues arising. At the conference table, he chatted briefly with a few executives before signaling for Christina Aguilera, who was the guest performer for the event, to come sit beside him. "So, you're releasing your first album by the end of the year?" Christina still bore that petite demeanor as she seated herself obediently next to Eric. "Yeah, I've already released 2 singles as trial balloons, and they've both performed well, so the label has started choosing songs for me." As she finished speaking, the girl looked at Eric with wide, shimmering eyes, like a little kitten asking for food. Given Eric's fondness for Christina, Firefly Records was leaning even more toward her. Although Christina was an impressive vocalist, this time, Firefly Records did not plan for her to take the vocal explosion route, but rather a standard teenage pop style. Initially, Christina had also started with a teen pop approach, and her best-selling album was one that featured the title track Genie in a Bottle. However, that market had already been captured by Britney Spears. As Britney rose to prominence, Christina's popularity waned in comparison, leading her to pivot toward a more powerhouse vocal direction. Although Christina later earned numerous Grammy Awards due to her exceptional singing talent, her career couldn't quite match up to Britney's. Recollecting these thoughts, Eric didn't immediately satisfy the expectant kitten beside him. Instead, he asked, "By the way, what's Britney been up to lately?" "She's starting to prepare her own single." Christina sounded a little cautious at Eric's mention of Britney, but still responded dutifully. "The label is still following the path you set for us." I said what?" Eric paused, trying to recall. He had said too many things over the years. Seeing Eric's puzzled expression, Christina smiled and offered a gentle reminder. "You know, that I'm supposed to have a slightly rebellious image while Britney goes for that sweet girl next door vibe." Chapter 979, 200% Likelihood. With Christina's reminder, Eric recalled that he had indeed thought about that before. However, he just didn't have the energy to concern himself with such matters now. The two were engaged in a quiet conversation when a staff member approached to inform Eric that the press conference would start in just 5 minutes, and he could head inside. Eric nodded and stood to make his way into the conference hall, with Christina following closely beside him. She asked, "Are you heading back to Los Angeles today, Eric?" "No, I'm flying directly to Lone Pine in Eastern California tomorrow. I'll spend the night in San Francisco," Eric replied, shaking his head. He added for her to join him later at his place. Christina blushed slightly. Although she initially planned to return to Los Angeles after the conference, she didn't argue with Eric and nodded obediently. Upon entering the conference hall, they parted ways to take their respective seats. At precisely 2 p.m., Victor McNally, CEO of Firefly Electronics, stepped onto the stage with a smile. After a brief address, he announced the official start of the press conference. Next, Bill Olson, president of Firefly Electronics, took the stage to review the sales performance of the Firefly player since its launch last year, when the large screen displayed the total shipment figures for the first generation. Firefly, murmurs swept through the audience of guests and media reporters below. The first-generation Firefly gradually ceased production in early March as Firefly Electronics' major production lines began prepping for the Firefly 2. By the time production ended, the total shipments of the first-generation MP3 player had reached 8 million units. This figure sparked discussion among the attendees, as according to information released by Firefly Electronics earlier in the year, the first generation had only shipped 3.95 million units in the previous year. And in just the first quarter of this year, the Firefly had exceeded last year's total with 4.05 million units shipped. Although this surge could be attributed to production limitations on the Firefly from the previous year, the astonishing growth rate left everyone in awe. Based on the shipment data, Firefly Electronics was projected to easily surpass 20 million units for the year. Currently, the portable music player market in North America was around 30 million units, while the global market capacity for portable players was only 80 million. Clearly, only 2 years post-launch, the Firefly was poised to capture 25% of the global market share for portable music players. More importantly, if the current trend continued, the Firefly was bound to bring about a fundamental transformation in the portable music player market. As Bill Olson continued to showcase how the Firefly player had promoted the software and hardware industries, including USB interfaces, CD drives, and online payment systems, a series of questions began swirling in the minds of the attendees, particularly the media reporters. Would Firefly Electronics maintain exclusive rights to the entire suite of MP3 player patents? How would Firefly Electronics tackle any potential monopoly issues? Had Firefly Electronics considered the impact of the Firefly player on the traditional music industry? However, based on earlier reports, the conference had not scheduled a Q&A session for the media. With this in mind, some reporters, seizing the moment while Bill Olson finished speaking and the Backstreet Boys performed a new song, began contacting their superiors via mobile phones, trying to secure private interviews with Firefly Electronics executives. The following segments saw Victor McNally and several executives from Yahoo and Nokia take turns on stage to unveil the second-generation Firefly player, the latest Yahoo Music Box software, and the Nokia M100 music phone among other products, interspersed with a few more performances. 2 hours later, Victor McNally and a vice president from Nokia returned to the stage to announce the much-anticipated pricing information for several key products, concluding the press conference. Afterward, having networked with some significant high-profile guests, Eric intended to return to his place in Atherton, Palo Alto, but was pulled to the Firefly Electronics headquarters by Victor McNally and others. In a small conference room at the Firefly headquarters, as a secretary served coffee to everyone, Victor McNally asked, "Eric, have you been keeping an eye on Microsoft's antitrust case?" For the past few years, the media had not ceased reporting on Microsoft's antitrust investigation. Over time, as long as it didn't involve personal interests, few paid it any special attention. Eric shook his head honestly, realizing he hadn't felt inclined to follow such matters lately. Victor McNally got straight to the point. The Federal Department of Justice filed charges against Microsoft last week for bundling the Windows operating system with software like the video player in Office. The investigation may also involve the Yahoo browser, as its version and features on the Windows system consistently came before other operating systems. The department indicated that such behavior constitutes unfair competition. In reality, Microsoft's monopolistic practices extended far beyond merely bundling software. It also comprised exclusive agreements with PC manufacturers to eliminate competing operating systems, using kickbacks to aggressively promote its software, and forming an alliance with hardware manufacturers like Intel to sideline competitors. These actions were arguably more severe than just bundling software, yet Microsoft had continuously managed to circumvent the consequences and faced minimal penalties. As a naturally monopolistic operating system, there was no straightforward solution for these issues. Therefore, about Victor McNally's mention of the potential investigation regarding the Yahoo browser, Eric had no worries as Chris and the Yahoo management had not even informed him of this, clearly showing they weren't concerned. At the agreement signing, both parties had already thought through justifications in advance. This fell under Product R&D progress. Yahoo had no obligation to release the latest products across all operating systems simultaneously. They could only favor those with higher market shares. Chuckling, Eric shook his head, glancing at Victor McNally and the others. You all know this won't really affect us. So, let's get straight to your thoughts. Victor McNally felt a bit embarrassed that Eric had called them out. Bill Olson then continued. Eric, have you considered that if Yahoo were to release the iOS mobile operating system in the future, along with various mobile applications, they would likely face an even more serious software bundling monopoly than Microsoft does now? Eric immediately understood. It sounds like you all want to regain the development rights for that operating system? Bill Olson nodded. Yes, Eric, we believe that would be more beneficial for the development of tablet products. This project has always been handled personally by Steve, and he developed the core of the system himself. Have you considered who would replace him for the next phase of system development if this project were to shift to Firefly Electronics? Bill Olson realized Eric didn't seem too opposed to this idea. He exchanged a glance with Victor McNally and then said, Eric, we think that if this project transitioned to Firefly Electronics, Steve could still serve as a technical advisor for the operating system. As for the project's actual operations, you should know that Silicon Valley is plentiful with talented software professionals. We've already identified a few suitable leaders through a headhunting firm. Eric tapped his fingers on the conference table, contemplating for a moment. All right, if you can persuade Yahoo to transfer the project, then that could work. Seeing Eric's nod, Victor McNally and Bill Olson broke into smiles. Bill Olson then added, Actually, Eric, Yahoo isn't too keen on keeping this project. Eric replied, confused, why not? The development budget for this project exceeded $30 million last year. In the coming years, it will only increase, but who knows when it might start generating profits. Once Yahoo goes public, such a project, which only consumes funds without turning profits, will definitely weigh down Yahoo's stock price. Yahoo's scale wasn't comparable to Google's established dominance years later. Even Google's various forward-thinking projects faced criticism from investors, forcing its upper management to cut those budgets. Given the current situation, Yahoo's extra expenditure of tens of millions of dollars annually could easily attract criticism. The principal reason Steve Jobs was ousted from Apple's board was his stubbornness in pursuing projects not favored by the board. Many corporate giants faltered due to a failure to adapt to changing times. Often, it wasn't a lack of visionary talent. Rather, those talents couldn't compete against capital focused on immediate profits. Even if Yahoo goes public, true control would still rest with Eric. Yet, upon entering the capital market, Eric couldn't be overly defiant. He would have to adapt to the game rules. With these thoughts in mind, Eric softened his stance. Placing the mobile operating system under completely private ownership at Firefly Electronics appeared favorable. In Atherton's wealthy neighborhood in Palo Alto, by evening, Melanie forcibly dragged Caroline into the bedroom to dress her up. Looking at the girl in a light pink tracksuit, resembling a doll, Melanie nodded with satisfaction and said, Now, I just don't believe some guy won't take the bait. Caroline's face flushed red as she meekly responded, Eric isn't into that sort of thing. Uh-huh, your word is law. Let's go prepare dinner. He said he'd be back tonight. Caroline nervously followed Melanie, contemplating aloud. Mel, could you maybe sleep outside tonight? Of course, I've already called an old friend of mine from San Francisco. Melanie quickly nodded, noticing Caroline's expression relaxing, then added, However, upon further thought, I decided against it. She reached out to pinch Caroline's delicate cheek, grinning as she said, I think if I hide away, you'd have a 200% chance of backing out and missing out tonight. Caroline had no confidence to refute. And no, that wouldn't happen. Regardless, I'll be keeping an eye on you tonight. If you chicken out, I'll strip your clothes off and toss you in his room." Caroline blinked, her cheeks flushing again at Melanie's vivid imagery. The two women had just spent a while busy in the kitchen when the sound of a car resonated from the yard. Seeing Caroline almost throw a carrot in her hand, Melanie sighed and set down her knife. "Let's go welcome the boss home together." Once they stepped out of the kitchen, they saw Eric walking in, laughing with Christina, who was adorably linked to his arm. Upon noticing Melanie and Caroline, she politely greeted, "Hey Mel, Carly." Melanie felt disheartened. It clearly looked like there would be no chance tonight. Caroline's eyes initially exhibited disappointment, but soon relaxed as she courteously replied, "Hi, Christina." Eric nodded at the two women, observing them exit the kitchen. "You two keep doing what you were. I'm going to take a shower first." As he said that, noting Christina was about to let go of him, he leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Christina shyly recoiled while glancing at Melanie and Caroline, then followed Eric upstairs. Just as they reached the staircase, Eric suddenly recalled something and turned back to Melanie. "Mel, could you prepare a casual outfit for me? I'd like to change clothes after my shower." "Sure thing, Eric." Melanie smiled and nodded. Once Eric's figure disappeared, she sighed, complaining, Okay, I guess that's just the life of a maid." Caroline immediately offered, "How about I do it?" "Forget it. I don't want to run the risk of upsetting him." Melanie sighed, glancing at Caroline beside her. "Looks like no luck again tonight. But hasn't he thought about Christina's age at all?" Caroline peered at the staircase and paused before replying. "Eric, well, after all, she's a willing participant." Melanie pouted, saying, "I feel like no matter what, if he committed murder, you'd excuse him somehow." Caroline retorted seriously, "Eric would never kill anyone. I meant, what if?" Caroline scrunched her small nose, stammering. "Then, there would definitely be a reason." Melanie instantly feigned an expression of knowing it would be just that and slapped her forehead. "Fine, I'll prepare the clothes for him. However, we might be stuck in Lone Pine for over half a month." I refuse to believe. There won't be a chance to shove you into his bed by then." Chapter 980, Warner's Calculations. After attending the product launch event for Firefly Electronics, the next day, Eric flew to a small town called Lone Pine, located over 200 kilometers east of Los Angeles. On the VH-60N helicopter he retrieved from Larry Ellison, he continued filming outdoor scenes for Iron Man. At the same time, with the buzz generated by the collaboration of three companies, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me continued to rake in over $6 million a day at the box office. After a weekend opening gross of $46.99 million, the total box office for Austin Powers in its first week reached $73.6 million. This amount set a record that many blockbuster films found hard to achieve. In comparison, the originally anticipated film City of Angels only earned $23.96 million during its first week, falling well behind Austin Powers. The movie quality of City of Angels wasn't particularly bad, and Warner's marketing efforts were commendable. However, with Firefly, Fox, and MGM's cunning marketing strategies drawing the audience's attention, City of Angels had almost fallen into a state of forgetfulness. Despite Warner's efforts to recover the situation, they still failed to seize any substantial attention from Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. The facts revealed that a film lacking in attention often performed worse at the box office than a movie that had been widely criticized. Notably, Austin Powers, although labeled as a bad film by many critics, enjoyed a decent reputation among general audiences. Entering the week of Easter, The Wedding Singer and Species both opened widely. Inspired by the excellent box office results of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, the marketing departments of the three companies stepped up their game, flexibly changing their promotion strategies and hitting the theme of more choices to promote the Easter movie package. While Austin Powers had tremendous buzz, a significant portion of the audience still didn't appreciate such raunchy films. The release of The Wedding Singer and Species provided these viewers with a fresh alternative. The marketing tactics of the three companies effectively concentrated on this point. Consequently, many theater operators noticed a significant increase in the number of patrons heading to the cinemas compared to previous years during the Easter weekend. This trend continued until Monday, April 13th. Richard Parsons, the CEO of Warner Brothers, rushed to the Warner Brothers headquarters in Burbank early in the morning. His secretary had already placed the Easter weekend box office data on his desk. In addition to New Line and MGM's two new films, there were several other low-budget films that opened last Friday. However, looking at the box office figures in his hands, Richard Parsons frowned slightly. The three films from Firefly's system were undoubtedly occupying the top three positions on that weekend's box office chart. With increased competition, there was no repeat of the previous week's dominant performance by Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. New Line's The Wedding Singer, a warm romantic comedy appealing to a wide audience, grossed $31.7 million in its opening 3 days, landing firmly at the top of the Easter weekend box office rankings. Following closely was Austin Powers, which saw a very respectable 45% drop from its opening weekend, bringing in another $25.85 million, securing the second position on the box office list. It was worth mentioning that in just 10 days, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me had accumulated a total of $99.45 million at the North American box office, just shy of the $100 million mark by a mere $550,000. In contrast, the sci-fi thriller Species performed somewhat more sluggishly, with an opening weekend 3-day gross of just $21.77 million. Of course, this sluggish performance was only in comparison to the two other Firefly films, as Universal's new release, Playing Hard to Get, ranked fourth with a mere $13.12 million, trailing Species by nearly $9 million. At fifth place was Warner Bros. City of Angels. Being squeezed by this series of films, City of Angels faced a staggering 46% drop in its second week, bringing its second weekend box office down to just $8.19 million, with a cumulative total of $32.15 million over 10 days, still just one-third of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me's earnings. One could say that Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me was undoubtedly the biggest winner in this year's Easter season. Setting aside the box office data report, Richard Parsons rubbed his temples, reflecting with a sense of dark humor that if the Firefly Systems companies launched another Easter movie package next year, there would surely be internal disputes over who got to lead the charge, making for quite the lively affair. Considering the current situation, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me had nearly hit the $100 million mark in just 10 days. And with another 2 weeks of concentrated box office earnings still to come, it could potentially amass an additional $60 million or so, indicating that if it maintained a slight uptick, its total North American box office could range between $180 million to $200 million. In contrast, whether it was The Wedding Singer or Species, the maximum potential for North American box office earnings, given their current openings, was only around $100 million, and the likelihood of that happening was very low. The Wedding Singer might just scrape through to the $100 million threshold, but Species clearly did not stand a chance. Achieving $100 million at the North American box office during Easter, even if it ended up earning just $70 or $80 million, was still an exhilarating success given the mid-range production budgets of the two films. However, compared to Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, such success would inevitably seem vastly inferior. Faced with the over $100 million earnings gap, Richard Parsons did not believe that the current close cooperation among the three companies could continue. After some self-soothing thoughts, he suddenly regretted not doing everything possible to facilitate Warner Bros. Collaboration with the three Firefly companies in the Easter movie package. It was clear to everyone that the three films launched by the Firefly system could not be regarded as top-notch in terms of quality. Their box office success was primarily due to an exhaustive marketing campaign by the three companies. Warner had a significant opportunity to be part of this initiative, as it was Firefly that had initially proposed the collaboration. However, due to delays from the specific executors in the distribution department, Warner missed out on this chance. City of Angels had a production cost of $55 million and a marketing budget of $25 million, making its total budget around $80 million. Now, looking at the box office figures for City of Angels, it seemed this film only stood to earn approximately $50 million at the North American box office. Warner's distribution department was even considering canceling its overseas release, opting instead to focus on recovering costs through outright sales of the rights, which would likely only yield around $10 million. Therefore, the total revenue that Warner could recover from City of Angels would total less than $40 million. Given the lengthy cycle for DVD releases and broadcast rights, which were not a current consideration, it implied that in the short term, Warner's losses on this project would exceed $40 million. While Time Warner was a large corporation, a $40 million loss could not be classified as a small sum. Although the failure to secure this collaboration partnership did not fall squarely on Richard Parsons, someone had already brought the matter up against him during last week's executive meeting. He also regretted not compelling the collaboration. As the CEO of Warner Brothers, he could have enforced the smaller partnership without anyone being able to stop him. However, despite his position, the political factions within the film division at the group were heavily intertwined. Concerned about potentially igniting internal discord, Richard Parsons refrained from taking such actions, and hence, what could have been a straightforward achievement turned into a regrettable decision. As Richard Parsons contemplated how to mitigate the potential impacts of this incident on his future, there was a knock at the office door. His secretary entered and announced, "Mr. Parsons, Mr. Levin is here." As the secretary spoke, a tall man with somewhat graying hair stepped into the office. It was Gerald Levin, the current vice chairman of Time Warner. Besides his role at Warner, Levin was also one of the significant personal shareholders in Time Warner. Richard Parsons had risen to his current position with the backing of Gerald Levin, and he could be considered among Levin's most trusted aides. Seeing Levin enter the office, Parsons quickly stood to greet him. The two embraced warmly, and Parsons instructed his secretary to prepare coffee. He led Gerald Levin to the sofa in the reception area and said, "Jerry, what brings you here at this time?" "I just met with Steve Case over the weekend. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you," Levin replied, noticing the lingering worry etched on Parsons' face. "What's wrong?" Parsons managed a wry smile, rose from his seat, walked to his desk, retrieved the document he had been reviewing, and handed it to Levin. "It's about the Easter weekend box office." Levin took a glance at the document, tossed it aside casually, and said cheerfully, "Don't worry. As long as we handle the upcoming matters, these little issues won't affect you at all. Plus, Fred, who is in charge of distribution, is a Semmel person. You can easily pin this slip-up on them." As they were talking, Parsons' secretary brought the two men their coffees, pausing their conversation momentarily until the elegant blonde left the room and they resumed their discussion. "I've had a detailed conversation with Steve Case. As long as we can jointly facilitate the merger between AOL and Time Warner, he's willing to work alongside us in running the future company. By then, Time Warner will continue to hold authority," Levin explained. Since last year, Levin had started negotiating secretly with AOL CEO Steve Case regarding the merger of their two companies. As one of Levin's key insiders, Parsons had been in the loop regarding these discussions. Just as he took a sip from his coffee cup, Parsons sounded slightly confused by Levin's statement. "Jerry, are you saying this merger will be led by AOL?" Levin nodded. "Theoretically, that is correct. AOL is initiating an acquisition of Time Warner, and we will respond accordingly." Parsons furrowed his brow slightly. In recent months, the Asian financial crisis had led to a substantial influx of hot money back to the U.S., and the Nasdaq index had begun to rise rapidly again. AOL, as one of the foremost tech stocks, had already surpassed a market capitalization of $30 billion. However, Time Warner's market value was nearly $50 billion, and that was merely the difference in stock value. When it came to fundamental strength, Time Warner had the upper hand over AOL by a considerable margin. To say nothing else, Time Warner's annual revenue was 5 times that of AOL. Thus, Parsons found it hard to accept that this acquisition would be led by AOL. He didn't think a company like AOL, bloated by the tech boom, had the qualifications to acquire an established media giant like Time Warner. Yet acceptance was one thing. Parsons quickly realized that putting the reins in AOL's hands was the only way to ensure they maintained influence over the newly merged company. If Time Warner led the acquisition, the internal faction aligned with Levin would most likely not gain control over the merger transaction. Over the years, Time Warner had essentially become a publicly traded company, and key individual shareholders like Gerald Levin maintained their stakes at merely single-digit percentages. With shareholder power being so diffuse, no single party had decisive influence, meaning the management of Time Warner had well-established control over the media giant. As long as they secured control over Time Warner, Levin was willing to make certain sacrifices, even if it affected his own interests as a shareholder, let alone those of other shareholders in the group. Thus, after receiving reassurances from Steve Case, Levin had unhesitatingly relinquished the lead role in this acquisition. As Parsons swiftly pieced together these details, he drank from his coffee cup, set it down, and said, "So, Jerry, the most important question is, what's Firefly's stance? After all, they are the largest shareholder in AOL." Chris Hansen, the head of Firefly Investments, had made it clear that they didn't want AOL moving toward becoming a comprehensive media group. This was likely also in line with Eric Williams' intentions. They did not want AOL to venture into the media sector, preferring instead for it to focus purely on being an internet service provider, Levin explained. However, Firefly's stake in AOL is only about 30%. Steve Case is currently lobbying the other AOL shareholders to support him. He assured me I shouldn't worry. We only need to resolve the issues on the Time Warner side. Parsons nodded. What is it you need me to do? I also need to lobby Time Warner's board and shareholders during this period. You need to dive into the merger details with Steve Case, and I hope we can reach a preliminary merger agreement by the end of the year. Chapter 981, Silly Girl. Lone Pine was nestled in a wide valley within the Sierra Nevada mountains of California, embodying the quintessential American Western town, surrounded by barren land, hills, deserts, and towering mountains. The natural scenery was breathtaking. Since the emergence of Hollywood in the early 20th century, Lone Pine had served as a backdrop for many films, particularly westerns. As a result, there was a small movie museum in Lone Pine dedicated to documenting the films shot in the area. The opening of Iron Man featured scenes in which Tony Stark was attacked, the dramatic escape from a cave, and the test firing of the Jericho missile, all filmed around Lone Pine. On a gentle slope in the Alabama hills to the west of Lone Pine, Caroline and Melanie stood on the outskirts of the crew, watching as Eric faced the snow-capped mountains in the distance, delivering an impromptu pitch for the Jericho missile. After Eric confidently delivered his lines, he spread his arms wide, and a loud thud rang out from the high-pressure wind cannon positioned not far behind him, sending up a cloud of dust that pushed Eric forward a step. This was already the fifth take. The crew intended to create a scene where Tony Stark stood immovably in the missile's shockwave, embodying confidence. Naturally, they couldn't actually fire any missiles. The shockwave effect was purely artificial. However, the effect was proving to be a bit too intense. After several attempts, Eric couldn't maintain his balance. Moving the wind cannon back would diminish the explosion effect of the Jericho missile. "Looks like it won't work like this," Caroline commented with a smile. "You can't stand still at all." "I think this effect is actually pretty good," Melanie responded, grinning as well. "Did you see Eric just now? He stumbled from the shockwave, and even though it was embarrassing, he acted like nothing happened. That's way better than just standing there." "It is kind of funny," Caroline nodded, her tone slightly corrective. "Eric is really something else." Hearing this, Melanie rolled her eyes slightly. In the filming area, Eric and Joss Whedon reviewed the footage from that particular shot several times. After discussing it, they agreed that the effect was good and decided against retaking it. This marked the second week of the crew's filming in Lone Pine. Only one scene remained, where Eric escapes from the cave and is rescued in the desert. Once that was completed, the crew's outdoor filming would be largely finished, leaving only a series of smaller interior scenes that would all be shot back in Los Angeles. Noticing that it was past 4:30 p.m., Joss Whedon announced that shooting was wrapped for the day. The crew began methodically organizing their equipment, preparing to return to their lodgings in Lone Pine. Eric, of course, didn't have to concern himself with such details. After taking a bottle of water from Caroline and finishing it in one breath, he led the two women into an SUV, setting off for Lone Pine first. In the front seats of the SUV were two bodyguards. Caroline and Melanie squeezed into the back seat, next to Eric. As Caroline pulled out a thick stack of folders from her satchel, Eric chuckled and asked, Any good news today? Caroline nodded and, without opening the folders, answered adeptly. This morning, we received the box office data for the new week from Los Angeles. The box office drop for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, in its third week has narrowed to 36%, bringing in $26.67 million, with a total of $141.9 million over 3 weeks. The Wedding Singer saw a 41% drop in its second week, earning $26.71 million, totaling $71.99 million over 2 weeks. Species dropped 39% in its second week, with earnings of $18.91 million, accumulating $50.01 million. In 3 weeks, the total box office for these 3 films reached $260 million, meaning we have already recouped all production and distribution costs, based on a 55% average revenue share. The production budgets were $30 million for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, $18 million for The Wedding Singer, and $35 million for Species, with another $50 million for marketing. Adding about $3 million to $5 million for distribution expenses across the 3 companies, they cumulatively spent just over $140 million. With a total Easter box office of $260 million, based on a 55% average revenue share, the 3 companies would collectively recover about $143 million in box office shares, meaning Firefly, Fox, and MGM had indeed recouped all costs. However, breaking it down to individual films, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me was a large profit earner, while Species needed a few more weeks to break even, and The Wedding Singer had the highest return on investment. From the specific data, all 3 films' weekly box office figures had dropped to around $20 million, and in the coming weeks, as the Easter atmosphere faded, recovering an additional $100 million in box office would be considered good. After Caroline spoke, Eric pondered for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. She blinked, but didn't elaborate further. Eric had been so engrossed in the filming of Iron Man over the past half-month in Lone Pine that he had no idea how significant the box office results of the 3 films had been in Hollywood. The combined expenditure of $140 million for Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, The Wedding Singer, and Species was roughly equivalent to the budget of a major blockbuster. However, with their current box office trajectory, these 3 films might recover as much as $360 million in North America alone, which would indeed be miraculous. To put it in perspective, last year's North American box office champion, Casino Royale, which Eric directed, brought in $370 million. If the $360 million from the 3 films was considered as a single movie, it had a 90% chance of being booked as this year's North American box office champion. This Easter season had seen a surge in box office performance due to the successful marketing by the 3 companies. In just 3 weeks, all weekly box office figures had surpassed $100 million, compared to the previous years when weekly box office totals barely reached $70 to $80 million. As a result, nearly all film companies in Hollywood were studying the Easter movie package strategy employed by the 3 companies to seize the opportunity and replicate this box office miracle. Caroline remained silent, leaning against the opposite door while Melanie noted Eric's relaxed demeanor and said, "Eric, the projected North American total for the 3 films could reach $360 million. If that were for one movie, it might win the North American box office champion." Eric understood Melanie's meaning and chuckled, but they are, after all, lower to mid-budget productions. Though they can succeed in North America, they aren't eligible for large-scale global distribution. Even if they achieve $360 million in North America, their combined overseas box office will be lucky to reach $200 million, totaling around $500 to $600 million globally. In contrast, big-budget productions, like the Jurassic Park series, Men in Black series, or MGM's spy movie universe, can easily reach $700 million or more globally, with the profitability of their merchandise far outstripping that of these lower-budget productions. Melanie countered, but big productions are more prone to losses. One flop could lead to bankruptcy for a company. That's undeniable, but Hollywood's future is dominated by blockbusters, and that's an irreversible trend. If we keep thinking we can achieve big things with small investments, it's like trying to win a battle with fewer troops. It's a very low probability. Melanie nodded slightly, pretending to be convinced, and stopped arguing with Eric, knowing she wouldn't win against him. Caroline, sandwiched between the two, listened to their conversation. After glancing at Melanie's expression, she knew what her friend was thinking. She blinked again, intending to say something, but the vehicle had already entered Lone Pine and quickly arrived at the hotel where the crew was staying. Watching Eric get out and walk toward his room, both women were aware of his habits. They knew Eric would likely head straight to shower. To avoid interrupting him, they would usually back off at this point. But this time, Melanie insisted on following Eric into his suite. Although Eric was vehemently against staying in hotel-like places, Lone Pine, with only 2,000 residents, obviously couldn't offer him anything better. He didn't want his cleanliness to turn into something pathological, so he opted to stay in a hotel with the crew, just swapping out the bedding for new ones. As they walked into the room and noticed Melanie unexpectedly dragging Caroline along, Eric asked in confusion, "Is there something else?" "Of course. Work," Melanie replied with feigned conviction. "Eric, there are a few documents that need your personal signature today." "Sure, but can it wait until after I shower?" "You can shower again before going to bed." As she said this, Melanie pulled Caroline into the room, sitting on the couch and seriously flipping through the stack of documents Caroline had just taken out. However, no matter how clever one might be, they couldn't escape the negative influences of unhelpful allies. Seeing Caroline sitting next to Melanie with a guilty look, Eric realized something was wrong. Chuckling as he sat across from them, he said, "Now, don't use work as an excuse. Is there something you need my help with?" Melanie shook her head seriously. "No." Eric turned to Caroline. "Carly, you say something." Caroline quickly blinked a few times and shook her head. "No, nothing." Melanie had already given up hoping for any help from Caroline, as long as she didn't accidentally expose anything. Seeing that Caroline managed to hold up in a critical moment, Melanie felt relieved. She had figured out Eric's personality by now. If they didn't confess, he wouldn't kick them out of the room. Handing a folder to Eric, Melanie said, "Eric, this is a copy of Firefly's acquisition contract for Virgin Records. You need to read and sign it. We need to send it back to Los Angeles tomorrow." Eric grinned at the two women and decided not to press further. Accepting the file, he flipped through it casually and asked, "How are sales for Firefly 2 this week?" Today was already April 24th, and Firefly 2 had launched for sales on the Easter weekend of April 11th. Its first week had seen sales of 670,000 units in North America and Europe. If it maintained this momentum, Firefly 2's global sales could exceed 22 million units over the remaining 8 months of the year. However, no one could quite predict Firefly 2's sales outlook. Some believe the initial 670,000 units sold were a result of the buzz surrounding its launch and promotions, potentially leading to a sales decline later on. Others felt that with the further expansion of the internet, Firefly's market capacity would continue to grow, with sales possibly reaching 30 million by the end of the year. Thus, to understand the demand for Firefly 2 following its first week, the sales data over the next few weeks remained crucial. "The figures aren't tallied yet." Melanie shook her head. "It's just the second week of Firefly 2's sales, so we still need a few more days to get a sense of the numbers." However, feedback from San Francisco suggests sales should stay above 600,000 units this week, as users have responded positively to the new product. Compared to the first generation, Firefly 2 didn't just enhance storage capacity. Firefly Electronics had made significant improvements in battery life, usability, and design. Though the price had risen considerably, it still offered excellent value compared to its predecessor. Eric flipped a page in the folder and continued, "What about the Nokia M100? Melanie didn't have the same photographic memory as Caroline. Hearing Eric's question, she shuffled through the materials before finding a data report. After a moment, she glanced at it and said, "Data from AT&T, Verizon, and Sprint haven't come in yet, but sales of the unlocked phone on Amazon have exceeded 11,000 units in these 2 weeks." Since the beginning of the analog signal era, North America's mobile phone market had been dominated by major telecom operators, with carrier-subsidized phones accounting for over 90% of mobile sales. This trend slightly shifted only after the emergence of the iPhone. Due to consumer habits, North American mobile users seldom purchased unlocked phones. The Nokia M100 was being sold exclusively on Amazon's online platform without arrangements for its sale in physical stores outside of the carriers. Using a 9-to-1 sales ratio, if Amazon's music phone sold 11,000 units, the total sales of the Nokia M100 could be estimated at around 110,000 units, less than a tenth of Firefly 2's 2-week sales. Eric remembered that Nokia had only prepared 50,000 units initially. The only thing he was satisfied with was not hearing any reports of shortages, a testament to Nokia's incredibly strong supply chain compared to Firefly Electronics. However, an average weekly sales figure of around 50,000 units was far from meeting Eric's expectations. If Nokia had tried a bit harder, the M100 sales would surely have exceeded this number. Still, Eric had no time to dwell on that. After reviewing the contract for Firefly's acquisition of Virgin Records and signing his name, he dealt with several other documents due to Melanie's persistence. It wasn't until nightfall that Melanie dragged Eric out for dinner. It was only past 9 when Eric returned to his room again. After closing the door and lightly shrugging, Eric walked to the bathroom, planning to shower before hitting the sack. Melanie and Caroline were in the room next door. Inside, Melanie quietly pressed her ear against the wall for a moment, detecting the sound of running water before dragging Caroline out of the room. Using the spare key card for Eric's suite, she stealthily opened the door and tiptoed into his bedroom with a reluctant Caroline in tow. Caroline's face turned apple red, and she tried to free herself from Melanie's grip, quietly saying, "Mel, I think maybe we shouldn't do this?" "I knew you'd say that." Melanie shot her a look, no longer bothering with pleasantries. She pushed Caroline down onto Eric's bed and, in a few swift movements, removed all but the girl's inner clothing. Pulling the blanket over Caroline, Melanie leaned down and kissed her on the blushing girl's cheek, saying, "This is all I can help you with." With that, she picked up Caroline's clothes and, on tiptoe, slipped out of the room. Seeing her friend take her clothes away, Caroline lost her motivation to escape and curled up in the blankets. With a little sniffle, she felt Eric's commanding presence, and her cheeks blushed even deeper. After a comfortable hot shower, Eric emerged in a robe, towel drying his hair, when he froze at the sight of Caroline curled up on the bed. She looked like a little kitten, and when their eyes met, she gasped and ducked back under the covers. Eric blinked in surprise for a moment, finally, understanding why the two girls had acted so strangely today. Perhaps Caroline had been acting this way for a while. Chuckling to himself, Eric sat at the edge of the bed and gently tugged at the blanket. Caroline's little hands clutched the covers tightly for a moment, but soon let go, revealing her flushed face. Her eyes squeezed tightly shut. Gently pinching Caroline's delicate cheek, Eric sighed softly, "Silly girl." Chapter 982. So what? Feeling Eric's movement, Caroline's long eyelashes fluttered as she cautiously opened her eyes. Gaining a bit of courage, she locked gazes with Eric for a second. Her small hand stretched out to grasp his larger one, and she rubbed it against her cheek as she murmured, "Eric, I really like you." "I know," Eric replied gently, not pulling away his hand as he felt the soft texture of the girl's skin. He added, "You know, the weather is nice tonight. How about I take you for a drive? We could head back to Los Angeles or maybe Las Vegas." Caroline paused for a moment, her eyes opening wide again as she looked at Eric with a yearning gaze. Still holding his hand, she silently pulled deeper under the covers. After lingering in silence for a while, Eric softly coaxed, "Carly, I like you too, but we can't do this." In another brief moment of silence, Caroline finally lifted her small face and whispered, "Eric, I'm already 27. Realizing that she had loosened her grip on his hand, Eric withdrew it, gently stroking Caroline's soft golden hair, laughing as he said, "Yeah, time flies, but little Carly is still so young. Maybe you should find a, girlfriend. I would prefer it if you found a girlfriend. Girls can be more thoughtful." Upon hearing Eric say this, Caroline quickly blinked a few times, her lips curving into a smile as she reclaimed Eric's larger hand, resting her small head on his arm. She whispered, "Eric, you're really bad." Eric nodded, justifying himself. Actually, I'm not that bad. I'm being a gentleman right now. You. Caroline paused, avoiding Eric's gaze for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she said, I just mentioned that I am 27. You can't treat me like your daughter. Eric was taken aback and laughed, saying, Where did you get that strange idea? Caroline started to say something, only to find she couldn't articulate her thoughts, given that it was Melanie who had analyzed that situation for her. Eric sensed what was happening and chuckled. Looks like I really need to discipline Melanie this time. You wouldn't dare, Caroline retorted, then added. Then why, if you don't think of me that way, are you being so nice to me? Because I see you as a sister. Isn't it normal for a brother to care for his sister? Caroline's mind turned over that reasoning, finding it quite reasonable. She no longer felt troubled by the earlier thought planted in her heart by Melanie. Instead, her thoughts shifted back to tonight's events. After a moment, her face turned slightly red as she carefully took Eric's hand, attempting to bring it toward her chest. Feeling her intentions, Eric gently resisted and easily pulled his hand out of Caroline's hold. The room fell silent once again. In the wake of Eric's rejection, Caroline slowly withdrew into the blankets. Eric sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, watching the girl's movements. Noticing she stayed still for a long time, he worriedly reached out to pull back some of the covers. Caroline was curled up like a kitten, her small face stained with tears. Although she didn't sob out loud, large droplets of tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Carly, I really like you too, Eric said, pulling several tissues from the box at the bedside. Feeling sorry, he helped Caroline wipe her tears, whispering, But we really can't do this. Caroline still hadn't cried aloud. She quietly let Eric wipe away her tears. Then, she softly asked, her voice thick with emotion, Why not? You clearly really like women. Eric replied, I just mentioned that I see you as a sister. Caroline's voice remained soft, but this time she immediately retorted, I don't want to be your sister. With that, she finally couldn't hold back and began to sob, her tears flowing more freely as she turned her head away from Eric's attempts to wipe her eyes. Watching Caroline tremble slightly from her sobs, Eric sighed again. After a brief hesitation, he got up and found his phone, slowly dialing a long string of numbers as he sat back down on the bed. After getting help from Katzenberg for that DNA test, Eric was unable to suppress his curiosity. He secretly hired a private detective to search for information about that woman. Initially, he thought he would gradually forget about this, but today he found himself having to confront it. The room was quiet. Although her back was turned to Eric, Caroline could still clearly hear the beeping of the phone in his hand. Soon after, a somewhat puzzled female voice replied, Hello, this is Olivia. Who is this? Hearing her aunt's familiar voice, Caroline halted her tears, realizing that she was currently in a standoff with Eric, which helped her resist the urge to turn around. Ultimately, inheriting all the memories of this body, Eric still felt some complex emotions swell within him. Taking a gentle breath, he said, I'm Eric Williams, and Carly is next to me. Can you explain this situation to her? Delivering his statement all at once, Eric directly handed the phone to Caroline and stood up, walking out of his suite toward the terrace at the end of the second-floor hallway. Somebody had left a chair there, prompting Eric to take a seat and gaze thoughtfully at the dim mountains under the faint starlight. Perhaps due to having lived two lives, Eric carried a natural detachment and indifference toward this world. This could also explain why, after his rebirth, he had encountered many women, yet only a few remained by his side. From the beginning, he never cared much about uncovering the nature of his relationship with Caroline and a few others. He just didn't want too many people involved in his life. Yet now, perhaps it wasn't so bad to suddenly gain a little cousin. Wearing a bathrobe and finding no cigarettes, Eric sat still for a moment, confirming that the phone call must have nearly finished before heading back to his room. Reaching the door, he remembered he forgot to take his key card. Raising his hand to knock, he reconsidered and walked to the door where Melanie and Caroline stayed. The two women were responsible for his daily life, so they also had a spare key card. After knocking twice, the door swung open. Melanie had thought Caroline had returned, but seeing Eric standing at the door in a bathrobe, she shrank back slightly, nervously asking, Eric, is there something wrong? Eric extended his hand. Give me the key card. Oh, Melanie quickly fished out a key card from her pocket and handed it to Eric. She had just begun to muster the courage to ask something when Eric shot her a look that suggested they could deal with that later and turned to leave. Opening the door, Eric quietly stepped into the bedroom only to find Caroline still lying on his bed, still on the phone. Seeing Eric at the door, Caroline softly said, "Annie, he's back. I'll hang up now. Bye." Once Caroline ended the call and set the phone aside, Eric sat down beside her on the bed, quietly watching the girl still curled up in her blanket without speaking first. Caroline's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Eric. After a moment, it seemed she gained some courage and emerged from under the covers. Eric blinked, taken aback as the girl, dressed in only a small shirt, nestled closer. He found his body stiffening. This situation felt wrong. Had that woman not told her the truth? Looking around, Eric leaned in slightly, pulling the covers tightly around Caroline's small body. He asked, "What did your aunt tell you?" Caroline allowed Eric to wrap her tighter in the blanket, softly responding, "Andy wanted me to apologize to you for her. She also asked if she could come to Los Angeles to see you." However, Eric was more concerned about something else and pressed further. What else? Caroline's courage seemed to fade now that she was cuddled up against Eric, but didn't dare move too much. She cautiously held onto his arm, blinking slowly as she said, "I didn't know you would be my cousin. No wonder you're so nice to me. And you all think of me as a child and don't tell me anything." By the end of her statement, her tone had taken on a playful note of complaint. Sensing something was still off, Eric gently moved his arm that Caroline was holding, asking, "Do you know what you're doing right now?" Caroline nodded slightly, and as she noticed Eric's movement, she felt shy but didn't loosen her hold. Carly, don't you think you should return to your own room?" "I don't want to go back." "But I'm your cousin," Caroline thoughtfully replied. "So what?" Eric suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Feeling Eric's uncertainty, Caroline quickly added, "Eric, my aunt wishes for me to marry you. But I know you probably won't want that. I just want to stay by your side, okay?" Okay, wait, what did you just say?" From Eric's reaction before reaching out to his aunt, Caroline clearly understood his concerns. Watching Eric's current flustered expression, she softly remarked, "In England, cousins can marry too. The royal couple are cousins." Eric countered, "But we're in California." Caroline blinked innocently. "California seems to allow it too." Finally understanding why he had always treated her especially but still kept a distance, Caroline felt very happy at this moment. The girl, simple-minded, hadn't connected these thoughts to family history but believed her parents and aunt knew yet purposely kept it from her out of kindness. Although Eric seemed to struggle with getting too close, she felt reassured that as long as she took the initiative, everything would be fine. He was such a bad guy. With those thoughts, Caroline delicately shifted, tentatively calling out, "Cousin." Eric immediately felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, "Don't call me that." Caroline smiled, nodding obediently. "Then I'll just call you Eric." Finally breaking free from his thoughts, Eric came to himself, feeling a heavy responsibility ahead. He replied, "That's fine, Carly. It's getting late. How about you head back to your room tonight?" Caroline knew nothing would happen between them tonight. She released Eric, clutching the edge of the blanket, her voice laced with a little playfulness. "Mel took all my clothes. Eric, will you carry me back?" Though some petty thoughts crossed Eric's mind about docking her pay, he stood up and gently picked up the blanket-wrapped girl, heading toward the exit. With only her head poking out from the blanket, Caroline gazed up at Eric with bright eyes. After stepping out of the bedroom, she suddenly asked, "Oh, Eric, can I tell Mel about this?" Eric, feeling a bit defeated, replied, "Go ahead." But Caroline quickly added, "If you don't like it, I'll keep it from Mel." "It's fine, anyway," Eric shrugged and stated, "as long as you don't use the excuse of being Eric Williams' cousin to do bad things." "Huh, I wouldn't do that." Exiting the room, they took a few steps to the door of the two women's room. Eric, holding Caroline, lightly kicked the door with his foot. "Eric, that's very rude," Caroline commented instinctively upon feeling Eric's actions. Then, she stretched out a fair little arm from the blanket and knocked a few times on the door. This time, whether Melanie had fallen asleep or not, it took quite a while before she opened the door. Waiting at the door in such an odd posture, Caroline knocked a few more times. Then she suddenly recalled something. Oh, Eric, I just mentioned that Annie wants to come see you in Los Angeles. Eric nodded. That's fine. Caroline sensed a hint of coldness in his tone. After hesitating a moment, she asked, So, Eric, will you call her mom? Probably not. Eric shook his head, looking down at the girl in his arms. I don't think she'd mind. Caroline shook her head in response. She definitely would mind. Annie has been keeping an eye on you. I now understand why I suddenly received that letter from Annie from Greece. She even said she missed me, her niece. Huh, Annie must really want to know how you're doing. Although she slightly scrunched her nose, this kind-hearted girl didn't seem to take it hard. She reiterated, she definitely cares. Chapter 983, Reunion. After breaking the awkward relationship with Caroline, the only noticeable changes were that the younger cousin acted more naturally and affectionately around Eric, rarely blushing anymore, and Melanie continuing to exclaim, "Oh my God," in a lengthy stream. Everything else seemed pretty normal. After wrapping up filming in Pinewood, the crew returned to Los Angeles to finish up some interior shots. As May rolled in, the filming schedule indicated that Iron Man would wrap by the end of the month, entering a lengthy post-production phase. With the end of filming, Eric found himself less busy than in the previous 2 months and began having more time to manage other company matters. This summer season, Firefly Group only had one blockbuster, The Day After Tomorrow, while several others, such as New Line Cinema's The Ring and Disney's The Parent Trap, could only be considered mid-range budget films. Nonetheless, the film lineup that Hollywood was set to release was still impressive. Besides The Day After Tomorrow, major productions included MGM's Charlie's Angels 3, Warner Brothers' Lethal Weapon 4, Sony's Patriot, Universal's Scorpion King, Amblin's The Matrix 2, Fox's The X-Files movie, and Paramount's The Truman Show, among others. Eric's presence may have thrown many well-known Hollywood projects into chaos, but the overall trend toward big investments and large productions in Hollywood had not changed at all. The 8 major productions all had an average budget exceeding $100 million. Facing substantial cost pressures, several major studios were wisely beginning to stagger their release dates instead of piling everything into June and July like last year. Starting the second week of May, summer blockbuster films began hitting theaters. Meanwhile, the Easter release period was also coming to an end, with Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, The Wedding Singer, and Species rapidly scaling back their release sizes. At Firefly Studios, looking at the twins who stood quietly before him, Eric asked, "Why are only the 2 of you back?" Natasha replied, "The boss said she was going to Berlin to visit the Mission Impossible 3 set." Eric sighed helplessly. After that phone call, there had been no news for about half a month, and he thought the matter would pass. However, just 2 days ago, Caroline had suddenly informed him that her aunt would be arriving today. After some consideration, Eric called the girl who had gone to New York for the Met Gala to come back and take care of hosting, but only the twins returned. It was easy to understand. Given Drew's upbringing, it was quite difficult for her to feel anything good toward her parents. The only connection she had with her mother was sending each other a check annually. As for her unreliable father, she had officially announced their estranged father-daughter relationship. Naturally, Eric did not intend to hide the recent encounter with Caroline from Drew. She had always thought she was the closest woman to Eric, and suddenly discovering that the assistant she occasionally teased was actually his cousin inevitably made her feel some apprehension and resistance. As for his cousin's aunt, well, that feeling of apprehension and resistance was even stronger. Since she expressed her reluctance, Eric didn't push it and said to the twins, "All right then. She, will likely arrive this afternoon. Carly and Mel might also be staying at the estate tonight, so you both go prepare the guest room and dinner." Natasha nodded and then asked, "Master, do we need to pick her up from the airport?" "No need. Carly and Mel will pick her up. You just wait at the estate." "Okay." Natasha nodded again, and seeing that Eric had no further instructions, she left with her sister. After the twins left, Eric absent-mindedly flipped through some documents in front of him when he heard the secretary knock on the door. "Mr. Williams, they have arrived." "All right, I'll be right there," Eric replied as he closed the folder and headed outside. Today was May 11th, a Monday, and counting from April 3rd, this had already been the 6th week of the Easter release period. According to last Friday's data, Firefly's 3 films from the Easter release period, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, had grossed a cumulative of $168 million after 5 weeks. The Wedding Singer had reached $101 million. And while Species performed slightly worse, it had still brought in $69.63 million, which meant they had recouped their production costs. Although all 3 films had entered the tail end of their weekly grosses under $10 million. Collectively, they had brought in $338 million at the box office. With a total investment of $140 million, the 3 films had generated over $40 million in pure profit for several companies. The upcoming income from overseas releases, DVD sales, and television broadcast rights would undoubtedly yield even greater profits than just the North American box office alone. Therefore, the heads of the 3 companies suggested throwing a celebratory party this weekend. However, given the long production duration for films, everyone had already begun preparing for next year's Easter film package during that time. The meeting Eric was about to attend was for this very purpose. He entered a conference room where Fox's Joe Roth, MGM's Amy Pascal, and Jeffrey Katzenberg were already seated at the table, along with several other high-ranking executives from various production departments. Taking a seat next to Katzenberg, Eric attempted to clear his mind of other thoughts, glanced at everyone, and said, "Let's get started. Amy, why don't you kick things off with the projects on your end?" This Easter, MGM Species boasted the highest investment but had the lowest box office performance, leading Eric to naturally lean slightly toward MGM. Fox was already reaping significant rewards with Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and Firefly certainly didn't consider MGM as an outsider, so both companies felt Eric's inclination without any displeasure. In fact, internally, MGM had estimated Species' North American box office at only around $60 million, though now the film appeared poised to surpass $80 million. Despite envying the performance of the other 2 films, Amy Pascal felt no significant disappointment. However, being a strong-willed woman at heart, Amy had devoted considerable thought into today's meeting. Upon hearing Eric's words, she gestured to a high-ranking executive in MGM's production department beside her. The executive stood and addressed everyone. "Mr. Williams, everyone. Easter is traditionally the spring break for high school and college students. Clearly, none of our 3 films this year have specifically targeted this demographic. Thus, MGM is preparing a coming-of-age teen sex comedy for next year. The story revolves around a group of soon-to-be high school graduates who agree to help each other find dates for the prom." As the executive spoke, the secretary in the conference room distributed the project's summary materials to everyone. Eric caught sight of the script title that nearly made him laugh out loud. Well, it was The Outrageous American Pie. Why outrageous? Because Eric had an indelible memory of the scene in which the male lead Jim violated an apple pie. Clearly, Amy and her team saw the success of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and wanted to output a similarly raunchy comedy next Easter, one even closer to the holidays. Themes for teens. After flipping through the project materials, Eric went over the basic premise, and the executive finished explaining American Pie before sitting down again. Eric lifted his head and said, "So, does anyone have opinions?" Joe Roth, sitting across from him, closed his folder and replied, "Amy, first, I must clarify that the projects Fox is planning for next year is also a similar raunchy comedy like Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. But I still have to say that since this is a story about graduation season, perhaps it would be better suited for the summer release." Amy Pascal smiled and shook her head. "Joe, I know what you are concerned about. However, even if MGM chooses to withdraw, several other companies will still release raunchy comedies next Easter to compete with Fox. As for the story itself, we cannot only cater to the small demographic of 12th graders about to graduate. We are targeting the broader teenage audience who all have their own expectations and memories, so the release timing isn't an issue." Sensing a bit of tension brewing between the 2, Eric quickly interrupted, "Joe, let's just take a look at your script." Joe Roth signaled the secretary to distribute the materials and personally explained, "This is a script related to teenage memories. At a high school prom, a mortifying incident causes Ted to miss his chance with the girl he has a crush on, and years later, just hearing Joe Roth begin his tale, Eric could roughly guess the name of the script and thought to himself, perhaps truly great scripts simply can't hide away. Opening the folder, Eric saw the project cover printed with a lengthy title, There's Something About Mary. Once Joe Roth finished, Eric couldn't help glancing toward Katzenberg. Jeffrey, we aren't also preparing a raunchy comedy, are we? To be honest, there is one. Katzenberg shrugged slightly and retrieved a script from his assistant, handing it to Eric. This is a script personally written by Adam Sandler. He signed a 2-film deal with us, and this will be his second film after The Wedding Singer. The plot follows a similar structure to The Wedding Singer while featuring a male lead reminiscent of Forrest Gump. Eric looked at the script titled The Waterboy, which he hadn't heard of before. After a quick glance at the story summary, he understood why it hadn't crossed his radar. It was a tale about football. Seeing Eric's helpless expression, Katzenberg grinned widely. I suspected this situation might arise, and New Line plans to strike while the iron is hot and release this film by the year's end. So, it certainly won't be our film for next Easter. You mentioned wanting to launch a big production for Easter? The project that Jerry has been brewing for a while may fit perfectly. They've already singled out the lead, that's Will Smith, and he is interested in joining. Eric naturally knew of the projects. Under Firefly. Hearing this, he responded, You mean Enemy of the State? Enemy of the State was a project Jerry Bruckheimer had been developing for years, telling the story of a lawyer who found himself unintentionally caught up in a murder case and doing everything possible to clear his name. The entire script feels like a blend of The Fugitive and The Bourne Identity. However, due to various reasons, the project had progressed very slowly. Additionally, prior to this, Bruckheimer had been busy working on The Day After Tomorrow with Michael Bay, so Eric hadn't heard any news about this film in a long time. Katzenberg nodded. I've already spoken with Jerry about this. This project has been brewing for so long. Once it begins shooting, we should be able to complete production before next Easter. However, Will Smith's casting will require your personal approval, as they want to sign a bundled deal for Men in Black 3 and Enemy of the State. Bill Mechanic at Sony has also contacted me several times. Eric, Sony stated that if we continue to delay, they would likely press charges. Then let's go with Enemy of the State. We can discuss the other matters later. Eric agreed, nodding. He glanced at Joe Roth and Amy Pascal while tearing a corner off the paper in front of him, scribbling something down as he said, Now, there can't be 2 raunchy comedies in the Easter film package, so you 2 should draw lots. Those with words go, while those without should. Switch genres. I know you both have prepared alternate projects. As for the original scripts, both of these stories look promising and have great potential for the summer season. After speaking, Eric crumbled the paper he had in hand into 2 balls and handed one to Amy Pascal. Amy hesitated but eventually took one of the little balls from Eric's palms, leaving the other one for Joe Roth. The 2 slowly unwrapped their paper balls. Ultimately, Amy's paper read, Yes, so that settled it. Although Joe Roth felt somewhat reluctant, he made no further comments. He didn't dare challenge Eric's authority, so accepting his fate, he pulled out Fox's second option, a romantic comedy named Never Been Kissed. Chapter 984, Package Deal. Plans for next year's 3 Easter films were set, and everyone roughly outlined the distribution strategy for next year based on the experiences from this year's Easter movie package plan. Before they knew it, lunchtime had arrived. After lunch, Amy Pascal and Joe Roth returned to their respective companies. Meanwhile, Eric and Katzenberg strolled down the studio walkway, discussing the morning's talk about Enemy of the State and Men in Black 3. Bill Mechanic has been hounding me lately, and Howard Stringer has called me a few times personally. Sony's position is firm. They absolutely won't give up the Men in Black series rights. If Firefly continues to delay the sequel over star salary issues, they might sue or mimic what Constantine Film did with the Fantastic Four rights, spending a few million to produce a low-budget B-movie sequel. With one hand in his pocket, Eric glanced at the sky. A flight arriving from London was due to land at Los Angeles International Airport at 2 p.m., and there were only about half an hour left before it arrived. Caroline and Melanie had already headed to the airport. Shaking his head lightly to rid himself of such thoughts, Eric asked, Wasn't Will Smith interested in signing a package deal? What's their offer? Katzenberg noticed Eric seemed a bit distracted today and replied, For Enemy of the State and Men in Black 3, it's $40 million. Eric immediately shook his head. That's impossible. Although Will Smith had rapidly risen to fame with Independence Day and Men in Black, recent years saw him struggling to generate the same level of excitement due to changes in Hollywood. The films he starred in hadn't made a big splash, and after the unexpected $200 million North American box office for Rush Hour 2 at the end of last year, there were signs that Chris Tucker was overshadowing him. While the Men in Black series had become a blockbuster franchise, the offer of $20 million per film didn't surprise Eric, and he could accept it. However, for other commercial films, Will Smith's worth was only around $10 million now. The contract technically quoted a $20 million salary per film, but realistically, Men in Black 3 would account for $30 million. If this went through, it would once again break Hollywood's salary records. Katzenberg anticipated Eric's reaction and wasn't shocked. He continued, "Eric, this is already the result of bargaining with Will Smith's team. They're unlikely to back off." Eric, however, had no intention to relent either. With a casual shrug, he replied, "Let's keep dragging this out. Since Will Smith is thinking about a package deal, it means he knows how important the Men in Black series is to him." Men in Black was to Will Smith what Terminator was to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger maintained his A-list status in Hollywood through his appeal from the two Terminator films in the 80s and 90s. Now, after Independence Day and two Men in Black films, Will Smith's other projects had failed to make a significant impact. His popularity had started to decline, and if he completely parted ways with Men in Black, his Hollywood career would face an uncertain future. After a moment, Eric said, "If he wants a package, then it's $30 million. As for Sony, if they wish to extend the rights, then let them. We'll sign a supplementary contract to extend the rights period without having to make any B movies. Everything else, you can tell Howard Stringer, it's all on us." Katzenberg replied, "Eric, if we do this, Sony will definitely ask to sign an extension for the rights to other films. They were planning to abandon those, and we could have reclaimed all the rights. Then let's negotiate that as a condition. We can't just sign an extension for the Men in Black rights without getting 40% of the rights for the other films in return." Katzenberg understood immediately and nodded with a smile. "That's indeed a good idea. However, if we reject Will Smith's package deal, production for Enemy of the State may encounter issues again." Eric asked, "Can't we approach Cage? He hasn't taken on any other roles since City of Angels. It seems that Jerry showed him the script ages ago, and Cage wasn't interested. Otherwise, they would have struck a deal by now." Eric pondered for a moment and said, "Have Jerry negotiate with Will Smith for a standalone film deal. I'll take some time to speak with Cage. He should give me some credit." As they chatted, they unknowingly reached the studio parking lot. Katzenberg saw Eric's bodyguard opening the car door for him and couldn't help but ask, "I noticed you seem a bit distracted today. Is there something going on?" Eric nodded and vaguely replied, "Yeah, a few personal matters, but it's nothing major." Katzenberg didn't press for more details, simply gesturing with concern. "If you need any help, just give me a call." "I will." Eric chuckled, said his goodbyes, and got into his car. As Eric drove out of the studio parking lot, he couldn't shake off the unease about what lay ahead. Just as the car was about to exit the studio gates, he told the bodyguard in the front seat, "Let's not head back just yet. Go to the other side. Let's check out the set of Desperate Housewives." The theme park across Lincoln Boulevard from the studio had been fenced off, and many of the attractions were still in the planning phase, but some initial construction had already begun. The Wisteria Lane set for Desperate Housewives couldn't be built in the soundstage since there was no extra space left in the eastern part of the studio. Instead, it was set up within the theme park. If, in the coming years, Desperate Housewives could achieve enough influence, the expensive physical set would remain as a feature of the studio. The set for Desperate Housewives was situated in the southeastern corner of the new park. The luxury car drove across Lincoln Boulevard and made a left turn inside the new zone, heading straight towards the area enclosed by high drapes for the Wisteria Lane set. Through the car window, Eric could see plenty of workers busy at work. However, because this was a theme park and the nature of the construction was different, it wasn't chaotic or noisy like other construction sites. Instead, it felt somewhat peaceful. As for the planned aerial walkway, that wouldn't get underway until next year, and the official opening of the park would absolutely be after 2000. Disneyland Paris took from 1984 to 1992, 8 years in total, from concept to opening. Although the Firefly theme park was much smaller than Disneyland Paris, the entire construction process would still take 2 to 3 years. To mitigate risks, Desperate Housewives opted for a traditional filming model, shooting and airing simultaneously. The first season was planned for 13 episodes, debuting on February 26th and concluding on May 14th. So far, 12 episodes had aired, and the show's popularity steadily increased. The viewership had grown from 4.16 million at the premiere to 6.35 million for the most recent episode. MGM anticipated that by this Thursday, when the first season ended, the viewership for Desperate Housewives could surpass 7 million. A single episode drawing 7 million viewers was already considered peak viewership for cable TV programs at that time. However, based on the current popularity and the rapid expansion of cable networks in the U.S. in recent years, reaching over 10 million viewers was merely a matter of time. If a cable program could surpass the 10 million viewership mark, it would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in American TV history, akin to the original timelines The Sopranos and The Walking Dead. Additionally, entertainment's reality show, Beverly Girls, didn't boast the same high viewership that Desperate Housewives had at its premiere, averaging only over 1 million for its first episode. Yet, this reality show saw tremendous growth in its viewership trajectory. Drawing on the immense media resources of the Firefly Network, Kris Jenner consistently employed various promotional tactics. The reality stars from Beverly Girls became some of the most famous in the U.S. within just a few months. Correspondingly, the viewership data for Beverly Girls surged. Initially, the average viewership for the first episode was only 1.12 million, but by the end of the 8th episode, the average viewership skyrocketed to an astonishing 4.57 million. The only regret for the reality show was that it hadn't been produced to a standard of 13 or even 26 episodes initially. If it had, the first season's ratings would certainly have been even more breathtaking. Achieving a 400% increase in viewership by the first season was a rare feat in TV history. If history remained unchanged, only a few years later would MTV's similar reality show, Jersey Shore, realize such an accomplishment. Due to Beverly Girls' exceptional viewership performance, preparations for its second season and Eric's proposed series The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills had already begun. Perhaps because this was the final episode of the first season being filmed, Eric entered the set and found MGM's Vice President John Calley also present. John Calley was primarily responsible for MGM's television business. Upon being notified by the guard at the door, John Calley greeted Eric along with Mark Cherry, the show's writer, and the lead actress Terry Hatcher. After exchanging greetings, Eric remarked, "I just came to take a look. If you have work to do, go on with it." John Calley walked alongside Eric and smiled, saying, "Elizabeth and the others are currently filming. We just happen to be on break." "Eric, how is shooting for Iron Man going?" "Of course, we'll likely wrap it up by the end of this month," Eric said, nodding to the chubby, bespectacled Mark Cherry. "Mark, I've seen your outline for the second season. Honestly, it's even better than the first season." "Oh, thank you for your praise, Eric," Mark Cherry said respectfully, bowing slightly and sounding somewhat ingratiating. "But without your creative input, I definitely wouldn't have written this story." Observing from the periphery, Terry Hatcher could not help but curl her lips at Mark Cherry's overly respectful demeanor toward Eric. Having spent months filming, everyone knew Mark Cherry's background well enough. Originally a struggling screenwriter on the brink of bankruptcy in Hollywood, he had been bestowed the task of helping Eric complete the script for Desperate Housewives, like a stroke of luck. With the show's rising influence, Mark Cherry seemed to have developed an air of arrogance, a stark contrast to the timid individual he was at the series' inception. His temper had only gotten worse in front of the cast and crew. Just moments ago, even in front of MGM Vice President John Calley, Mark Cherry exhibited a tone of condescension. Terry Hatcher initially believed they would never again witness Mark Cherry's humility. The crew was currently filming a scene where Elizabeth Perkins portrayed perfect housewife Bree Vandekamp. As everyone walked along the asphalt road of Wisteria Lane to the house set, they found crew members bustling around in the middle of the action. Eric had no intention of interrupting and sat down with John Callie and the others in a relaxation area while watching the filming from a distance. After chatting casually about the show's production, Eric asked John Callie, "By the way, how is the preparation for the second season of Beverly Girls and the first season of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills going?" John Callie replied, "Chris wants Beverly Girls to shoot and air during the summer season, but we rejected that rather ambitious plan. The second season will start shooting in June, aiming for a September release in the fall season. Everyone felt that 26 episodes might be too long, so the second season's length was set to 13 episodes. But going forward, we could produce 2 seasons a year, like America's Next Top Model." As for The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Chris is still scouting for the housewives, but expects to make it for the fall season as well. Eric gazed at the crew filming, still somewhat distracted. After John Callie's explanation, he merely nodded lightly. John Callie paused, then said, "Eric, there's one more thing." Eric turned his head, glancing at John Callie, curious. "What's that?" "Chris has signed management contracts with a few of the main stars from Beverly Girls. She also mentioned wanting to establish a production company to delve deeper into the productions of these 2 reality series." "That's fine. As long as she ensures the quality of these 2 reality shows, MGM can afford to pay her a little extra. We can't just take all the profits for ourselves." Eric chuckled, not too concerned about it. Eric had somewhat expected Kris Jenner to sign management contracts with the Beverly Girls stars. He understood the nature of the arrangement. As long as she was smart enough, she wouldn't think about taking too much profit from the reality stars' paychecks. It was likely she was more focused on gaining revenues from their commercial activities outside the reality show, like endorsements. The Kardashian family's main income source was never just from that reality show, but from the commercial activities and endorsements that a popular show provided. As for establishing a production company, this was quite commonplace in Hollywood. The copyrights for both Beverly Girls and The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills were held by MGM. Kris Jenner establishing a production company could not detach her from the Firefly network, nor would she have any actual leverage. This was fundamentally determined by strength. Without the media resources of the Firefly network supporting her, Beverly Girls would never have achieved the current level of success. Chapter 985, Subtle Moves. During some casual chatter, the filming of a scene featuring Elizabeth Perkins as Brie Van de Kamp wrapped up, and the director announced a 10-minute break for the crew. Having spotted Eric's arrival, Elizabeth Perkins smiled as she walked over to greet him. Eric got up and embraced her, taking in her meticulously tailored skirt suit. He said, "Liz, you look absolutely beautiful today." "Thank you, Eric," Elizabeth replied, nodding. She took a chair from the stagehand and sat down next to him. "What brings you by today?" The others had casually scattered, maintaining some distance, but seeing Elizabeth Perkins sit next to Eric, their expressions displayed subtle shifts. Eric raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "I just happened to have a break this afternoon, so I came to check things out." Elizabeth picked up on the nonchalance in Eric's tone, her eyes reflecting a hint of mischief. She teased, "You sure seem to have a lot of free time. It's Monday, you know." Feigning displeasure, Eric replied, "Women shouldn't be so smart. Be careful, or I might just put you in your place." "Ha ha." Elizabeth was unfazed by Eric's playful threat, laughing lightly. Even the most oblivious person could sense the unusual comfort between them. John Callie, being perceptive, rose up and said, "Eric, I've got work to handle back at the company. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Oh, see you later." Eric stood and shook hands again with John Callie. John Callie waved off Eric's offer to walk him out, taking his assistant and heading outside. With John Callie gone, Mark Cherry and others also took the hint and left. In no time, Eric noticed that only he and Elizabeth Perkins remained in the break area, along with another actress, Terry Hatcher, who played a housewife. Feeling a mix of jealousy and unwillingness under the gaze of Eric and Elizabeth Perkins, Terry Hatcher smiled and said, "I need to touch up my makeup, Eric, and Liz, see you in a bit." As the crew busying themselves in another house nearby seemed to purposely distance themselves, Eric turned to the woman beside him and asked, "So, care to explain what's going on?" Elizabeth Perkins nervously adjusted the hem of her blazer, admitting, "I didn't expect them to react that way. I just thought it would make things easier down the line." From what he had observed when Terry Hatcher left, Eric guessed that there could be underlying tensions within the Desperate Housewives crew. He was initially a bit miffed, but seeing the almost guilty demeanor of Elizabeth Perkins made his irritation fade. He had already slept with her. A bit of playful intimidation hardly mattered. After a pause, Eric softened his tone and asked, "Did someone, bully you?" No, everyone is pretty good." Elizabeth Perkins quickly shook her head. She regretted being so friendly with Eric, realizing that such situations could backfire. The inner workings of the crew weren't hard to understand if Eric paid a little attention, but Elizabeth Perkins had no intention of divulging any information. She was well aware that no man liked a woman who gossiped. Eric, disinterested in such trivial matters, thought no one would dare to cause trouble knowing the situation he just witnessed. With Firefly working on multiple projects simultaneously, he couldn't spend his entire day dealing with petty internal disputes. Since everyone had left, Eric didn't want to stay idle. So he said to Elizabeth Perkins, "Since we're here, why don't you show me the set? I'd love to see your home." Elizabeth Perkins blinked for a moment but quickly nodded, smiling, "Sure." Even though it was just a soap opera, the crew had put considerable effort into the set design. The cul-de-sac was meticulously set up to represent a typical American middle-class neighborhood, complete with life-sized houses, transplanted trees and flowers, and a fully paved road, costing over $10 million, nearly half the show's production budget. Of course, since Desperate Housewives was already a success and next season was all but confirmed, the initial set cost would eventually seem more justified. The layout of the typical middle-class American home usually consisted of a front yard lawn, the main house, and a backyard with a swimming pool. Due to limited space at the studio, the housewives' residences didn't have backyards, and such settings were hardly seen in Desperate Housewives either. Bree's house reflected her meticulous nature, impeccably tidy and flawless. Eric and Elizabeth Perkins walked into the house and casually strolled around before settling down on the living room sofa. "The fridge has beer and juice. Eric, do you want some?" Eric nodded, replying, "Sure, juice sounds good." As Elizabeth Perkins headed to the kitchen, she teased, "I thought you'd want beer." Eric admired her graceful figure and asked, "Why would you say that?" "Well, you're a man. How can you choose something other than alcohol?" "Sounds reasonable, but I usually don't drink to prove anything." "That does seem to be true." Elizabeth Perkins chuckled, returning with 2 cartons of apple juice. She handed one to him and settled down on the opposite sofa. "I heard you're a bit of a neat freak, so I figured I wouldn't use the glasses here." Eric casually inserted the straw and took a sip. "How did you know that?" "I read it in a newspaper." Elizabeth Perkins thought for a moment and then shook her head, saying, "I forget which one, though." Not wanting to linger on that topic, Eric shifted to another question. "How's it feel to shoot this series?" "It's interesting. I think Bree is like a demon, relentlessly tormenting everyone around her with her extreme perfectionism until they all go crazy. Thankfully, I'm not like that. We don't share much in common, or I might even lose my mind getting too deep into the role." Elizabeth Perkins smoothed her blazer and added, "Like my outfit, there's hardly a housewife who dresses this formally in daily life. I definitely wouldn't." "I actually think it's beautiful," Eric said, looking at the woman across from him. He patted the space beside him. "Come sit here." Elizabeth Perkins instinctively glanced at the doorway before giving Eric a skeptical look. "Eric, this is the set. I doubt anyone would dare come over right now." Seeing Eric's persistent attitude, Elizabeth Perkins reluctantly stood and moved to sit beside him, reminding him, "Eric, this is designer wear by Chanel. Can't let it get wrinkled. Maybe we can grab dinner after we wrap." Eric didn't respond, letting the juice carton slip from his hand as he leaned onto her lap, savoring her lovely scent as he found a cozy position and closed his eyes. "Wake me at 5. It was just a little past 2. She still had more filming to do. This was going to be hard to explain. Her legs were going to go numb. This little nuisance." A train of thoughts raced through Elizabeth Perkins' mind, but all she could do was shift a bit, leaning backward as she looked down at Eric resting on her lap. She noticed a stray fiber sticking to the back of his head and carefully plucked it away, finding herself in a daze. After a moment, she gently leaned forward, noticing Eric had closed his eyes, his breathing calm. With a woman's intuition, She thought Eric resembled a young boy who had done something wrong and was hiding at his friend's place, afraid to go home and face his parents. What a strange feeling. She shook her head at her own absurd thoughts. Glancing toward the doorway, rays of sunlight streamed through the windows into the living room, and the surrounding area felt eerily quiet. Timing her thoughts, the next scene should start preparing soon, but outside, there wasn't a sound. Clearly, just as Eric said, no one dared to interrupt them. With that realization, she relaxed. After all, she was a single woman, not worried about what others might say. Even if she was slightly older than him, it only demonstrated her charm. Remembering Terry Hatcher's envious looks earlier, Elizabeth Perkins couldn't help but feel a glimmer of pride. Since the show began airing, her character Bree and Terry Hatcher's Susan were considered the most popular housewives among the four leads. Discussions about who was the first housewife between the two swirled among audiences and media alike. Elizabeth Perkins had no desire to engage in such debates, but Terry Hatcher clearly didn't feel the same way. The other actress's disposition wasn't very likable, which kept their relationship somewhat strained. As her mood gradually lightened, she stopped overthinking and glanced around cautiously, extending her hand to grab a magazine from the small table beside the sofa. She started flipping through it quietly. Though everyone had kept their distance, quite a few people secretly observed Eric, the boss, as he led Elizabeth Perkins into Bree's house. Most couldn't help but conjure up some romantic notions. Then 30 minutes passed. No one came out. An hour went by, and still, no one emerged. 2 hours elapsed, and it was still the same. No one dared to mention the filming schedule for the afternoon. They merely stayed clear of that house. The production manager, David Grossman, had already issued a private warning. It was straightforward and severe. Whoever spills today's events can forget about making it in Hollywood for the rest of their lives. In truth, even without that warning, no one would dare to gossip about it. There were simply too many secrets in Hollywood that no one discussed openly, and everyone understood how the game was played. Even though the scheduled wrap-up time was 5 o'clock, crews usually began wrapping up by 4:30. But today, 4:30 had passed, and a few of the heads of production saw that Eric and Elizabeth Perkins had yet to come out of the house. After a brief discussion, they decided to continue filming until the big boss left. What other option was there? They couldn't just abandon the two and leave. Send everyone else off early while they stayed outside? That was even more ridiculous. Asking someone to shout in? Well, that seemed too bold. Thankfully, just as the clock struck 5, Eric and Elizabeth Perkins walked out of the house. Looking at the crew still going about their business nonchalantly, Eric wondered, did the crew schedule overtime for today? Elizabeth Perkins smiled slightly, nodding. Yes, it's the last episode, and things are a bit rushed. Eric, not one to be fooled, quickly connected the dots and chuckled. I won't go over to greet them. I have things to do today. Let's plan for dinner another time. Not questioning him, Elizabeth Perkins nodded. I'll walk you out. As they approached his vehicle, Eric suggested, why not let me drop you off at home first? Elizabeth Perkins shook her head, responding, not right now. I need to remove my makeup and change out of this costume. Next to his luxurious car, Eric gently embraced her again, saying, okay, then I'll be off. Oh, here's my business card. If you need anything, feel free to call. He pulled out a professional card and handed it over. Elizabeth Perkins cautiously accepted it, saying, I don't have any cards on me. Can you jot my number down? No need. Eric shook his head. Finding you won't be a problem. They exchanged goodbyes, and Eric climbed into his car. As Elizabeth Perkins watched him leave, she turned back toward the set. The production manager David Grossman and writer Mark Cherry approached Elizabeth Perkins as she walked by. Aside from executives from MGM, these two were by far the most powerful figures in the crew. David Grossman, glancing back at the recently departed black luxury car, offered a friendly smile. Liz, does Mr. Williams need anything? Elizabeth Perkins shook her head, smiling. Eric asked me to say goodbye. He had to leave early. Oh, of course, David Grossman acknowledged. We're finished for the day, so hurry and take off that makeup. By the way, your scenes tomorrow are a bit rushed, so I hope you can arrive early. Elizabeth Perkins nodded. Of course, I won't delay the shooting. Mark Cherry chimed in to flatter her. Liz, if you have any suggestions regarding the script for the second season, feel free to reach out. Oh, thank you, Mark, but I think your script is wonderful as is, Elizabeth Perkins politely responded. While Mark Cherry made his offer, she didn't intend to push for any revisions just for her sake. She merely hoped this somewhat petty writer wouldn't give her any trouble in the future. Peaceful relations would be ideal. Chapter 986. Hello. The California Coastal Highway was naturally a bit congested during rush hour, but Eric's car made it to Liberty City before 6 o'clock. As he watched the Shell Villa come into view, regret washed over Eric for so easily agreeing to this meeting in the first place. Now that he was about to face it, he felt the awkwardness and strangeness of the situation. Although he inherited the memories and even certain emotions of this body, he could never truly connect with a mother he had never met. The car came to a gentle stop in front of the mansion, and Carter Moan, who had personally driven Eric, glanced at him in the rearview mirror without urging him on. After a few years, he had become Eric's confidant and was well aware of today's significance. After a brief period of silence, the mansion's door opened, and several women stepped outside. With no choice left, Eric got out of the car to greet them. Walking between Caroline and Melanie was Olivia Wilson, the very woman Eric had seen at the London premiere of Casino Royale, wearing a black shirt. Today, she was dressed in a well-tailored black shirt paired with light gray pants. Remembering how he had even offered her an autograph on a bill back then, Eric felt even stranger. As he approached, Eric found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The woman looked at him with an expression of mild shock, the same as when they first met. Melanie stood slightly behind her, trying to make herself invisible, while Caroline hooked her arm around her aunt's, seeing the two of them silent. She took the initiative to break the ice, saying, "Eric, this is my aunt." Eric hesitated for a moment and then extended his hand. "Hello, ma'am." The woman looked at Eric's outstretched hand, and her initial anxiety eased. She was a strong woman but still feared her child would question her, bombarding her with a slew of whys during their first meeting. The situation was far better than she had imagined. She didn't expect Eric to address her by any title on their first encounter, but with a forced smile, she shook his hand and said, "Eric, you can call me Jane." Jane was the woman's middle name, of which Eric was well aware. Nodding vaguely, Eric replied, "Then let's go inside." They all headed towards the mansion together. As Eric walked side by side with the woman, he attempted to break the silence, asking, "So, what's for dinner?" "Eric, Auntie personally prepared dinner. It should be ready soon," Caroline chimed in. She had hesitated to walk between her aunt and Eric, but ultimately decided to cling to her aunt on the other side, peeking her head out as if trying to take credit. "Oh, thank you." As Olivia Wilson listened to their conversation, she caught a waft of light floral perfume emanating from Eric, and suddenly felt it must be from a mature woman. Since Eric first emerged in Hollywood, Olivia Wilson had recognized him as her son. Over the years, she had quietly observed everything about him and had, of course, read about some of the more scandalous rumors in magazines. Reflecting on these thoughts, a wave of bittersweet emotion and guilt washed over Olivia Wilson. The twins pulled open the glass door to the villa and stepped into the grand foyer. Olivia paused and softly said, "Eric, you've had a long day. You must be tired. Why don't you take a shower first?" Sure." Eric nodded instinctively, eager to escape the awkwardness, even if just for a little while. "I'll see you in a bit." Afterward, Eric nodded to the women and turned to head upstairs. Watching the tall figure of the young man retreat, almost in a rush, Olivia chuckled and instructed the twins, "Natasha, Eve, go help Eric get a set of clothes. We'll manage in the kitchen." "Sure, ma'am." The twins agreed and obediently ascended the stairs. Once Eric and the twins were out of sight, Olivia Wilson tugged on Caroline, who was gazing stupidly after them. "Come on, Carly, you ought to trust your cousin a little more." Caroline pouted and playfully shook her aunt's arm, saying, "Auntie, you're already taking his side. He's really not that great." "Huh? He's treated you well over the years, hasn't he? Otherwise, why would you stick around him so devotedly?" After Olivia made this statement, Melanie, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement, feeling a tinge of grievance. She silently thought, "This is just fantastic, but how pitiful for me." Caroline frowned and said, "He's known I'm his cousin all along." Olivia Wilson paused for a moment, affectionately stroking Caroline's face. Silly girl. If this were anyone else, they might treat you terribly. They wouldn't genuinely consider you a sister. Though simple-minded, Caroline was definitely no fool. In fact, she was much smarter than most. However, her kind nature prevented her from thinking the worst of people or situations. Still, that didn't mean she was oblivious. With her aunt saying that, she quickly pieced it all together. As they walked towards the kitchen with her aunt, Caroline hesitated and asked cautiously, "Auntie, why did you leave back then?" Olivia Wilson halted momentarily before recovering her composure. She didn't answer Caroline's question and only gently advised, "Auntie is a weak woman, Carly. You should never be like me. If there's a boy you like, hold on to him tightly and don't care about anyone else's opinions." "All right," Caroline nodded, resting her head on Olivia's shoulder. "Auntie, I like Eric." Having soaked in the tub for a comfortable while, Eric, realizing he couldn't hide forever, finally planned to rise when he heard a soft knock on the door. His heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Who is it?" "It's us, master." Relaxing, Eric drew back into the bubble-filled tub and replied, "Come in." The twins entered, one after the other. Natasha carried a full set of clothes, while Eve held a small basket to gather the clothes Eric had changed out of. Observing their actions, Eric furrowed his brow. "I didn't say anything about changing clothes, did I?" Natasha replied softly, "It's what the lady instructed." Eric was still slightly perplexed but smiled, asking, "You two are really getting into character. By the way, how did Drew react to the news?" "Boss." Natasha paused and replied, "She was angry." Natasha's nonchalant tone amused Eric, who could easily picture the girl's frantic reaction. He chuckled, but said nothing more. Once the twins left, he emerged from the bath, rinsed off, and dressed before heading downstairs. Having spent a little too long in the bath, the villa's lights were already on by the time he made it downstairs, and dinner was prepared. Noticing Eric's mild discomfort and lack of resentment typical of a long-separated mother-son pair, Olivia Wilson felt a wave of relief pass over her. During dinner, they chatted casually, and the atmosphere remained congenial. After dinner, Eric suggested the twins could entertain the women for the night, while he hid away in his study under the pretext of work. Perhaps because he had managed to catch a proper nap at the Desperate Housewives set that afternoon, Eric didn't feel tired until the early morning. He woke again before 6 o'clock the next day. The filming of Iron Man continued, but Eric didn't have to rush for his scenes until the afternoon. After getting up and washing up, he changed into a tracksuit and headed to the gym, only to find someone already there. Still adjusting to staying at the Liberty City Manor, Melanie had also woken early. Uncertain of how she ended up there, she was mindlessly jogging on a treadmill and swiftly stopped upon seeing Eric. "Good morning. You can continue." Eric smiled at Melanie and stepped onto the treadmill beside hers. "How did you sleep last night?" "Really well." Melanie nodded, hesitating before saying, "Eric, I think I should leave." Eric looked puzzled. "Huh. I mean," Melanie gathered her thoughts, "Carly is your cousin. In the past, I was always worried about her being bullied. Now I don't have to worry, I guess. Even if you were to bully her, she'd be willing to endure it. So I think I want to change jobs." Eric considered this a moment before nodding. "No problem. Where do you want to go? I can help you set it up." Melanie replied, "My boyfriend moved to San Francisco earlier this year, and I want to go there as well." "Great. You can head to Firefly Electronics. I'll chat with Victor and see what positions they have for you." Eric replied, chuckling. "I didn't realize you had a boyfriend." Melanie shot him a look. "Of course. If it hadn't been for me needing to take care of Carly, we would probably be getting married. I'm several years older than Carly." "Yeah, you've had a tough time over the years," Eric said. "Once you get married, I'll prepare a special wedding gift." Melanie laughed. "What is it?" Eric thought for a moment and answered, "How about a house in San Francisco? You can pick one out." "I don't want that. Otherwise, we'd probably end up splitting up." He might throw a fit. Melanie shook her head in refusal. After chatting for a while, Melanie left the gym, saying she would go wake Caroline. Olivia Wilson didn't mention when she would leave, so Eric didn't ask. After breakfast, he took Melanie with him to work, leaving Caroline at home with her aunt. While he buried himself in paperwork that morning, Elizabeth, who had been in New York for a while, unexpectedly showed up looking disheveled, clearly worn out from whatever had transpired there. Seeing her leaning awkwardly on the sofa in the meeting area, Eric laughed and went to make her some coffee, bringing it to her and asking, "So how did things go over there? What do you think?" Elizabeth's tone was thick with resentment as she sipped the coffee and shot Eric an annoyed glare. Nothing I said could convince him. It just is what it is. Eric smirked, enjoying her misery as he teased, "Oh, when are the two planning to get married? I'll send a gift over." Elizabeth put the coffee cup down on the table and playfully clawed at Eric, before collapsing back into him, resting quietly. Eric wrapped his arm around her waist, gently stroking her. "All right, don't be mad. Just stay in Los Angeles from now on. You don't have to go back." "Umph. I didn't want to go back in the first place," Elizabeth protested with a small huff before playfully pinching Eric. "You men are awful." "Hey, this isn't my fault," Eric exclaimed defensively. "It's the same." Elizabeth lightly turned to find a more comfortable position against Eric. With Elizabeth snuggled against him, Eric tried to steer the conversation to a lighter topic. "Have you heard about the Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me? It's on track to earn over $180 million at the North American box office. That's $180 million. You guys are going to rake it in. Do you still want us to trade it back?" "Ugh," Elizabeth groaned again. "There's nothing to be happy about. If things don't get sorted out over there, I wouldn't even care if Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me, made $0 in the box office. Such things can't be prevented." Eric chuckled. "By the way, what benefits have you gotten lately? Don't forget about your dowry. I'm curious. Are you just trying to get me riled up?" Elizabeth playfully pinched him again before eventually continuing. "Mom had Dad draw up a will early, so from now on, I'll probably take charge of things here. For Australia and the UK, Dad is leaving it to Lachlan and James. Are you happy now?" Eric chuckled. "I just wonder if those two will kick up a fuss with you about it. Anyone can see that print media might be on the decline. It's not that serious. Only you keep saying it." Elizabeth brushed it off. "Besides, there's also Sky Media, which is hundreds of TV stations across Europe, Asia, and Australia. Dad actually hopes James and the others will take over. That's pretty clearly biased in their favor. Let him be biased. Even if you end up with nothing, it's no big deal," Eric replied. In the past, News Corp had seemed like a colossal entity in Eric's eyes. However, under the Firefly umbrella, it had shrunk to almost irrelevant size. The entire Firefly system now equated to at least 10 times the scale of News Corp. Chapter 987, I'm Not a Horse. Upon hearing Eric's words, Elizabeth felt a little sweet inside, but she didn't hesitate to press down Eric's creeping hands trying to reach under her shirt. She shot him an annoyed glance and asked, "Hey, what's going on with you?" Eric paused his actions and replied, "What do you mean, what's going on?" "I mean, your mom," Elizabeth said with a curious expression. "Drew called me yesterday and told me to keep an eye on you, saying there might be bad women after your money." Eric chuckled, knowing that she was just venting. If she genuinely suspected Caroline and Olivia, Elizabeth would have stormed back rather than taking a trip to Europe. "I wasn't going to mention this, but it slipped out. She just wanted to come to see me, that's all. But how did Drew manage to call you? Have you two reconciled?" "I have no intention of reconciling with her," Elizabeth pouted. "So what do you plan to do now?" "Probably just keep things as they are. She should be heading back in a while." "I don't think so." Elizabeth rolled over in Eric's arms and added, "By the way, I did some digging into the Wilson family. They have quite the influence in the UK. I never imagined you had noble blood." Eric was not interested in the obsession with lineage. He shook his head and laughed. "I'm not a horse. I don't need any bloodlines." "Many people wouldn't agree with you." Elizabeth shook her head and added, "Speaking of horses, weren't you interested in auditions for The Horse Whisperer not long ago?" Eric replied casually, "Yeah, someone asked me to keep an eye on the casting. I took a quick look. The cast for The Horse Whisperer had already been finalized, with filming set to begin next month. Although Eric didn't get involved, the role of the daughter still went to Scarlett Johansson. Elizabeth merely mentioned it casually. Such things were common in Hollywood, so she didn't pry further, just saying, "Honestly, you just needed to mention it to Harvey." "I don't know him well enough for that," Eric chuckled, shaking his head. He leaned down and kissed Elizabeth's cheek, his hand around her waist starting to roam again. "Forget about all this boring stuff. Have you missed me during this time?" Elizabeth's face turned a shade of red. and she stopped resisting Eric's touch, though she refused to give in verbally, saying, "I've been too busy. How could I have time to think about you? You jerk? All right, since you didn't think about me, I guess it's time for a good lesson." Eric stood up, lifting her in his arms as he headed towards the living room. "I've got a dinner scheduled with Cage at 12, so we need to hurry. There's not much time." Elizabeth jokingly hit Eric's arm, saying, "It's only 10 o'clock. Eric had arranged to meet Cage for lunch earlier that day regarding the lead and enemy of the state. However, Jerry Bruckheimer was still in talks with Will Smith, and Eric didn't want to completely derail Bruckheimer's original plans. He simply made a few subtle remarks to have Cage's cooperation. If Bruckheimer couldn't finalize the deal with Smith, Cage would step in. On another note, although negotiations were ongoing, news soon circulated that Firefly and Sony were about to sign a supplementary agreement concerning the rights to the Men in Black series. Once the clause for automatic rights to sequels reverting to Firefly Group after 5 years was removed, Sony Pictures was inevitably less eager than before, meaning they wouldn't have to lean toward Will Smith when it came to salary. Perhaps influenced by all this, a few days later, Jerry Bruckheimer called Eric to say that Will Smith had agreed to sign on for Enemy of the State with a salary of $11 million. While this figure was slightly higher than Eric's initial demand, he didn't insist too hard to ensure the film could be released in the Easter slot the following year. However, as for Men in Black 3, Will Smith was still showing no signs of budging, and Eric certainly wouldn't give in easily either. The following Thursday, Bravo's Desperate Housewives finally aired its first season finale, reaching a peak audience of 7.07 million. Just as expected, it surpassed the 7 million mark, with an average viewership of 6.81 million and a rating of 4.6, ranking 13th in that time slot. Indeed a small miracle, as it was the only cable program that made it into the top 15 during that period. The end of Desperate Housewives' first season also marked the wrapping up of the spring TV season. The next day, May 15th, the first blockbuster of the summer season, Lethal Weapon 4, officially premiered on more than 3,100 screens across North America. Although it was one of the most popular cop series from the late 80s, there had been a full 6-year gap since Lethal Weapon 3, and many fans had lost interest in the series by then. Thus, despite Mel Gibson bringing a sense of closure and catering to mainstream family values, the film was not as well received by critics or fans. Media ratings averaged around 5 out of 10, barely passing. On its opening day, Lethal Weapon 4 only managed $11.28 million, a figure even lower than the Easter release of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. Many recalled that a month prior, Austin Powers had over $15 million on its first day. The discrepancy between the two films was most glaring in terms of budget. Lethal Weapon 4 had a whopping production cost of $140 million, nearly 5 times that of Austin Powers. With a first-day box office of $11.28 million, it suggested Lethal Weapon 4 would likely earn around $50 million in its first week. With mediocre reviews and a crowded summer movie slate, it was unlikely to generate a successful box office trajectory, with a total North American gross likely just around $100 million. Without a doubt, the summer slate for Warner Brothers still faced dire challenges. After spending 2 days at the Liberty City Manor, Caroline returned to the apartment she shared with Melanie. Olivia Wilson naturally stayed behind, but didn't overly intrude into Eric's life. Their conversations remained limited. She only prepared breakfast every morning, ate with him, and in the evenings, if Eric returned to the manor, they would share dinner. While it felt a bit strange, Eric gradually grew accustomed to it. The celebration for the 3 movies, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, The Wedding Singer, and Species, was set for Saturday night. Eric hadn't taken a break during the day and returned to Liberty City Manor only to change clothes before heading out to the party. At the villa, after changing downstairs, Olivia came forward to help him adjust his tie and stepped back to admire him, softly saying, "Go on, but don't drink too much." Eric nodded, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you come with me?" Olivia shook her head. "How do you plan to introduce me to others?" Eric paused, momentarily speechless. Olivia just giggled and added, "I already bought my ticket for the noon flight tomorrow. If you ever visit the UK, feel free to drop by. And take good care of Carly." "I will," Eric replied. See you. Goodbye. Olivia waved, watching Eric's silhouette leave the villa, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. The celebration party took place at a hotel in Beverly Hills. Aniston had bought a villa in the upscale area north of Santa Monica, and Eric first drove through Santa Monica to pick her up before heading to the party together. Since reuniting at the end of last year, this was the first time they publicly attended a party together. Aniston was quite excited and had even prepared an evening gown. However, Eric seemed somewhat distracted. All the while, he struggled with the thought that giving his parting hug didn't have to be a big deal. As they walked into the hotel and entered the elevator, Aniston clung to Eric's arm, playfully asking, "Eric, if we run into her, who will you help if we get into a fight?" Eric snapped back to the moment. "Who are you talking about?" Aniston shot him an incredulous look. "Don't think I don't know anything." Eric laughed, explaining, "If you two got into it, I'd just sit back and watch the show. But Drew's in Europe and won't be coming tonight." "And her?" Aniston pressed. Eric didn't pretend not to understand and explained, "Her dad and mom are in the middle of a divorce, and she flew to New York yesterday. So, tonight, you're the only leading lady." Aniston's concerns dissipated in an instant. She had been nervous all along, hardly noticing Eric's mood. Yet, she still couldn't help but challenge, "Who knows if you're involved with other women at the party?" Eric thought about it honestly and nodded. "Yeah, there's likely still something going on." "You jerk. You'd better not talk to any other women tonight." "I promise," Eric said earnestly. Just then, the elevator doors opened. As they stepped out, they spotted Amy Pascal and her husband, Bernard Weinraub, walking towards them from the opposite hallway. Eric stopped, smiling and shaking hands with Bernard, saying, "Good evening, Bernard. Oh, please say hi to Amy for me. My girlfriend won't let me speak with any other women tonight." As soon as Eric finished speaking, both Amy and Bernard paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Aniston's face turned beet red, and in a fit of irritation, she pinched Eric's arm hard. After sharing a laugh, Amy playfully winked at Aniston, saying, "In that case, Jen, do send my regards to Mr. Williams." "Not going to happen. He did that on purpose." Aniston flustered, quickly explaining while giving Eric another discreet pinch with a sigh. Okay, you can talk now." After some light banter, they finally entered the banquet hall together. Those attending the celebration party mainly included the cast and crew of Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, The Wedding Singer, and Species, along with some executives from various companies. With all three films nearing their end of release, they hadn't invited the media. However, a few affiliated companies were sure to issue regular press releases the next day. As it stood, the North American box office for the three films had already crossed $350 million, and it was estimated to reach the anticipated $360 million before they left the theaters. Considering the promotional budget and the total investment of $140 million, acquiring $360 million at the North American box office. Although the overall revenue of the three films might not match that of Jurassic Park or Casino Royale, the marketing strategy for the Easter movie combo was undoubtedly one of Hollywood's most classic commercial operations in recent years. Beyond the Firefly Group, other Hollywood companies had begun reaching out to one another lately, hoping to position themselves for next year's Easter. Naturally, many sought direct collaboration with the Firefly Group, but since the three companies had already proven the feasibility of such collaboration, they were no longer interested in bringing in additional partners. The lively party continued late into the night before Eric finally left with Aniston. It was too late to return to Liberty City Manor, so they stayed at Aniston's villa in Santa Monica. Perhaps due to drinking a bit too much the previous night or the late hours spent with Aniston, Eric woke up the next morning to find golden sunlight streaming into his bedroom. Rubbing his temples, he paused for a moment before looking around, noticing the exquisite clock on the bedside table displayed the time, 11:40 a.m. Remembering that Olivia had mentioned her noon flight, Eric quickly grabbed his phone and dialed back to Liberty City Manor. No one answered, so he called the twins, and this time it connected. Olivia was already at the airport, and without thinking twice, Eric hurriedly got dressed and dashed out of the room. Aniston was humming in the kitchen, and upon seeing Eric rush downstairs, she immediately came out. "Eric, are you leaving already?" "Yeah, I have an urgent matter," Eric explained, noticing Aniston's discontented expression. He took her hand and led her outside. Come with me. Fortunately, Santa Monica wasn't too far from Los Angeles International Airport. 10 minutes later, they got out of the car, and the twins guided them to the terminal. Olivia was holding a suitcase, whispering with Caroline. Upon seeing Eric, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Eric, you're here. Yeah, sorry, I overdid it on drinks last night, Eric explained. Hearing the boarding announcement for their flight to London, he hesitated for a moment before walking over to Olivia and reaching out. Olivia paused, then stepped forward to hug Eric, a single tear escaping from the corner of her eye. It wasn't until Olivia's figure disappeared at the gate that Aniston turned to Eric with a puzzled expression. After some shifting, Eric explained, I guess she's my mom. Chapter 988, Wrap Party. At Firefly Studios, the lower-level lobby of an office building in the administrative district was temporarily converted into a press conference room for Stark Industries. Surrounded by several cameras, Eric stood at the podium, confidently delivering his final lines before wrapping up the film. Well, good, because that would be outlandish and fantastic. I'm just not the hero type, clearly, with this laundry list of character defects. All the mistakes I've made, largely public. Don Cheadle, who played Colonel Rhodes, leaned in with a helpless expression and whispered, "Just stick to the cards." Eric nodded in understanding, looked down at the cue card in his hand, scanned the audience briefly, and slowly continued. The truth is, I am Iron Man. The media. Guests shifted in surprise, then erupted into applause, raising their cameras and tape recorders. In the front row, Natasha Henstridge lowered her slender legs and transformed her initially skeptical expression into one of perfectly timed shock. Outside, behind the monitor, Joss Whedon called for a stop at the right moment. Okay, good. Eric stepped down from the stage and joined Joss Whedon to review the footage they had just captured. This moment marked the seventh take of the scene, and as they approached the conclusion, the creative team remained committed to ensuring the film's quality. From Eric's tiniest expressions to Natasha Henstridge's reactions upon hearing the "I am Iron Man" line, every detail had been extensively discussed and refined to achieve the satisfactory result they had now reached. Once everything was confirmed, Joss Whedon stood up and announced loudly, "I declare that Iron Man has officially wrapped." Applause erupted throughout the lobby as everyone on the crew celebrated. After 3 busy months, Eric didn't hesitate to follow up by announcing a wrap party that would take place tonight in the banquet hall aboard the Titanic, which brought on another wave of cheers. While the crew managed the final touches under the direction of Joss Whedon and others, Eric exchanged pleasantries with several key players before heading to remove his makeup. Although it was already afternoon, he still had other matters to attend to. Today was Wednesday, May 27th. Last week, Lethal Weapon 4 had a disappointing opening weekend with a final box office of only $49.15 million. This weekend, Sony Pictures' The Patriot premiered, inevitably impacting Lethal Weapon 4's earnings. The following weekend saw a drop of 46% from its opening, with weekend earnings dwindling to $18.38 million compared to the $34.05 million of its first weekend. The film's total in 10 days was $67.53 million, falling short even to the opening weekend earnings of last month's Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. On the flip side, if there was any competitive edge The Patriot had over Lethal Weapon 4, it was its production cost of $110 million. Originally, the leading role should have been played by Mel Gibson, but due to his commitments to Lethal Weapon 4, Kevin Costner stepped in as the new lead. The opening weekend for The Patriot also reached just $32.19 million, failing to exhibit the blockbuster churn expected from such a significant release. These two summer blockbusters' box office results indirectly served as a reminder of how remarkable the total North American gross of $360 million achieved by the 3 films released during Easter was. With Lethal Weapon 4 having a production cost of $140 million, it equated to the total investment of all 3 films combined. To add to that, Warner Brothers had invested heavily in Lethal Weapon 4's marketing, yet its box office potential barely exceeded that of The Wedding Singer from Easter. However, The lackluster performance of these two heavyweights did nothing to dampen fans' anticipation for the summer release season. Most people's focus had shifted away from these two films. The big studio's sci-fi blockbuster The Day After Tomorrow from Firefly Studios, MGM's Charlie's Angels 3, Universal's The Scorpion King, and Amblin's The Matrix 2 became the summer's main attractions. These four films, with the exception of Charlie's Angels 3, all focused on special effects-driven spectacles. This was also part of the reason many fans were eagerly awaiting their releases, since the special effects market, having only recently taken off, had yet to reach saturation. Nonetheless, with the crossover of the spy film universe resulting in this being the first sequel after last year's Casino Royale, which grossed over $1 billion globally, Charlie's Angels 3 without a doubt garnered the most attention this summer. Audience expectations even outstripped those for The Matrix 2. Many media sources predicted that if a film were to break the billion-dollar threshold this summer, Charlie's Angels 3 would be the frontrunner. Once Eric finished removing his makeup, he stepped out of the dressing room to find Natasha Henstridge, now dressed casually in a t-shirt and long pants, elegantly waiting outside. She waved when she saw Eric come out. "Hi, Eric." Eric smiled back. "Is there something up?" As Natasha walked alongside him, she answered, "Not really. I just found a nice apartment in Santa Monica and was about to head home. Can you give me a ride?" Under normal circumstances, Eric would not hesitate to accept such an invitation. However, at that moment, he couldn't help but shake his head. "Sorry, Natasha. I still have work to do." "No worries," Natasha said pleasantly. "You're coming to the party tonight, right?" "Of course, I wouldn't miss it," Eric nodded. As they walked out of the office building and onto the parkway, he asked, "Do you have plans for the rest of the afternoon?" Natasha's eyes lit up. "No, I don't," Eric suggested. "How about joining me for a movie? It's a private screening of a horror film." "Sure." However, Eric added playfully, "This horror film might be a bit different. It's, very scary, so you'd better be prepared." Natasha mischievously blinked. "If I get scared, can I hide in your arms?" Eric joked with an exaggerated glance upwards. "You're all grown up now. Hiding in a man's arms is not cute at all." As they laughed, they entered another nearby office building. New Line Cinema CEO Kenneth Horn and director Gore Verbinski of The Ring were already waiting inside. They quickly approached Eric and Natasha as they walked in together. Eric was set to view the new version of The Ring today. Preparations for The Ring had begun last year. In fact, by mid-April, it was mostly complete. However, Eric was dissatisfied with the current cut and had urged Gore Verbinski to make revisions, even reshooting some scenes. The release date was scheduled for July 24th, which wasn't too far into the crowded summer schedule. Despite continuous changes, promotional efforts had ramped up since last month. With Johnny Depp's involvement, this horror film had generated significant buzz, even though Depp had not yet become a box office star before his work in Pirates of the Caribbean. His combined pay for The Ring and Sleepy Hollow was just $14 million, averaging $7 million per film. Initially, Eric loosened the budget for The Ring at Gore's insistence, but since Depp's fee wasn't overly high, the final budget for this horror movie was around $30 million, much less than Gore's initial estimate. This screening was particularly important for Eric, so with Natasha, he had only 4 individuals attending. Once they settled into the small screening room within the office building, Kenneth Horn told the staff to begin prepping the film. The 4 of them took their seats in the screening area. While waiting, Eric turned to Gore Verbinski, recalling Johnny Depp, and asked, "Gore, how's it been working with Johnny?" With all of Eric's continuous requested changes, Gore had been feeling a bit frantic lately. Still, everyone was quite satisfied with the current film's result, and he couldn't help but admire Eric's keen insight in this area. As Gore was about to respond to Eric's question, Kenneth Horn smoothly interjected, "Gore, come sit over here. It'll be more convenient for you to discuss the film with Eric." Eric smiled as he watched the two switch seats graciously, internally praising Kenneth Horn for managing New Line Cinema so successfully in recent years. It was not surprising, as he evidently recognized Gore Verbinski's potential and wanted to bring him on board. Once Gore sat beside Eric, he expressed his gratitude to Kenneth Horn with a nod, then turned towards Eric, unsure of what Eric wanted to know. He said generally, "Depp is a fantastic actor, full of ideas, and very proactive in his performances. Eric nodded and asked, "How's your relationship with him? Any plans for collaborations again?" Gore sensed the implication and replied, "If the opportunity arises, absolutely." After some small talk, the screening officially began. The storyline opened with the mysterious deaths of 4 girls. One mother believed her daughter's death was too peculiar and hired her reporter sister, Keller, to investigate the truth. Keller, following clues, soon found a tape in a cabin where the girls had once stayed. The original American version of The Ring leaned more towards thriller and mystery genres, focusing primarily on the protagonist's journey to uncover the truth behind the girls' deaths. The rationale behind this approach was the psychological horror employed to perfection in the Japanese version of The Ring. It wouldn't be reasonable to directly replicate it. So while the American version excelled in various details, it could never match the terror of its Japanese counterpart. Having captured the rights to the Japanese version before it had even started filming, Eric felt free to diverge from common filming techniques. This time, he incorporated elements from both the Japanese and American versions. Specifically, this version leaned heavily towards the Japanese style, both visually and in terms of musical scores, with a clear intent to scare and terrify people. Thus, he revisited one of the most iconic scenes from the original Japanese film, the moment Sadako crawled out of the TV. Eric certainly wouldn't let that slip by again. What had initially dissatisfied Eric in Gore Verbinski's first cut was the establishment of the horror atmosphere, a point he had repeatedly insisted on modifying throughout the past month. Now, the effect was undeniably immediate. As the ghost named Samara crawled slowly from the TV screen, it sent chills down Eric's spine. Natasha Henstridge, sitting beside him, was so terrified that she closed her eyes tightly and reached over in distress to clutch Eric's arm. Until the screening concluded and the lights came on, Natasha's face remained pale and ghostly. Eric comfortingly patted the back of her hand, glancing at the other two. Although he had directed the film himself, Gore Verbinski's expression was not any better. Kenneth Horn remarked, "The current cut is indeed much better than the initial one, and although there are no traditional bloody scenes, the sheer horror of it even reminded me of The Exorcist." Gore, congratulations. This film is destined to become another horror classic in Hollywood. Thank you. Gore Verbinski nodded towards Kenneth Horn before looking at Eric, who also turned to him. Eric nodded, "Great. It's ready to be submitted for rating by the Film Association. By the way, have you set the promotional strategy for the next 2 months?" "Yes. In terms of popularity, we're highlighting depth, primarily targeting the audience under 26. Eric, we have 2 different trailers ready, and they're scheduled to air on television and in theaters. Would you like to take a look?" "No need." Eric shook his head. "You all can handle that. The only thing I insist on is adding a disclaimer to the movie trailer and posters. Viewers with heart conditions should watch with caution." Before Gore Verbinski could digest that, Kenneth Horn, who was well-versed in film marketing and distribution, nodded vigorously. "That's a fantastic marketing angle. The more it's prohibited, the more it intrigues the audience. However, this approach may only work once in the short term, which is disappointing." Eric nodded in agreement and then shook his head. "Ken, I'm not giving you a marketing suggestion. I'm being serious. The previous installment of The Ring had genuinely frightened audiences. Adding that disclaimer ahead of time would serve as a sort of liability waiver. Should anything untoward happen later, it could minimize future complications. Simultaneously, on the other hand, including that notice could effectively amplify the marketing appeal." Chapter 989, June Schedule. Last week, when Eric received the internal email informing him that his second assistant, Melanie Gleason, would be leaving to become the vice president of overseas market operations at Firefly Electronics, most people in Eric's assistant office found themselves in a state of confusion and excitement. People were puzzled because Melanie was leaving, yet the first assistant, Caroline Wilson, was not departing at the same time, which took many by surprise. The excitement stemmed from the fact that even though Caroline wasn't leaving, there was still a strong possibility that Eric would select a new personal assistant. Just looking at Melanie's new position indicated that even a second assistant role alongside Eric could lead to an incredible future. Kelly Haynes, the head of the assistant office, soon announced the new candidate for Eric's second assistant position. The outcome was even more unexpected. This coveted role went to Marissa Meyer, who had only been with the office for a year. Counting the recently departed Melanie, there were a total of 16 employees in Eric's assistant office. However, among this group, Marissa was the only one without a master's degree. The others were either Ivy League graduates or had MBA degrees from well-known business schools, many of whom had extensive work experience prior to joining. The elites who had the qualifications to secure offers from any renowned company wanted to work as Eric's office assistant primarily because of the vast career advancement opportunities the position offered. So, when everyone learned of this surprising personnel change, their reactions ranged from shock to dissatisfaction. If the boss was no longer selecting personal assistants based on competence, but rather on looks or other superficial factors, then was there any need for them to continue their current jobs? However, the following personnel announcements quickly dispelled everyone's concerns. After Melanie's departure, Kelly selected the 3 best-performing assistant candidates to present to Eric. Although these 3 did not receive the personal assistant position, they were assigned to managerial roles at Firefly Group, Nokia, and Yahoo, respectively. While these positions were a notch lower than Melanie's level of vice president in a major department, the starting point was still something many professionals enviably coveted. In fact, the core of this personnel adjustment within Eric's assistant office revolved around the appointments of those 3 assistants. With the ever-expanding Firefly system, Eric accelerated the speed of placing loyal candidates in various companies across his empire. Alongside this announcement, the office also began recruiting new office assistants. The hiring standards were raised, and even executive search firms were involved. This was because, in the future, Eric intended to hold similar personnel adjustments annually, increasing the number of transfers accordingly, slowly creating a network of Agent Smith from Eric's assistant office that would permeate the entire Firefly system's matrix. After a few years of experience, Caroline was more than capable of handling all the responsibilities expected of Eric's personal assistant. Strictly speaking, Eric didn't actually need a second assistant, so Marissa Meyer's appointment was truly born out of Eric's personal preference. Since the announcement, Marissa had felt a bit dazed. Although she was a confident person, she never imagined that she could reach the position of Eric Williams' personal assistant in just a year. Anyone else in the office was far more qualified than she was. Considering her boss's flirtatious reputation, Marissa's first thought was that Eric might have other intentions regarding her. However, despite her musings, she never showed any inclination to refuse the position. Come on, only a fool would turn that down. After receiving confirmation from her direct supervisor, Kelly Haynes, Marissa promptly accepted the position. The tedious onboarding process started on Tuesday and lasted a full 3 days. Just reading through 6 thick confidentiality documents consumed most of her time. Finally, here are the keys to 2 apartments. One is in Beverly Hills, and the other is in Malibu. The documents include information about these 2 apartments. You need to choose to live in the one that is closest to Eric. You can opt not to live in either, but you absolutely cannot rent them out to others, said Kelly as she handed Marissa various items at the Burbank Firefly headquarters. You also get a car. Here are the keys and 2 mobile phones. Remember to keep them on 24/7. All expenses for the apartments, car, and phones will be fully reimbursed by the company. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on doing your job. Marissa listened intently, carefully stowing away everything Kelly handed her. Finally, she hesitated and asked, Kelly, does that mean I can't have anyone else over at the apartments? Of course not. Privately, you can host parties or entertain friends, and that's no problem. You just can't rent the house out or let others live there long term, Kelly replied, shaking her head. Carly should be here by now. Let's go? I'll treat you both to dinner so we can get to know each other better. Today marks the wrap of Iron Man, and you'll soon be traveling everywhere with Eric, so you need to get into work mode quickly. Marissa followed Kelly outside and asked, Kelly, is Mr. Williams going on a business trip soon? Not exactly a business trip, but it is work-related, Kelly explained as they walked. In the upcoming June, Eric is likely first heading to New York, where he will stay for about 2 weeks, then fly to Europe for a week. Nokia's CEO, Jorma Ollila, needs to address some management changes following a contract expiration, and there's also the recent acquisition of Virgin Records in London. His last stop will be Australia. As you know, the Lord of the Rings trilogy has been in production for 6 months, and he needs to see it for himself. The detailed schedule still needs your and Carly's help to arrange. Marissa laughed and said, I didn't think I'd be traveling the world so soon. Yeah, honestly, it's pretty easy following him. He's a great boss, not strict, not demanding, and certainly doesn't work you to the bone like some do. Marissa discreetly observed Kelly's slightly nostalgic expression and paused before asking cautiously, Kelly, may I ask why it's me? Kelly chuckled at Marissa's careworn demeanor and said, what I'm about to say falls under confidentiality, but do you know about Carly and Eric's relationship? Marissa looked somewhat taken aback, her face reddening as she nodded. Kelly shook her head, unable to stifle her amusement. No, you misunderstood. Actually, Carly is Eric's cousin. Marissa looked up in surprise. Huh. Marissa had always heard that aside from his father who passed away years ago, Eric had no other relatives. Plus, the rumor was that Caroline Wilson was quite fond of the boss. If they shared that kind of relationship, could feelings develop between them? Noticing the confusion in Marissa's eyes, Kelly clarified, Carly's father and Eric's mother are siblings. And yes, Carly genuinely likes Eric. It's true, and this kind of relationship isn't considered taboo in the UK. Since you'll be working closely with Eric, you need to understand this. But remember to focus only on your job. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Marissa processed the information she had just heard and nodded. Then she asked, but what does that have to do with my hiring? Kelly explained, you've met Carly. She's an exceptionally talented girl who can certainly handle this job on her own. So, the title of second assistant ended up falling to you. As for Eric, I can't say for sure if he has any other intentions. Suddenly realizing that she might just be a nice-to-have who could merely serve as a pretty trophy for Eric to enjoy at whim, Marissa felt a twinge of discomfort. Her gaze flickered, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Watching Marissa's fluctuating expression, Kelly hesitated before quietly advising, I just mentioned that Eric is quite a thoughtful man. So if you're not comfortable with something, just be clear in refusing, and he won't push. Besides, things may not be as you imagined. Marissa nodded but couldn't help worrying if her refusal would jeopardize her job. While the idea of liking her cousin felt a bit strange, Carly's genuine nature quickly made Marissa feel a sense of kinship towards the petite girl. The three of them had a great time chatting during dinner. The next morning, Caroline personally drove to Burbank to pick up Marissa and take her to the Firefly studio. Today marked Marissa's first day at work, and due to job demands, her rented apartment in Burbank couldn't be moved until the weekend. After a brief interaction, Marissa started pondering the idea of cohabitating with Caroline, much like Melanie had before. However, since the company had already provided her with 2 apartments, she hesitated to bring it up. On their way to the Firefly studio, Caroline handed Marissa a folder and said, while steering the car, this morning, we'll get to see the display effects of the first Real D system with Eric. I heard it's amazing, and here's the information. You can read through it. In the afternoon, we have to help Eric prepare his schedule, coordinating flight routes, layover airports, meeting appointments, lodging arrangements, and much more. We'll have the weekend off, and I'll help you move. Next Monday, we'll be flying to New York with Eric. It's likely we won't return for a while, so make sure you have everything ready. Marissa nodded, flipping open the folder Caroline had handed her. It contained basic information about the Real D Dual 3D film projection system, developed by Digital Domain. After reading for a while, she asked, the Real D system, is that the 4200 project? In her year of employment, Marissa had primarily handled work related to several tech companies and wasn't too familiar with Firefly Group, but she knew about the 4200 project. Caroline nodded. Yes, when we get to the office, you can find detailed information on our dedicated server. The 2 women arrived at Firefly Studio at 8:45 a.m. Upon parking, they spotted Eric exiting from another black luxury car in the lot, accompanied by a tall blonde woman. Marissa recognized the woman as Natasha Henstridge, the Victoria's Secret model who had recently appeared in Iron Man. Watching the playful interaction between the two from a distance, and considering the implications of Eric's choice to bring her on board, Marissa felt a hint of jealousy when Eric playfully patted the model's backside. She quickly glanced at Caroline, concerned about her reaction. Caroline stood nearby holding a folder, her thin lips pursed slightly, her gaze toward the pair tinged with a hint of longing, as if she was debating whether to approach them. Eric soon noticed them and walked over with Natasha. "Good morning, Carly and Mary. This is Natasha. You both should know her." After a brief introduction, Natasha politely excused herself, saying, "Eric, I'll take my leave now. You've got work to do." Natasha was there to formalize contract discussions for Underworld, which didn't require Eric to be present. "All right, see you later. I'll call you," Eric said, giving the model a hug before watching her join her waiting manager outside the parking lot, then turned back to the two women with a grin. "Let's go. Stan should have everything ready by now." As Eric spoke, he observed Caroline still slightly pursing her lips, chuckled, and lifted her chin, leaning down to peck her cheek, adorably coloring her pale complexion a rosy red. "Okay, I won't allow you to pretend to be sulky to skip work." Caroline blinked several times, quickly following Eric toward the digital development office, expressing her discontent. "I'm not sulking. Eric, you owe me an apology. That was so inappropriate of you." Eric replied earnestly, "All right, I apologize." Caroline immediately forgave Eric for what seemed like the nth time. Marissa silently trailed behind them, suddenly realizing the meaning behind Kelly's earlier advice and instinctively pretended she was invisible. Chapter 990, Collaboration Plan with Theaters. Digital Domain's office area was unusually lively that day. Eric arrived on the scene with Caroline and Marissa, where many high-level executives from the group had already gathered. In a hall inside the Digital Domain loft, Stan Winston was introducing the RealD dual projection 3D movie system to people like Jeffrey Katzenberg and Frank Wells. After the plan was finalized last fall, both the 4200 and RealD projects had been swiftly moving forward within the Firefly Group. Over the past 6 months, to advance these plans, the company first bought Canada's IMAX Corporation and sped up the research and development of DMR technology for converting standard 35mm films to IMAX format. Due to being overlooked by Hollywood distributors for a long time, IMAX had struggled to commercialize its technology, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy multiple times. However, now, with the relentless support of the Firefly Group, thanks to years of technical accumulation, IMAX's research and development team had produced an outstanding DMR conversion plan in just 6 months. They were currently working on resolving the film length limitations of DMR technology and anticipated that by the end of the year, all issues would be resolved, allowing IMAX to commercialize seamlessly. Next, in Digital Domain, a subsidiary named RealD was established specifically to develop the dual projection 3D movie system. Digital Domain was also tasked with creating 3D conversion software and training a 3D conversion team. In fact, these initiatives had already gradually begun a few years back, but only after last fall, when the two plans were confirmed, did they really take off. Today was essentially a day for evaluating the technical achievements of the Digital Domain. After greeting everyone, Eric put on a pair of polarized 3D glasses from the workbench to try them out. Noticing that Stan Winston wanted to say something, Eric spoke first. "Stan, don't you understand? Facts are more persuasive than any rhetoric. Let's head straight to the screening room." "Haha. Of course," Stan nodded but picked up a 3D glasses to fondle. "However, we put a lot of thought into this, and I hope everyone can appreciate it a bit deeper. Eric, I assure you, you're going to be amazed." "I'm certainly looking forward to it," Eric replied with a smile. With some light banter, the group exited the Digital Domain's office loft and walked towards the nearby cinema's screening room. Marissa Meyer followed behind a group of big shots with Caroline, listening as Eric expertly discussed various technical issues related to 3D movies with Stan Winston and Jeffrey Katzenberg. Noticing how intently Caroline was listening, she secretly resolved to quickly brush up on the related knowledge this weekend. As an assistant, it would be terrible if she didn't understand what her boss was saying. She certainly didn't want to be seen as just a pretty face. Entering the screening room, Marissa and Caroline received the 3D glasses handed to them by staff, took their seats, and Marissa examined the 3D glasses in her hands with curiosity. They featured black frames with light gray lenses. When worn, everything appeared dimmer, but there was nothing particularly special about them. The big shots in the front row chatted for a bit, and as the lights dimmed in the screening room, Marissa instinctively turned her attention to the screen. When the hard metal screen lit up, Marissa hadn't fully processed it yet, and with the excellent sound effects in the theater, a roaring Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly lunged at her with its jaws wide open. Ah! Caught completely off guard, Marissa leaned back against her chair, forgetting the occasion entirely, and screamed as she tore off the 3D glasses. Although everyone was startled by Stan Winston's trick, hearing a woman's scream caused the executives in the front row to remove their glasses and glance back in her direction. In the dim light, feeling a dozen pairs of eyes suddenly focused on her, Marissa felt embarrassed beyond measure. Sorry, everyone." Seeing she was all right, the others quickly returned their attention to the big screen. To test the digital domain team's technical achievements, Eric had specifically chosen a scene from Jurassic Park where the main characters encountered the T-Rex on a rain-soaked bridge for 3D conversion. Night shots and rain scenes were both technical challenges for 3D conversion, given the triple brightness, attenuation from the projector, screen, and glasses. 3D movies often suffered from a common problem of dim visuals. If the night scene conversion wasn't well done, it could end up being just a dark blob on screen. However, judging by Marissa's reaction, the digital domain team's conversion effect was undoubtedly outstanding. They watched the 10-minute converted segment 3 times before the lights in the screening room were turned back on. Eric didn't lead the high-ranking executives out. Instead, he remained seated in the screening room and began discussing the results. Unable to find any faults with the 3D visuals they had just witnessed, Eric asked about the timeline for converting a complete film. "Stan, based on what we just saw, how long would it take to complete the conversion of a full-length movie?" Sitting beside Eric, Stan thought for a bit and replied, "For a 2-hour movie, the full conversion would take about 3 months. 3 months for converting one film meant only 4 3D films could be produced in a year." While Eric believed in the mantra of quality over quantity in the early stages of promoting 3D movies, for films weren't enough to sustain year-round screenings. This number needed to at least double. After considering it for a moment, Eric said, "Keep hiring. We need to double the size of the conversion team. I need you to deliver at least 8 films a year." After hearing Eric speak with Stan, Winston Katzenberg inquired, "So, Eric, now that all the technical issues are basically resolved, are you sure we want to move forward with the next steps?" Katzenberg's sudden question came with reasoning. Whether it was the IMAX DMR conversion technology or the Real D projection system development, the invested capital was merely in the tens of millions of dollars. However, once the plans related to actual theater collaboration officially commenced, it wouldn't be a matter of just a few tens of millions anymore. The Real D projection system being developed included 2 custom film projectors, a hard metal screen, and 3D polarized glasses, all 3 components. Without considering the profit potential of the system itself, the equipment cost totaled $250,000. Converting traditional 2D theaters to dual-projector 3D theaters would require a budget of at least $300,000 for each screening room. While the unit price for the entire set of equipment was insignificant for Firefly, the cost for transforming 4,000 3D screening rooms worldwide would soar to $1.2 billion. This was a very conservative estimate. Adding in the planned 200 IMAX cinemas, with an average construction cost of $2 million each, that was another $400 million expenditure. All in all, a project budget of $1.6 billion was substantial even for Firefly Group, and even if they suffered a complete loss, it wouldn't cripple them. However, completing the modification of 4,000 3D screening rooms and the construction of 200 IMAX theaters was merely the beginning. The entire plan aimed to establish an entirely new 3D film industry chain. If successful, the Firefly Group's strength would undoubtedly undergo another transformation. But if it failed, the consequences would not be as simple as losing $1.6 billion. After making such a massive industry move, if moviegoers didn't respond positively, failure could result in more than just wasted investment. The subsequent handling of those 4,000 3D screening rooms would be a headache enough to leave Firefly in disarray. And that didn't even take into account the series of technical teams Firefly had created specifically to push this initiative. Thus, Pausing the plan at this point would not cost Firefly anything. The initial investments could be considered worthwhile for the technical results achieved. Even if they wanted to unload the acquired IMAX Corporation to relieve their burden, they could. However, once the plan moved into the next stage, there would be no turning back. They would either become leaders of a new film industry revolution or become the laughingstock of Hollywood, leaving behind a potential domino effect of chaos. The screening room fell into a brief silence. To be honest, Eric felt a moment of hesitation. However, glancing around at the group of executives, he quickly smiled casually and said to Katzenberg, "Jeffrey, why don't you share the results of your discussions with a few major theater chains?" Knowing Eric had made up his mind, Katzenberg ceased any futile discussions. "I've talked with the management of several major North American theater chains recently. Overall, they showed great interest in our plan, but they also believe the risks are too high." Eric pointed to the metal hard screen in front of the screening room. "Perhaps next, you can bring them here and persuade them further." "Of course, that was exactly what I was thinking," Katzenberg nodded with a smile. "But even if they recognize the visual effects of this sample footage, we will still struggle to find much leverage in future collaborations. My idea is to establish a subsidiary and collaborate with these major theater chains. We'll fund the transformation of 3D screening rooms, taking on the risks ourselves, and then share a percentage of the box office revenue from these theaters. While it might take a while to recoup costs, if we succeed, it will lead to significant and consistent income. As for the 200 IMAX theaters, we will completely control that process without needing to indulge too much." The main difficulty in transforming 3D screening rooms still stemmed from the fact that most major North American theater chains operated multiplexes, which was exactly why Firefly couldn't venture into this alone. After all, even if they forcibly acquired a single chain, it would be impossible for Firefly to convert a cinema with 5, 6, or even more than 10 screening rooms into 3D mode. Moreover, given the different regional theater chains, acquiring one chain or partnering with one would make it hard to cover all of North America. Therefore, Katzenberg's plan was undoubtedly the most viable option. IMAX had used a similar model in its commercialization process in the past. However, this would significantly limit Firefly's control over this batch of 3D screening rooms. Fortunately, Eric's primary goal was not to enter the theater industry, but to promote 3D movies. Of course, with limited control over the final cinemas, to ensure Firefly held the initiative in promoting 3D films, becoming the standard setter was a must. After discussions, Eric decided to establish a dual certification system. One for screening rooms equipped with the RealD projection system, and another for films employing the digital domain's 3D conversion technology. As long as they could create an idea among audiences that only 3D films certified by the digital domain were the most authentic 3D movies when screened in RealD theaters, then even if the 3D film market became chaotic again in the future, at least Firefly's brand of 3D films would not be severely affected. Moreover, after the chaos, other companies, whether they liked it or not, would gradually align with Firefly's standards due to commercial considerations. The group discussed in the screening room all morning and then had dinner together, before returning to their respective jobs to resume their busy schedules. Eric returned to his office in the cinema, finally having time to chat with his new assistant. "So, how are you feeling now?" he asked while lazily leaning back in his chair, flipping through some materials just delivered by his secretary, as Marissa Meyer sat across from him with a cup of coffee. Marissa set her coffee down and nodded. "It's going okay. I just suddenly feel that there's so much more to learn." Eric nodded in approval. "That's great to hear. Too many people think they no longer need to learn." Marissa merely smiled without saying anything further. Eric paused for a moment before saying, "Kelly must have told you everything I should tell you." Marissa understood immediately what Eric meant. "Yes. Carly is a great girl. You two will get along just fine," Eric said. Seeing that Marissa didn't seem to catch on, he thought for a moment and added, "You should chat with Melanie. She can help you adapt to this job quickly." Marissa finally caught on. Caroline was in the office next door. If it was work-related, it would be much more convenient to talk to her than reach out to Melanie Gleason in San Francisco. "Got it, Eric." Marissa smartly didn't ask further and just nodded earnestly. Eric didn't elaborate either. "All right then, get back to work." Watching Marissa leave the office, Eric shifted his gaze back to the material he was holding, which happened to be the performance evaluation report Kelly had prepared for Marissa. Unlike the initial interview report, this one was far more detailed. Kelly's evaluation of Marissa was still quite high, but Eric noticed a shadow of another individual in the adjectives like perfectionist, detail-oriented, and controlling. Eric certainly wouldn't allow Marissa to manage Yahoo again like she did in the past. However, assigning her to oversee the development of a specific product was an excellent idea. Chapter 991, A Strong Start. At the end of May, the last major release was The Truman Show, starring Jim Carrey and produced and distributed by Paramount Pictures. Following that was Firefly Group's The Day After Tomorrow, so Eric was keenly interested in this movie due to Jim's involvement. Despite the failure of The Cable Guy, Jim Carrey had remained firmly at the top tier in Hollywood over the recent years. Even with the more artsy angle of The Truman Show, Jim still commanded a salary of $12 million, setting the bar high and making The Truman Show a $60 million production. On Monday, Eric relaxed on a flight to New York, looking over last weekend's box office report in his hands. The Truman Show made $31.19 million in its opening weekend, matching the performances of the previous 2 weeks' releases, Lethal Weapon 4 and The Patriot, and estimates suggested it could reach around $50 million. In its first week, as long as it maintained a solid box office trend, Paramount would still see a tidy profit. As for Lethal Weapon 4 and The Patriot, they had already suffered weekly drops of around 40%, posing no real threat to the upcoming release of The Day After Tomorrow on Friday. The new version of The Day After Tomorrow was directed by Michael Bay. Eric had already seen the finished product, and, since he had written the script himself, it was no longer as drawn out as Roland Emmerich's version. Furthermore, Bay's knack for bursting with visual effects made the imagery of North America being covered in ice more striking. This also marked Firefly Group's sole major summer blockbuster of the year, garnering most of the company's marketing resources, leaving no doubt that this effects-laden giant would be the highlight of the summer. At 4 p.m., Eric's Boeing 767 landed at MacArthur Airport in central Long Island. As usual, he sent Caroline and Meyer off to Manhattan while he headed to East Hampton. He planned to spend 2 weeks in New York, 1 week for business and the other for some quality time with the women and kids. However, although he wanted to take a break, Chris rushed over from Manhattan the following day. On the lawn in the mansion, the weather was quite nice. Chris was led to the backyard lawn by Joanna, where he spotted Eric with 3 kids making insect specimens. Kevin and Emma were joyfully engaged, while Hawaii was noticeably distracted. When she saw her mother arrive with Chris, Hawaii quickly stood up and sweetly greeted. "Good morning, Uncle Chris. Are you going to talk business with Dad?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, almost saying, "Please take my dad away." Chris smiled and shook his head seriously. "No, I came to join you in making insect specimens." At this response, Hawaii frowned in annoyance. How could these adults be so boring? Even worse, they wanted to drag her into it. Eric put down his tools and stood up, giving Chris a hug. He said to Joanna, "Joan, why don't you play with them for a while?" Joanna nodded and, watching Eric leave with Chris, sat down at the spot he just vacated, affectionately rubbing her restless daughter's back. "Elia, you promised Mommy you would get along with Daddy and not act so impatient all the time." "But, Mom, this is really boring. Can I go back and read now?" Joanna shook her head. "No, you can't. I spoke with Manny. She won't be coming to help you with lessons this week. I've put away your books, along with the little keyboard Steve sent you. You've already scared your dad enough, so at least this week, be good." The 5-year-old girl, with her beautiful big eyes, sighed in frustration and lazily laid her head on the table piled with crafting supplies, finding life rather dull. Meanwhile, Chris followed Eric back to the living room of the villa. Once, seated on the couch, he smiled and asked, "Did you get another big surprise this time?" If you're talking about seeing a 5-year-old girl engrossed in a book on differential topology, Eric shrugged and forced a smile. Absolutely. If it weren't for Elias' tutor explaining what differential topology is, I wouldn't have had a clue what my daughter was studying. Although, fine, even with that explanation, I still don't really understand what it is. Ha ha. Chris burst into laughter, then after a moment added, "I'm really looking forward to seeing what Elia will be like when she grows up. Maybe I should start letting Daniel spend more time with her." he could marry her someday. Eric smiled helplessly. He certainly hoped his child would be very smart, but this felt a bit excessive. After sharing a few laughs, the two quickly turned to business. Counting our initial stock holdings and the purchases made by Firefly Investment and Clover Fund in the first half of the year, we currently hold a total of 35.7% of AOL shares. The free-floating shares of AOL have basically been swept up by various investment funds, and our holdings will not increase. During this time, I've been in touch with the other AOL shareholders, but the results haven't been great. The achievements of Steve Case are evident to all, and most shareholders prefer the current management's development strategy. Since its inception, AOL had been raising funds from various investment companies. It wasn't until Firefly Investment stepped in that AOL's stock structure stabilized. The situation now was that the combined stock holdings of AOL's management, including Steve Case, was less than 10%. Outside of Firefly being a major shareholder, the remaining ownership was concentrated in a handful of investment funds. Based on yesterday's closing price, AOL's market value had reached $39.6 billion, up 1.77 times from the start of the year. This means that right now, 1% of AOL shares was worth nearly $400 million. Even if the investment funds were willing to offload more shares, Firefly couldn't muster enough funds to make large-scale purchases. Gently tapping his fingers on the couch armrest, Eric pondered for a moment and asked, "If we go all in now, how likely are we to take control of AOL?" Chris thought it over and answered, "About 50%. There are already rumors about AOL merging with Time Warner. If that news gets confirmed, our chances of losing are greater since many people would be very eager to see AOL merge with Time Warner." Although Firefly was AOL's largest shareholder, controlling 35.7% of the stock, under the current favorable circumstances for AOL, the chance of ousting the existing management via a shareholder vote was quite slim. Most of AOL shareholders were institutional investors, and there weren't many. Gathering a united front against Firefly, the major shareholder, would be relatively easy. Of course, Firefly had its trump card as well, threatening to sell off stocks to persuade other shareholders to side with them. If Firefly significantly sold off its holdings in AOL, it could potentially crash AOL's stock price. However, Eric was definitely against using that method unless it was absolutely necessary. Such an act would harm everyone involved and could set off a chain reaction impacting the entire Nasdaq market. The Nasdaq index was now nearing 2,000 points. While this seemed far from the once lofty heights of 5,000, the stock index was filled with bubbles. Take Microsoft as an example. Back in 1995, when the Nasdaq hovered around 1,000 points, Microsoft's market value was only around $40 billion. Now, as the index hit 2,000 points, Microsoft's market cap had surpassed $250 billion, more than 6 times what it was 3 years ago. If Firefly Investment were to try to break down AOL shares to make AOL shareholders yield, Eric worried that a drop in AOL's stock price could serve as a trigger for the entire Nasdaq market's collapse. If that happened, Firefly would be facing the hostility of Wall Street. As for why he insisted on having AOL follow a path as an internet service provider, Eric had already gone over the details with Chris. AOL's user growth had surged in recent years, and it was expected that by around 2000, AOL would have 20 million broadband users, far exceeding traditional telecom operators like AT&T and Verizon. This was the essential foundation of AOL's operations. As long as they could secure 20 million users, with an average monthly fee of $30, these users would bring $7.2 billion in stable annual revenue. Under such favorable conditions, further consolidating their position by merging with a traditional telecom operator could expand their service offerings. Even if the internet bubble burst in the future, AOL could remain stable. However, Steve Case's vision of transforming AOL into the biggest internet media giant was essentially sacrificing the core for the sake of a less relevant goal. History had proven this time and again. When the internet bubble burst, AOL's media empire quickly fell apart. The fallout led to a myriad of personnel and financial crises. The disregard for core network services, along with a coalition of major traditional players vying to eliminate AOL, caused AOL's 20 million-plus users to swiftly migrate to competitors. Eventually, when Time Warner sold AOL again, the internet giant, which once had a peak market value of $180 billion, could only fetch a paltry $4 billion. Eric believed that AOL shareholders had been quite lucky during that previous transaction. At the peak of the company's stock price, they exchanged their shares for AOL Time Warner stock. So when AOL vanished, they still held stakes in Time Warner, leaving them not totally empty-handed. As for the original Time Warner shareholders, well, that was a different story. If this time around the acquisition of Time Warner by AOL went through, even at a 50-50 split, Firefly Investment's stake in Time Warner would eventually be close to 18%. That would surely position them as the largest shareholder of the new AOL Time Warner, aligning perfectly with Eric's ambition to expand in Hollywood. Nevertheless, passing up the chance to become America's leading internet service provider in exchange for an 18% stake in Time Warner seemed like a major miscalculation. Eric was determined to avoid such a misstep. 50% it is then, Eric finally said. Time Warner has already been in frequent contact with AOL's upper management, so we need to make a decision quickly. We can't keep dragging this out indefinitely. Chris nodded and added, well, Eric, succeeding would be great, but if it doesn't work out, what do you plan to do? This time, Eric didn't hesitate much. If we fail, we'll start gradually pulling out from now on. We'll sell as many shares as we can. Chris understood the implication. The Nasdaq market would inevitably crash one day. As soon as that came, AOL, an avant-garde star stock on the Nasdaq, would be hit first. Firefly could only liquidate as much stock as possible before that day came. As for becoming a shareholder of the new AOL Time Warner, Eric was not interested at all. Once the Nasdaq market crumbled, Time Warner would become a complete quagmire. Even if Time Warner's valuation was calculated at $50 billion, holding an 18% stake would only be worth about $9 billion. Even now, Firefly's share in AOL at 35.7% already greatly surpassed that value, let alone the 18% not enough to seize control of Time Warner. Unconsciously, the two chatted away the morning. After lunch, Chris hurried off to prepare for the showdown planned for the end of the month, at which point Eric might come back to New York. As Eric stayed in East Hampton, hoping to prevent his daughter from becoming a problem, a workweek quickly passed. On June 5th, Friday, the first big effects-heavy film of the summer, The Day After Tomorrow, officially premiered across 3,370 screens in North America. The film took in $23.5 million on its opening day. Eric's well-crafted script, combined with Michael Bay's expertise in visual effects, led to a positive reception, with most media giving it an 8 out of 10, far exceeding Roland Emmerich's previous version. After the successful opening day of $23.5 million, the film would gross a total of $73.75 million over its opening weekend, becoming the first smash hit of the summer season. Based on the weekend box office performance data, Michael Bay would undoubtedly achieve his first film to cross $100 million in its opening week. Chapter 992, ABC's Adjustments. Manhattan. Gisele Bündchen and Alessandra Ambrosio got out of the taxi, walking hand in hand into their apartment building. They were joking and laughing as they reached their penthouse, only to find Miranda Kerr already home, happily preparing something in the kitchen. Switching out of their high heels, Gisele glanced at the figure in the kitchen and couldn't help but snicker. It really was a rare sight. Alessandra chimed in. Is she making anything edible? Hey, you're back. Miranda called out cheerfully when she heard the commotion from the living room. The two girls responded with a nonchalant murmur, but Miranda didn't mind. She turned back to her cooking. Today, Eric was coming over, and she had made up her mind to impress him, hoping to persuade him to let her go back to Los Angeles. After being sent to New York by Eric in March, Miranda initially felt a bit sulky about it. She didn't want to live with Gisele and Alessandra, nor did she want to be watched like a child by Cindy Crawford, who was assigned to look after her by Eric. However, soon after, despite knowing that Cindy or perhaps Eric might have had a hand in it, she found herself startled. Since Miranda was reluctant to live with Gisele and Alessandra, Cindy offered her a place in her own apartment and took good care of her. But, she thought, as a model, she couldn't just sit around. Therefore, Cindy took her to an interview at Elite Model Management, along with dozens of other girls scouted from all over North America. Cindy personally escorting her gave Miranda a bit of confidence. Watching those dozens of girls look at Cindy like she was a queen made her feel somewhat smug. Surely, she thought, she could easily reach Cindy's status herself one day. Because of Cindy's reputation, while waiting, several girls intentionally chatted with her. Some recognized her as one of the 4 tennis girls in Casino Royale and from her appearances on Disney Channel shows, asking why she was attending the elite model auditions. Miranda couldn't very well say she was sent to New York because she annoyed Eric, so she puffed up with pride, remarking that she wasn't interested in acting and wanted to try modeling instead. That statement drew some looks from the girls, making one of them half-jokingly say, "I've only heard of models trying to find a way into acting." Miranda understood the underlying meaning but couldn't let it show on her face. Deep down, she felt frustrated. After spending half the day taking photos and walking the runway with a group of girls, she eventually received some special feedback. A manager from Elite personally explained the outcome of her audition. Slightly short, lacking definition in her features, an ordinary walk, no professional training, and overall, completely lacking the potential to be a high-fashion model. She could only pursue commercial modeling. Before the big Victoria's Secret show, a model aiming for supermodel status needed endorsements from high-fashion brands like Prada, Tiffany & Company, and Chanel. Only by securing collaborations with these brands could one elevate their status and gradually gain recognition within the fashion world, and eventually ascend to the coveted supermodel status. But Miranda's looks and height virtually ruled out any high-fashion opportunities. This meant that without any advantageous connections, she could never become a supermodel, destined instead to be a commercial model. That is, one who could do clothing displays, print ads, car show promotions, and other gigs that had little chance of leading anywhere significant. Of course, a commercial model could also excel, as Cindy had, but in the original timeline, despite a 20-year gap, Cindy's and Miranda's paths to success were almost identical. Given Miranda's situation, Elite offered her a training contract similar to an internship. The company would provide housing and a fixed monthly salary of $1,000, and she had to undergo regular training with Elite and complete tasks assigned by the company. This only made Miranda angrier, realizing it might have been a power play by Cindy or Eric, and she felt a surge of rebelliousness. Fine, she thought. If that's how it is, then so be it. She signed the contract willingly, and then Cindy, along with an Elite agent, took her on a tour of where she might work. A day at the car show, changing through dozens of outfits at a tear-filled fitting site, being treated like a living prop on the set of the new season of Project Runway. By evening, when Cindy and the Elite agent brought Miranda to the West Village in Manhattan, seeing she would be living with 7 other girls who didn't look much worse than her in a cramped old apartment of under 60 square meters, Miranda finally broke down. After spending the night at Cindy's, when Miranda woke up the next day, she hadn't mentioned working with Elite again, nor did Cindy, as if nothing had ever happened. After breakfast, Cindy took Miranda to her agency, IMG Models, pulled out a pre-prepared contract, and signed Miranda under the same agent. Then they moved her into Giselle and Alessandra's apartment. Due to her age restrictions, Miranda wasn't getting much work at the moment. For the past few months, Cindy had treated her like an adult, regularly bringing her along. The more she saw and heard, the more Miranda realized that those girls had been right about her during the waiting period at the audition. If possible, she would have wished she could look at herself with that same idiotic gaze. Thus, when she heard from Cindy that Eric was coming over today, she hurried back to the apartment, eager to impress Eric to get herself back to Los Angeles. After all, she had lost all interest in being a model. After resting for a week in East Hampton, Eric found himself facing internal personnel issues at ABC Group upon arriving in Manhattan. This issue wasn't related to infighting or layoffs, but it was still quite tricky. Over the past few years, ABC Group had become increasingly powerful, leading other companies to take an interest in its management. After all, even if Eric could come up with countless brilliant ideas, the Firefly Group could not develop so rapidly without an exceptional management team to execute those ideas. The party looking to poach talent was Comcast, targeting ESPN CEO Steve Bernstein. When ESPN signed a massive broadcasting rights deal with the NFL worth $9 billion, the network's business only flourished. With the increases in cable division revenue and advertisement income, ESPN alone contributed over $500 million in net profit to the group that year. Steve Bernstein had been at the helm of ESPN for over a decade, transforming what was once a small station with fewer than 300,000 subscribers into North America's leading basic cable provider with over 90 million subscribers. In any company, achieving such outstanding results warranted a promotion. Eric wouldn't let the company talent slip away just like that. However, the stability of the Firefly Group's current situation was strong. Under Eric, Jeffrey Katzenberg and Frank Wells managed the Firefly Group, primarily overseeing its film and entertainment business. After Tom Murphy's retirement, Robert Iger and veteran Stephen Burke from ABC were appointed CEO and president of ABC Group, respectively, in charge of Firefly's television business. Under them were the heads of various subsidiaries, such as Kenneth Horn from New Line Cinema, Robert Thompson of Buena Vista Distribution, Stan Winston in Digital Domain, and Sweeney from A&E Networks, Steve Bernstein from ESPN, Barry Weiss from Firefly Records, and so on. The top executives of these companies oversaw various divisions and subsidiaries, collectively managing a workforce of over 120,000 employees globally within the Firefly Group. Putting aside other matters, with Steve Bernstein's accomplishments and his current level, a promotion would require at least reaching the position of ABC's president. However, there was no deadweight among those above him. All his superiors were capable, and nobody was expected to leave or retire anytime soon, putting Eric in a tough spot. Eric was no king. He couldn't merely promote someone to a new title. For someone like Steve Bernstein, seeking more room for his role, a simple salary increase wouldn't suffice as motivation to stay. On the other hand, the position Comcast offered Steve Bernstein was very tempting, the chief operating officer. Comcast was still under the control of founder Ralph Roberts and his son, both serving as chairman and CEO, respectively. The role of chief operating officer placed Steve Bernstein on equal footing with Comcast's president, directly responsible to the Roberts, managing the entire Comcast cable network's operations. Though it wasn't absolute power, Comcast, which was in a rapid growth phase, offered much more room for maneuver compared to the already fully realized operations of ESPN. Firefly didn't have a chief operating officer position. The responsibilities were split between Katzenberg and Frank Wells. Eric also couldn't just create a similar position out of nowhere to retain Steve Bernstein. The stability of Firefly Group's management structure represented a harmonious balance of power distribution. Stripping power from one manager to give it to a new one would imbalance this management system. However, if Eric expanded his view to the larger Firefly system, there was a position that was about to become vacant that might suit Steve Bernstein perfectly. Oh well. Given Steve Bernstein's demonstrated talents in management, he would be competent in stepping into the CEO role at AOL, given the many similarities between the two companies. In fact, most executives at America's giant companies couldn't be considered professionals in their specific field. Once a business reached a great scale, the requirements for management shifted from technical skills to a person's management philosophy. Of course, nothing had been settled yet. Whether they could reclaim control of AOL from Steve Case's team remained uncertain. But to avoid losing Steve Bernstein, Eric needed to stabilize him in advance. At the ABC headquarters on the Upper West High D, it was nearing the end of the workday. Eric had spent the afternoon discussing with Steve Bernstein, who had purposefully come from ESPN's headquarters in Bristol, Connecticut. Steve was tempted by the role Comcast offered, but he was also intrigued about the prospect of taking charge of the rapidly growing new internet technology company, AOL. Their discussions were in-depth, and Eric's proposed future direction for AOL received Steve's endorsement. Finally, Steve said, "Eric, if that's the case, I can wait a month before responding to Comcast. But if you can't regain control of AOL, I fear I'll have to formally submit my resignation." Eric nodded. He felt they had said all they could. If they couldn't keep Steve, there wasn't much to be done. Still, he couldn't help saying, "Actually, Steve, even if this doesn't work out, if you're willing to wait another 2 years, I can guarantee Firefly will undoubtedly acquire another telecom operator, which I would still hand over to you to manage." Steve smiled and gently shook his head. "Eric, I appreciate your confidence in me. I know you will succeed in the future. However, I can't afford to pass up this opportunity for an uncertain promise. Eric felt regretful. With Jorma Alala's departure from Nokia, there was indeed another position available at Nokia that could be given to Steve Bernstein. However, the leap between media and telecommunications was too vast. After the lesson of how Apple had faltered when it hired John Scully from the beverage industry as CEO, Eric refrained from suggesting it. Moreover, Nokia's headquarters were in Northern Europe, making it unlikely that Steve would accept such an offer. After wrapping up their discussions, Eric stood up and extended his hand to Steve Bernstein. Well then, how about we grab dinner? I've already made a reservation. Of course, Steve replied, shaking Eric's hand firmly. The two of them greeted a few other senior executives at the headquarters before leaving ABC, heading to a top restaurant in Rockefeller Center for dinner. After the meal, Eric personally arranged for the driver to take Steve Bernstein back to his hotel, the Plaza, before finally returning to the penthouse apartment on Madison Avenue, where the three girls were waiting. Chapter 993. This is what I did. It was 8 p.m. when Giselle and Alessandra stepped down from upstairs after taking a bath together. They found Miranda curled up on the sofa, bored and flipping through channels. Giselle joked, "Maybe Eric isn't coming over tonight because you're here." Alessandra chimed in, "Maybe he's with Cindy instead." Though Miranda often acted a bit spoiled around Eric, she was emotionally intelligent. The three girls generally got along well. Hearing Giselle and Alessandra's teasing, Miranda rolled her eyes and said, "Don't you want him to come over?" Alessandra didn't answer, but Giselle shrugged indifferently. "No, not really." Miranda immediately shot a mock-threatening look, saying, "I'm going to tell Eric what you just said." No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang. Miranda's expression brightened even more, and she shot Giselle a "please beg me" look before jumping barefoot off the couch and sprinting toward the door. Giselle and Alessandra, who had just settled on the sofa, stood up and followed. At the entrance, they saw Miranda wrapped around Eric like a little koala. Eric was laughing, holding her slender waist as he walked in. "First off, I want to clarify that there's no way you're going back to Los Angeles." "Definitely Cindy. It must be her." Miranda immediately looked disappointed, gazing at Eric with big puppy eyes as she planted a kiss near his mouth. "Eric, I was wrong. I'll be good from now on. Can I please go back to Los Angeles?" Despite standing over 5 feet 7 inches, Miranda was surprisingly light. Eric reached the entrance, holding the girl as he kicked off his shoes against the wall. Giselle kindly handed him a pair of slippers. He flashed a smile at Giselle and Alessandra as he slipped on the slippers and headed to the living room, tossing Miranda onto the couch. "You can't go back to Los Angeles. I'm heading to Australia at the end of the month. Why not come back with me?" "Ugh." Miranda curled up, burying her face in a cushion and pretended to cry. Giselle and Alessandra stepped forward to hug Eric for a